Chapter 101, Changes over the past half year. You should loosen the reins a bit and trust your mount as you would trust your weapon, Lind shouted, giving Nymeria instructions on riding the king of wild horses. He watched as Nymeria rode no end past him like a gust of wind, her form sharp and confident. Nymeria had chosen the larger of the two king of wild horses and named it Moonmaid, after the Moonmaid constellation in the sky. Despite this, it was Lind who had tamed the king of wild horses. If Nymeria wanted to ride Moonmaid, she would need to tame it herself. Over the following months, she became adept at riding Moonmaid, but it was clear that mastering full control would take more time. As Lind observed Nymeria adjusting her horsemanship in line with the techniques he had taught her, a sudden caw drew his attention skyward. He spotted a crow flying overhead, heading north. The sight stirred something in him. It had been over 6 months since his return from Highgarden to Tumbleton, a place now brimming with change and progress. Tumbleton had evolved rapidly, becoming more fittingly called Tumbleton Castle. The castle itself, fully repaired and renovated more than a month ago, stood as a testament to Melora's leadership. Lind had originally estimated that the repairs would take 1 to 2 years. However, under Melora's guidance, the chaotic construction site was streamlined. With simplified divisions of responsibility and the elimination of unnecessary processes, the pace of work had doubled, accelerating the transformation of old Tumbleton Castle. The restoration wasn't limited to the castle. The ruins beneath had been repaired and seamlessly reintegrated into the growing town. Lind's barracks had also been relocated across the Mander River. Though still crude, Melora had designed them to fortress specifications, capable of evolving into a second town for Tumbleton. To support this expansion, she had selected a suitable location to construct a sturdier stone bridge. The simultaneous execution of these ambitious projects required immense resources, both financial and human. Fortunately, over the past 6 months, Tumbleton's reputation had drawn a significant influx of displaced people. Lind's growing renown among the faith of the Seven had also attracted many free folk. The population had surged from a few thousand to over 30,000, excluding the transient workers who came seeking employment. As a result, there was no shortage of labor to fuel the town's expansion. The transformation of Tumbleton wasn't solely due to Melora's expertise. Financial stability played a key role. On the 3rd day after Lind's return, a letter of appointment had arrived from Highgarden. As Willis had foretold, this letter was addressed to Nymeria, naming her warden of the Mander River. While the title was largely ceremonial, its authority on paper was immense, placing almost the entire Mander River within her jurisdiction. The position of warden of the Mander had a long and storied history, though it was often regarded as a thankless role. Accepting it risked incurring the hostility of the lords along the Mander, leading to its neglect by the Reach's major houses. Typically, the position was assigned to a court noble of Highgarden, such as the previous warden, who had also served as Highgarden's steward during the tenure of Lord Leo Tyrell. Accompanying the title was an interest-free loan of 100,000 golden dragons from the Rose Bank and the right to mint coins. This generous loan played a crucial role in the accelerated construction of Tumbleton, transforming it into a substantial castle within just half a year. The right to mint silver stag coins also ensured there were no financial pressures for Tumbleton's subsequent projects. Melora's re-exploration of the silver mine revealed that it was not only vast but also accompanied by a slightly smaller gold mine. These two precious resources ensured Tumbleton's financial security for centuries to come. When the gold mine was discovered, Nymeria proposed mining it immediately to repay the 100,000 golden dragons borrowed from House Tyrell. However, Lind advised against this. Instead, he suggested borrowing an additional 100,000 golden dragons from the Rose Bank. Nymeria didn't fully understand Lind's reasoning but trusted him and complied without question. Following Lind's advice, she successfully secured another loan of 100,000 golden dragons without any difficulty arising from the prior loan. Melora, on the other hand, immediately grasped Lind's strategy. She recognized that he aimed to strengthen the bond between Nymeria's Tumbleton and Highgarden. Debt, unlike many relationships that weaken over time, can often grow stronger and more binding. When the debt reaches a certain level, it acts as a form of protection, ensuring deeper cooperation between parties. While Nymeria's appointment as warden of the Mander was implemented smoothly, the appointment of an overall leader for the anti-bandit forces in the river region faced delays. Without an official title, Lind could not justify a significant expansion of the army. For the time being, he expanded the cavalry patrols to their limit of 1,000 men and temporarily placed other soldiers under Nymeria's name. Back in Tumbleton, Lind prioritized the expansion of the cavalry patrols. His guards unit grew to 500 men, composed of 100 hedge knights and 400 free riders. Though the hedge knights were considered the lowest rank of the knightly class, their abilities were far from ordinary. Their survival and success under various noble lords were testaments to their skill. Maintaining a significant number of hedge knights was a luxury not afforded to most lords. For a lord like Nymeria, even after Tumbleton's full development, maintaining 400 to 500 hedge knights would be exceptional, thanks primarily to the support of the gold and silver mines. Most lords could retain only a handful of hedge knights and relied on temporary recruitment during times of need. Only a house as powerful as House Tyrell could sustain a standing force of 2,000 to 3,000 hedge knights and recruit additional forces when necessary. Lind's ability to recruit such numbers stemmed from his success in Dorne, which had provided him with considerable wealth. Furthermore, he saved money by not needing to arm the knights, as House Tyrell covered the military expenses in full, giving him ample resources to bolster his forces. In addition to expanding the guards unit, Lind increased the size of the 5 cavalry patrols, each consisting of 10 knights and 90 riders. Bryn Rivers and Scar-Eyed Mitt retained their positions as captains of the 1st and 2nd patrols, while the captains of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th patrols were sworn knights Lind recruited after his return to Tumbleton. Lind's reputation, bolstered by tales of his victories and status as a chosen one, attracted many hedge knights eager to join his service. Although Lind remained an ordinary retainer knight of House Tyrell, many believed his leadership held great promise. Among the arrivals were several powerful and capable individuals, from whom Lind selected 3 to captain the new patrols. The captain of the 3rd Cavalry Patrol was a familiar face to Lind, Balin, a knight from across the narrow sea. Balin had achieved fame by winning the Jousting Lance Championship at the King's Landing tournament a year prior, earning a prize of 50,000 golden dragons. After the tournament, he had disappeared, leading many to believe he had been murdered for his prize money. The truth was far grimmer. Balin had been ambushed by enemies from Essos who robbed him of the gold and abandoned him on a deserted island to perish. Not long ago, Balin had been fortunate enough to encounter a ship returning from Essos to King's Landing after being blown off course by a storm. Upon his arrival in King's Landing, penniless and seeking opportunities, he stumbled across a recruiter from Tumbleton who was gathering drifters for work. Seeing this as a chance to rebuild his life, Balin traveled to Tumbleton. Upon arriving, he learned of Lind's recruitment efforts for cavalry troops and decided to enlist. During the recruitment process, he participated in a competition to showcase his horsemanship and combat skills on horseback, impressing Lind enough to pass the final interview. This secured his position as the captain of the 3rd Cavalry Patrol. The other 2 captains of the cavalry patrols also had notable backgrounds. One was Dacy Mormont, a warrior from Bear Island, and the other was Lothier Brune, a formidable fighter who earned his position through sheer strength and skill. Lind was surprised when he first heard Dacy Mormont's name. In his previous life, he had read about this remarkable female warrior from the north, whose tall stature and exceptional combat abilities made her stand out. Despite her brief appearances in the annals of history, her distinct personality left an impression. Lind reflected that had she not perished at the Red Wedding, she might have achieved fame comparable to Brienne of Tarth. Dacy's arrival in Tumbleton was accidental. Following Bear Island tradition, she had embarked on a journey across the 7 kingdoms to gain experience and broaden her horizons after coming of age. Along the way, she took on tasks like escorting caravans to fund her travels. One such task brought her to Tumbleton. Upon reaching Tumbleton, Dacy sought an audience with Nymeria. Having heard of Nymeria's reputation as a formidable warrior and the Lord of Tumbleton, Dacy wished to meet her and test her skills. Their meeting led to a quick contest of arms, after which the 2 women bonded over their shared respect for each other's abilities and swiftly became friends. Though Dacy expressed her desire to join Nymeria's service, Nymeria declined her request, not because she doubted Dacy's strength, but because she believed Dacy's abilities would be underutilized in Tumbleton. With the town on the verge of settling into peace and stability, Nymeria felt there would be little opportunity for Dacy to use her talents in war. Knowing Lind would continue to lead campaigns and seek new battles, Nymeria decided to wait for his return to recommend Dacy for a more fitting role. When Lind returned, Nymeria introduced him to Dacy, emphasizing her skills and potential. Lind quickly recognized the warrior standing before him as the famed daughter of Bear Island. Without hesitation, he recruited her into his command, later appointing her as captain of the 5th Cavalry Patrol. Dacey's rise was facilitated by Nymeria's recommendation and Lind's prior knowledge of her reputation. In contrast, Lothier Brune earned his position as captain of the 4th Cavalry Patrol entirely on his own merit. His appointment was decided through a tournament where all of Lind's sworn knights competed for the role. In the final duel, Lothier faced Dacey. Despite her skill and power, the mace she wielded was not ideal for one-on-one combat of this nature. Lothier exploited this disadvantage, seizing an opportunity to defeat her and claim the position of captain of the 4th Cavalry Patrol. Lind initially thought that the name Lothier Brune sounded vaguely familiar but didn't dwell on it. Later, during a conversation, Lothier revealed that he hailed from the Crownlands and was distantly related to House Brune of Brown Hollow in Crackclaw Point. He had approached the Brune family in hopes of being accepted back into the fold, but they dismissed him as a distant relative and cast him out. Following this rejection, Lothier wandered to King's Landing as a freerider. There, he often heard tales of Lind's exploits in the city's taverns. These stories ignited a sense of admiration in Lothier, and he resolved to follow Lind, whom he came to regard as an ideal leader. It was during this exchange that Lind suddenly remembered who Lothier Brune really was. In another timeline, Lothier would go on to become the trusted right-hand man of Peter Baelish, famously earning the nickname Apple Eater at the Battle of the Blackwater. In that battle, he would have single-handedly broken through enemy lines, slaying Ser Edward Fossaway of House Redapple and Ser Brian, while capturing Ser John Fossaway of House Greenapple alive. Lothier's martial prowess was undeniable. He was a ferocious warrior whose specialty was charging into battle and cutting down enemies. Recognizing this potential, Lind structured his cavalry patrols accordingly. The 4th and 5th patrols, led by Lothier Brune and Dacey Mormont, were designed as heavy cavalry units, relying on charges as their primary tactic. They trained extensively alongside Lind, ensuring their cohesion and readiness for battle. In contrast, the Guards unit was converted into a light cavalry force armed with shortbows, and the other 3 cavalry patrols continued to emphasize archery tactics. Beyond the cavalry, Lind instructed Lothos to establish a 500-strong shield and spear infantry unit, with orphans from the Green Blood River as its core. This unit was temporarily assigned to Tumbleton's defense. Meanwhile, Wenda the White Fawn's Rangers, who had been incorporating various bandit groups, had grown into a covert force of 500. Lind deployed this secret unit to the northern edge of Tumbleton's territory, south of the Blackwater Rush, to gather intelligence and prepare for the eventual construction of a fortress in the region. However, much of Lind's broader plans depended on news from Highgarden, which seemed to have reached a frustrating standstill. There had been no official announcement regarding the marriage between Willis Tyrell and Princess Ariane Martell, nor had there been a rejection of the proposal. For the past half-year, the Red Viper and Princess Ariane had been leisurely touring the Reach, accompanied by Willis as their guide. Their open displays of affection left no doubt among the nobles of the Reach about their growing closeness. During this time, Princess Ariane had managed to win over most of the Reach's noble lords. The initial resistance to the idea of a Dornish princess becoming the Lady of Highgarden had faded. It was now widely believed that the union between Sunspear and Highgarden would proceed without issue, with approval from the Iron Throne and the other 7 kingdoms. Chapter 102, A Familiar Feeling. What did you say? Lord Willis is injured. Lind was stunned upon hearing the news John had brought from Tumbleton Castle, located in the fortress on the west bank of the Mander. He quickly asked, "Did Lord Willis participate in the tournament?" "No, he didn't participate," John shook his head. The letter from the Raven didn't specify the reason either. "What about Prince Oberyn and Princess Ariane? Have they returned to Dorne?" Lind pressed. John, confused by the question, stared at Lind with a puzzled expression. "Of course not. As for Prince Oberyn, forget about it. And Princess Ariane? She wouldn't return to Dorne at a time like this. She's still taking care of Lord Willis, who's in a coma." A little impatient with the back and forth, Lind extended his hand toward John. "Give me the letter so I can read it myself." John promptly handed over the letter. Lind read through it quickly. The grave look on his face only deepened. The letter's content was simple. Willis had been out with Princess Ariane when their horse was spooked and bolted. However, The message offered no details about the severity of Willis's injuries or how they were sustained, leaving Lind unable to make a clear assessment of the situation. "Let me see it," said Melora, who had become one of Lind's key advisors. She took the letter from Lind's hands, read it, and then glanced at John with a puzzled expression. "Which raven was used to deliver this letter?" John explained that it was delivered using the one reserved for public messages. Melora frowned. "Shouldn't this kind of news be kept secret? Why would House Tyrell make it public?" Lind froze at this remark, his expression turning equally perplexed. Indeed, as Melora pointed out, it was highly unusual. Even if an heir to an ordinary noble family were gravely injured, such news would typically be withheld until the situation was clearer or arrangements had been made to stabilize matters. For House Tyrell to announce so openly that Willis was injured and in a coma, practically inviting chaos in the Reach, was completely uncharacteristic. Could this be a decoy? Bert, who had been busy with accounting, suddenly interjected. "A decoy?" John asked, baffled. "A decoy for whom?" Lind hesitated briefly before instructing John to gather intelligence from the Westerlands, the Crownlands, the Stormlands, and other regions from recent months. To his frustration, the intelligence revealed nothing unusual. The Iron Throne continued to issue feudal orders, such as summoning Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands to King's Landing for questioning, orders that were blatantly ignored. The Lords of the North continued their verbal condemnations of the Ironborn, with the North being particularly vocal. As trade bans imposed by King's Landing and other lords took effect, the Ironborn resorted to their old ways, raiding for food and necessities, as they could no longer engage in regular trade. To everyone's surprise, the Iron Islands did not raid the wealthy Westerlands or the Reach, both of which were much closer and more lucrative targets. Instead, they targeted the villages along the coast of the north. This unexpected move caught everyone off guard. By the time Winterfell discovered what had happened, more than a month later, the Ironborn had already looted the villages and taken the inhabitants captive. By then, it was too late for Winterfell to organize any aid. A sudden and devastating cold disaster swept across Westeros, catching even the Citadel unprepared. The shift was abrupt. One day, the weather was sunny and warm, and the next, it was freezing and snowy. The cold wave originated in the north and spread southward, blanketing the entire continent. Even Old Town, which had never seen snow, witnessed snowflakes falling. While the Red Mountains in Dorne shielded much of the region from the worst of the cold, cities along the Sea of Dorne, such as Tor and Ironwood, experienced unprecedented drops in temperature. Residents there were forced to don thick northern-style robes to stay warm. The extreme cold lasted for 3 months, leaving widespread damage in its wake. Only a handful of territories, like Tumbleton, avoided significant hardship due to their stockpiled supplies. In the months following the disaster, reports from the Seven Kingdoms were dominated by accounts of its aftermath. Rumors also began to spread, suggesting that the disaster was a divine punishment for Robert Baratheon, whom some still called the Usurper. These rumors, though unlikely to sway lords and nobles, had a profound impact on common folk. With many displaced by the disaster, the stability of several noble houses' rule was shaken. The Iron Throne and its vassals became preoccupied with quelling these rumors and addressing the growing crisis of displaced people. Consequently, matters like the tensions with the Iron Islands or the planned marriage alliance between the Reach and Dorne were left unresolved. Despite reviewing all available intelligence, Lind found no clues explaining House Tyrell's decision to publicize Willis's injury and coma so quickly. Without further leads, he had no choice but to wait and see how events unfolded. Though it appeared that this situation would not affect him directly, he knew it might jeopardize a matter Willis had confided in him about 6 months prior. A few days later, another message from Highgarden shocked Lind once again. Willis had regained consciousness but had cancelled the marriage alliance with Dorne. Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne, along with their entourage, departed Highgarden immediately, reigniting tensions between the Reach and Dorne. This information was not part of an official statement from Highgarden but came through a personal letter from Vortimer. An official announcement was expected later. Vortimer also revealed additional details about Willis's condition. He was no longer limping but paralyzed. The Maester's examination had uncovered a previously unnoticed injury to Willis's lower back, which worsened after he regained consciousness, leaving him without sensation in his lower body. This revelation brought Bran Stark to Lind's mind. Willis's condition was strikingly similar to Bran's situation more than a decade later. Could the three-eyed crow want Willis as his successor? Lind wondered. The thought seemed far-fetched at first. House Tyrell followed the faith of the Seven, and while Highgarden retained some old gods' traditions, it was far removed from House Stark's connection to the old gods and the ancient Greenseer system. The notion of the three-eyed crow choosing a Tyrell as a successor seemed implausible. But on deeper reflection, Lind began to reconsider. Willis was no ordinary individual. He was considered the embodiment of Garth Greenhand and was known to possess an innate connection to nature, capable of influencing animals and plants much like a Greenseer. Before Bran Stark's birth, Willis could have been the most promising candidate as the three-eyed crow's heir. Perhaps the three-eyed crow had stumbled upon Willis by accident, drawn by the events surrounding the proposed marriage between the Reach and Dorne, a union that could alter the course of future events. Willis's latent potential might have then caught the crow's attention. Now, with Willis paralyzed, the marriage alliance with Dorne was nullified, and the course of events had been steered back on track. Simultaneously, the three-eyed crow gained a new heir candidate, achieving several goals at once. Pondering this, Lind decided to travel to Highgarden. He needed to confirm whether Willis had indeed been influenced by the three-eyed crow, as it could significantly impact his future plans. At the same time, he intended to inquire about his own long-delayed appointment. Nearly a year had passed with no word, and though he tried to remain patient, his frustration was mounting. Even if his appointment had changed, he wanted to know why. That day, Lind traveled light, carrying only glory, and set sail south to Highgarden once again. A few nights later, his ship docked discreetly at a small fisherman's wharf near the Rosebridge on the outskirts of Highgarden. Lind avoided the main wharf in the outer city to prevent drawing unnecessary attention. As Lind reached the main gate of Highgarden's outer wall, he planned to wait outside until dawn before entering. However, just as he neared the gate, it unexpectedly swung open from within. To his surprise, Vortimer emerged, briefly pausing when he saw Lind. Then, stepping forward, he said, "Lord Willis awaits you in the God's Wood. Let's go." Lind, though momentarily stunned, quickly composed himself and followed Vortimer through the outer city and into the inner city. They bypassed the Great September and the God's Wood, heading directly to the entrance of the Sacred Grove. Along the way, Lind attempted to ask Vortimer about Willis's condition, but Vortimer offered no answers, merely instructing him to follow. Stopping outside the God's Wood, Vortimer turned to Lind and said, "Go in alone. Lord Willis is waiting for you inside." Lind stepped into the God's Wood, glory by his side. As he crossed the threshold, he paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of gravity, before resuming his stride. Though he had not entered this God's Wood in person during his previous visit to Highgarden, he had sent Glory to explore it. Through their shared vision, he had experienced the extraordinary power within as if it were his own. Back then, Glory had attempted to consume the essence of Garth Greenhand's incarnation within the grove, but Lind had intervened to stop him. Now, Lind could sense that the extraordinary power once present in the God's Wood had weakened drastically. It was faint, far weaker than what he had encountered in the restricted areas of the God's Grace Mountains in Dorne. Such a significant decline in just 6 months was deeply unsettling. Lind soon arrived at the 3 heart trees planted by Garth Greenhand himself. The scene before him was strikingly different from the vibrant, red-leaf trees he had observed through Glory's vision half a year earlier. The leaves had all fallen, leaving only bare branches that exuded an eerie desolation. Through Glory's shared sight, Lind saw deeper into the grove's mysteries. The incarnation of Garth Greenhand, formed by the fusion of the 3 heart trees, had dwindled to a faint, fragile light, barely clinging to existence. The once robust energy of the grove now seemed as though a mere gust of wind could extinguish it. Beneath the heart tree sat Willis, dressed in casual clothing with a blanket covering his paralyzed legs. In the moonlight, he looked relatively well. Though his complexion remained pale from his recent illness, his calm demeanor suggested he had come to terms with his condition. His gaze was steady, betraying no trace of despair. Through Glory's vision, Lind discerned more. He observed how the faint green energy from the incarnation of Garth Greenhand no longer dispersed into the grove and Highgarden's surroundings. Instead, it flowed into Willis with every breath he took, only to be exhaled and returned to the heart trees, creating a closed cycle of energy between Willis and the grove. When Willis noticed Lind, he smiled faintly and said, "I saw you before your ship even docked. I thought about asking Lord Vortimer to meet you at the wharf, but he would have drawn too much attention. So, I asked him to wait at the outer gate instead. I didn't want you to have to linger outside for too long. Lord Willis, you saw me?" Lind asked, suspicious of how Willis could have observed him from such a distance. "No, not me, he did," Willis replied, gesturing toward an eagle perched on a branch of the hard tree. A skin changer, Lind thought immediately, voicing his assumption aloud. Willis shook his head, seemingly unbothered by the speculation. "Not a skin changer," he clarified. "Just a little trick, borrowing the eyes of an animal." Lind chose not to pursue the matter of Willis's extraordinary abilities further and instead got to the point. "I received the letter from Highgarden. Its content was vague. It mentioned your injury, your paralysis, and the cancellation of the marriage alliance. I couldn't make sense of what had happened, so I came to learn the details myself." Willis smiled slightly, his calm expression unshaken. "Don't worry. I'm fine. Everything is fine. There's no need to fear for the plans I discussed with you before. In fact, the outcome of that matter should be known within the next 2 days. Perhaps your letter of appointment is already waiting for you in Tumbleton by the time you return." Lind frowned slightly, still skeptical. "Will that matter still proceed? Without the alliance with Highgarden, is it even necessary to increase manpower and build a fortress on the southern bank of the Blackwater Rush?" Willis turned his head northward, his tone growing somber. "No, the fortress is not only for the kingdoms to the north. It is for the enemies even further north." Chapter 103, The Marvelous Journey of Willis. Although Willis did not say so explicitly, Lind could sense that the enemy he referred to further north was the White Walkers. Lind was certain that, just half a year ago, Willis had no knowledge of the White Walkers' existence. Yet now, armed with this new awareness, Willis was resolutely pursuing his original plan to construct a fortress at the strategically critical Blackwater Rush. It was clear to Lind that Willis was deeply unnerved by the ominous threat the White Walkers posed. Pondering this, Lind quickly formulated a plan, one that had proven effective in his dealings with Varys in the past. With his thoughts organized, he asked in a serious tone, "Are the enemies you mentioned further north of the wall?" Willis turned to Lind in shock, his eyes brimming with questions. "You should know," Lind began with a grave expression, "that after I ventured into the forest to hunt a bear to avenge my father, I was gravely injured. While I lay near death, I experienced something extraordinary. I found myself soaring through the air, heading north. I flew beyond the Great Wall, over the land of always winter, and past the wildling settlements. I kept flying until I reached a desolate place, devoid of human presence. And there, I saw their skin as pale as the moon, their eyes like blue stars, and their presence colder than ice, the White Walkers," Willis finished, reciting the chilling description of the mythical creatures that had haunted children's bedtime stories for generations. "It seems you've truly seen them," Lind said, fixing Willis with a somber gaze. "Now, can you tell me what really happened?" Perhaps it was the weight of the secret he had been carrying, the rightness of the moment, or the connection he felt with Lind, someone who seemed capable of understanding, that led Willis to speak. After a moment of hesitation, he began to recount his experiences from the past 6 months. Since Lind had left Highgarden half a year ago, Willis had been plagued by dreams. In these dreams, he would find himself inhabiting the bodies of animals roaming the grounds of Highgarden Castle. At first, he had no control over them. Yet, with time and repeated experiences, he began to master the ability, directing their movements and actions as he wished. Through these creatures, Willis had overheard many secrets. He learned, for instance, from a conversation between Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne, that Sunspear's attitude towards the marriage alliance was merely a facade. Dorne had never abandoned its deep-seated desire for vengeance against the Iron Throne and the Westerlands. He also discovered that his grandmother, Olenna Redwine, the sharp-witted Queen of Thorns, was fully aware of Dorne's intentions, which explained her calculated delays in finalizing the marriage negotiations. This newfound power intoxicated Willis. Each day, he looked forward to slipping into his dreams, eager to uncover more hidden truths. But one night, when he possessed a cat wandering near the Godswood, everything changed. He was abruptly torn from the cat's body by an overwhelming force and found himself merging with the 3 heart trees within the Godswood. What he witnessed there was nothing short of astonishing. A massive figure, reminiscent of Garth Greenhand, the legendary progenitor of House Tyrell, was locked in fierce combat with a giant crow that bore 3 blood-red eyes. The battle was unlike anything Willis had ever imagined, but he never saw its conclusion. The sheer force of their struggle sent shockwaves that reverberated through him, leaving him with the searing sensation of his body being ripped apart. He awoke from the vision in agony. From that moment on, every time Willis fell asleep, he was drawn back to the God's Wood, where he would once again become a heart tree and witness the endless battle between the giant and the crow. Even the extreme cold sweeping across Westeros, reaching as far south as Highgarden, did nothing to halt their clash. The perpetual battle haunted him, and the pain it caused began to dominate his life. Sleep became a source of dread. Were it not for Arianne's companionship during this harrowing time, Willis doubted he could have endured the torment. Her presence was a lifeline, though even she could not fully understand the weight of what he had seen and felt. Fortunately, this harrowing ordeal lasted about 3 months and ended just before the extreme cold disaster began to dissipate. Since then, Willis had neither possessed any small animals nor transformed into a tree again. However, not long ago, while traveling with Arianne, he had an unsettling experience. A massive crow appeared to him, attacking without warning, and he fainted. Arianne, unable to see the crow, only witnessed him falling off his horse and being caught in the stirrup, dragged a considerable distance before the situation was brought under control. During the unconsciousness that followed, Willis found himself transforming into a three-eyed crow, soaring northward. As he flew, the sights below were strange and vivid. He passed over Tumbleton, catching a glimpse of Lynn training with Nymeria to tame the king of wild horses. Moving further north, he flew over Harrenhal, where the ghost of a man burned alive by dragon fire screamed in endless torment. Crossing the neck, he saw remnants of the Greenseer's ancient sacrifices. When he reached Winterfell, he saw a figure with countless faces staring into a room where a pregnant woman sat quietly, knitting clothes for her unborn child. As he flew past the wall, he saw the Night's Watch standing atop its towering heights, their gaze fixed upon the land of always winter. Beyond the wall, in the uninhabitable northern reaches, he encountered an army of the dead, countless in number, commanded by the White Walkers. In the midst of this spectral army, a striking figure emerged, a woman of extraordinary beauty with pale skin and blue eyes, bearing the features of a White Walker yet resembling a human in her demeanor. She carried an ice spear and hurled it at him with terrifying speed. The ice spear impaled the three-eyed crow, his transformed self, through the abdomen. Startled, he woke from the vision, only to discover a wound on his back at the precise location where the spear had struck. This injury left his lower body paralyzed. The maesters of Highgarden attributed the wound to his fall from the horse, failing to detect its deeper, supernatural origin. But Willis knew the truth, it was the White Walker woman's spear that had caused it. When he awoke, he learned that all the leaves on the 3 heart trees in the God's Wood had fallen simultaneously. This peculiar event gave rise to rumors in Highgarden that the heart trees had blessed him, aiding in his survival and partial recovery. Willis did not deny these claims, believing there might be some truth to them. In the moment of his near death, he had glimpsed a blurry vision of Garth Greenhand holding him and carrying him away from the north. Since then, Willis often visited the 3 heart trees in the God's Wood. It was the one place where he could find solace, temporarily freeing himself from the haunting visions of the endless ice and calming his troubled mind. As Lind quietly listened to Willis recount his experiences, he was deeply shaken. Though no conclusive evidence existed, he felt increasingly certain that the extreme cold disaster was directly linked to the conflict between the three-eyed crow and Garth Greenhand over Willis. Lind considered the implications carefully. The White Walkers' most devastating power was not merely their ability to control whites, but the extreme cold that accompanied them. This cold was both their strength and the very environment they required to survive. In every ancient legend, the arrival of the White Walkers was invariably associated with the onset of severe, unnatural winters. Lind surmised that one of the primary roles of the three-eyed crow in the land of always winter was likely to prevent the extreme cold from advancing southward. Should the cold extend across Westeros, the White Walkers would find a habitable climate and inevitably descend upon the southern lands. The conflict between the three-eyed crow and Garth Greenhand within the Reach had likely weakened the former's ability to maintain control over the climate in the land of always winter. This disturbance might have directly caused the 3-month cold snap that swept across the continent. Fortunately, the three-eyed crow had regained control before the situation could spiral further. Otherwise, the White Walkers' invasion, which occurred a decade later, might have happened far earlier. Lind also reflected that the three-eyed crow was likely still recovering from its injuries, and over the next couple of years, until it fully healed, there might be recurring bouts of extreme cold similar to what had recently been experienced. This realization spurred him to consider the need for greater preparation, stockpiling food and supplies to endure any future calamities. After listening to Willis's account, Lind found himself harboring some doubts. According to his own knowledge, the leader of the White Walkers had always been the Night King, the source of their power. When the Night King perished, so too did the entire legion of White Walkers. Yet Willis described a female White Walker, one who bore the appearance of a normal human rather than the gaunt, desiccated visage typical of the White Walkers. This discrepancy puzzled Lind, though he chose not to press the issue for now. Instead, Lind returned to his plan and asked, "You have now seen the truth of this world. What are you going to do?" Willis's face betrayed a flicker of confusion. He remained silent for a moment before responding, not by answering Lind's question, but by asking, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Lind's reply was steady and resolute. "Train an army, elevate my status, influence more lords and nobles, and make myself stronger and stronger, accumulating enough strength to wait for the final moment to arrive." Willis studied Lind for a moment before asking, "Aren't you afraid?" Lind smiled faintly. "Why be afraid? The worst that can happen is death, and I've died before." Willis regarded him with a subtle shift in expression, his confusion gradually giving way to clarity. After a moment, he nodded. "Indeed, the worst that can happen is death, and I've died before." He looked directly at Lind and said, "Sir Lind, I'm very glad you were able to make this trip." Lind inclined his head in a slight bow. "It is an honor to be able to help you." Their conversation then turned to the pressing issue of preventing the White Walkers from advancing southward from the land of always winter. Lind, for the moment, had no definitive solution but suggested bolstering the numbers of the Night's Watch at the wall. He proposed sending as many prisoners as possible to serve as Night's Watchmen, reinforcing the defenses of the wall. Willis found the suggestion practical. While he had limited options at present, he could at least ensure that a significant number of prisoners were dispatched to the wall to strengthen its ranks. Throughout their discussion, Lind tactfully avoided mentioning Princess Ariane. It was apparent to him that Willis's feelings toward her had shifted drastically. Before his coma, Willis had been deeply invested in the marriage alliance with Ariane, but now, his indifference was palpable. Lind surmised that something profound had occurred during Willis's unconscious state, altering his perspective entirely. It was not difficult to deduce what might have happened. Lind reflected on how romantic entanglements often followed predictable patterns. Princess Ariane, with her outgoing and spirited nature, had initially captivated Willis. Like many women from Dorne, she was bold and passionate, traits that Willis had once found alluring. Yet, over time, he would have realized that such a personality might not align with the expectations of the Lady of Highgarden. Lind suspected that Willis could not accept the idea of his wife maintaining numerous lovers, an aspect he might have overlooked in the beginning. With this in mind, Lind deliberately refrained from broaching the subject of the marriage alliance with Dorne. From start to finish, he never posed a single question about it, knowing it was no longer a priority for Willis. After speaking with Willis for a while, Lind rose to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Willis called out to him, suddenly asking, "Sir Lind, the reason I can see the truth of the world is because of my ancestor Garth Greenhand. And you? Who is the reason you can see the truth of the world?" "Lord Willis, this answer has actually been made public, but no one will ever believe it," Lind replied with a slight smile. With that, he walked out of the God's Wood. Willis watched him leave, his expression shifting from confusion to sudden understanding. Turning his gaze, he looked at the seven-pointed star emblem atop the Great September in the distance. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand in the September salute to the seven. Having learned all he needed about Willis's circumstances, Lind wasted no time lingering in Highgarden. He made his way back to the Rose Bridge pier where his boat was docked, setting sail that very night to return to Tumbleton. A few days later, upon reaching Tumbleton, Lind discovered that an appointment letter from Highgarden had already arrived by Raven 2 days earlier. The letter confirmed what Willis had mentioned during their conversation. Lind had been granted leadership over the Reach's efforts to suppress banditry and was authorized to recruit up to 10,000 soldiers. The only unexpected detail was the financial arrangement. Highgarden would cover half of the military expenses, provided the troop count remained within the 10,000 limit. This change had undoubtedly been influenced by Willis's intervention. The real value of this arrangement lay in its permanence. As long as Lind retained the title of commander of the anti-bandit forces in the Reach, Highgarden's promise to share the military costs would remain valid. Though Lind currently had the resources to recruit and maintain 10,000 troops, such an expense would be unsustainable in the long term. Only once he established his own territory and developed it sufficiently could he maintain a standing army of that size. For now, Lind decided to cap his forces at 2,000 soldiers, including 1,000 infantry. Warhorses were prohibitively expensive, not only to purchase but also to maintain, making it impractical to rely heavily on cavalry at this stage. With his appointment confirmed, Lind began leading patrols to eradicate the bandits, wildling tribes, and mountain villages within Tumbleton's boundaries. Having received assurance from Willis that he would eventually be granted a territory, there was no longer any need to keep enemies alive for the sake of bolstering his forces. He swiftly dealt with the threats in the area, focusing his attention on aiding Nymeria in developing Tumbleton, constructing the Blackwater Rush Fortress, and training his troops. The wildling tribes and mountain villages, whose locations and vulnerabilities Lind had already assessed, offered little resistance to his sudden, decisive strikes. Those captured were integrated into Tumbleton as subjects and mixed with refugees from other regions. They were then settled in the large, sparsely populated lands on the west bank of the Mander River, quickly filling the population gap in the previously underutilized area. With the immediate threats eliminated and the population bolstered, Lind could now direct his full efforts toward fortifying Tumbleton's infrastructure and laying the groundwork for a thriving, self-sufficient region. Chapter 104, Union. After clearing the last mountain tribe village around Tumbleton, Lind returned to Tumbleton to rest. A few days later, he headed to the area east of the Rose Road, stretching as far as the Blueburn River, determined to spend several months eliminating the bandits and hill tribes still roaming the region. With the wildling tribes, mountain tribes, and bandits within Tumbleton's territory finally eradicated, the task of clearing bandits from the area north of Bitterbridge would be complete once the lands east of the Rose Road were secured. "Who is she?" Lind asked in the fortress stable. He had just removed the saddle from his mount, Eben, and was about to brush its mane when Nymeria entered, accompanied by a young child. "Her name is Brienne. She's the daughter of Lord Selwyn Tarth of Evenfall." Nymeria gently patted the back of the timid little girl, encouraging her to step forward. Lind froze momentarily at the introduction, his gaze settling on the small figure before him. In his previous life, Lind had enjoyed many characters from the world of ice and fire through books and dramas, Tyrion the Imp, Robb the Young Wolf, and Ygritte the Kissed by Fire among them. Yet, he had seldom liked any character completely, as most had traits he found disagreeable to some degree. Only two characters had earned his unreserved admiration, Dolorous Ed of the Night's Watch and Brienne the Beauty. He admired Dolorous Ed for being a rare source of humor in the frozen, unforgiving north, his sharp wit making the cold a little more bearable. Brienne, however, held a different kind of appeal. In a world where the values of knighthood had crumbled and people increasingly pursued the basest instincts, she stood as a beacon of the knightly spirit, one of honor, dignity, and unwavering principle. The light Brienne exuded was one that could illuminate even the darkest corners of the human heart. Now, standing before a young Brienne, Lind felt a surge of emotion. He approached her slowly, crouching to her level to study the timid girl trying hard to appear composed. Brienne wasn't as unpleasant-looking as described in the books. Though her features leaned toward masculinity, they weren't unattractive. She had the look of an ordinary girl, perhaps because her nose had not yet been broken and her teeth remained intact. Her blue eyes, however, were exactly as described, innocent, direct, and untainted by the world. "I am Lind Taryn." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Brienne of Tarth," Lind said, extending his hand toward the young girl. Perhaps sensing Lind's goodwill, Brienne reached out hesitantly, shaking his hand before replying, "Hello, Sir Lind. I am Brienne of Tarth." Lind smiled warmly and then straightened, turning to Nymeria. "Why is she here?" he asked. Nymeria explained, "Lord Tarth has a close relationship with my mother and has helped me in the past. This time, he sent Brienne to me so she could become my squire and learn from me." "That's a good thing," Lind said, nodding in approval. Nymeria shook her head slightly. "However, I can't make Brienne my squire, so I brought her to you to ask if you would take her as yours." Lind froze at the unexpected suggestion. His expression grew skeptical as he asked, "Why don't you take her yourself?" "You forget, I'm not a knight," Nymeria replied with a small shake of her head. Her gaze shifted to Brienne, who stood quietly by her side. She wants to become a knight, something I cannot grant her. Lind hesitated, his face showing a hint of discomfort. She's a girl. It might be a bit inappropriate for her to be my squire. Why don't you handle her training, and when you think she's ready, I'll knight her. Before Nymeria could respond, Brienne stepped forward. Her timid demeanor gave way to determination as she gathered her courage and spoke clearly. Master Goodwin once said that the only way to become a true knight is to follow a real knight. Sir Lind, you are the chosen warrior of the Starry September, known as the model of a knight in this world. I want to follow you and learn how to become a true knight. Nymeria smiled at Brienne's boldness, her admiration clear. She turned to Lind and asked, "What do you think, Lord Chosen One?" Lind was silent for a moment, weighing the situation. Finally, he handed the brush in his hand to Brienne and said, "If you can clean Eben today, I'll take you as my squire." Brienne's eyes lit up at his words. She quickly took the brush, her enthusiasm evident. However, Nymeria frowned, gently holding Brienne back before she could approach the large, imposing horse. It's dangerous to let her near Eben. Its temper is volatile, and I'm afraid it might hurt her. Eben, smaller than the other Mount Moonmaid, was known for his unpredictable temperament. While Moonshine had grown calm enough to allow stable boys to care for him, Eben refused to let anyone but Lind approach. The horse was quick to kick and bite, and more than one stable boy had been injured trying to handle him. "Don't worry, I'll be watching," Lind reassured Brienne. He pointed to the stable's rafters and added, "Besides, Glory is here keeping an eye on things too. You don't need to worry." High in the shadows of the rafters lounged Glory, a massive creature whose form blended seamlessly into the darkness. Its tail swung lazily, almost imperceptibly. Glory's ability to meld with shadows had become so refined that it could vanish entirely, its presence undetectable unless someone looked very carefully. Nymeria squinted at the rafters, trying to spot Glory. Despite Lind's assurance, she saw nothing. Still, she trusted his word and released Brienne's hand. Brienne eagerly approached Eben but quickly realized she was too small to reach the tall horse. Even though she was taller than most children her age, Eben's large frame dwarfed her. Thinking quickly, she searched the stable and found a few stools. After stacking them into a makeshift platform, she climbed up and attempted to brush Eben's mane. The moment Brienne's small hand reached for it, Eben snorted angrily. It stepped sideways, its powerful body knocking over the stools and sending Brienne tumbling to the ground. Nymeria couldn't suppress a small smile at Brienne's disheveled appearance. Undeterred, Brienne got back up, brushed herself off, and began stacking the stools again. She climbed back up and made another attempt to brush Eben, only to be knocked down once more. The scene repeated itself, with Brienne falling and rising again, each time more determined than the last. The stubborn girl and the equally stubborn horse seemed locked in a silent contest of wills, neither willing to back down. Seeing that Brienne wasn't in any real danger, Nymeria exchanged a glance with Lind. Without a word, the two of them left the stable together, leaving the girl and the horse to settle things on their own terms. "I'm going to settle the mountain tribes you brought back this time in Redleaf Village. What do you think?" Nymeria asked Lind as they strolled along the path. "Didn't Redleaf Village settle some wildling tribes before?" Lind inquired, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Nymeria nodded. "Those wildling tribes are a bit unruly. Settling these tribes there will cause minor friction, and I'll have an excuse to intervene." Hearing this, Lind glanced at her and chuckled. "You've already begun to think like a lord. This is a must. I can't always rely on you to make decisions." Nymeria replied, her voice carrying a trace of complaint. "You can't stay here forever." Lind gave a wry smile but chose not to respond. Nymeria sighed softly and then asked, "How long can you stay here?" "It could be a year or two," Lind replied, his tone measured, "or it could be less. It depends on what Highgarden thinks." Deep down, Lind knew very well that his time in Tumbleton would not stretch to a year or two. He was likely to leave sooner, probably as soon as the Blackwater Rush Fortress was completed. Willis had made it clear that he wanted the pace of Lind's efforts accelerated. Though Willis Tyrell had not become the three-eyed crow, the influence of that experience had lingered, shaping his priorities. Defending against the White Walkers had become his foremost concern. In recent months, under Lind's advice, prisoners from all across the Reach had been sent to the Wall to serve as members of the Night's Watch, provided their crimes were not trivial. The total number sent exceeded 1,000, creating ripples across the region. Sending prisoners to the Wall to serve as Night's Watchmen was not unprecedented, but it was rarely practiced on this scale. Most lords preferred to handle prisoners within their own territories, only sending a handful of death row inmates northward. Consequently, the Night's Watch often struggled to find enough recruits, even after sending recruiters south. A recruitment drive yielding 20 or 30 prisoners was typically considered a success. The sudden influx of over 1,000 prisoners from the Reach had shocked other lords. This dramatic move caused quite a stir, with many feeling that Willis had gone too far. Rumors began circulating, suggesting that Willis's paralysis had affected his judgment, casting doubts on his suitability as Highgarden's heir. However, the criticism soon subsided. As the prisoners were sent to the Wall, the security in the Reach's territories improved significantly. Even drunken brawls became rare. This led many to mistakenly believe that Willis's actions were intended to maintain order in the Reach rather than preparing for a greater threat. In the end, the matter was resolved favorably. Willis's reputation emerged unscathed, even bolstered in the eyes of many. Yet, his grandmother, the Queen of Thorns, and his father, Lord Mace, grew concerned about his state of mind and health. To alleviate their worries, they restricted some of his powers and encouraged him to rest in Highgarden. With his abilities constrained, Willis had turned his hopes for bolstering resistance against the White Walkers toward Lind. Recently, he had written 2 letters, dispatched with special envoys, urging Lind to hasten the task of suppressing the bandits and completing his work in Tumbleton. The tone of Willis's letters seemed calm, but Lind could sense the anxiety beneath the surface. He felt that even if he stayed in Tumbleton and did nothing more, Willis might still announce at the right time that the task of suppressing the bandits had been successfully completed. He would likely then hand over the enclave in the Sea of Dorne to Lind without hesitation. If other knights were aware that someone was so eager to give away territory, they would undoubtedly be consumed with jealousy toward Lind. As Lind gazed across the Mander River at Tumbleton, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the progress made. When he first arrived, Tumbleton had been nothing more than a small village. Now, just 1 year later, it had developed into a burgeoning city. If the location were more suited to his long-term plans, he might have considered staying. Lind let out a soft sigh. When I leave, I will leave Wenda the White Fawn here. With the 300 rangers under her command and the garrison at your disposal, she should be able to handle most dangers. Nymeria nodded, neither objecting nor offering further comment. Then, with her face suddenly flushed, she said in an abrupt tone, I'm already 20 years old. That's the age when my mother got pregnant with me. Lind was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at Nymeria, his expression thoughtful. After a pause, he said, my bed isn't very comfortable. How is the bed over there? Nymeria initially didn't understand Lind's words. Disappointment flickered across her face, but she quickly realized his meaning. Her expression brightened as she hastily replied, my bed was carefully crafted by the craftsmen of King's Landing. It is covered with a thick goosedown quilt and is very comfortable to sleep on. Taking Nymeria's hand, Lind smiled. That's good. I'll be sleeping at your place for a while. For the knight officials of Tumbleton and the officers of Lind's cavalry patrols, the union of Lind and Nymeria was a development they had long been hoping to see. Over the past year, they had repeatedly created opportunities for the two to grow closer, yet neither had shown much enthusiasm for the other. Were it anyone else, they might already have children by now. Scar-eyed Mitt, in particular, had grown impatient. He began concocting bad ideas, even suggesting that Melora, who was skilled in poisons and potions, prepare some kind of aphrodisiac for either Lind or Nymeria. Melora's response, however, left Scar-eyed Mitt regretting his suggestion as he spent the entire day suffering from uncontrollable stomach issues. When word spread from a maid that Lind had been seen entering Nymeria's castle room at night, it brought a sense of relief and satisfaction among the knight officials, as though a long-awaited wish had finally been granted. The only exception was Melora, whose expression turned noticeably sour. Those with sharp instincts knew to avoid her for the time being. Some of Nymeria's newer subordinates expressed concern over the situation, given that Lind and Nymeria were not married. If the relationship resulted in offspring, the children would be considered bastards, a status that carried a significant stigma in Westeros. For Nymeria's older and more loyal subordinates, however, this was not seen as a major issue. After all, Nymeria herself was technically a bastard. When she was born, her mother had given her the Footly surname, and Nymeria had not faced outward difficulties because of her illegitimate status. At least, not publicly. Chapter 105, The Summons. The next morning, Lind woke up as usual, glancing at Nymeria beside him before gently moving his hand away from her. "Who is it?" Nymeria's sharp voice cut through the quiet as she stirred awake, startled by the slight movement. Having grown used to sleeping alone, her instincts kicked in, and she reflexively swiped her hand toward Lind. When he caught her hand, her eyes widened in realization. Seeing him next to her and noting the subtle, unfamiliar sensations of her body, her cheeks flushed a deep red. Mortified, she buried her face under the pillow. Lind leaned down and kissed her gently. "You rest a little longer. I'll go check on the little one in the stable." "No, I'll go with you," Nymeria protested, shaking her head as she sat up. Without further argument, Lind nodded, and the two rose from the bed. Nymeria shook the bed bell, summoning the maid to assist them with dressing. Afterward, they each equipped their weapons, placed strategically beside the bed. Though they rarely wore armor in Tumbleton, neither ever left their quarters unarmed. In such an unpredictable place, they knew the next moment could bring a deadly threat. As they stepped out of the castle, they encountered several knights and officials under their command. Most greeted them with smiles that carried a hint of teasing, though those expressions faded into formality as they noticed Lind and Nymeria's slight frowns. Upon reaching the stables, they found Lothos standing at the entrance with a few men, engaged in hushed conversation. "What's going on?" Lind asked as he approached. Lothos turned, his demeanor immediately respectful. "My lord, is that young one in the stable your new stable hand?" "Truly impressive." Lind and Nymeria exchanged a glance before shifting their attention toward the stable. Inside, Brienne, her face mottled with bruises, stood on a horse stool, diligently cleaning Ebon's glossy black fur. Despite the previous tension, Ebon stood remarkably still, tolerating her proximity without aggression. Clearly, much had transpired during the night. "That's enough for now," Lind said evenly as he entered the stable. Brienne turned to look at him but didn't pause her work, continuing to meticulously brush every inch of Ebon's coat. Her stubborn persistence was evident in every stroke. Ebon, on the other hand, seemed less patient. The stallion snorted occasionally, pawing at the ground in irritation. Yet, he refrained from any outright hostility, even when Brienne leaned against him for balance. Instead, he merely shifted a few steps away. Although Brienne likely couldn't explain how she had managed it, Lind could see that Ebon no longer resented her presence. Despite his lingering unease, the horse had come to tolerate her closeness. After thoroughly brushing Ebon's fur, Brienne climbed down from the horse stool, her expression weary. She approached Lind and said, "I have brushed your horse, my lord." Lind looked at her sternly. "From today onwards, you will look after Ebon. You will also polish my armor. Additionally, you'll study with Maester Eve daily. In the evenings, I will train you in swordsmanship. My training is very strict. If you fail to meet my requirements, I will continue training you until you succeed. Do you understand, Brienne?" "Yes, my lord," Brienne replied firmly, her voice loud and resolute. "Very well. Now you can go and rest. Everything begins tomorrow." Lind turned to Lothier, issuing further orders. "Lothier, take Brienne to the fortress and arrange for her to stay in the room next to mine. Also, prepare suitable clothes, leather armor, and weapons for her." "Yes, my lord." Lothier nodded, then gestured for Brienne to follow. "Come here, little one." Brienne straightened up as she walked toward him. "My name is Brienne, my lord." "Very well, Brienne," Lothier said with a small smile before leading her out of the stable and toward the fortress. For the next 4 days, Lind stayed in Nymeria's room, his presence a steady reassurance. Afterward, he led his forces east of the Rose Road to root out the bandits, wildling tribes, and mountain clans plaguing the area. Brienne accompanied him on the campaign. The operation proceeded with remarkable ease. The bandits and tribes offered no resistance as Lind's forces advanced. Many fled deeper into the Kingswood or the Red Mountains upon hearing of their approach. Others surrendered outright, their spirit already broken by the reputation Lind had established during his earlier campaigns west of the Rose Road. Even Lind was surprised by the lack of opposition. His earlier operations had left an unexpectedly deep impact. With just over 1,000 men, he had swept through the lands west of the Rose Road, subjugating thousands of villagers, eradicating over a dozen bandit groups, and compelling the surrender of unruly wildling tribes. Tens of thousands of people had been integrated into Tumbleton's holdings, and the shockwave of his success rippled far and wide. Bandits, mountain clans, and even the garrisons of neighboring lords now feared Lind's forces. In just 1 month, Lind had achieved what would ordinarily have taken several months. 7 mountain villages and 2 wildling tribes had been brought under Tumbleton's control, while 11 bandit groups had been eliminated. His success had effectively completed the bandit suppression mission assigned to him by Lord Mace Tyrell. Now, it was only a matter of waiting for his reward. Previously, some might have attempted to undermine Lind's accomplishments. As a knight without a powerful family to support him, he had once been an easy target for opportunists. However, no one dared such machinations anymore. Lind now had the backing of Willis Tyrell, heir to Highgarden, as well as the faith of the Seven. For the faith, and especially the most devout Septon of the Starry September, Lind's military achievements solidified his reputation as the chosen warrior of the gods. His victories were not just personal successes but triumphs that furthered the faith's influence. After returning to Tumbleton, Lind resumed his usual routine. He made no effort to send messengers to Highgarden to report on his success against the bandits. Instead, he focused on maintaining the readiness of his army, inspecting the construction progress of the Blackwater Rush Fortress, and dedicating time to training Brienne and Daisy in practical combat skills. Lind initially focused solely on training Brienne, but Daisy, upon observing the sessions, expressed her desire to be trained as well. Lind saw no harm in including her and agreed without hesitation. Brienne, as Lind quickly realized, had undergone rigorous training in swordsmanship before. Her technique was solid, leaving little room for correction. What she lacked, however, was refinement in her movement and pacing during combat. To address this, Lind incorporated advanced offensive techniques from the Peacekeepers and introduced them to Brienne. To further enhance her practical skills, Lind enlisted Balin and Lothier as sparring partners, ensuring Brienne faced a variety of combat styles during her training. Daisy, on the other hand, didn't need instruction in swordsmanship or combat fundamentals. As a member of House Mormont, renowned for their prowess on the battlefield, Daisy already excelled in such areas. From Gior Mormont, the Old Bear, to Yura Mormont, the Ser Bezor, and now Daisy herself, the Mormonts of Bear Island were formidable warriors. Lind's analysis of Daisy revealed 2 key weaknesses: a lack of combat experience against powerful foes and a need for familiarity with fighting outnumbered. To address these, Lind paired Daisy with Wenda the White Fawn and Nymeria as sparring partners. He observed from the sidelines, pointing out her mistakes during their matches and helping her refine her techniques. Over 2 weeks passed in this manner. One morning, Lind instructed Brienne to prepare her armor and saddle Eben. He planned to take Nymeria and a small contingent of men to patrol the surrounding area and resolve minor disputes among the newly settled villages near Tumbleton. This time, only the 3rd and 4th Cavalry patrols will accompany us. The rest will remain in town, Lind said as he fastened his armor, addressing his assembled men. Yes, my lord, Balin and Lothier replied in unison. Nymeria turned to one of the garrison knights. Ser Quen, you'll come with me and bring 100 men. Yes, my lady, the knight acknowledged with a respectful nod. Brienne, standing nearby, handed Lind his sword and asked, and me? You'll come too, Lind answered, noticing the eagerness in her expression. Yes, my lord, Brienne said, her excitement evident as she took a deep breath to steady herself. However, her joy was short-lived. Just as the group was preparing to depart, Maester Eve approached hurriedly, carrying 2 letters. He handed one to Nymeria and the other to Lind. Lind and Nymeria exchanged a brief glance before breaking the wax seals and reading the contents of their respective letters. Balon Greyjoy has declared himself king, and the Iron Islands have rebelled. Nymeria exclaimed. Her voice carried an undercurrent of alarm, and the surrounding men turned toward her in shock. Lind, however, remained composed. He had anticipated this rebellion and was well prepared for it. What did surprise him, though, was the scale of the rebellion's impact. The letter detailed the widespread destruction wrought by the Ironborn. Lind recalled that during the original Ironborn Rebellion, Lannisport had been attacked, with the Lannister fleet burned at the docks. However, this time, the devastation extended far beyond what he remembered. Not only had Lannisport been destroyed and the Lannister fleet obliterated, but Faircastle had also been entirely taken over by the Ironborn. All members of House Farman, except for Jane Farman, who had fled to Casterly Rock, were killed. The Crag and Bane Fort had also fallen victim to brutal attacks, with both castles sacked. Although the lords of these regions had managed to escape via hidden passages, they were now in no position to mount a counterattack and had taken refuge in Ashmark. The Riverlands had not been spared either. Seagard, a vital stronghold, was under siege by a significant Ironborn force. The rebellion had escalated into a crisis far greater than Lind had expected, and its repercussions would undoubtedly reshape the region. Seagard, under normal circumstances, possessed the strength to repel the Ironborn or at least hold its defenses against a prolonged siege. However, the timing of the attack coincided with a dire situation. The Lord of Seagard had fallen seriously ill during the recent cold disaster and had yet to recover fully. His illness lingered, flaring up repeatedly, leaving him too weak and disoriented to effectively command the garrison. With the Lord incapacitated, his son, Patrek Maulister, struggled to maintain the castle's defenses. Though he managed to hold the walls, it was clear that Seagard was in no position to counter the Ironborn's relentless assault. Desperate for support, they sent a plea for assistance to the Iron Throne. The letters Lind and Nymeria received painted a grim picture of the Ironborn's unchecked dominance along the western coast of Westeros. Their raids struck wherever they chose, spreading fear and destruction across the region. The letters also conveyed urgent orders from King Robert, summoning all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to rally their armies and assemble at King's Landing without delay. Accompanying the royal summons were directives from House Tyrell addressed to Lind and Nymeria, instructing them to organize their forces and march immediately to King's Landing. "How many people are we taking?" Nymeria asked, passing her letter to a subordinate as she turned to Lind. Lind considered the question briefly before responding. "I'm taking everyone. As for you, take 1,000. With the decision made, preparations began. Despite Lind's statement that he would bring all his forces, he left Lothiers and Wenda the White Fawns groups behind to secure Tumbleton. As they organized their troops for the march, a raven arrived from Willis Tyrell, bearing a letter detailing Highgarden's support plans. The letter outlined the deployment of supporting forces from the Reach, with Lind and Nymeria designated as the vanguard to arrive in King's Landing ahead of the main forces, which would follow in 10 days. Interestingly, House Tyrell would not be leading the army in person. Instead, the command had been entrusted to Randall Tarley. The supporting houses included House Rowan, House Crane, House Fossaway of Ciderhall, House Hightower, and House Redwine. Of particular note, House Hightower and House Redwine would provide naval support for the Western Territories, while the other houses' troops would gather in Highgarden before marching as a unified force to King's Landing. The letter also mentioned familiar names among the support team. Joel Flowers, representing House Crane, and Mathis Rowan, whom Lind had met previously at Golden Grove Castle, were included in the contingent. At the end of the letter, Willis shared a significant political development: Dorne would not be responding to the Iron Throne's call for aid. For Dorne, the suffering of the Westerlands was a favorable outcome, aligning with their interests. This refusal underscored the tenuous unity among the Seven Kingdoms. Willis concluded the letter with a personal note to Lind, advising him not to expend unnecessary effort on this conflict. He assured Lind that, once the rebellion was quelled, Highgarden would publicly acknowledge his completion of the bandit suppression task and grant him his reward. He also stated that Lind would then travel to Highgarden to receive his formal investiture. The wording of this last section gave Lind pause. Willis had used the term conferring, typically reserved for conferring a noble title upon a commoner. If the reward was merely land and a knighthood, this phrasing would not have been necessary. Could it be that I'm not just being granted land, but also being ennobled? Lind speculated, the thought filling him with excitement. The more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. This realization kept Lind's spirits high throughout the preparations, his enthusiasm so evident that it left Nymeria puzzled by his unusual demeanor as the procession began its journey. Chapter 106, The Small Council. Lind felt as if he had returned to the tournament upon arriving in King's Landing once more. Outside the castle, camp sprawled in every direction, with banners of local lords and nobles fluttering in the wind. Soldiers clad in various armaments moved through the encampments, their presence a visual declaration of the realm's divided loyalties. House Estermont of Greenstone, House Selmy of Harvest Hall, House Wild of Rain House. Daisy scanned the banners rippling in the breeze, her tone revealing her growing awareness. They're all lords of the Stormlands. None of the closer crownlands have sent anyone. What are they up to? I don't think they didn't want send anyone. I think they just couldn't, John remarked, standing nearby as his gaze drifted over the camps. His voice dropped to a whisper. Rumors spread during the Cold Calamity, and King Robert couldn't catch the rumormongers. All he could do was shift the blame onto the Crownlands nobles, the most loyal supporters of the Targaryens in the past. Now, those lords have been so weakened they're no better than ordinary nobles. How could they possibly send troops in response to the king's call? Hearing their exchange, Lyn turned sharply, his stern voice cutting through the air. Shut up, all of you. Don't discuss these irrelevant matters. We're here to fight a war, not gossip. Daisy and John immediately shrank back, silenced by the rebuke. They exchanged uneasy glances but said no more. The silence of Lyn's army was its hallmark. Unlike the troops in other camps, who filled their marches and evenings with constant chatter, Lyn's soldiers rarely spoke, immersing themselves entirely in their duties. This pervasive silence lent an almost tangible aura of power to the force, an unseen weight that instilled an inexplicable fear in those who encountered them. Before reaching King's Landing, this disciplined army of thousands had already drawn widespread attention. As they approached, curious onlookers struggled to identify the swallowtail banners carried by the horsemen, the unfamiliar sword emblem a mystery to most. Yet, the sight of two towering battle horses clad in full leather armor and the massive Shadowcat beast walking alongside them soon dispelled any doubt about the identity of the approaching force. Since that tournament, Lyn's fame had only grown. The revival of Tumbleton, the opening of the Mander River shipping route, the miraculous victory at Old Town against overwhelming odds, and his status as the warrior chosen by the gods, all had become staples of conversation in the streets and alleys of King's Landing. In the city's taverns, the popular song The Bear Hunter had been reimagined as the Song of the Chosen, with as many as 30 different versions of the lyrics circulating. For any bard, an inability to perform this song marked them as unskilled, certain to earn their dismissal from even the rowdiest establishments. Lyn's towering reputation preceded him as his army approached the Lion Gate of King's Landing. Their arrival brought the road to a standstill, obstructed by throngs of onlookers and curious soldiers from other lords' forces. At this time, a group of gold cloaks rushed out from behind the crowd, their movements swift and purposeful. They wielded whips to drive away the gathered onlookers, clearing a path to approach Lyn's army. Their presence created an air of authority and urgency, forcing the crowd to scatter. Lyn dismounted from his horse with deliberate calm, walking to the front of his procession. With measured courtesy, he bowed towards the figure leading the gold cloaks. Sir Jaime, it's been a long time. The man in question was indeed Jaime Lannister. His golden hair glinted in the sunlight, but his expression carried a weight of complexity as his sharp gaze lingered on Lyn and his imposing soldiers. He sighed, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Yes, it really has been a long time. When I first saw you, you weren't even a knight, and now you. Jaime paused, leaving the thought unfinished. His eyes swept over the scene around him before he added, "This isn't the place to talk. His Grace has prepared a campsite for you and Lady Nymeria. It's by the Dragon Gate. Follow me." Without further delay, Jaime turned and issued sharp commands to the gold cloaks, who began dispersing the onlookers with practiced efficiency. Once the way was clear, he led Lyn's group along the path outside the castle walls, weaving around the throngs to the expansive open space between the Dragon Gate and the Old Gate. Lyn, commanding as always, gave precise orders to his men to begin setting up camp in the designated area. Tents rose swiftly under the practiced hands of his soldiers, the silence of their work as striking as ever. Meanwhile, Jaime approached Lyn and Lady Nymeria. His tone was cordial but carried a hint of urgency. "You and Lady Nymeria, my lord, will now come with me to see His Grace the King. He's been eager to meet you ever since he heard of your arrival." Lyn and Nymeria exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Without a word, they gathered their belongings and prepared to follow Jaime into the city. Though the Iron Islands rebellion had caused severe damage along the Westerlands coastline, it had not disrupted the stability of King's Landing. The residents of the capital viewed the distant islands as too far removed and too insignificant to pose a real threat. Their confidence in the king's ability to crush the rebellion was unwavering. For them, the pressing question of what they would eat that day outweighed the distant conflict. As Lynd's entry into Highgarden had caused a stir, so too did his arrival in King's Landing. However, the tales of the Chosen One and the beast that accompanied him had long preceded him here. The people, though awestruck, were more prepared. They gave the group a wide berth, instinctively avoiding any close proximity to the formidable figure and his massive shadowcat beast. This made the gold cloak's job significantly easier, as the crowd parted willingly before them. The procession soon reached the towering gates of the Red Keep. After a brief exchange to verify their identities, Jaime led them not through the main hall but along a discreet side road. This path bypassed the main keep, winding toward a courtyard that overlooked the sea, its location secluded and serene. Upon reaching the courtyard, Lynd commanded his beast, Glory, to remain outside and stepped forward to follow Jaime into the courtyard. Ha ha! Look who's here. Our chosen one. As soon as they entered the courtyard, King Robert's hearty laughter rang out. Moments later, he emerged from a gazebo filled with people and strode toward Lynd, arms open wide. Before Lynd could react, he was pulled into a forceful embrace. Although Lynd couldn't discern the reason for this warmth, it was evident that King Robert held him in high regard. The genuine affection on Robert's face went far beyond the formal respect due to a foreign advisor. It resembled the treatment of a cherished friend. When Robert finally released him, Lynd took a step back, removed his helmet, and bowed deeply. Your Grace, he said respectfully. Nymeria stepped forward then, standing beside Lynd and offering her own bow to the king. Robert's eyes fell on Nymeria, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Lady Footley, you're damn tall, taller than that mountain guy. Your Grace, please watch your language, interjected the white-haired hand of the king, John Arryn, who had just appeared behind Robert. I know, Robert replied with a dismissive wave, clearly unbothered. A king should have kingly manners. I've heard it all before. Then, turning back to Lynd with an eager grin, he said, a lot has happened to you in the past year or so. The reports I've seen are patchy at best, so I'd much rather hear it all from you, straight from the source. Observing Robert's enthusiasm, Lynd began to piece together the reason for the king's friendliness. It seemed clear that Robert saw in him an idealized version of himself, not a monarch confined to the Iron Throne but a man free to roam, feast, fight, and explore. The hand of the king, standing nearby, frowned and interjected firmly, Your Grace, the matter at hand is the rebellion in the Iron Islands. It is far more pressing than tales one could overhear in any tavern. Though John Arryn's words were ostensibly addressed to Robert, Lynd couldn't shake the sense that they also carried a veiled hostility toward him. The tone unsettled Lynd, leaving him to rack his brain, searching for any past offense he might have unknowingly committed against this powerful old man. I know. Robert retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Despite his frustration with John Arryn's unrelenting oversight, he also recognized the truth of the man's words. Turning away, he strode back to the gazebo and took a seat. Once settled, he waved a hand toward Lynd and Nymeria. You can listen in too. And while you're at it, give me some advice. Everything I've heard over the past 2 days has been the same stale proposals. I need something different. Your Grace, this is the small council. You shouldn't, John Arryn began, his tone sharp. Robert cut him off with an irritated gesture. I'm the king. Can't I decide who attends my small council? Faced with Robert's outburst, John Arryn relented, choosing not to press the matter further. The air in the gazebo grew tense. Varys, the master of whisperers, spoke up at this point, actually, Your Grace is right. The results of our discussions over the past 2 days have been the same, but we all feel that something is amiss. We just don't know what it is. Perhaps if we let other people join in, we might be able to discover some problems that we haven't noticed. Upon hearing Varys' words, the others in the pavilion nodded in agreement. Lord Arryn glanced at Varys with a subtly meaningful expression, then shifted his gaze toward Lynd without saying a word. Though Lord Arryn's look at Varys and Lynd seemed casual and almost concealed, Lynd detected the intent behind it with unsettling clarity. This realization struck him. John Arryn's hostility toward him likely stemmed from uncovering Lynd's secret connection with Varys. Lynd recalled his ongoing correspondence with the Master of Whisperers. Ever since his journey to King's Landing to retrieve his armor and sword, he and Varys had exchanged letters almost monthly. The content of these letters often revolved around updates on the forging of Valyrian steel armor and bits of intelligence from across the realm. Occasionally, Varys had sought Lynn's help with discreet matters, such as ensuring safe passage for merchant caravans traveling along the Rose Road. These caravans, originating from Essos, carried shipments of weapons to an uncertain recipient somewhere within the Crownlands. Though their correspondence was frequent, Lynd had gone to great lengths to maintain secrecy. Varys' little birds would leave messages with trusted intermediaries, ensuring that no direct trail led to him. Lynd had never written back to Varys directly, a precaution he believed sufficient to evade detection. Yet now, it seemed that something had gone awry. If Jon Arryn had indeed discovered this link, then somewhere along the line, a mistake had been made. Lynd resolved not to dwell on the specifics of the misstep. Instead, he focused his thoughts on potential countermeasures, carefully constructing contingencies in his mind. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts, Lynd maintained a calm demeanor. When Robert beckoned him forward, he entered the gazebo alongside Nymeria, positioning himself unobtrusively near Barristan the Bold and the other King's Guard. As instructed, he acted the part of an attentive observer. The small council resumed its discussion. In addition to Varys, the group included Grand Maester Pycelle, Master of Coin Demon Estermont, Master of Laws Howard Tully, and Master of Ships Stannis Baratheon. The primary topic was the deployment of naval support to quell the rebellion in the Iron Islands. Discussion centered on whether Stannis' Dragonstone fleet could realistically contribute. Stannis, as the commander of House Baratheon's fleet, sat with a stoic expression, though the circumstances rendered his fleet virtually useless for the situation at hand. Dragonstone's position on the southern coast of Westeros made deploying its ships to the Iron Islands a logistical nightmare. It would take months for the fleet to sail around the mainland's coastline to reach the Iron Islands. For this reason, the council debated the alternative of dispatching fleets from the Arbor and Old Town, which could offer more immediate naval support for the Iron Throne. However, some council members raised concerns that the fleets from the Arbor and Old Town might not suffice to decisively defeat the Iron Islands fleet. They argued that deploying the royal fleet from Dragonstone would not only strengthen the effort but also demonstrate the might of the crown to lords across the realm. The discussion quickly devolved into a heated debate, with each advisor steadfastly defending their position. For half the day, no resolution emerged. Lynd and Nymeria, who stood silently observing, struggled to keep their focus as the prolonged deliberation made their eyelids heavy. Then, as if sensing Lynd's relaxed posture, or perhaps for some other reason, Robert suddenly turned to him and said, "Bear Hunter, do you think the royal fleet should be sent to quell the rebellion?" Lynd, startled from his drowsy state, quickly regained his composure. Feeling the weight of the council's focused gazes, he reviewed the situation in his mind. Eschewing any diplomatic pretense, he answered bluntly, "I don't think there is any need to discuss this topic at all. Discussing it is simply nonsense." His candid words drew varied reactions. Most in the room appeared surprised or even shocked, while others, like Varys, seemed amused, watching the unfolding scene with quiet intrigue. Why? Robert's curiosity was piqued. He straightened in his chair, his expression full of interest. Lynd spoke without hesitation. "The Lord Tyrell has already dispatched the fleets from the Arbor and Old Town to provide support. Those fleets are more than capable of dealing with the Iron Islands forces. Even if they aren't enough to decisively defeat them, they can at least hold them back. Sending the royal fleet from Dragonstone all the way to the west coast would be a waste of time and resources. If it's a matter of showcasing the power of the royal fleet, that can be achieved by having them make an appearance in Blackwater Bay when the lords gather. There's no need for this unnecessary maneuver." After hearing Lynd's explanation, the council members exchanged inscrutable looks. None openly voiced approval or disagreement, their expressions carefully guarded. Jon Arryn broke the silence. "So, what do you think is the most important thing right now? Is it supporting the Westerlands?" Lynd shook his head. "I don't think supporting the Westerlands is the priority either. After the attack, the Westerlands have already been fully mobilized. With Lord Tywin's strategic prowess, it's inconceivable that the Iron Islands could continue to raid the Westerlands unchecked. Supporting the Westerlands is not where our focus should be." He didn't wait for further questioning, continuing with conviction. "The place that most urgently needs support, and must be reinforced as soon as possible, is Seagard. Chapter 107, Following the Path of the Young Wolf. Upon hearing Lind's words, everyone present froze momentarily, then exchanged glances and broke into laughter for no apparent reason. Seeing their reactions, Lind felt a pang of confusion. Baristan, standing beside him, leaned in and whispered a reminder: the matter of Seagard Castle was discussed just before. Lind's expression shifted slightly, a trace of embarrassment showing as he responded, "I spoke rashly just now." "Sir Lind, I would like to hear your opinion on the current situation in Seagard," Lord Aaron interjected, his voice steady and measured. At his words, the room grew serious. The laughter ceased, and all eyes turned to Lind with renewed focus. Despite the awkwardness of the earlier moment, Lind remained composed. After a brief silence, during which he appeared to gather his thoughts, he spoke with calm determination. "Seagard is a critical position for the Iron Islands. If they manage to take Seagard, they could exert significant control over the Riverlands through waterways such as the Blue Fork and the Green Fork of the Trident. This would discourage the lords of the Riverlands from sending troops to King's Landing. Moreover, they could block the King's Road, preventing the North's armies from marching south. To be more strategic, they might even attack Moat Cailin. Holding Seagard and Moat Cailin with minimal forces would effectively pin down both the North and the Riverlands." As Lind finished, the weight of his words settled over the room. The others exchanged startled glances, their expressions marked by newfound respect. Robert subtly signaled Varys, who stood and approached Lind, pulling a document from his robes. "This is the intelligence we just received," Varys said, handing the parchment to Lind. Lind unfolded it and read through the contents. The report confirmed that Balon Greyjoy's brother, Victarion, had successfully captured Moat Cailin, annihilating its defenders. Lind's face darkened as he absorbed the news. The Ironborn rebellion was proving to be far more complex and dangerous than he had anticipated. First, there was the fall of Faircastle, Banefort, and the Crag in the Westerlands. Lind recalled that while these castles had been raided by the Ironborn in the past, they had never fallen completely. Their defenders had always managed to hold out until the raiders retreated. Then there was the situation in Seagard. Under normal circumstances, Lord Jason of Seagard would have repelled Roderick Greyjoy, killing him near the castle walls and forcing the Ironborn to retreat to their ships. However, Lord Jason had fallen ill due to the extreme cold and had yet to recover. Unable to take up arms or command the army, he had been forced to pass command to his son, Patrek Mollister. This was the primary reason Seagard remained under siege. Then there was Moat Cailin. Although Lind recognized its strategic importance, this understanding stemmed from his broader perspective, akin to viewing events from the god's vantage point. He could see that stationing a small force at Moat Cailin could effectively block the northern army from advancing south. Now, however, Balon Greyjoy had acted decisively, dispatching his most capable general, Victarion Greyjoy, to seize Moat Cailin. The intelligence also revealed that the Moat Cailin garrison had suffered heavy losses due to the unrelenting cold, leaving them incapable of mounting any meaningful resistance. As Lind had suspected, the northern army sent to relieve Moat Cailin had been stopped in the Barrowlands of the First Men. Attempts to bypass the stronghold by traversing the nearby swamps had ended in disaster. Many soldiers had drowned in the treacherous bogs, and those who made it through were ambushed by the Ironborn, who had been lying in wait. More than 1,000 men were lost, forcing the northern forces to retreat. After reading the report, Lind instinctively handed it to Nymeria. Then, to everyone's surprise, he asked, "What about the twins? House Frey is the only lordship capable of aiding Seagard and Moat Cailin right now. Have they taken any action?" As his question hung in the air, the expressions around the room grew noticeably darker. "The twins sent a messenger," Varys replied, stepping in to explain. "They claim that many in their lands froze to death during the extreme cold. They insist that their remaining manpower is barely sufficient to defend their own territory, leaving them unable to provide support. The Riverlands have suffered similarly. It will likely take time for each lordship to muster the necessary forces to assemble in King's Landing, and even then, the reinforcements will be limited." The unseasonable and devastating cold had undoubtedly upended expectations. The Ironborn rebellion, once thought to be easily quashed, had transformed into a more complicated and arduous conflict. After a moment of contemplation, Lind asked, "Since His Grace and the Lords have just discussed this matter, could you share the outcome of that discussion?" Stannis, ever stern and cold, responded in a low tone, "This is top secret. It's not for a knight like you to inquire." Robert interrupted him, his voice equally low but firm. No, tell him. I want to hear what he has to say. Though Stannis frowned, clearly displeased, he did not argue with his elder brother's decision. Lord Arryn took up the explanation. Our conclusion is this: the Riverlands will be tasked with assembling troops to rescue Seagard. As for Moat Cailin, we will leave it be for now. Once we capture the Iron Islands, the situation at Moat Cailin will naturally resolve itself. Lind considered the plan for a moment before posing another question. What if the Riverlands forces are defeated by the Ironborn besieging Seagard? His question elicited incredulous reactions from the gathered lords. They exchanged glances, some shaking their heads in disbelief, as if Lind had voiced an impossibility. Despite the challenges posed by the cold, the Riverlands were far stronger than the Iron Islands. Once the various lords of the Riverlands gathered their troops, they were more than capable of repelling the Ironborn's forces, even if the latter were bolstered by their raiding success. To the others, Lind's suggestion seemed absurd, an unwarranted worry. Yet, amidst their dismissive reactions, Robert's expression was somber, his demeanor pensive and uncharacteristically serious. Then Robert raised his hand to stop the taunts against Lind and said to him, "Continue." Lind said calmly, "If the Ironborn besieging Seagard defeat the coalition army of the Riverlands, they could shift their target and attack King's Landing directly to the south. At that point, the Ironborn stationed at Moat Cailin could simply abandon their position, join forces with the Ironborn at Seagard, and march south through the Riverlands, which would be completely defenseless, heading straight for King's Landing. By then, the people of King's Landing will have gone to aid the Westerlands, leaving the capital vulnerable to a sudden attack. Even if the city manages to defend itself, the Ironborn could still pillage the surrounding area and retreat through the Riverlands to avoid pursuit." Upon hearing Lind's grim speculation, the room fell into immediate silence, each person deep in thought. With Moat Cailin no longer obstructing them, the army of the north could march south. If the Ironborn turned north, they would encounter the northern army. Howard Tully, a member of a House Tully branch from Riverrun, said, believing he had found a flaw in Lind's argument. Lind explained, "It's quite simple. The Ironborn retreating from Moat Cailin could set traps along the way to slow the northern army's advance. Alternatively, they might leave a small contingent behind to hide in the swamps and harass the advancing troops. These tactics would significantly delay the northern army, buying the Ironborn enough time to strike at will in the Riverlands." As he spoke, Lind walked to the table where everyone was gathered, pointing at the map spread out before them. Moreover, the Ironborn don't have to retreat solely through the Riverlands. They could move into the Crownlands, seize ships, and leave by sea. Alternatively, they could head south through Kingswood into the Stormlands, loot the area, and escape by ship. Or, if they were even bolder, they might enter the Westerlands via the end of the Gold Road, following the supply columns into the region. Before the support army realizes King's Landing has been attacked, they could coordinate with Ironborn landing on the western coast to ambush the support army. Once the Ironborn breach King's Landing's vicinity, their options become almost limitless. When Lind finished, the room was silent once again. While most of those present believed such an elaborate scenario was unlikely, they couldn't entirely dismiss it. If events unfolded as Lind predicted, even if they ultimately subdued the Iron Islands, the Baratheon dynasty's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, a potentially devastating blow to the newly established rule. "Ser Lind, since you've already thought of this, do you have a solution?" Grand Maester Pycelle asked Lind. "I can handle it," Lind volunteered. "You?" Everyone was stunned. Lind walked back to Nymeria and said, "Lady Nymeria and I have brought a total of more than 2,000 people with us, all of them are most elite warriors. Your Grace can leave the recapture of Moat Cailin and the rescue of Seagard to me. Are 2,000 people enough? I remember there are over 10,000 Ironborn besieging Seagard, and several thousand stationed at Moat Cailin. You only have 2,000. Stannis questioned sharply. "My lord, war isn't decided by sheer numbers. If it were, both sides would simply count their forces before the battle and the larger army would declare victory without lifting a sword," Lind interrupted confidently. "My 2,000 men, if used properly, can achieve the effect of 10,000, or even tens of thousands." "How are you going to fight?" Robert asked, seemingly intrigued by Lind's confidence. "I will first rescue Moat Cailin, then join forces with some of the northern army. We'll pass through the Twins and bring additional troops from there, forming a force of nearly 10,000. That will be sufficient to deal with the Ironborn besieging Seagard. With some cooperation from within Seagard, we can completely trap the Ironborn under the castle walls, Lind explained clearly. After breaking the siege, the Northern Army can continue south, joining forces with the Riverlands Army to march on King's Landing, or directly to the Westerlands. Meanwhile, I can march along the coast from Seagard to Banefort, the Crag, and Fair Castle, attempting to liberate them from the Ironborn before it's too late. In truth, this strategy was not entirely Lind's own. He had borrowed the concept from Robb Stark, the young wolf, whose southern campaign against the Westerlands a decade later had followed a similar path. After hearing Lind's explanation, Robert didn't mock his ambitious plan. Instead, he fell silent, contemplating for a moment before asking, "What is your level of confidence?" Lind did not answer directly. No one can predict the outcome of a battle that hasn't yet been fought. It's meaningless to speculate on chances beforehand. I can only promise that I will not betray your Grace's trust. Robert was quiet for another moment before saying, "I remember that Lord Mace gave you the title of commander of the anti-bandit forces in the Reach. The Reach is just a bit too small. I will expand the scope of that title. From now on, you are the commander of the anti-bandit forces across the Seven Kingdoms." "Your Grace." Jon Arryn, standing nearby, immediately began to protest. "There's no need for discussion, my lord. Let's leave it at that. It's just a title. It grants no real authority, merely nominal support for his actions," Robert said, raising his hand to silence the hand of the king. Robert then picked up a blank document, quickly wrote down Lind's appointment, affixed his royal seal, and handed it to Jon Arryn to add the hand of the king's seal. Seeing Robert's determination, Jon Arryn remained silent, affixed the seal, and handed the document to Lind. Holding the appointment, Lind felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated receiving such a prestigious title simply by presenting his plan. While, as Robert had stated, the title granted no substantive power, Lind understood its potential. If used wisely, it could provide him with additional support. "When do you plan to leave? What do we need to prepare for you?" Robert asked again. Lind thought for a moment before replying, "I will rest for one night and set off north tomorrow. Since I need to reach Moat Cailin as quickly as possible, I cannot afford to carry many supplies. I only require some dried food, and I'll purchase whatever else is needed along the way." "In that case, you may go and rest. I'll have someone prepare the provisions you need." Robert gestured for Lind to leave, but as Lind and Nymeria turned to go, he added, "If you can truly accomplish all you've claimed, I will personally make you a lord once the war is over." Upon hearing Robert's words, Lind turned back and bowed deeply to him, then exited the courtyard with Nymeria without uttering another word. "Your Grace, this is inappropriate. Lind Taryn is, after all, a knight of House Tyrell, and it should be." Lord Arryn began to remind him, his expression serious. I know. When the time comes for the investiture, I'll just have Lord Mace do it for me," Robert interrupted, brushing off Lord Arryn's concerns with a dismissive wave. He then urged, "Let's move on to the next topic. We shouldn't waste time discussing things that don't need to be discussed. By the way, the royal fleet from Dragonstone doesn't need to join this rebellion. Once the armies of the various lords gather in King's Landing, it's enough for the fleet to simply display its presence in Blackwater Bay." Stannis's expression darkened slightly, his dissatisfaction with this decision apparent. However, he chose not to voice his objections and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 108, Preparing Ahead. When Lind returned to the camp, he informed everyone about their next move. Instead of showing hesitation, the group was brimming with excitement. From the moment they joined the rebellion, they had been eager to prove themselves, and now, the opportunity had come much sooner than expected. Daisy stepped forward confidently. "I spent some time in Moat Cailin and know the terrain well. I can guide us." Scar-Eyed immediately interjected. "Many of my men have also served in Moat Cailin. They'd make better guides." John, his voice sharp, cut in. "If you've got local guides, do they know the terrain better than the locals?" Before the argument could escalate, Lind intervened. "We'll decide when we get there. Right now, pack lightly. As per the old rules, leave behind anything replaceable, tents, extra dry food. Bring more feed for the horses, we'll be traveling non-stop and can't risk them going hungry. Yes, my lord, the group responded in unison before dispersing to prepare as instructed. Nymeria began to leave as well but was stopped by Lind. His tone softened. I'm sorry. I wanted to show you around King's Landing, but I didn't expect. That's okay. I think fighting is more exciting anyway, Nymeria said with a grin. She stepped closer, kissed him lightly on the cheek, then glanced toward King's Landing with a frown. And there's nothing to see in King's Landing, really. It stinks. This place isn't anything like I imagined. Lind nodded, agreeing silently. He didn't explain that the stench came from the road Jaime had taken, which ran alongside Flea Bottom, the city's poorest district. While the rest of King's Landing was still relatively presentable, the state of the city he'd observed on the way there made him fear that within a few years, most of it might end up like Flea Bottom. Later, after nightfall, King's Landing delivered the prepared dry rations. The person who brought them was none other than Varys. Our activities may have been discovered by Jon Arryn, Lind said bluntly as soon as they were alone. Reason? Varys asked simply. Lind recounted the details he had noticed in the courtyard of the Red Keep. You're basing this on the fact that Jon Arryn looked at you twice? Varys started to dismiss Lind's concerns but then paused, his expression shifting. A moment of realization flashed across his face. Ah, I see. You're right. Lord Arryn does know that you and I are connected. Lind didn't press Varys for details about his reaction. Instead, he asked directly, what now? He hesitated briefly before adding, should we eliminate Jon Arryn? Varys immediately shook his head. No. If Lord Arryn dies, His Grace will lose his restraint entirely, and chaos will spread across the Seven Kingdoms. His gaze grew sharp, studying Lind with suspicion. Were you testing me? It wasn't a test, Lind replied with a faint smile. I just wanted to understand your true intentions. And what did you find out? Varys asked, his own smile reappearing. Lind's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded him. You want stability and peace. You despise war and chaos, so you'll support a king who can maintain social order. The Mad King may have been insane, but his madness was directed at the lords, not the common people. To them, he was a kind ruler. That's why you stood by him until the end, until he decided to burn the entire population of King's Landing. Am I right? Jaime Lannister didn't kill the king on his own. You convinced him to do it, didn't you? Varys' smile faded as he studied Lind carefully. I truly believe you're a sorcerer, he murmured. Lind added, King Robert didn't suit your purpose. Varys was silent for a moment before responding, he wasn't fit to be a king. Lord Arryn would make a better king. I understand, Lind said with a nod, choosing not to continue the discussion. Instead, he shifted the focus, asking, what do we do now? Don't do anything, Varys replied calmly. Jon Arryn is a man who respects the rules. He won't act on suspicions alone, he'll wait for conclusive evidence before passing judgment. Moreover, he values political stability. As long as we don't endanger the Baratheon dynasty, even if he uncovers irrefutable evidence of our connection, he won't move against us. Lind studied Varys and remarked, it seems you admire Lord Arryn a great deal. Varys nodded without hesitation. He's one of the most suitable people I've ever seen for kingship. His role as Hand of the King is the greatest blessing for the people of the Seven Kingdoms. After making this declaration, Varys appeared disinclined to continue the conversation. He handed Lind intelligence reports on Moat, Cailin, Seagard, Banefort, the Crag, and Faircastle before preparing to leave. However, Lind stopped him again. Do you have a way to move the dragon bones from the Red Keep's basement to Tumbleton? Lind asked. Varys froze briefly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He didn't ask for an explanation, though. After a moment's thought, he said, it can be done, but I'll need to disguise them carefully to avoid detection, which might take some time. Lind considered this and replied, in that case, once I've secured my territory, just send the dragon bones directly there. Territory? Varys repeated, surprised. You're already acquiring territory? Yes, Lind confirmed. It's located near the Dornish Marches, at the junction of Will, Blackhaven, and Stonehelm. The Tyrell Enclave. Varys immediately recognized the area, his intimate knowledge of the Seven Kingdoms' geography apparent. He frowned. That region is far from peaceful. If you go there, you'll likely have to contend with 4 lords. 4. Lind asked, his tone doubtful. Isn't it just the Wills, the Dondarians, and the Swans? There's also House Morrigen of the Crow's Nest, Varys clarified. They hold part of the Red Watch Valley, which technically belongs to House Tyrell. Lind's confidence didn't waver. The Crow's Nest. No matter. One more won't be too much trouble. Once, Varys might have questioned the source of such confidence. Now, after reviewing countless battle reports detailing Lind's campaigns around Tumbleton, he felt certain that even the combined forces of the 4 houses wouldn't pose a serious threat to him. Quietly, Varys felt fortunate to count Lind as an ally. Promising to gather intelligence on the 4 houses as soon as possible, Varys took his leave. Lind didn't linger in his tent. Instead, he walked through the camp, observing the army's preparations. Satisfied, he left the camp alone, climbing a nearby hill. Standing at the crest, he gazed out toward King's Landing, lost in thought. At that moment, Glory silently emerged from the shadows of the trees and approached Lind's side. It crouched down, resting its head on his arm, and let out a soft, contented purr as Lind absently rubbed its head. Although his gaze was fixed on the distant expanse of King's Landing, Lind's mind was elsewhere. He was inspecting the state of his cheat. Since acquiring the legacy of the Banished Knight, the cheat's growth had slowed to a crawl. Over the past year, the progress bar hadn't advanced even by 1/10. At this glacial pace, it might take another 10 years, or more, to fill it. Lind couldn't shake the growing suspicion that he had been using the wrong approach. Perhaps waiting passively for the progress bar to fill on its own wasn't the solution. There had to be another way to accelerate it. His thoughts turned to the magic of this world, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He had already explored numerous sources of magical power. From the Godswood in Highgarden to the towering spire of the High Tower in Old Town, and even the ancient magic-infused God's Grace Mountains in Dorne, none had proven effective. Despite their potent, otherworldly energy, none had influenced the progress bar in the slightest. Next, Lind considered Glory. He wondered if the creature's ability to consume the energy of resentful souls could somehow enhance the cheat's progress. However, after careful reflection, he dismissed this possibility as well. Glory had devoured the energy of such souls twice, and while the power it transmitted to Lind's body had helped him absorb and integrate the Dragon Communion ritual, it had done nothing to affect the cheat's progress bar. Finally, Lind placed his hopes on the Dragon Communion ritual itself. Since the Banished Knight's legacy had originated from the cheat, it seemed logical that the ritual, deeply tied to that legacy, might hold the key to speeding up the cheat's progress. This renewed focus on his cheat wasn't born out of idle curiosity but rather a pressing sense of urgency. The appearance of beings like the Three-Eyed Crow and Garth Greenhand had given Lind a profound sense of crisis. While Lind's strength had reached a level that made him virtually unbeatable among men, he knew this invincibility was limited to humans. The world of ice and fire was teeming with demons, monsters, and other supernatural entities whose powers were beyond his understanding. Should he find himself facing these beings as enemies, he was far from confident in his ability to survive. Even among these threats, the dragons posed a unique challenge. The Banished Knight's legacy had imparted methods for slaying dragons, such as using dragon runes to conjure hurricanes and freezing winds to ground the beast, followed by delivering a fatal blow with the lightning dragon rune to pierce its scales. Yet, Lind was acutely aware of the limitations he faced. The magic concentration in this world was vastly different from that of the legacy's origin. The same dragon runes might not wield the same potency here, rendering them less effective than he'd hoped. Therefore, Lind could only pin his hopes on the cheat, trusting that once its progress reached completion, it would grant him even greater strength. Lind sensed that the effects of the Dragon Communion ritual had been fully absorbed into his being. This realization prompted him to seek out Varys to prepare the dragon bones, intending to perform the ritual at the opportune moment. Just as Lind's arrival had been abrupt, his departure was equally sudden. Before dawn, his camp outside the city vanished, leaving behind only a team of support troops to guard the supplies alongside the gold cloaks dispatched from King's Landing. The lords and nobles, eager to befriend Lind due to his growing reputation, found themselves without the opportunity even to greet him. His sudden disappearance left everyone curious about his destination. Some well-informed individuals speculated that it might be connected to Lind's visit to King's Landing and his meeting with King Robert at the Red Keep. A dozen days later, reinforcements from the Reach, led by Randall Tarley, arrived outside King's Landing. Their aim was to rendezvous with Lind, a rising legend in the Reach. To their surprise, Lind had already departed with his forces shortly before their arrival, and his destination remained a mystery. Initially, Randall Tarley was displeased, interpreting Lind's unauthorized departure as a sign of insolence. However, upon learning that Lind's actions were tied to an assignment from King Robert, his irritation eased. Despite this, his first impression of Lind was far from favorable. In his view, even if Lind had received a royal directive, he should have informed the commander of the Reach's combined forces instead of leaving the commander to discover the movements of his subordinate army through second-hand sources. Nevertheless, Randall Tarley was not one to let personal grievances interfere with his duties. He promptly set aside his feelings about Lind and focused on aiding the Westerlands and suppressing the rebellion against the Iron Throne. As a renowned general of the Seven Kingdoms, one who had once defeated King Robert on the battlefield, Randall Tarley was met not with resentment or hostility, but with respect. King Robert even created a position for him on the small council, allowing him to participate in high-level discussions. However, Randall Tarley's role in the council was largely observational. The key decisions and strategies for quelling the rebellion had already been discussed and arranged before his arrival. His primary task was to familiarize himself with the broader plan and the specific role of the Reach's army under his command. The Reach's forces were assigned two main tasks: first, to collaborate with the Westerlands forces in eliminating the Ironborn bandits plaguing the region, and second, to act as a support unit for the armies launching a direct assault on the Iron Islands. The armies designated for the assault on the Iron Islands included troops from the Stormlands, the Vale, the Riverlands, and the North. Randall Tarley was displeased by the relatively secondary role assigned to his forces, but he chose not to voice his discontent. For him, following orders was an essential quality of a soldier. As he left the council chamber, however, his curiosity got the better of him. He inquired about Lind's whereabouts. King Robert's response was terse: Lind was on a secret mission, and no further questions should be asked. The other advisors in the small council maintained a steadfast silence, offering no additional details. This response only heightened Randall Tarley's curiosity about the nature of Lind's mission and the reasons behind its secrecy. Chapter 109, House Reed. Just as Randall Tarley led the combined forces of the Reach to King's Landing, and all the troops King's Landing could muster were in position, ready to march toward the Westerlands, Lind's men reached the outskirts of the neck near Moat Cailin Bay and came to a halt. After more than 10 days of arduous travel, with only brief stops for rest, exhaustion had inevitably set in. If they pressed on any further, even if they managed to reach Moat Cailin, they would likely be too drained to put up an effective fight. Disease was another concern. Shortly after entering the swamp, over a dozen men had fallen ill. Thankfully, Lind had anticipated such challenges and had asked Melora to prepare ample medicinal supplies before departing Tumbleton. Among these were remedies specifically designed to treat ailments common in the swamp. After administering the medicine, all those affected recovered swiftly, though their spirits remained low. Given these circumstances, Lind decided to halt and find a dry place for the troops to rest for 2 days, allowing them to recuperate before resuming their journey. However, finding a dry spot in the neck was as challenging as locating snow in the deserts of Dorne. "My lord, we should be close to Greywater Watch now. We could go there to rest," Daisy suggested, interrupting Lind as he began improvising a plan. "Daisy, do you know where Greywater Watch is?" Lind asked skeptically. Daisy shook her head. "No one but House Reed knows its exact location. It's said that Greywater Watch is built on a floating island that drifts through the swamp. It has no fixed location." Raoul, one of the deputies, wrung out his soaked cloak, water dripping onto the muddy ground. Frustrated, he said, "If we can't even find the place, how are we supposed to get there? Should we fly up into the air to look for it?" Lind silently acknowledged that he had underestimated the challenges posed by the neck's unique geography. His men, accustomed to the warmth of the south, now struggled in this cold, damp environment. Even breathing here felt oppressive, as if the air itself was saturated with water. Morale, no matter how resilient, was beginning to wane. Daisy, undeterred by Raoul's complaints, dismounted her horse and crouched near the edge of the path. She plucked a handful of brown-leafed weeds from the ground and held them up. "We don't need to find it," she said. "Look for these brown-leafed weeds. Light them on fire to create thick smoke. If the people of House Reed see it, they'll send someone to us. Lind didn't hesitate. He ordered his men to gather the brown-leafed weeds. Once they had collected enough, they lit a fire, and soon thick black smoke spiraled into the sky, climbing higher and higher until it dispersed hundreds of meters above. After waiting for a while, Glory, who stood beside Lind, suddenly seemed to sense something and turned its gaze toward a patch of grass in the swamp nearby. Noticing this, Lind followed its gaze. From the grass emerged a large lizard lion, its scaled body glinting faintly in the muted light. The creature raised its head slightly, observing Lind and the group with an unnervingly steady gaze. Lind's warhorse, having long grown accustomed to Glory's imposing presence, remained calm despite the appearance of this formidable beast. However, Daisy and the others instinctively drew their weapons, ready to strike at a moment's notice if the creature showed any aggression. Lind raised a hand, signaling them to hold their ground. Without hesitation, he dismounted from Eben, his boots sinking into the mud as he walked cautiously toward the lizard lion. His voice was steady as he spoke. "Lord Howland Reed." The group froze at his words, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. It was inconceivable to associate the lizard lion before them with Howland Reed, the enigmatic Lord of House Reed. But Lind saw differently. To him, and through Glory's keen sight, the lizard lion was shrouded in a faint gray mist. The mist coiled around the creature, taking on the indistinct form of a human figure, its presence subtly manipulating the lizard lion's movements. Lind's memory stirred. Howland Reed was a figure cloaked in mystery, a man whispered to be a skin changer or perhaps even a green seer. His ties to the children of the forest were often spoken of in half-believed tales. He was said to provide them refuge in the neck and, in return, gain access to their ancient knowledge. Few in the world knew more secrets than he did. Given the beast's magical aura and the convenience of its arrival, Lind made the connection instantly. As his words hung in the air, the cold, reptilian eyes of the lizard lion widened briefly, a flicker of surprise breaking its stoic gaze. It nodded, almost imperceptibly. "I am Lind Taryn," Lind continued, his tone respectful but firm, "ordered by the king to investigate the fall of Moat Cailin. I request a place for my men to rest and an opportunity to learn about the situation at Moat Cailin. Could you grant us this favor?" The lizard lion regarded Lind in silence for a moment, its sharp gaze sweeping over him before shifting briefly to Glory. After a tense pause, it nodded again, then turned away. It glanced back at Lind, as though beckoning, and began moving, its massive body gliding with ease through the swamp. Understanding the gesture, Lind returned to Eben, mounted his horse, and motioned for the others to follow. The group left the main road and ventured into the swampy terrain, guided by the lizard lion. "Watch your footing and stay close," Lind called back to the group. "2 horses abreast, and keep your eyes on the tail of the horse ahead." The path carved by the lizard lion was firm, providing just enough stability for the group to traverse. However, the trail was narrow, accommodating only 3 horses side by side at best. To either side, the swamp yawned open, its treacherous depths ready to claim the unwary. Lind remained vigilant, calling out instructions to maintain order and ensure no one strayed. Despite his warnings, a few riders in the middle of the group momentarily lost their footing, their horses slipping into the mud at the edges of the path. Fortunately, the ground was not overly soft, and they managed to steady their mounts and return to the trail without incident. After following the lizard lion for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at an island bordered on 3 sides by a narrow river and covered on the 4th side with dense reeds. The island featured dozens of houses arranged around a central spire-like tower, with a small square in the middle. In the square, children and women milled about, their activities coming to an abrupt halt at the sight of the approaching cavalry. Alarm spread quickly through the villagers. Mothers hurriedly gathered their children, retreating into the safety of their homes, while several men stepped into the square, bows and arrows at the ready. Their tension visibly eased, however, when they noticed the lizard lion leading the newcomers. Recognizing the creature, they slowly moved their hands away from their quivers, their posture shifting from defensive to watchful. As Lind observed, the gray mist enveloping the lizard lion began to dissipate. The creature shook itself briefly before reverting to its natural form, free of any magical influence. Whether it was acting on Howland Reed's command or intimidated by Glory's formidable presence, the lizard lion quickly swayed its powerful body, slinking toward the reeds. It vanished into the tall grasses, leaving only ripples across the water's surface as evidence of its retreat. Lind turned to address his men. "Don't enter the village. Set up camp outside. The ground here is dry enough. Gather firewood and light some bonfires. Dry your clothes and keep an eye on the horses, don't let them stray into the swamp. He then glanced at Nymeria, who stood nearby with an air of weariness. Let's meet the owner of this place. Nymeria nodded silently, dismounted, and handed off the task of organizing the camp to her adjutant. Together, she and Lind began walking toward the village. The villagers, having realized the visitors were not a threat, dropped their initial hostility but remained wary. They stood at a distance, their curious gazes fixed on the striking figures of Lind in his ornate armor, Nymeria's impressive height, and the imposing form of Glory. Although they were accustomed to the sight of large lizard lions, Glory was something entirely different. The shadow cat's immense size and predatory grace left even these hardy swamp dwellers uneasy. Their instincts, honed by years of surviving in the treacherous neck, screamed danger. When Glory's sharp eyes swept over them, a shiver ran through the crowd, their hairs standing on end. Get out of here, all of you. Stop gawking at the guests like a bunch of swamp bumpkins, came a raspy voice from the direction of the tower house. Emerging from its shadow was a man clad in a short green tunic, a hooded cloak draped over his shoulders, a longbow slung across his back, and a knight's sword hanging at his side. His weathered face was framed by a thick beard. Walking beside him were two children, a boy and a girl. The sight of the man and his companions confirmed Lind's suspicions. This was Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch, and the two children with him were undoubtedly Mira and Jojen Reed. As Howland approached, Glory's demeanor shifted. Its massive body tensed, and it lowered into an aggressive stance, muscles coiled as if ready to spring. Lind's brow furrowed at the unusual reaction. Glory had never displayed nervousness toward anyone before. Lind focused his gaze on Howland and immediately discerned faint traces of magic coursing through his body. However, the details were elusive, obscured by the layers of enchantment. Seeking clarity, Lind reached out to Glory's keen senses, sharing the Shadowcat's vision. Through Glory's eyes, Howland's form transformed. His human figure was replaced by a towering lizard-like creature, atop which rested an eerie, unnatural head made of woven earth and vines. This head, clearly not Howland's own, emanated an unsettling aura of ancient power. Shaken but composed, Lind withdrew from the shared vision and placed a steadying hand on Glory's neck, stroking gently to calm him. As Howland drew nearer, Lind stepped forward, bowing slightly in deference. "Greetings, Lord Howland." Nymeria followed, offering her own respectful nod. "Greetings, Chosen of the Seven, Lady Footley." Howland addressed Lind not by his knighthood but by the title that symbolized his role in promoting the faith of the Seven. He gestured toward the two children by his side. "These are my daughter Mira and my son Jojen." Lind removed his helmet, cradling it in his arms, and crouched slightly to get a closer look at the children, young souls who, he suspected, might play significant roles in shaping the future. Jojen, it was clear, had not yet acquired the green sight of the three-eyed crow. He was still an ordinary child, untouched by the extraordinary burden that awaited him. Lind's steady, scrutinizing gaze unsettled both children. Jojen shifted nervously, and Mira, though visibly timid herself, instinctively stepped forward and placed an arm protectively in front of her younger brother. A thought suddenly struck Lind. Without hesitation, he turned to Howland Reed, his voice carrying a decisive weight. "Lord Howland, a swamp is not an ideal place for children to grow up. A warm river delta is far more suitable. After this rebellion concludes, I would like to take them both as my foster son and daughter and bring them to the Reach. What are your thoughts on this?" The boldness of the statement stunned everyone present. Howland stared at Lind in disbelief, while the children looked up at their father with wide, uncertain eyes. Even Nymeria, standing at Lind's side, was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such an unexpected offer, but she did not object. The idea had its merits. She imagined Mira serving as a companion to Brienne in Tumbleton, offering her the friendship of a girl her own age and perhaps balancing Brienne's increasingly rough demeanor from years spent among soldiers. "Sir Lind," Howland finally spoke, his tone laced with suspicion, "You're not serious, are you?" Lind's expression was calm but resolute. "I'm entirely serious." Beneath the surface of Lind's words lay a deeper motivation. He wanted to bring Mira and Jojen to the Reach not only for their well-being but also to see whether the three-eyed crow could still find a replacement for Jojen. Perhaps this move could alter the trajectory of events, ensuring that Jojen would not need to lead Bran Stark to the land of always winter. A new path could be forged, sparing the boy from his ominous fate. Howland's gaze shifted to his children, lingering on them with a mixture of affection and hesitation. The offer was tempting, but his expression darkened with unspoken concerns. "I'm sorry, Ser Lind," he said after a pause. "While your offer is generous, the people of House Reed belong to the swamp. It is the source of our strength and spirit. If we were to leave, we would wither, like fish out of water." Lind sighed softly at Howland's refusal, understanding there was more to his decision than environmental reasoning. It was likely that Howland knew something, perhaps about his children's purpose or a destined mission. If that were true, his choice wasn't merely pragmatic but one of submission to that knowledge. Lind suspected Howland had resolved to follow that path, even if it meant sending his children toward a fate that could lead to their deaths in the frozen desolation of the far north. Lind did not press further. He reached out and gently touched the heads of the two children before retrieving 2 dragon rune necklaces he had prepared as spares. Handing them to the children, he said, "These are necklaces I made myself, and they will serve as a gift to commemorate our meeting. Do not wear them often, keep them in the box. When you feel down or your thoughts become scattered, put them on. They'll help you feel better. But remember, don't wear them for too long." Over the past year, Lind had conducted numerous experiments on the dragon rune necklace, which was capable of mitigating the side effects of the dragon communion ritual. He had discovered that, as long as it was not worn for extended periods, ordinary people could also use the necklace to experience a calming effect and improved clarity of thought. With this in mind, Lind had crafted specific necklaces for Nymeria, Melora, and Bert, who often found themselves engaged in mental exertion. The ones he handed to the children now were spares he had kept for himself. The 2 children's eyes lit up at the sight of the necklaces. Eager to take them, they instinctively reached out, only to pause and glance toward Howland for approval. Howland, possessing abilities akin to those of a skin changer, did not fully understand the intricacies of the rune necklace, but he could sense the power embedded within them. Knowing that the necklaces had been crafted by Lind himself heightened his curiosity about Lind's skills and knowledge. "Take them. But remember what Ser Lind just said, don't wear the necklaces lightly," Howland instructed, his tone firm yet supportive. The children beamed with excitement as they held the necklaces. As they felt the weight and texture of the runes, an undeniable sense of the extraordinary emanated from them, sparking wonder and curiosity in their expressions. Shortly afterward, Howland invited Lind and Nymeria into his tower house. Inside, a fire crackled warmly, dispelling the swamp's persistent chill. Lind and Nymeria sat close to the hearth, drying their damp clothes. A servant brought over bread, which they dipped into the salt placed on a wooden dish nearby. After their meal, they began to settle into the tower house as welcomed guests. Chapter 110, Arrival at Moat Cailin. "I want to know what's going on over at Moat Cailin." After some casual conversation, Lind shifted the topic to the matter at hand. "Also, when we set off, Lord Howland, I hope you can send a guide. After all, these swamps are incredibly difficult to navigate, and ordinary people can easily get lost here." "Ser Lind, rest assured. I will personally serve as your guide and lead my people into this battle," Howland replied resolutely, before providing a concise overview of the current situation at Moat Cailin. Moat Cailin, although a possession of House Stark, had always been garrisoned by the Crannogmen of House Reed. Renowned for their exceptional skill as archers, the Crannogmen, along with the 3 arrow towers of Moat Cailin, had long been able to repel most invading forces. However, the sudden onslaught of the extreme cold disaster had left Howland with no time to deliver winter supplies to Moat Cailin. The freezing temperatures engulfed the entire land of the Crannogmen, turning the terrain into a frostbitten wasteland and rendering travel nearly impossible. Lacking proper supplies to withstand the cold, the garrison stationed at Moat Cailin resorted to dismantling parts of the castle walls for firewood to stave off the chill. Even with such desperate measures, many soldiers succumbed to the freezing temperatures. When the harsh weather finally subsided, Greywater Watch itself had suffered severe losses, leaving Howland and his people with little capacity to assist Moat Cailin directly. Only minimal supplies were sent during this time. As Greywater Watch began to recover, rebellion broke out in the Iron Islands. Soon after, news reached Howland from defeated soldiers fleeing Moat Cailin. Victarion Greyjoy had captured the stronghold. The capture, as the survivors recounted, had been straightforward. The Ironborn simply charged through a gap in the northern city wall that had yet to be repaired. The undermanned garrison, reduced to only a few dozen soldiers, stood no chance. Just 2 men survived the onslaught and managed to return to Greywater Watch to deliver the grim report. After hearing of Moat Cailin's fall, Howland personally visited the site to assess the situation. He found that the Ironborn had already repaired the castle walls and stationed approximately 3,000 soldiers within the stronghold. Seeking solutions, Howland journeyed north to meet Eddard Stark, commander of the Northern Allied forces, in hopes of coordinating an effort to reclaim Moat Cailin. Yet even with combined forces, the results were disheartening. Multiple assaults were launched, resulting in over 1,000 casualties without so much as breaching the castle walls. Although the swamp near Moat Cailin offered a potential bypass for small groups, its hard patches of land could not sustain the passage of a larger force. Too many feet would quickly turn the ground into unstable mud, which would soon revert to its natural swampy state. To make matters worse, the aftermath of the extreme cold and natural disasters had decimated much of the swamp's wildlife. Starving lizard lions now roamed the area in search of food. While Howland could manage to guide 1 or 2 individuals through the treacherous terrain, leading an entire army would amount to delivering them straight into the lizard lion's jaws. As Howland was leaving, he overheard someone mention White Harbor inside the barracks. This made him consider that if Eddard Stark found himself unable to pass through Moat Cailin, he might opt to head to White Harbor instead. There, part of the army could embark on ships bound for King's Landing, while the rest awaited the ship's return. After listening to Howland's briefing, Lind couldn't help but frown. His primary objective in coming here was to secure Moat Cailin, ensuring that the North's combined forces could march south unhindered. Once the path was open, he intended to borrow troops from the Northern Coalition to march on Seagard, lift the siege, and possibly liberate other castles occupied by the Ironborn. However, if Howland's assumption was correct, and the Northern forces decided to sail from White Harbor, this would complicate matters for Lind. In such a scenario, the responsibility of leading the remaining 2,000-odd men would fall squarely on him. Though not an impossible task, it would come at a cost. His cavalry patrols, meticulously trained to serve as the backbone of his future territorial garrison, would inevitably sustain heavy losses. This was an outcome he was determined to avoid. Lind tentatively asked, in other words, the Allied forces from the north have already reached White Harbor? I don't think so, Howland replied, offering some reassurance. It's only been a few days since I met with Lord Eddard. Knowing his character, he's likely still considering an attack on Moat Cailin. Taking the route through White Harbor would cost valuable time. It might take 1 to 2 months to fully transport the coalition to King's Landing. Besides, leaving the 3,000 Ironborn at Moat Cailin unchecked would make the army uneasy about marching south. You see, the coalition is made up of elite troops drawn from across the north, leaving it somewhat vulnerable. If those 3,000 Ironborn were to exploit the army's absence to raid the northern castles, the consequences would be disastrous. Lind listened carefully to Howland's analysis, nodding slightly. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Howland's experience from the Usurpers' War had clearly honed his strategic thinking, far surpassing that of some of the nobles Lind had encountered. Lind then asked Howland for a detailed account of Moat Cailin's internal layout, especially the placement of arrow towers and other key defensive features. As Howland spoke, Lind began formulating a plan to capture the fortress. Just as Lind was preparing to conclude their conversation and return to camp for some rest while leaving Howland to make battle preparations, Nymeria, who had remained silent up until then, suddenly spoke. Lord Howland, may I ask you a question? Howland paused for a moment, then nodded. Of course, my lady. Please ask. Nymeria's question came bluntly. What really happened at the Tower of Joy all those years ago? How did Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, die? Did he truly die from a sneak attack by you and Lord Eddard Stark? Nymeria's question left not only Howland stunned but Lind as well. He hadn't anticipated Nymeria bringing up such a topic, and her tone bordered on accusatory. Howland remained silent for a moment before answering. Yes, Lord Arthur Dane died from my sneak attack. With that, he stood, bowed respectfully to both of them, and said, I apologize, but I must go arrange the manpower now. Without waiting for a response, he left the tower house. Lind and Nymeria, having nothing further to discuss, also departed the warm confines of the tower and returned to their respective camps outside. Why did you suddenly ask Howland that question? In the tent they had set up, Lind asked Nymeria while removing his armor, gesturing for John to place it on the rack. "I just wanted to know the truth," Nymeria replied, as her attendant helped her out of her own armor. She sighed softly and added, "When I was a child, Sir Arthur Dane taught me swordsmanship for a time. He was my first instructor. Sadly, I have no talent for it." Lind didn't respond immediately. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. As the tent emptied, he approached Nymeria and embraced her. Or rather, she leaned into him, allowing herself to rest in his arms, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Lind stayed at Greywater Watch for 2 days. Once everyone had sufficiently recovered, they resumed their march toward Moat Cailin. Howland joined them, leading 300 Crannogmen archers gathered from the various tribes in the Neck. These archers replaced Lind's usual scout team, taking over reconnaissance duties and navigating the army through the swampy terrain. Thanks to the Crannogmen's guidance, the army avoided the soft mud that had previously bogged them down, keeping to firm ground. Horses no longer sank into the muck, allowing for faster travel. Though Howland had warned that it was safer to traverse the swamps on foot, doing so would have added several days to their journey. Riding on firmer ground, they arrived outside Moat Cailin in just 2.5 days. As they approached, the iron-born defenders stationed in Moat Cailin spotted the advancing forces and quickly sounded the alarm. The horns echoed across the marshes, and the defenders rushed into combat readiness. "My lord, there are people coming from the south," an iron-born guard reported breathlessly. He had sprinted to the castle's central hall to inform Heron Botley, who was strapping on his armor. "So what if they are?" "We've been expecting them," Heron replied curtly, frowning at the interruption. The situation at Moat Cailin, however, was not what Lind's forces anticipated. Victarion Greyjoy had departed days earlier, taking a ship back to Pike to join the Ironborn forces battling the Iron Throne. Heron Botley now commanded the defense of the castle. "But, my lord," the guard pressed, "it's that banner. The one with the red background and the long sword. The one you told us to watch for." Heron's face paled. He froze momentarily before grabbing his weapon, not bothering to don his leather armor, and sprinted to the castle walls. From there, he gazed southward toward the causeway. Despite the faint mist hanging over the swamp, the banner's distinct shape and colors were unmistakable. "Damn it! Why is he here?" Heron cursed under his breath, gripping the battlements tightly. Over the past year, Heron had listened countless times as Old Marin, an elder of House Botley, recounted the tale of Euron Greyjoy's ill-fated raid on Old Town. According to Marin, a single night had decimated Euron's forces, killing his men and horses before blinding Euron in one eye. Initially, many dismissed the story as a fabrication, an excuse Euron concocted to justify his abrupt change of looting plans. Marin, ever loyal to Euron, had supported the narrative, despite its implausibility. However, as the faith of the Seven began to declare Lyn Taran as a warrior blessed by the gods, a chosen knight, belief in the tale grew. Even skeptics began to think that while the knight might not have been as unstoppable as Euron claimed, he was still a formidable foe. What solidified this perception was an incident involving Euron himself. During a feast, a drunken noble from the Iron Islands mocked Euron for his supposed defeat at the hands of Lind. In a fit of rage, Euron killed the man on the spot, brutally dismembering him in front of the gathered lords. Though Euron's actions were terrifying, those present could detect a trace of fear behind his fury. That fear was directed at Lyn Taran, the so-called chosen one who had taken Euron's eye. From that moment on, the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands regarded Lind as a significant threat. They committed his distinguishing features to memory, the red banner with the long sword emblazoned on it, accompanied by the image of a giant beast. When Heron was assigned to Moat Cailin by Victarion, he hadn't expected to encounter Lind. After all, Lind was stationed in the Reach, far removed from the north. At the time, the war's focus lay on the Westerlands and the Iron Islands. A knight as formidable as Lind belonged on the front lines, not at Moat Cailin. Now, Heron realized how wrong he had been. Lind had not only appeared in Moat Cailin but had arrived with a substantial army. Though it still seemed smaller than his own force, the quality of the soldiers' armor and weapons suggested otherwise. Heron's troops, clad primarily in leather armor, would struggle to hold their ground in a direct confrontation. Increase the number of guards on the arrow towers and redeploy the men from the northern castle wall. Leave only 100 there and move the rest south, Cailin commanded, his tone sharp and precise. Following his orders, the Ironborn within Moat Cailin swiftly shifted their defensive positions. The archers stationed in the 3 arrow towers were reinforced, with over 200 assigned to each. Bundles of arrows were strategically stacked at garrison points, ensuring the archers could resupply quickly. Outside the castle, Lind refrained from launching an immediate assault. Instead, he instructed Howland to find an open area for the army to set up camp, signaling a long-term strategy. In full view of Moat Cailin's defenders, Lind's men began clearing the lizard lions in the swamp and driving stakes into the wetland, suggesting they intended to construct a plank road around the fortress. Cailin observed Lind's actions from the castle walls and allowed himself a moment of relief. The lack of an immediate attack was a small victory. As for the plank road, he had no plans to interfere. In Caillin's eyes, it was advantageous if Lind succeeded in repairing the road. When the combined northern forces moved south, Cailin could abandon the defense of Moat Cailin and strike. Leading the Ironborn to raid the depleted north, perhaps even sacking White Harbor, would make this campaign worthwhile. After watching for some time, Cailin saw that the plank road now extended a dozen meters into the swamp. Deciding there was little more to see, he turned to the captain of the Ironborn guarding the walls. "Stay alert, and inform me immediately if anything happens." With that, he retreated to his chamber, where a fire blazed warmly. Once Cailin departed, the guards on the walls, noticing the inactivity of Lind's forces, began to relax. Only a dozen men remained stationed atop the walls, while the rest huddled near bonfires below to fend off the cold. In the castle's 3 arrow towers, the tense vigilance of the archers gave way to lethargy. Only 1 or 2 remained at the loopholes, while the others withdrew to the warmth of the tower interiors. The evening dragged on, and darkness soon enveloped the castle. The Ironborn lit several piles of firewood outside the walls with flaming arrows, illuminating the surrounding swamp to ensure they would spot any movement. From the walls, the campfires of Lind's army were visible in the distance, their glow revealing the silhouettes of soldiers moving within the camp. Confident they had the enemy's every action under surveillance, the guards atop Moat Cailin's walls eased their vigilance even further. Chapter 111, Reclaiming Moat Cailin. It was silent. 3 or 4 in the morning. Dawn would soon break. The campfire had gradually burned down, leaving only glowing embers. Those resting had wrapped themselves tightly in warm blankets, reluctant to abandon their comforting cocoon of warmth. Someone added a log to the fire, breaking the stillness with the faint crackle of burning wood. The Ironborn soldiers stationed on the castle walls, tasked with monitoring the army outside, were similarly wrapped up against the chill of the early morning swamp air. Their breath fogged in the cold as they stamped their feet and paced the walls, desperate to stave off the creeping numbness threatening to freeze their feet. The archers stationed in the arrow towers fared better. Bonfires had been lit near them, offering a measure of reprieve from the icy air. The heat softened their vigilance, allowing their bodies to relax. Weariness spread slowly, weighing down their limbs, and before long, their heavy eyelids closed. Soft snores echoed through the arrow towers, betraying their lapse into slumber. In the enveloping darkness beyond, a pair of vertical pupils cut through the night, sweeping across their surroundings with predatory intent, seeking suitable prey. Outside the castle, the camp stirred with quiet activity. While a group of sentries patrolled the perimeter, the rest of the soldiers had retreated to their tents. However, rest was an illusion. Inside the tents, men sat fully armed, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. They had traded their cavalry equipment for the gear of infantry, leather armor, shields, spears, and short swords. In a tent at the heart of the camp, Lind sat alone. His focus was unwavering, his mind connected to glory, the embodiment of his will, sharing its vision and issuing commands. The Ironborn warden of Moat Cailin had left nothing to chance. The castle's defenses were formidable, more than a dozen guards patrolled the walls, while over 1,000 soldiers waited below, ready to provide reinforcements. The 3 surrounding arrow towers were manned by hundreds of archers, poised to unleash a hail of arrows on any approaching enemy. Combined with the natural defenses of the swampy terrain, the castle was nearly impregnable. It was no wonder the Northern Coalition army had been stalled here for over 10 days, unable to advance. Yet no matter how solid the fortifications, they were only as effective as the people manning them. After days of uneventful vigilance, the Ironborn had grown complacent. Their mindset was simple: if tens of thousands of attackers had failed to breach the castle, a few thousand would stand no chance. This false sense of security had dulled their edge, leaving them vulnerable in their moment of perceived invincibility. Through Glory's unique vision, Lind easily pinpointed every sentry on the castle walls. Fatigue and overconfidence had taken their toll. Many sentries, tucked into their dark hiding spots for warmth, had succumbed to sleep. Lind acted without hesitation, targeting these dozing sentries first. He issued Glory a silent command to strike. Moving like a shadow in the darkness, Glory crept up to each target. Unseen and unheard, it struck with lethal precision, biting into the sentries' necks and silencing them before they could utter a sound. After efficiently eliminating a dozen sentries, Lind shifted his focus to the guards stationed on the castle walls. At first glance, these sentries appeared vigilant, positioned in a way that allowed them to watch out for one another. Additionally, several soldiers were gathered around a campfire at the foot of the walls, ready to provide support at the first sign of trouble. Attacking seemed nearly impossible under such circumstances. In reality, however, the coordination and readiness implied by their positions existed only in theory. The relentless cold and exhaustion had dulled their senses. Huddled together in an attempt to preserve the last traces of warmth in their bodies, their remaining focus was fixed on the darkness beyond the walls, searching for any movement outside the castle. Their fellow guards on the walls had faded from their awareness, as none of them imagined that danger could come from within their stronghold. Confidence in their control over Moat Cailin had bred carelessness. Recognizing this vulnerability, Lind commanded Glory to begin its work. It targeted the sentries lingering in the shadows beyond the firelight first, dragging them silently into the darkness where they disappeared without a sound. Next, Lind directed Glory to create opportunities to eliminate the guards stationed near the brazier. With careful precision, Glory approached, striking swiftly. While there were faint noises during the attacks, like the subtle twitching of the guards as they succumbed, these were muffled and went unnoticed. Their throats were bitten before they could utter a cry, ensuring the iron-born soldiers asleep near the campfire remained undisturbed. Once the guards on the castle walls were dealt with, Lind turned his attention to the archers tasked with guarding the arrow towers. These targets were even less of a challenge. The warmth inside the arrow towers had lulled them into complacency. One by one, they leaned against the walls, dozing off in the quiet of the night. Glory moved effortlessly through the shadows, disposing of them without resistance. After eliminating the archers on guard duty, Lind ordered Glory to block the doors of the rooms where the remaining archers were resting. Using sticks and stakes, Glory ensured that the doors would remain obstructed, preventing the occupants from interfering or escaping once the attack began. With these preparations complete, Lind instructed Glory to return to the castle gates. There, Glory removed the bolt securing the gates. However, it did not open them. The gate's pivot bolt was heavily corroded, and turning it would produce a sound, one that, while faint, would be glaringly loud in the stillness of the night. After completing the preliminary tasks, Lind's spirit withdrew from Glory, and he emerged from his tent. Without hesitation, he made his way to the adjacent meeting tent, where Nymeria and the others were already gathered, fully armed and ready. Inside, the atmosphere was tense but focused. Lind approached the table where Howland had set up a detailed model of Castle Moat Cailin earlier that day. He pointed decisively at the model and began issuing orders. "The gates have been opened," he stated firmly. "Tell the men to gather immediately. Be cautious. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry patrols will go in first and eliminate the guards along the walls. The 3rd and 4th Cavalry patrols will target the barracks next to the castle. Everyone else will focus on taking the castle itself." Howland, studying the plan, raised a question. "What about the tower?" Lind dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry about the tower. The archers inside are trapped in their rooms. They won't pose a threat to us. We'll deal with them after we've cleared the rest." Howland nodded, refraining from pressing further. However, his mind lingered on Lind's recent actions. He had noticed Glory slipping away into the darkness earlier, clearly under Lind's control. This reminded Howland of his own ability to possess creatures like the lizard lion. He couldn't help but wonder, was Lind also a skin changer? Yet, certain inconsistencies kept him skeptical. For one, green seers or skin changers typically avoided wearing excessive metal, as it interfered with their spiritual abilities. Even the most skilled among them only managed to minimize the interference caused by metal jewelry or weapons. Yet Lind, clad in full metal armor and wielding multiple metal weapons, displayed abilities that defied these limitations. It was a mystery that unsettled Howland, but there was no time to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already assembled under the direction of their captains. The units moved swiftly, marching towards the gates of Moat Cailin. Once the first cavalry patrols had fully opened the gates, the troops surged inside, charging towards their designated targets. The Ironborn within the castle proved to be far less prepared than Lind had anticipated. Perhaps they had placed excessive trust in their sentries, assuming no threat could bypass their vigilance. Despite the loud, grating noise of the gates being forced open, no alarms were raised, and the Ironborn continued to sleep soundly. It wasn't until the cavalry patrols stormed through with spears and shields, driving their weapons into the bodies of the unsuspecting defenders, that the Ironborn finally awoke, only to find themselves in chaos. The first moments of their awareness were filled with pain and panic, as spears pierced their flesh and screams tore through the still night air. The disarray among the Ironborn worked heavily in Lind's favor. Those who attempted to resist were no match for the disciplined shield and spear formations. Many barely had time to grab their weapons before they were struck down. Even those who managed a weak counterattack only landed a few futile blows on the shields before falling to the unrelenting assault. The more than 1,000 Ironborn stationed at the foot of the castle walls were overwhelmed, pinned down by the combined efforts of the 1st and 2nd Cavalry patrols. Howland's archers from Greywater Watch provided precise and coordinated support, ensuring the defenders had no chance of regrouping. It was clear that their complete defeat was only a matter of time. On the other side of the castle, the 3rd and 4th Cavalry patrols stormed the barracks. Startled by the commotion outside, the Ironborn there scrambled to arm themselves. However, caught off guard and unarmored, they stood little chance against the disciplined ranks of spears and shields. Even with their numerical advantage, they could not withstand the onslaught. Hundreds were swiftly cut down, while the rest scattered in disorganized flight, desperate to escape the carnage. After entering the castle, Lind and Nymeria led the remaining group to the entrance of the main hall. The guards stationed there were hurriedly trying to close the large doors, clearly intending to buy time for the rest of the Ironborn army inside. Nymeria, however, took the initiative. Swinging her massive axe, she struck with devastating force, cutting the 2 guards attempting to push the doors closed cleanly in half. Lind followed close behind, delivering a powerful kick to the door that sent the defenders standing behind it flying backward. With the entrance breached, Daisy, John, and the others surged in, their weapons striking with deadly precision. They attacked the defenders inside, who were clad in distinct Ironborn garb, with relentless efficiency. Lind, wielding his greatsword of the Banished Knight, charged ahead. The blade, massive and sharp, cleaved through the men blocking his path with a force that was as swift as it was brutal. He carved through the Ironborn ranks like a guillotine, each sweeping strike leaving a path of destruction. His momentum and strength were unstoppable, his attacks slicing through the crowded defenders as though they were nothing. After delivering several devastating blows, Lind created a wide gap in the dense Ironborn formation within the main hall. He turned to Nymeria and shouted, "Go capture Victarion, I'll handle the rest." Without hesitation, Nymeria gathered a group of fighters and led them through the opening Lind had forged. They quickly ascended the stairs, heading toward the room where Heron Botley, the Ironborn commander, was said to be resting. Meanwhile, Lind remained in the hall, continuing his deadly assault. Each time a group of Ironborn managed to regroup and mount a resistance, he charged into their midst, breaking their formation with a series of spinning, brutal slashes. He moved tirelessly from one cluster of enemies to the next, leaving no chance for the defenders to reorganize. By the time the battle in the hall subsided, the once formidable Ironborn force, numbering over 1,000, had been decimated by Lind and his men. As the dust settled, Nymeria descended the stairs, her figure drenched in blood. In her hand, she carried a severed head. Without hesitation, she handed it to Lind, who examined it briefly but failed to recognize the face. He tossed it to Daisy and instructed, "Take the head out and persuade them to surrender." Daisy immediately took the head and ran outside, accompanied by most of the fighters. Only a few remained behind to secure the battlefield and ensure no threats lingered within the hall. Lind turned to Nymeria, his eyes scanning her blood-soaked appearance with concern. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Nymeria shook her head, her expression calm yet still brimming with a warrior's adrenaline. "I'm fine." "It's all his blood," she replied, gesturing to the crimson stains on her armor and skin. "That guy was weak, he only managed to take one of my axe strikes." It ended too quickly, just as I was getting started. How can someone like that be called the #1 warrior of the Iron Islands? Lind frowned at her words, troubled by the implications. He was well aware that Victarion Greyjoy was supposed to be a formidable fighter, one whose strength and skill were unmatched among the Ironborn. Even considering Nymeria's rigorous training and her exceptional physical capabilities, defeating him so easily felt strange. Something about this didn't add up. Just as Lind was mulling over his doubts, Glory emerged silently from the shadows and approached him. Distracted by the sight of the shadow cat, Lind set his concerns aside, reached out to rub Glory's head, and turned to Nymeria with a faint smile. "Don't worry," he said. "There's still Seagard Castle ahead. That one should be a straight fight, not as easy as this." Nymeria regarded him with a skeptical expression. She knew the number of Ironborn in Seagard Castle far exceeded those they had just defeated, but having witnessed Lind's strength firsthand, she doubted those defenders would be much harder to handle than the ones here. The battle within Moat Cailin Castle had ended swiftly. The Ironborn archers stationed in the 3 arrow towers were captured before they could even contribute to the fight. Of the remaining defenders, about 600 surrendered, all of them wounded. The rest perished in combat. Whether any of those 600 injured captives would survive remained uncertain. On Lind's side, the losses were minor but troubling, over 10 dead and more than 20 injured. Although the skirmish was undeniably a victory, Lind felt no satisfaction. The casualties, though few, were caused by carelessness. His men had grown overconfident in their perceived upper hand and had fallen victim to unexpected counterattacks. To Lind, a flawless victory was one without casualties, and the avoidable losses grated on him. Quietly, he resolved to tighten their training and enforce stricter discipline in future operations. Adding to his dissatisfaction was the discovery, through questioning the prisoners, that the man Nymeria had killed was not Victarion Greyjoy. Apparently, Victarion had left Moat Cailin several days earlier. "Lord Howland, you should immediately send word to Lord Eddard that Moat Cailin has been cleared. Ask him to come here as soon as possible. I still need to move on to Seagard to break the siege and can't remain here for long," Lind said, addressing Howland Reed. "I understand. I will inform the Lord," Howland replied. Without delay, he stepped into an open area, took out a piece of parchment, and began writing a concise report of the situation at Moat Cailin. Using the blood of a nearby corpse, he affixed a seal to the document before imprinting it with his ring. Once the message was prepared, Howland moved to a quiet corner, sat down, and closed his eyes. Entering a meditative state, he seemed to withdraw entirely from his surroundings. Moments later, a raven descended from the sky, snatched the message in its claws, and took flight, heading north. Lind, ever cautious, ordered several men to guard Howland and ensure no one disturbed him while he remained in his trance. Then, accompanied by Nymeria and Glory, Lind began another sweep of the castle, searching for any remaining threats or survivors. Though they found no Ironborn hiding within the ruins, they did come across 2 former Moat Cailin guards concealed in a secret cellar beneath the stables. The men had been hiding there for over 10 days, surviving on scraps. Starving and disheveled, they were almost unrecognizable to the archers from Greywater Watch who stumbled upon them. Creators. Chapter 112, Northern Men. In the open expanse of the Barrowlands near the Moat Cailin bog, hundreds of tents were tightly clustered together, each filled with soldiers sleeping within. Outside, numerous figures sat around campfires, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Throughout the encampment, groups of patrolling soldiers moved methodically, their eyes sharp, ever vigilant for any signs of movement beyond the camp's perimeter. The banners fluttering in the breeze told the tale of unity among the North's great houses. Familiar sigils marked their allegiance: House Bolton, the Skinners; House Karstark, the Sun in the Winter; House Umber, the Roaring Giants; and House Mormont of Bear Island, among others. Nearly every notable northern house had sent their men to support the rebellion, a testament to the North's resolve. The plan had seemed straightforward: march south, unite with the kingdom's forces, swiftly quash the Ironborn rebellion, and return home as heroes. But the reality was far grimmer. Tens of thousands of troops now sat stranded at Moat Cailin, their progress halted, frustration and helplessness growing with each passing day. Inside the largest tent, the air was heavy with tension. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, sat at the head of the gathering, his expression as grim as the mood of the men around him. Lords and nobles from across the north surrounded him, their faces etched with concern as they listened to the envoy from White Harbor deliver his report. So, Lord Manderley can only provide 35 ships? Eddard asked, his voice calm but weighted. The envoy nodded solemnly. Yes, my lord. Eddard's brows furrowed. That is far fewer than we anticipated. Why? The envoy hesitated before responding. The news of Lord Manderley's requisition leaked, my lord. Many merchant ships fled White Harbor before they could be gathered. The words hung in the air like an accusation. Leaked. Lord Galbart Glover of Deepwood Moat interjected sharply. Who leaked this information? The envoy's shoulders sagged as he shook his head. We don't yet know, my lord, but... But what? Glover pressed. The envoy avoided meeting their eyes as he answered, the merchant ships fled before Lord Eddard's official orders were even delivered to White Harbor. The implication was clear. The leak had come from their own ranks. A wave of unease swept through the room, and the grim expressions deepened. Ricard Karstark, his temper as fiery as ever, slammed his hand on the table. Is that old lamprey trying to dodge responsibility? He failed to gather enough ships, and now he's blaming us. Damned fool, he should be. Enough, Lord Karstark. Eddard's tone, though steady, carried a note of finality. I trust that Lord Manderley has done all he can. We must also consider the possibility that the fault lies on our side. Though Karstark fell silent, his scowl betrayed his lingering anger. Among the tension-filled gathering, Roose Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort, remained unnervingly composed. He spoke up, his voice cutting through the din. How many men can these 35 ships carry? The envoy straightened. If packed tightly, my lord, each ship could carry 60 to 70 men. With the addition of deck space, perhaps 100 at most. Lord Bolton's pale eyes narrowed. Only that many? I've heard of ships capable of transporting hundreds. The envoy nodded but explained, those are larger cargo vessels or specialized troop carriers, my lord. Most of the ships available to Lord Manderley are smaller guard warships. Lord Bolton's lips pressed into a thin line. At this rate, it would take 10 trips or more to transport all of our forces to King's Landing. That would take months. His gaze shifted to Eddard. Lord Stark, this is untenable. We should consider taking Moat Cailin by force. Eddard's expression gave nothing away as he appeared lost in thought. Breaking the silence, Ura Mormont stepped forward. My lord, let me lead a small group to infiltrate Moat Cailin under the cover of darkness. We'll open the gates from within. With your men coordinating from outside, the castle will be ours. Galbart Glover, quick to dismiss the notion, barked, that's madness. The Ironborn hold Moat Cailin with thousands of men. You'd be slaughtered before you even reached the walls. Undeterred, Ura countered, I can do it. There's no need to continue, Lord Mormont, Eddard interrupted. His voice was firm, brooking no argument. Your plan is too dangerous. I will not sanction such a reckless course. Ura reluctantly stepped back as Eddard continued, I'll send word to Howland Reed. He knows these swamps better than anyone. With his help, we may find a way through the marshes. Lightly armed and without supplies, we might traverse the swamp undetected. Before Eddard could finish, a raven burst into the tent, its black wings cutting through the heavy air. It landed with eerie precision on the table before him and dropped a small note from its beak. The bird cawed twice, its sharp cry echoing in the hushed room. The lords stared, some with amazement, others with unease. A few exchanged wary glances, their faces darkened with distrust. Though all were loyal to the old gods, the sudden appearance of the raven unnerved them. Supernatural omens were not easily welcomed, and whispers of malevolence lingered in the silence. Howland. Eddard's voice was calm yet questioning, his eyes fixed on the raven before him as if he had already guessed its origin. The raven responded with an affirmative nod, then pecked at the note resting on the table with its sharp beak. Eddard quickly picked up the note, unfolded it, and scanned its contents. As he read, a rare smile broke across his face. It seems we no longer need to search for a way to bypass Moat Cailin, he announced. The castle has already been retaken. The gathered lords froze, stunned by the sudden revelation, before expressions of joy lit up their faces. They eagerly passed the note around, each man reading it in turn. Who is this chosen one, Lind? John Umber, the burly lord of Last Hearth, finally asked, his curiosity unable to be restrained. He wasn't alone in his confusion. Many of the northern lords shared his puzzlement, their lack of familiarity with Lind evident. Their focus had long been directed inward, toward their own lands, and news from the south often seemed distant and irrelevant. Roose Bolton, however, proved the exception. The cold and calculating lord of the Dreadfort had a penchant for gathering intelligence from beyond the north. His pale, unsettling gaze swept the room as he began to explain. Lind is a figure of considerable renown in the south. His exploits are nothing short of extraordinary. Bolton's recounting of Lind's deeds held the room in thrall. Most astonishing was the tale of how Lind had single-handedly slain over 700 Ironborn pirates outside the starry September. The sheer scale of this feat left the lords wide-eyed and incredulous. "That's absurd," one lord exclaimed, echoing the unspoken thoughts of many. "No man could do such a thing alone." Roose Bolton's tone remained even as he elaborated. "This accomplishment has been officially recognized by the Church of the Seven. They claim he was blessed by the warrior himself, chosen to act as the god's instrument. Hence the title, Chosen One." "The Church of the Seven," scoffed a lord who, like most northerners, remained steadfast in his devotion to the old gods. "Those corrupt septons will anoint anyone for the right price." His remark earned nods and murmurs of agreement from the others. Bolton, unfazed, continued. "The Citadel has also validated Lind's actions. They've chronicled the event in their official records." At this, the room fell silent. Though the lords held little regard for the septons of the faith of the Seven, their respect for the Citadel and its maesters was profound. Anything recorded by the Citadel was deemed rigorously verified and beyond question. Eddard, sensing the conversation veering into speculation, stood to address the gathering. "Who this chosen of the gods is does not concern us," he declared firmly. "What matters is that Moat Cailin is now clear." His tone brooked no dissent. "Sound the horn and rouse the camp," he ordered. "Have the army ready to march on Moat Cailin." The lords sprang into action, each returning to his contingent to relay the command. Soldiers were awakened from their tents, hurriedly packing their belongings and preparing to move. At the break of dawn, the combined army of the north began its march. They crossed the swampy expanse and made their way along the narrow causeway toward Moat Cailin. By the time the sun hung high in the sky, they had reached the castle's outskirts. The scene that greeted them was both grim and unsettling. The marshlands surrounding the castle were littered with the bloated, decaying corpses of iron-born soldiers. Lizard lions, grotesque swamp predators, feasted on the remains, tearing into the flesh with abandon. The soldiers moved cautiously, unnerved by the sight. Fortunately, the lizard lions remained fixated on the corpses and largely ignored the advancing army. Only a few bold creatures ventured close to the causeway, but they were swiftly driven back by the wary, spear-wielding soldiers. Eddard Stark's face darkened as he took in the gruesome spectacle. The indiscriminate scattering of bodies repelled him, the lack of respect for the dead an affront to his sense of honor. Even enemies, in his eyes, deserved a dignified end. The Ironborn should have been cremated, their remains treated with some measure of solemnity, not discarded like refuse to be consumed by beasts. However, for the rest of the people in the north, feeding the bodies of the Ironborn to the lizard lions in the swamp was a practice they welcomed. They watched with relish, discussing among themselves that, after this war, the lizard lions around Moat Cailin would likely become even fiercer and more prone to attacking humans. After all, if they consumed too much human flesh, other meats might seem unappealing to them. The gates of Moat Cailin Castle were opened early, and the army of the north rode directly into the central square. Lind's forces had already departed the castle, having briefly cleaned up the corpses of the Ironborn before retreating to their camp outside to rest. They were preparing to march to Seagard as soon as the northern army took full control of the castle. Only Lind, Nymeria, Howland, and Dacey remained inside the castle, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, awaiting the arrival of the northern leaders. When Eddard Stark led the lords of the north into the square of Moat Cailin and dismounted their horses, Howland stepped forward, leading Lind and the others to meet them. "My lord, this is the Chosen One, Ser Lind Taryn, and this is Lady Nymeria Footley of Tumbleton." Howland introduced Lind and Nymeria to Eddard Stark. "Dacey. Why are you here?" Ura Mormont, standing among the lords, suddenly stepped forward in surprise, his gaze fixed on Dacey, who stood beside Lind. Yora's cry of surprise immediately drew the attention of the crowd to Daisy. Several lords recognized her, either they or their sons had once been her suitors. To the Southerners, Daisy might have seemed rough or unrefined, but to the people of the North, she was the epitome of a strong, capable woman, an ideal wife. Unfortunately, Daisy had never taken a liking to any of her suitors and had eventually left for the South under the guise of embarking on an adult journey, much to the disappointment of many. No one had expected to see her again, let alone in these circumstances. Judging by the exquisite armor she now wore, it was evident she had fared well. "I am now the captain of Ser Lin's 5th Cavalry Patrols, and I killed 11 Ironborn during the battle to retake Moat Cailin," Daisy declared, her voice filled with pride as she glanced at the gathering. At her words, the crowd snapped out of their astonishment and turned their attention to Lind, who stood beside her in the distinctive armor of the banished knight. Eddard Stark's eyes lingered on the flying dragon etched on Lind's helmet before stepping forward. He extended his hand, saying, "Thank you, Ser Lind, for recovering Moat Cailin. Otherwise, we would have been forced to storm it, and that would have been costly." "I am only too happy to obey the king's orders," Lind replied politely, shaking Eddard's hand. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Shouldn't you be taking a detour around Moat Cailin by ship from White Harbor? Why are you attacking it by force?" Eddard paused briefly before countering, "How did Ser Lind know that we planned to bypass Moat Cailin and go to White Harbor by ship?" Lind explained calmly, "Before coming to Moat Cailin, Lord Howland and I discussed your next possible moves while at Greywater Watch." Eddard's expression shifted to one of understanding. It dawned on him that the departure of merchant ships from White Harbor might not have been due to leaked plans, but rather because someone had anticipated their strategy to bypass Moat Cailin. Those merchants might have fled early to avoid having their vessels conscripted. As the conversation unfolded, Lord John Umber suddenly interrupted without warning, directing his words at Lady Nymeria. "A woman. A woman is leading the troops. Have the men of the South died off? They would let a woman lead the troops." His remark provoked an outburst of laughter from the lords of the North and the soldiers gathered behind them. Eddard Stark's face darkened with displeasure, and he was on the verge of reprimanding his men when Lind stepped in and halted him. Lind turned toward Nymeria, whose expression had soured at John Umber's words. With a slight smile, he asked her, "You'll handle it?" Nymeria nodded decisively. "Okay, I'll handle it." She strode over to an open area, hefting a massive axe in her hand. Turning to face the gathered northerners, she called out sharply, "A bunch of men trapped here for more than 10 days and still unable to march south. Come on. Let's see if you northerners can call yourselves men." Her taunt silenced the laughter, leaving several of the lords and knights visibly displeased. Eddard did not intervene, and the provocateur, John Umber, stepped forward to accept her challenge. To everyone's astonishment, John drew his long sword and launched an attack on Nymeria. However, with a single powerful swing of her axe, using only its body and not the blade, she sent both John and his weapon flying through the air. If she had used the blade, John would have been cleaved in two. The crowd was stunned. John Umber was renowned for his strength in the north, and there were few among the gathered lords who could confront him head-on. Yet this formidable warrior had been defeated in a single move by Nymeria. The sight left the northerners in disbelief. "Men of the north," Nymeria declared disdainfully, casting a scornful glance over the assembled crowd before turning and returning to Lind's side. Ser Lind broke the silence that followed. "Lord Stark, I need to leave immediately to assist in the defense of Seagard, but I don't have enough men. I may require your support. This lord here," he gestured toward John Umber, "is clearly skilled. He was able to face Nymeria briefly without being seriously harmed. Please assign him to me." Chapter 113, Old Walder's Suspicion. In the twins, Walder Frey, the Lord of the Crossing and the head of House Frey, endured the excruciating pain of his gout as he methodically reviewed the latest intelligence reports delivered to his table. He scrutinized each piece of information with care, determined to prevent House Frey from faltering amidst the tides of major events. This vigilance was his method of ensuring survival and relevance in an ever-changing world. After reading the intelligence report from King's Landing, he exhaled a faint sigh of relief and turned to the next report from Riverrun. However, the relentless pain coursing through his body made it difficult to focus. Leaning back in his chair, he gestured for his granddaughter, standing quietly nearby, to approach. Without hesitation, he reached beneath her shirt and kneaded her chest. The sensation against his palm seemed to reinvigorate his spirit and dulled the pain plaguing his body. He could not recall her name, one of his countless granddaughters, perhaps the daughter of a son or grandson. It mattered little. The many granddaughters and great-granddaughters surrounding him were tokens sent by his dutiful sons, some of whom had even offered their wives to curry favor. He relished the indulgence and hoped to savor the moment for as long as possible. His gaze swept over his sons and grandsons in the room, calculating. They might quarrel among themselves, but any hint of ambition toward the seat he occupied would not be tolerated. Walder prided himself on being the guardian of loyalty within the family. When the pain had eased somewhat, he dismissed his granddaughter with a wave of his hand and turned his attention back to the documents. He picked up the intelligence report he had set aside. This particular report, sent from Riverrun, relayed updates on Hoster Tully. It stated that Hoster, having recently regained consciousness, was mobilizing the Riverlands' allied forces in Riverrun. Command of these troops was being entrusted to Blackfish Bryndon Tully, who would lead them south to support King Robert's siege of the Iron Islands. Has the old fool lost his wits? Walder muttered, his irritation palpable. He flung the report to the ground. Now that we've shifted all our men to the Westerlands, does he expect us to ignore the Ironborn lingering outside Seagard, ready to head south? Stevrin Fry, Walder's heir, was present in the study, assisting with the workload. Though white-haired and visibly older than his father, Stevrin moved quickly to retrieve the discarded document. He read it and remarked, among the combined forces of the Riverlands, both House Fry and House Blackwood of Raventree Hall are notably absent. Perhaps Lord Tully intends for the Blackwoods and us to hold off the Ironborn advancing south from Seagard, effectively trapping them there. Walder's expression darkened as Stevrin's suggestion struck a nerve. He sifted through a pile of unopened documents until he located a particular missive from Riverrun. Walder had ignored it initially, assuming it to be yet another summons to muster troops for the southern campaign, hardly worth his immediate attention. Now, it seemed, he had been mistaken. Breaking the seal, Walder read the contents carefully. His face grew grim, confirming Stevrin's suspicion. The letter was indeed an order from Riverrun, instructing House Fry to guard the crossing at the Twins and block the Ironborn from crossing the Green Fork toward Seagard. The language of the command was pointed, bordering on accusatory. Should the Ironborn manage to breach the Green Fork, it would be deemed an act of treachery against the Iron Throne. The message was clear: House Fry could no longer afford to sit back and wait for the dust to settle, as had been their custom. This time, Riverrun was forcing them to act decisively. Their calculated neutrality was no longer an option. Damn old man, how come he didn't freeze to death in that ice storm? Old Walder muttered under his breath, his irritation as much a habit as a reaction to any news he deemed inconvenient. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. The door opened, and Walder Fry Jr., known as Black Walder, strode in, a raven's letter in hand. Grandfather, great-grandfather, there is news from Moat Cailin, he announced, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Moat Cailin. Old Walder's eyebrows raised slightly before his expression twisted into disdain. Has Victarion Greyjoy learned to write surrender letters like his nephew? Stevrin, standing nearby, took the letter from his son and read it carefully. Father, this wasn't written by Victarion, he said after a moment. It's from Eddard Stark, Lord of the North. Old Walder blinked, momentarily caught off guard. A letter from the Lord of the North. From Moat Cailin. Does that mean the North has already retaken it? Stevrin nodded, his eyes scanning the text further. Yes, Moat Cailin has indeed been retaken, but not by the army of the North. It was reclaimed by the army of the Chosen One, Lind. The Chosen One Lind. Old Walder repeated, his brow furrowed as he searched his memory. Isn't he the chosen warrior of the Faith of the Seven? Yes, father, Stevrin confirmed, passing the letter to him. Then, as if recalling something else, he added, earlier, King's Landing sent a proclamation across the realm. It mentioned that His Grace Robert had appointed Lyn Taran, this so-called Chosen One, as the commander-in-chief of the campaign against bandits throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Old Walder skimmed the letter as Stevrin spoke, paying close attention to the account of the recovery of Moat Cailin. Though the letter gave little detail beyond the bare facts, Walder's experienced I could discern the significance of what had happened. One detail stood out above all, the combat effectiveness of Lyn's forces. In less than a day, they had retaken Moat Cailin and annihilated over 3,000 Ironborn defenders. Walder was struck by the sheer efficiency of the feat. He remembered his own visit to Moat Cailin in his youth, a place he knew to be almost impossible to conquer by conventional means. Its defenses weren't remarkable due to high walls or intricate fortifications, but because of its unique geography. The castle was surrounded by treacherous swamps, with only one narrow causeway leading to its gates. Any army attempting an assault would find itself trapped on this precarious path, unable to form a proper front. The swamps, teeming with lizard lions and other carnivorous creatures, were as much a deterrent as the castle's defenders. Blood spilled in battle would draw these beasts in droves, turning the area into a deadly mire. For decades, it was said that even a small force stationed in Moat Cailin could hold off armies many times its size without significant losses. The Ironborn's initial success in seizing the stronghold had seemed improbable enough, but now, to hear that Lynd's forces had reclaimed it so swiftly. Old Walder couldn't help but wonder how the Chosen One had managed it. How many lives had Lynd sacrificed to achieve this? How many troops did that Chosen One, Lynd, lead to attack Moat Cailin? Old Walder muttered to himself, his face a mixture of doubt and curiosity. Black Walder suddenly spoke up. It should be just over 2,000, but less than 3,000. How do you know there are only 2,000? Stevrin asked, his tone filled with suspicion. A while ago, someone reported seeing an army of over 2,000 men marching north along the King's Road, Black Walder replied. The banner they carried showed a red sword on a red field. I believe it was the Chosen One's army. Only 2,000. How did they manage that? Both Old Walder and Stevrin looked astonished. As the group reeled in disbelief at this feat, Stevrin's eldest son, Ryman Fry, appeared at the gate, his expression panicked. Without hesitation, he hurried inside and addressed his father and grandfather. Father, grandfather, there's an army outside the castle. The Ironborn have already mobilized. Old Walder's face turned pale, his voice deep and grim. No, not from the south. They're from the north, Ryman clarified quickly, realizing the misunderstanding. It's a cavalry army, about 5,000 strong. Their banners are unfamiliar, they don't look like those of the Riverlands nobility. What do their banners look like? Stevrin asked in a low voice. One banner is covered in silver caltrops, Ryman described hastily. Another depicts a giant, and the third shows a long sword on a red field, with some strange symbol on the hilt. The silver caltrops belong to House Footley of Tumbleton, Stevrin explained, recognizing the crests instantly. Lady Nymeria Footley, the current head of that house, is a close ally of the Chosen One, Lynd. The giant banner belongs to House Umber of the North. And the red sword on a field of red, that's the banner of the Chosen One himself. How could he have arrived so quickly? Old Walder's expression darkened, his voice laced with unease. The letter was only just delivered, and here he is already. He mulled over the situation briefly, then pressed his hand firmly against the table, rising to his feet. Beckoning for his granddaughter to assist him, he gripped his walking stick with his other hand. Let's go. We'll meet this Chosen One. Outside the northern castle gate of the twins, Lynd's army stood in a precise and orderly formation. John approached the gate, announcing their identity and demanding that the twins open their gates to let the army pass. The gatekeeper, however, refused. I lack the authority to make such a decision, he said apologetically. I will send word to the main castle to inform Lord Walder Fry and let him decide. John bristled at the gatekeeper's response, his temper flaring. He was about to chastise the Freys for their rudeness, but Lynd stopped him. Tell them this, Lynd instructed calmly but firmly. If the House of Fry does not open the gates of the twins before nightfall to allow my army to pass, I will declare them in rebellion against the Iron Throne in my capacity as commander of the king's forces tasked with suppressing banditry across the 7 kingdoms. The gatekeeper, visibly shaken by the threat, sent several more messengers to the main castle. The sun was already sinking in the west, the sky turning crimson as the evening approached. Just as the last sliver of daylight faded, the gates of the twins creaked open. Old Walder Fry emerged, flanked by his son, grandson, and great-grandson. Together, they approached Lynd. Before Walder could say anything, Lynd, seated high on his horse, addressed him directly. Lord Walder, are you still loyal to the Iron Throne? Walder straightened slightly and replied, of course. House Fry has always been loyal to the Iron Throne and has never wavered. Lynd wasted no time. In that case, I am now passing through the twins to head to Seagard to quell a rebellion. I need you to provide a cavalry unit of 3,000 men. For a brief moment, displeasure flickered across old Walder's face, but he quickly masked it. It takes time to raise an army, he said with measured calm. Lind didn't allow any room for delay or rebuttal. Sorry, my lord, but I don't have time to spare. Your army must be ready when I pass through the twins. Understand? Overwhelmed by Lind's commanding presence, old Walder struggled to maintain composure. His hand gripped his granddaughter's arm tightly, as if anchoring himself against Lind's intense gaze and unyielding tone. Forcing stability into his voice, he replied, "Understood. I will prepare the supporting army immediately." Lind nodded curtly and gave a wave of his hand. Enter the city. At his command, the army began its march into the twins. As Lind's horse moved past the gathered frays, those nearby noticed something unnerving, a beast lurking in the shadows beneath Lind's steed. Its piercing vertical pupils watched the frays intently, sending shivers down their spines and making the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. Once Lind and his army had passed and disappeared into the twins, old Walder finally relaxed. His rigid posture softened, and he let go of his granddaughter's arm. Her hand, bruised and discolored from his iron grip, trembled slightly. Yet, despite the pain, she bit her lip and held back her tears, knowing better than to complain. "Stevrin," old Walder said sharply, as though regaining control of the situation, "you must immediately organize 3,000 cavalry to accompany Lind Taran south and assist in suppressing the rebellion. Do exactly as he says, no excuses." He turned to Black Walder next. "You must investigate whether our family has ever crossed this chosen one. Why is he targeting us in this way?" Targeting us? Several of the Freys looked puzzled, unsure of what he meant. Old Walder rolled his eyes at their confusion. "He's aiming to destroy House Frey, that much is clear. If we hadn't acted swiftly, he'd have branded us traitors on the spot. No one targets a noble house without a reason. We must have wronged him in the past. Find out what it was, or we'll never be safe with someone like him watching over us." While old Walder scolded his sons and grandsons, Nymeria rode up beside Lind. Her brow furrowed as she looked at him, curiosity plain in her eyes. "Do you have a grudge against House Frey?" she asked. Lind shook his head calmly. "No. Why do you ask?" "I just got the impression that you were looking for an excuse to destroy them," she said, her voice tinged with bewilderment. Lind paused, her words catching him off guard. "Did I? Is it that obvious?" A flicker of amusement crossed his face before he chuckled. "Don't overthink it. I don't have any grudges against House Frey. I simply don't like him. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but he managed to avoid it. I doubt I'll have the chance again for a long while, so I'll let it go. For now." Creators. Chapter 114, Inside and Outside Seagard. House Frey formed an army much more quickly than Lind had anticipated. Shortly after his forces crossed the twins and reached the southern bank, House Frey organized cavalry patrols led by Ser Stevrin Frey, the eldest son and heir of House Frey, who joined Lind's counterinsurgency cavalry patrols. Though House Frey mobilized their forces rapidly, the quality of the army left much to be desired. Of the 2,500 horses, only about 500 were suitable for war, while the remainder were weak and ill-suited for combat. Moreover, the majority of the soldiers were infantry, barely capable of remaining on horseback, rather than trained cavalry. Nonetheless, House Frey sent a contingent of 100 hedge knights, primarily assigned to protect Stevrin Frey. From an outsider's perspective, the inclusion of the heir to House Frey demonstrated the family's loyalty and commitment. However, in Lind's view, Walder Frey's decision might have been a calculated move. By risking an heir, Walder could later claim a reputation for sacrificing his family for the Iron Throne, much as he did during the War of the Five Kings a decade later. For Lind, Walder's motivations were inconsequential. He never expected the House Frey cavalry to provide significant combat effectiveness. What mattered was their presence and the attitude it conveyed. After the House Frey forces joined, Lind avoided dispersing their ill-equipped troops among other units, which could have diluted the army's overall strength. Instead, he positioned Jon Umber behind the House Frey contingent. Should they falter or attempt to avoid engagement during battle, Jon Umber would ensure they were driven forward into the fray. Lind did not immediately march toward Seagard. Instead, he sent scouts ahead to gather intelligence on the situation. He camped near the twins for the night and set out the following day. The scene shifted a day later to the outskirts of Seagard. Roderick Greyjoy stood grim-faced, watching a group of his men return to camp with spoils looted from a nearby village. For Roderick, these raids were not merely about acquiring supplies, they were a means to bolster the morale of his troops. To that end, he had vowed not to keep any share of the loot for himself, instead distributing everything among his men. This tactic aimed to maintain their enthusiasm and focus on taking Seagard as quickly as possible. Recently, Roderick had received news that his uncle Victarion Greyjoy had successfully captured Moat Cailin, halting the advance of the allied forces from the north. Roderick commanded far more troops than his uncle, with an additional 3,000 men secretly sent by his father, Balon Greyjoy. Yet, despite this advantage, Seagard Castle still stood defiant, and Roderick's forces remained stalled outside its walls. By this point, Seagard should have fallen according to their plan. Once secured, it was to serve as a base of operations for raids deeper into the Riverlands. Using the Green Fork and Blue Fork of the Trident as routes, Roderick's forces would have ravaged the region, tying down the armies of the local lords. Now, however, that plan lay in ruins, a bitter failure that gnawed at him. The motto of House Greyjoy, "We do not sow," encapsulated the Ironborn way of life. Conquest and plunder were central to their identity, and Roderick understood that his ability to command the loyalty of the Ironborn hinged on his success in bringing them wealth and glory. Though he was Balon Greyjoy's eldest son and heir, his position was far from secure. With numerous siblings vying for power, his inability to deliver victory might undermine his claim to the Seastone chair on Pike. Lord Roderick, a letter from the Iron Islands, Roderick's captain of men-at-arms hurried toward him, clutching a piece of paper. Roderick took the letter and scanned its contents, his expression darkening further with each word. The message was straightforward. Victarion Greyjoy had been recalled to the Iron Islands to participate in the upcoming attack on the Arbor and Old Town fleet. Following that, Victarion and Euron Greyjoy were to lead raids into the Reach, plundering its wealth and forcing the coalition armies there to retreat from their allegiance to the Iron Throne. To Roderick, this was unequivocally bad news. Even a fool could discern which region held more riches, the Reach or the Riverlands. Victarion and Euron's campaign in the Reach would undoubtedly yield fortunes, overshadowing any gains made in the Riverlands. This turn of events would sow dissatisfaction among Roderick's men, who might begin questioning his abilities and leadership. Worse still, it could destabilize his status as the eldest son and presumed heir to the Greyjoy legacy. What gnawed at him more deeply was the unspoken implication of Balon Greyjoy's attitude. Though the letter made no explicit mention of his father's thoughts, Roderick could sense the disappointment looming between the lines. Balon's decision to transfer Victarion, who was defending Moat Cailin, back to the Iron Islands for a pivotal naval battle, while leaving Roderick in the Riverlands, felt like a veiled judgment on his failure to capture Seagard. The perceived slight was enough to stoke a simmering frustration within Roderick, as the realization of his father's discontent sank in. "No, if this continues, I'm finished," Roderick muttered, his hand crumpling the letter into a tight ball. Without hesitation, he turned to the captain of his men-at-arms. "Tell them we will attack the castle tomorrow. Seagard must fall tomorrow." The captain hesitated, his voice cautious. "My lord, if we do that, we'll lose many men. We've already lost over 1,000 in previous attempts. If..." "Shut up!" Roderick barked, grabbing the captain by the collar and yanking him close. His face was a mask of fury as he hissed, "Your only duty is to relay my orders. Do not speak another word. Do you understand, Cotter Pike?" The captain stiffened, his voice trembling. "Why yes, my lord." He couldn't help but recall the fates of Roderick's previous captains who had failed to meet his expectations. Word of Roderick's orders soon spread among the noble officers under his command, further fueling discontent in the camp. The Ironborn had already suffered over 1,000 casualties in earlier assaults, yet they had seen none of the wealth promised to them before the campaign. The lack of results coupled with the mounting losses made dissatisfaction with Roderick's leadership almost palpable. Still, none dared openly defy him. With 5,000 Ironborn loyal to House Greyjoy under his command, Roderick's authority was unassailable for now. Resigned, the officers returned to their camps to mobilize their soldiers and prepare siege engines for the next day's assault. The Ironborn made no effort to conceal their movements, their preparations plainly visible from the walls of Seagard Castle. Patrek Mollister, who had spent the past days keeping a vigilant watch from the castle walls, was the first to notice the activity in the Ironborn camp. Observing their maneuvers, he quickly deduced their intentions. Wasting no time, Patrek began organizing the castle's defenses. He positioned the garrison soldiers strategically along the walls, personally inspecting each defensive point to ensure there were no weak spots. At the same time, he sent messengers to the sanctuary, calling on the citizens of Seagard who had taken refuge within the city to arm themselves. These civilians were to serve as reinforcements, ready to step in if the garrison could not hold the walls against the Ironborn assault. As Patrek gave orders to his men, Tristan Rivers, captain of the Lord's Guard, watched the air of Seagard with a sense of relief. Before the Ironborn invasion, few in Seagard held Patrek in high regard. To them, he was merely a playboy who spent his days in brothels and taverns or indulged in hunting and leisure, utterly unfit to inherit the Lord's title. Such behavior sowed anxiety about Seagard's future. Not long ago, Lord Jason Mollister fell gravely ill during a severe cold, succumbing to a high fever that left him comatose. With Lord Jason's condition uncertain, many feared that Patrek's ascension would spell disaster for Seagard. Yet, to everyone's surprise, when Patrek assumed the duties of governance, nothing unraveled. Contrary to the reckless behavior they anticipated, he adhered closely to Lord Jason's methods in managing the affairs of Seagard. While his execution still carried hints of inexperience, it was evident that he bore traces of his father's influence. Then came the Ironborn invasion, and the once dismissed playboy continued to defy expectations. He did not retreat to the safety of the castle's interior. Instead, from the war's onset, he stood with the soldiers atop the battlements, sharing their fate. This resolve did not directly enhance the castle's defenses or the soldiers' fighting prowess, but it significantly bolstered their morale. His presence inspired them to repel attack after attack from the Ironborn. "Sir Tristan, do you see any flaws in the arrangements I've made?" Patrek asked, turning to the captain of the guard as he routinely did after organizing the castle's defenses. "There are no problems." "You have done an excellent job, my lord," Tristan replied. "How is my father's health?" Patrek inquired next. Tristan's tone was measured. "The lord's health has improved, he can get out of bed and walk around." He even wanted to join the fight on the battlements, but Maester Egbert stopped him. Patrek nodded, visibly relieved. "How long will the castle's food supply last?" he asked. "With current consumption rates, at least another month," Tristan replied seriously. "However, Maester Egbert suggests reducing the refugees' rations slightly. That way, we can ensure the garrison soldiers have enough provisions while extending our overall supplies." "No," Patrek said firmly, his voice resolute. "The people trust us Mollisters and have sought refuge in the castle during this crisis. It is our duty and obligation as lords to provide the protection and care they deserve." After a moment's thought, he added, "If food becomes truly scarce, then slaughter the horses." Tristan frowned. "My lord, those horses were specially imported from Dorne." Patrek's response was calm and unwavering. "What good are horses if we lose our lands? Besides, they were nothing more than a small indulgence of mine, far less important than the safety of our people." At that moment, Hoth Mollister, the Castellan, burst in hurriedly, clutching a piece of parchment tightly in his hand. His excitement was unmistakable as he exclaimed, "This is truly great news." Hoth's enthusiasm was understandable. For weeks, every message carried by Raven had brought nothing but ill tidings. Riverrun, overwhelmed by the king's summons, could spare no troops to assist Seagard. Asking for aid from the castle on the Twins had led to the old men of House Fry demanding an outrageous price, an enormous sum of money and a marriage alliance between Patrek Mollister and a Fry woman. This demand was a profound insult to the ancient House Mollister, a family once seated on the throne of the Trident, carrying more or less royal blood in their veins. To marry into a family so recently risen to power was unthinkable. This time, however, a raven brought unexpected news, something Hoth had all but given up hope of receiving. Not long ago, word had reached him that the combined forces of the Riverlands were already en route to King's Landing. This meant that no reinforcements could be expected, and the chance of good tidings seemed remote. Yet, the contents of this letter surprised him. It was the best news in quite some time, and Hoth wasted no time delivering it to the castle walls to inform Patrek. The morale of Seagard desperately needed a boost. Moat Cailin has been retaken by the Chosen One, Lind. And now the Chosen One is bringing reinforcements to Seagard. Paytrek read the letter carefully, his face alight with astonishment. He recalled mentioning to his father that Moat Cailin had fallen to the Ironborn. At that time, his father, upon hearing that the Ironborn had over 3,000 troops stationed there, declared it an impenetrable stronghold. He had told Paytrek not to pin his hopes on any aid from the north. In his father's mind, even with just 2,000 defenders, Moat Cailin could withstand the siege of tens of thousands. Yet here it was, retaken. Paytrek couldn't help but wonder how it had been accomplished and at what cost. Is this chosen of the gods, Lind Taryn, the bear hunter who nearly killed 100 men at the King's Landing tournament over a year ago? Paytrek asked, his curiosity piqued. Yes, this is Ser Lind Taryn, Hoth confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Paytrek's excitement grew. He had spent considerable time in taverns and brothels, where bards often sang of great deeds and legends. The Song of the Bear Hunter had long been his favorite. Over the past year, as Lind's fame grew, the song had evolved into the Song of the Chosen. Paytrek, like so many others, had developed a profound admiration for Lind. Now, the subject of his admiration was coming to his rescue. The idea thrilled him. He could almost see Lind, a living envoy of the stranger, cutting down his enemies as vividly as the ballads described. What are we to do? How should we assist Ser Lind? Paytrek asked Hoth eagerly. Before Hoth could respond, Tristan, who had been studying the letter, pointed to a passage at the bottom. It says we don't need to cooperate. We are to hold the castle walls. What? Paytrek blinked in surprise. Taking the letter back and rereading it, his face fell slightly. Should we send another raven to ask when Ser Lind's support will arrive? There's no need, Hoth replied, analyzing the information. Judging by the distance from Moat Cailin, Lind's forces should reach Seagard in 3 or 4 days from the day this raven was sent. While the defenders of Seagard debated Lind's arrival, a different scene was unfolding on a hill near the castle. A patrol of Ironborn cavalry lay dead on the ground, arrows protruding from their bodies. Silently, an army loomed on the hilltop, gazing down at the Ironborn camp outside Seagard's walls. Chapter 115, Annihilation Battle. Do we have to wait until night to attack? Nymeria asked, her gaze fixed on the Ironborn camp sprawling below. No, let's do it now. Lind shook his head decisively. The timing is perfect. The Ironborn camp was in chaos. Roderick's orders had the nobles scrambling to gather their troops, while Ironborn soldiers frantically searched for their leaders. All eyes were focused inward, oblivious to the uninvited guests observing from the nearby hill. Lind rode back to the army formation hidden behind the hill and began assigning tasks. Nymeria, you'll lead the army of Tumbleton and clear out the deserters on the outskirts. The cavalry patrols will ride and shoot as trained, conserving their arrows for later. They may charge only after their quivers are emptied. He then turned to Stevrin Fry and John Umber. Ser Stevrin, Lord Umber, you will lead the House Fry cavalry and charge with me. John Umber raised his weapon high, his eagerness plain. In contrast, Stevrin looked uneasy. My lord, he stammered, many of our cavalry are newly formed and lack the ability to fight effectively on horseback. This is an order, not a suggestion, Ser Stevrin, Lind interrupted sharply. Stay close behind me, and do not fall behind. Understood. Yes, my lord. Feeling Lind's authority, Stevrin bowed his head in reluctant compliance. As the orders went out, the troops quickly moved into position. The cavalry of House Fry assembled behind Lind, with Stevrin at the front, his expression still uneasy. Once everyone was in place, Lind signaled Glory to remain by Nymeria's side before spurring his warhorse, Eben, into motion. Eben trotted confidently to the crest of the hill, and as Lind rode ahead, Stevrin scrambled to keep up, leading the Fry cavalry. Behind them, John Umber's Northman cavalry followed as a supervisory force. The moment the group crested the hill and began their descent, the Ironborn camp finally took notice. Shouts erupted as the defenders scrambled to react. Roderick bellowed orders, hastily organizing the Greyjoy soldiers and rallying their forces. Ironborn warriors armed themselves and rushed out to meet the attackers, while nobles from the Iron Islands hurriedly directed their men into defensive positions. But they had underestimated the speed and power of Lin's charge. Eben tore downhill with unmatched swiftness, outpacing the Fry cavalry trailing far behind. The Ironborn, seeing one rider charging alone, assumed him to be mad. Yet, as Eben bore down on them, their courage faltered. They raised spears to stop him, hoping to impale horse and rider alike. Their hopes were short-lived. The custom-forged heavy armor of Eben deflected their weapons effortlessly. Lind and Eben smashed into the ranks of defenders like a boulder crashing down a mountainside. Ironborn soldiers were flung aside, crushed beneath Eben's hooves or cleaved apart by Lind's blade. Those on either side of his path fared no better, many cut down before they even realized what was happening. Blood sprayed in every direction, painting the ground in a crimson trail of carnage. By the time Stevrin and the Fry cavalry reached the camp, the fledgling Ironborn defenses were in ruins. Lind had already carved his way to the camp center, leaving a trail of hundreds of dead in his wake. Stevrin reined in his horse, momentarily stunned by the sheer devastation wrought by Lind. A flicker of admiration surfaced amidst his shock, but there was no time to dwell on it. The Fry cavalry plunged into the remnants of the Ironborn forces, who were too scattered and demoralized to mount a proper defense. One after another, the Ironborn fell to the swords of the now emboldened Fry cavalry, who reveled in the unexpected ease of their victory. It felt almost unreal, like hacking apart stationary targets instead of real opponents. Meanwhile, John Umber's Northman cavalry bypassed the Fry forces entirely, charging headlong into the remaining assembled armies deeper within the camp. Meanwhile, outside the Ironborn camp, Nymeria led her troops, splitting them into two groups. They galloped swiftly along the camp's perimeter, expertly wielding their specially crafted shortbows. The archers shot powerful arrows high into the air, sending them arcing diagonally downward into the densely packed enemy camp. Against a camp teeming with enemies, precision wasn't necessary. The arrows rained down indiscriminately, cutting through the air with deadly accuracy. The metal-tipped projectiles pierced through the Ironborn's leather armor with ease, embedding deeply into their bodies, injuring vital organs and incapacitating them instantly. The arrows, coming from all directions, created chaos within the camp. The Ironborn had nowhere to hide. Warriors dropped in droves, felled by the relentless rain of projectiles. Panic overtook the survivors, who frantically sought shelter, some even using the bodies of fallen comrades as shields. Amidst the turmoil, many knights and nobles, key figures commanding the army, were struck down, leaving the Ironborn unable to organize any meaningful defense. Those who could still move instinctively clustered toward House Greyjoy's Kraken banner at the center of the camp, seeking safety in numbers and leadership. But as they neared their symbol of unity and strength, they were met with a chilling sight: the Kraken banner had fallen. At the base of its severed pole stood a knight clad in resplendent armor, holding two great swords. In his hands was the severed head of Roderick Greyjoy, the Ironborn army's commander. The sight struck a fatal blow to the morale of the remaining Ironborn. Around the knight, bodies lay piled high, a testament to the futility of challenging him. No one dared attack. Instead, a sense of overwhelming despair swept through the camp. Somewhere amidst the chaos, a weapon clattered to the ground as one soldier dropped to his knees, hands on his head. One by one, the Ironborn followed suit, surrendering en masse. The surrender began at the Kraken banner and spread like wildfire, consuming the entire camp. The Ironborn who had once fought fiercely now abandoned their weapons, falling to their knees in complete submission. Inside the camp, the cavalrymen of House Fry in the north continued to fight. Fueled by the heat of battle, some ignored the enemy's surrender, raising their swords to strike the kneeling Ironborn. Before they could act, dozens of arrows whistled through the air, striking their arms and halting their movements. Turning, they saw Daisy leading her cavalry patrols toward them. Her voice rang out sharply, cutting through the chaos. "Ser Stevrin. Lord Umber. Have you forgotten Ser Lind's orders? Or are you defying Ser Lind's command?" Her words snapped the two lords out of their bloodlust. Realizing their mistake, they galloped to their respective forces, shouting, "Stop! Stop it all!" Ser Lind commanded, "Surrender and you will not be killed. Surrender and you will not be killed." Their subordinates, jolted by the reprimand, began pulling back. Those who hesitated or continued to act on instinct were promptly knocked off their horses by their comrades, who had no desire to face Lind's wrath over foolish disobedience. The battle had ended as swiftly as it had begun. The soldiers of House Fry in the north were left in awe of Lin's extraordinary combat prowess. The propaganda spread by the faith of the Seven about Lin's power suddenly seemed like a gross understatement. It wasn't clear how many men Lind had killed, but all agreed the number was well into the thousands. The swift resolution of the battle was entirely due to his godlike display of strength. Stevrin, John Umber, and the rest of the troops, overcome by a mix of fear and reverence, instinctively raised their weapons and roared in unison, "Lind the Chosen! Lind the Chosen!" While the fighting inside the camp ceased, chaos continued beyond its borders. Many Ironborn who refused to surrender fled the camp, scattering in all directions. They ran toward distant forests, hills, and even the sea, desperate to escape what they now believed was inevitable slaughter. However, Lind had trained his cavalry, both his own and Nymeria's, to relentlessly pursue fleeing enemies. The retreating Ironborn were swiftly cornered by Nymeria's cavalry from Tumbleton and subjected to an unrelenting barrage of arrows, a grim harvest. In the end, only 2 or 3 fortunate individuals managed to escape into the sea and dive beneath the waves. Thousands of others perished during the pursuit. On the walls of Seagard Castle, Patrek Mollister, his staff, and the city's garrison soldiers stood in stunned silence, watching the ferocious battle outside the Ironborn camp unfold. It wasn't that they lacked the will to join the fight, they simply had no time. From the first clash to the final blow, the entire engagement lasted barely 20 minutes. By the time Patrek had donned his armor, rallied all of Seagard's cavalry, and reached the castle gates, prepared to raise them and join the reinforcements in their assault, the battle had already ended. As Patrek returned to the castle walls, a chorus of cheers erupted from the Ironborn camp. The name on everyone's lips was unmistakable, the Chosen One, Lind. From their vantage point, the identity of the Chosen One was unmistakable. At the heart of the Ironborn camp, where Roderick Greyjoy's grand tent had once stood, a knight clad in resplendent armor sat astride a towering, heavily armored warhorse. The ground around him was littered with blood, severed limbs, and broken bodies, while thousands of Ironborn knelt in terror, unable to meet his gaze. This scene will become a world-renowned painting. Patrek, an amateur artist himself, was overcome with excitement. He etched every detail into his memory, silently vowing to immortalize it on canvas. "My lord, you should go and greet Ser Lind," Tristan said, his own excitement mirroring Patrek's as he gazed at the aftermath of the battle. "Yes, yes. I must greet Ser Lind," Patrek agreed eagerly and began descending the castle wall. "Wait, Patrek," Castellan Hoth interjected, stepping forward to halt him. "The battle may be over, but the Ironborn camp is still teeming with men. Though they've surrendered for now, they could regroup and rebel if they realize their numerical advantage. Your presence there could put you at risk and disrupt Ser Lind's efforts. It would be wiser for you to remain here. I will go out to meet the reinforcements on your behalf." Patrek was reluctant to concede, but Hoth's reasoning was sound. In the end, Hoth led a contingent of a dozen knights, over 300 cavalry, and 1,000 soldiers out of the castle to greet Lind and assist in securing the prisoners. The process of incorporating the Ironborn prisoners was fraught with challenges. During the initial efforts, some captives attempted to resist or escape by seizing horses from the cavalry. However, Lind's patrols swiftly detected and eliminated the would-be escapees. Their death served as a grim warning, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of rebellion among the rest. The disarmament and restraint of the captives followed strict measures. One by one, the Ironborn were stripped of their weapons, their hands bound behind their backs. Every 10 prisoners were connected by a noose tied to a single rope. They were warned that if one attempted to escape, the entire group would be executed. This method of collective punishment, harsh as it was, became a necessity given the overwhelming number of prisoners. The Ironborn camp had housed more than 10,000 people, nearly 6,000 of whom had perished in the 20-minute battle. Lind alone had directly slain at least 1,000 Greyjoy warriors in his initial charge, primarily those protecting Roderick. Along his path to the main camp, he claimed nearly another 1,000 lives. In total, his blade had cut down nearly 2,000 men. House Frey's cavalry and the Northern cavalry under John Umber followed Lind in the aftermath of the main battle, hunting down and killing over 2,000 stragglers. Meanwhile, Nymeria and her forces used archery to eliminate over 1,000 Ironborn outside the camp, and another 1,000 fell during the pursuit of the fleeing remnants. In total, approximately 6,000 Ironborn perished. Of the remaining 9,000 plus Ironborn, Those who were fatally wounded or who had inflicted fatal injuries on others were executed. When the counting and selections were complete, more than 8,000 prisoners remained. To manage such a massive number of captives, Lind implemented a strict system of collective punishment. The prisoners were divided into teams, and each team was made accountable for its members. If one prisoner escaped, the entire team would be punished. If an entire team of 10 escaped, then all 10 teams within the group would face punishment. Barbaric as it was, the system proved highly effective. On several occasions, captives who attempted escape were reported by their fellow prisoners before they could act. In some instances, the prisoners even joined forces to strangle potential troublemakers among them, unwilling to risk collective retribution for individual actions. Throughout the battle, Lind's cavalry patrols and Nymeria's forces concentrated on attacking from horseback, using archery to harry the enemy or chasing down deserters. They encountered little organized resistance, and Nymeria's forces suffered only minor losses, with just a few dozen soldiers injured. House Frey's cavalry followed close behind Lind, charging directly into the Ironborn camp to cut down those who had lost the will to fight. Their losses were minimal, with only about 100 casualties. However, the Northern cavalry led by John Umber faced a more brutal challenge. Engaging the Ironborn head-on, they encountered an enemy who, though demoralized by Lind's earlier devastation, retained their savage instinct for a fight to the death. Disorganized and unable to form proper formations, the Ironborn resorted to desperate, ferocious combat, often trading one life for one life in clashes with the Northern horsemen. The cost to the Northern cavalry was significant. Over 400 were killed, and more than 200 suffered severe injuries. Nearly all who survived bore minor wounds, including John Umber himself. The losses were heavy, but the results were undeniable. Thousands of Northern soldiers had faced and defeated an Ironborn force over 10,000 strong, inflicting thousands of casualties and capturing nearly 10,000 prisoners. Rather than resenting Lind for leading them into such a perilous battle, the Northern cavalry regarded the experience as a point of pride. The scale of their achievement would be spoken of as a classic triumph. Even John Umber, who had always looked down on Southerners, found himself begrudgingly impressed. Chapter 116, Dagon. Great Dagon. Sir Lind, thank you for your help. Without you, Seagard might not have held out. In the Lord's bedroom of the castle, Lord Jason Maulister sat propped up in bed with the aid of his servants. His pale, frail appearance betrayed the toll of his illness, and each word he spoke seemed to sap his strength. Yet, his spirit remained resilient. Lind bowed respectfully. Lord Jason, please focus on recovering. I believe after this battle, the Ironborn will not dare harass Seagard again for a long time. Lord Jason replied, though his voice wavered with fatigue, feel free to ask my son Patrek for anything you need. He will ensure the city supports you. Seeing the strain on Lord Jason, who appeared close to fainting after uttering only a few sentences, Lind chose not to linger. Offering a few more polite words, he took his leave of the Earl's bedroom. As he left the castle, Lind spoke with Patrek Maulister, who accompanied him, inquiring about the Earl's health. Father's condition has improved significantly, Patrek explained. He can sit up, speak, and eat now. A month ago, he could only lie down, unable to do anything. The Maester diagnosed a severe cold that ordinary treatments couldn't cure. He suggested Father spend time in Old Town or Arbor Island, where the climate might help. But before we could act on that, the Ironborn rebelled. This rebellion will be resolved soon, Lind assured him calmly. Patrek nodded and added, I've already ordered preparations for a banquet. Lind raised a hand to interrupt. It's still wartime, this isn't the time for banquets, he said firmly. After a brief pause, he added, however, if possible, please prepare more meat and send it to the barracks outside the castle. That will suffice for now. We'll rest and recuperate there. Patrek hesitated but quickly countered, how can that be appropriate? The military camp isn't a proper place for rest. You should come into the city instead. No need, Lind interjected. The army is a mix of different groups, and relaxing in the city could lead to trouble. Besides, we must remain vigilant. Nearly 10,000 Ironborn prisoners are outside the city, and they require careful supervision to prevent incidents. He paused briefly before continuing, we'll rest outside the city for 2 days. After that, we'll set out along the coastline toward Bane Fort. At that point, I'll take responsibility for some of the Ironborn prisoners myself. The remainder will be left under Seagard's care, with additional numbers accommodated by the twins. Make sure the city's prison cells are cleared out in time to avoid any unexpected challenges. Understood, Paytrek said, nodding earnestly. Paytrek immediately ordered provisions to be prepared, including a large amount of food, which was delivered to the military camp outside the city as Lind departed. Though Paytrek intended to include wine, Lind firmly prohibited it. Drinking during wartime was strictly forbidden under his command. The lack of alcohol displeased some of the soldiers from the north and the twins, but none voiced complaints after learning it was Lind's direct order. The abundance of food, however, served as a welcome consolation. Though the army refrained from entering the city to avoid disrupting its citizens, the people were not barred from approaching the camp to provide services. Vendors, jugglers, and even prostitutes from Seagard took the opportunity to ply their trades near the encampment. Lind permitted these activities but set a clear boundary: no civilians were allowed inside the camp, and all transactions had to occur outside. The spoils of war, including the property looted by the Ironborn from the surrounding areas, were distributed according to wartime tradition. Lind, demonstrating notable generosity, allocated half of the plunder to his soldiers, rewarding them based on their military contributions. Even the newer recruits from the twins found their pockets filled with copper coins and silver stags, which they eagerly spent on the nearby vendors. Lind's only condition was strict adherence to military discipline. Knights and warriors from the houses of Fry and Umber, unfamiliar with his character, initially tested these boundaries. When a member of a Fry cadet branch robbed and nearly killed a prostitute after completing a transaction, Lind's punishment was swift and public. These disciplinary measures quickly quelled any unruly behavior. Even the notoriously headstrong Northerners adjusted to Lind's firm but fair rules, ensuring order within the camp. "What's wrong? You don't seem very happy that we won the battle," Lind remarked as he stepped into his tent after completing a week-long inspection of the camp. Inside, he found Nymeria seated with her twin attendants, carefully polishing her armor and weapons. Her expression, though calm, carried a subtle trace of unease, which puzzled Lind. Nymeria let out a soft sigh. "I didn't expect the battle to go so smoothly," she admitted. "With Banefort and the crag likely to fall just as easily, this rebellion will be over before long. When that happens, I suppose you'll have to leave Tumbleton as well." Lind approached her, gently taking her hand. "I'll only be gone for a while," he assured her. "It's not so far that I can't visit you in Tumbleton, or that you couldn't come to see me." Recognizing the shift in mood, Nymeria's attendants discreetly exited the tent, leaving the two of them alone. "Will you need any help when the time comes?" Nymeria asked, her tone edged with concern. Lind shook his head. "No. The best help you can offer is running Tumbleton well. It's my rear guard; if it remains stable, I won't have any distractions." Nymeria nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, I'll need you to leave Bert with me. He's the administrator of Tumbleton and oversees most of the government affairs. Without him, I won't have anyone to take his place in the short term." "That's exactly what I was thinking," Lind replied. "With Melora at my side, I can handle most of the administrative tasks. Besides, her responsibilities overlap with Bert's in some areas. If I were to bring both of them, they'd step on each other's toes and neither would reach their full potential." At the mention of Melora accompanying Lind to the new territory, a shadow of displeasure crossed Nymeria's face. Though she trusted Lind's character implicitly, she couldn't ignore her concerns. She was well aware of Melora's designs on him, even if Lind had never reciprocated or encouraged her advances. The prospect of Melora and Lind spending extended time together unsettled her. Melora's beauty and seductive nature would worry any woman, no matter how secure. Lind, noticing her unease, spoke with conviction. "You don't need to worry about Melora. I know she has feelings for me, but they're not romantic. It's something else entirely. You have nothing to fear, nothing will happen between us." Nymeria was not one to let her emotions cloud her judgment for long. She quickly composed herself and shifted the conversation toward Tumbleton's future. Together, they discussed its governance and planned the steps for stabilizing and improving the region. For Nymeria, this practical focus helped ground her, allowing her to recover from the lingering bloodthirsty feelings that always lingered after a battle. For reasons tied to her mysterious bloodline, Nymeria often grew increasingly bloodthirsty the longer a battle dragged on, almost to the point of becoming a berserker. Fortunately, Lin's dragon rune necklace had proven effective in keeping her mind calm and stable during these moments, preventing any disastrous outcomes. Concerned for her well-being, Lyn had previously consulted Melora, but even she couldn't offer a clear explanation. What Melora did share was intriguing. The House of Footley had ancient roots, dating back to the time of the first men, and originating from a distant place in the east, possibly Ashai. According to Melora, the family once worshipped a black stone that could absorb light, causing unease and negativity in anyone who gazed at it too long. This stone, she claimed, had been brought north by Brandon the Builder to serve as one of the cornerstones of the wall. In exchange, Brandon had built House Footley, a castle, which had been destroyed during the Dance of the Dragons and was later restored. Lyn shared this revelation with Nymeria, who listened with astonishment. She had never imagined that her family's history held such a deep, enigmatic legacy. However, this did not alleviate Nymeria's symptoms. To help manage the side effects of the dragon communion ritual performed for the banished knight, Lyn crafted several dragon runes dragonglass necklaces for Nymeria to wear during battles to suppress her bloodlust. Nymeria also developed a habit of calming herself after battles by polishing her armor and weapons and discussing various topics with Lyn. These moments provided her a measure of peace, helping her regain balance after the turmoil of combat. While Lyn and Nymeria engaged in conversation, attempting to ease their tense post-battle spirits, Jon stepped outside the tent and announced, "My lord, there's been an incident with the prisoners. You may need to handle it." Both Lyn and Nymeria frowned at the interruption. Without exchanging a word, they rose and followed Jon out of the tent. What happened? Did someone else try to escape, unafraid of death? Lyn inquired, his tone low and commanding. No, Jon replied, shaking his head. Someone wants to join your ranks. Join my ranks. Lyn repeated, momentarily stunned before breaking into a laugh. Why would I want a group of pirates? His voice trailed off as a thought struck him, and he paused. After a brief contemplation, he asked, "Who wants to join me?" An ordinary Ironborn pirate, or someone of importance from the Iron Islands. It's a noble of the Iron Islands, and a significant one at that, Jon replied with a grave expression. Dagon Harlaw, the eldest son of Lord Roderick Harlaw, the head of House Harlaw. Lyn's expression shifted as he processed the name, and he couldn't help but confirm, "What's his name again?" Dagon Harlaw. Jon looked perplexed, noting Lyn's reaction. In his recollection, the name belonged to a legendary figure from the Iron Islands lore, but he couldn't grasp why it would elicit such a response from Lyn. For Lyn, however, the name stirred a deeply peculiar connection. He recalled something he'd come across in another system, an existential concept tied to a completely different reality. A post he had once read on a forum mentioned parallels between Cthulhu mythos elements and the world of ice and fire, citing figures like Dagon and the Deep Ones. The Deep Ones were not mere myths in this world. Stories claimed that the black stone foundation of the High Tower in Old Town had been constructed by these mysterious beings. Lyn had visited the High Tower and, while he could sense its intrinsic, otherworldly power, he hadn't discerned anything overtly unusual about the black stone foundation itself. Another eerie connection to the Deep Ones was the tale of someone who had allegedly seen them, ventured into their underwater kingdom, and returned alive, Patchface of Storm's End. Lyn quickly suppressed the thoughts triggered by the name Dagon and returned his focus to the matter at hand. "Why does this Dagon Harlaw want to see me?" he asked. "He said he wants to survive," Jon replied simply. "Survive?" Lyn echoed, confusion crossing his face. "Are the guards threatening him? I distinctly remember giving orders not to kill prisoners without cause." Jon hastily clarified, "No, my lord. He's the heir of Lord Harlaw, a prominent noble of the Iron Islands. We've treated him as such, giving him his own tent and ensuring his safety. No one is trying to kill him." "Then why does he say he wants to live?" Lyn asked, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Jon shrugged helplessly. "We're not sure, my lord. He only said he wanted to speak with you." "I think you should meet this Dagon Harlaw," Nymeria interjected, her voice calm but purposeful. She seemed to echo Lyn's unspoken thoughts as she added, "The territory you will inherit in the future, near the Sea of Dorne, is well suited for building harbors. You will undoubtedly need sailors and captains to form a fleet. While the Ironborn are notorious for their penchant for raiding, there's no denying that they are the finest sailors in the Seven Kingdoms. If you can win over Dagon Harlaw, it would greatly benefit your efforts to establish a fleet for your domain. Lind considered her words carefully, nodding after a moment. He gestured for John to lead the way. Take me to him. Lind's treatment of the Ironborn prisoners had been deliberately structured to prevent them from mounting any coordinated resistance. Prisoners were categorized based on their status, fostering division within their ranks. The lowest-ranking Ironborn were bound tightly with leather thongs, kept under strict watch. Captains and civilian officers were afforded slightly better conditions. They could sit by the campfire and receive more adequate food. As for knights and nobles, they were housed separately in tents, allowed a degree of comfort. They were permitted to leave their tents only for meals, which were served within the confines of the prisoner camp. Nobles received treatment befitting their status, ensuring they ate better than most. This strategy fostered resentment among the lower-ranking Ironborn toward their leaders. The sight of unbound nobles eating well and living comfortably while their subordinates suffered bred discontent. Should these nobles attempt to incite rebellion, it was unlikely they would find many willing followers among their disillusioned kin. The Ironborn nobles were well aware of Lind's strategy, recognizing it as a calculated attempt to undermine their authority. Yet, stripped of options, they could only endure the humiliation in silence. Their hold over their subordinates weakened with each passing day, eroding any semblance of unity among the prisoners. Chapter 117, The Battle Report. Under John's leadership, Lind quickly arrived at the tent where Dagon Harlaw was being held under house arrest. The guard at the entrance lifted the tent flap, allowing Lind to step inside. Within the tent, a young man sat on a bed of straw. His appearance was striking, his hair and clothes were well kept, his complexion sun-kissed. The moment he saw Lind enter, he rose swiftly and bowed in deference, observing the rites of the faith of the Seven. Greetings, Sir Lind, the chosen one of the gods. Lind chuckled. I thought the Iron Islands worshipped the drowned god. I do believe in the drowned god, Dagon Harlaw replied smoothly, but that does not prevent me from paying my respects to the faith of the Seven. In my father's book tower, several septons of the faith were tasked with managing the books. When I was a child, I often spent time there under their care, learning a little about their faith. Dagon's demeanor set him apart from other Ironborn. Beyond the sun-weathered, brownish-red skin typical of those who spent their lives at sea, he seemed far more like a scholar steeped in the world of books than a seafaring raider. Lind, uninterested in theological discussions, cut to the point. You told my men you want to live. Why? Who wants to kill you? Dagon let out a weary sigh, his expression marked by resignation. Many wish for my death, my brother, my aunt, members of House Greyjoy with their eyes on Harlaw, and others besides. He paused, then added with a peculiar tone, even the drowned god wishes me to return to his embrace. But I want to live. There's so much beauty in this world I've yet to witness. I want to stay alive until I've seen all of it. Lind frowned slightly, puzzled by the sudden mention of the drowned god. He was wary of entangling himself with the supernatural forces and enigmas of this world. Until he could defend himself against them, he preferred to keep his distance. Still, he couldn't be sure if Dagon's strange statement stemmed from paranoia, delusion, or something truly otherworldly. To be certain, he decided to call Glory, who had been outside burning off energy. Lind asked him to return immediately. Glory soon bounded into the tent, its energy undiminished by the summons. Lind shared a vision with Glory, using their link to ascertain whether any supernatural power lingered around Dagon Harlaw. The result brought a mix of relief and disappointment. There was no shadow of the supernatural about Dagon. He was an ordinary man. The earlier mention of the drowned god was likely born of idle speculation or sheer nonsense. Lind set aside his curiosity. In this world, religious adherents and mystics often claimed divine connections or visions. The Septon of the Tumbleton September, for instance, frequently approached Lind with similarly outlandish declarations. Over time, he'd grown accustomed to dismissing such talk. Why do you think that following me will allow you to escape your fate of death? Lind asked suspiciously. Dagon, though visibly fearful, answered with a serious tone. Because you are the chosen one of the seven gods, and being by your side can reverse many things, including the fate of death. Lind froze for a moment, surprised by Dagon's answer. He instinctively used Glory's special vision to scrutinize Dagon once more, but as before, he found nothing unusual. Yet, Dagon's words unnervingly aligned with many incidents that had occurred around him. For instance, under normal circumstances, Nymeria should have perished over a year ago when Lord Tywin set his sights on the lands near Tumbleton. Similarly, Bert Falwell would have died in a battle beyond his skill. Coincidence aside, it seemed that Lind could indeed influence the fate of those around him, saving people who should have already met their end. After a moment of contemplation, Lind asked, "If I accept your defection and let you join my ranks, what do I get in return?" Dagon responded earnestly, "You will gain the friendship of House Harlaw, a captain with extensive naval experience and sailing proficiency, and a large number of sailors ready for immediate use without special training." The 2,000 men sent by House Harlaw to assist Roderick Greyjoy in attacking Seagard suffered minimal losses during your attack on the camp. They can be quickly assembled for your use. Although most of these men are merely ordinary fishermen and not seasoned Ironborn warriors, they are skilled enough to manage the ships. If you take a ship from the Cape of Eagles and cross the sea to Harlaw Island, your combat strength should allow you to reclaim it with ease. By then. Dagon's eagerness to lead Lind into an attack on his home of Harlaw made Lind smile. He interrupted Dagon's words, speaking with measured seriousness. "I can accept your defection, but I despise traitors. I will use every means to hunt them down and kill them. My lord, rest assured, I will never betray you," Dagon promised, a look of joy spreading across his face as he interpreted Lind's words as acceptance of his submission. However, Lind continued, "Your submission will have to wait until after this war, once His Grace has dealt with the prisoners of war. If His Grace decides to execute you, I will intercede on your behalf and use my military merits to persuade him to release you into my custody." Dagon's stunned expression was clear, but Lind paid him no further attention. Turning on his heel, he left the tent. Outside, still within Dagon's hearing, he addressed Jon. "Full of lies, not a single word of truth. Starve him for 2 days to make him behave." Although Lind ordered Jon to punish Dagon, it did not mean he intended to discard the men. On the contrary, Lind had already earmarked Dagon as the future captain of his fleet. His earlier words were not empty threats, but a means to maintain order and discipline. Dagon's formal recruitment would wait until after the war, once King Robert had resolved the matter of the prisoners. Recruiting battlefield prisoners was one thing when it came to low-level fighters supplementing the ranks. However, recruiting the heir of a major Ironborn house like Dagon Harlaw without authorization would invite accusations of treason or disloyalty. Lind could not afford such risks. For now, his focus was on securing territories and titles through steady progress. His military achievements already positioned him for honors, and reclaiming Banefort, the Crag, and Faircastle would strengthen his claim to even greater rewards. There was no need to jeopardize his ambitions with unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, House Fry of the Twins, led by Black Walder, had arrived at Seagard following an overnight, 2-day march. They arrived just in time to take custody of the Ironborn prisoners of war, as per Lind's orders. 2 days earlier, after receiving Lind's Ravenborn letter from Seagard, House Fry found its contents almost unbelievable. They knew well the number of Ironborn laying siege to Seagard, and the idea that Lind could have obliterated the entire force in just a single day seemed impossible. It wasn't until Black Walder arrived at the camp and saw the thousands of prisoners and the towering pyres of burning bodies in the distance that his skepticism dissolved, replaced entirely by fear. Lind permitted Black Walder to take several thousand prisoners of war and sternly reminded him that their numbers had been meticulously recorded. He warned that, after the war, these prisoners would be tried by King Robert, and any significant loss of life during their imprisonment would bring serious repercussions upon the twins. Black Walder left with a bitter expression, clearly disappointed. He had initially hoped to acquire a free labor force, only to end up saddled with thousands of old and infirm men requiring care. However, he dared not refuse Lind's instructions. Stevrin Fry, his grandfather, had already impressed upon him the gravity of Lind's growing influence. Displeasing Lind could spell trouble for the twins, and Black Walder could not afford such a risk. After Black Walder's departure, Lind transferred over 2,000 Ironborn prisoners of war to Seagard. His terms for Seagard were less demanding than those for the twins, his only insistence was that the prisoners not be allowed to die. The remaining 2,000 Ironborn prisoners were absorbed into Lind's own ranks. These were not native Ironborn but rather thralls, enslaved individuals the Ironborn had abducted from other lands. Thralls like these constituted at least half of the Ironborn invasion force. Lacking loyalty to House Greyjoy, they willingly accepted Lynn's recruitment without any need for him to offer incentives. With their assistance, Lynn abandoned plans to march along the mainland coast of Ironman's Bay to Banefort. Instead, he utilized the Ironborn longboats they had used in their assault on Seagard, employing his new recruits as sailors. The Iron Islands' attention was firmly fixed further south, on their campaigns in the Westerlands, and they could not have anticipated Roderick Greyjoy's catastrophic defeat at Seagard. By moving carefully, Lynd could remain unnoticed by the Ironborn as he advanced. By the time Lynd set sail from Seagard, the battle report from Seagard had already reached the rebel camp at Deep Den. The news left its recipients stunned. Lynd had led over 2,000 men to retake Moat Cailin, annihilated more than 10,000 Ironborn besieging Seagard, and killed Roderick Greyjoy, the eldest son and heir of Balon Greyjoy, all before the rebel army had even reached its target. The magnitude of Lynd's achievements left lords, nobles, knights, and officers alike feeling both awed and shamed. "Good boy, well done. I knew this boy could do it," King Robert declared cheerfully, breaking the tension that gripped those around him. Unlike the mixed emotions of the nobles and lords in the camp, Robert was unreservedly delighted by Lynd's triumphs, as though he himself had orchestrated the victories. More than 10,000 people were easily annihilated by a few thousand. Could this battle report be? A court noble hesitated, glancing toward the lords for approval, before cautiously questioning the authenticity of the report. "Shut up. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean no one else can." Robert snapped, his anger flashing as he glared at the nobleman. His sharp gaze swept across the room as he coldly declared, "If you want military glory, go fight for it on the battlefield and earn it yourself. Don't sit here slandering those who have already achieved it." The tent fell into a tense silence. No one dared to voice further doubts after Robert's admonishment. Breaking the quiet, Stannis interjected. "The letter states that Ser Lynd will imprison more than 8,000 prisoners of war in Seagard and the Twins. We could take them into custody, they may prove useful in the upcoming naval battles." Robert nodded, quickly appointing several lords to lead troops to retrieve the Ironborn prisoners and transfer them to Lannisport, the gathering point for the forces fighting the rebellion. He then instructed the accompanying maester to officially record Lynd's victory at Seagard, including the annihilation of over 10,000 Ironborn, in the war roll, beneath the earlier victory at Moat Cailin. With these two achievements, there was no doubt that Lynd would be made a lord. However, Robert had even greater ambitions for him. If Lynd continued to deliver such extraordinary victories, Robert was ready to make him a rare exception in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Lynd did not disappoint. Shortly after Robert's arrival in Lannisport to consolidate the rebellion's forces, reports of Lynd's further exploits began to arrive. First, using the Ironborn prisoners of war who had accepted amnesty, Lynd tricked the Banefort garrison into opening its gates. This allowed him to capture the fortress and its more than 1,000 Ironborn defenders. Following this success, he quickly moved on to retake the crag. After recovering these two castles, Lynd informed House Banefort and House Westerling, who had sought refuge in Ashmark, to reclaim and defend their respective homes. However, receiving no response from either house, Lynd left soldiers from House Frey and House Umber to garrison Banefort and the crag. Continuing his campaign, Lynd utilized Ironborn longships to cross the Straits of Fair Isle and launch a surprise attack on Fair Isle. Before the Ironborn could organize a defense, he had liberated Faircastle, killing the 3,000 Ironborn stationed there. However, Lynd's campaign came to an abrupt halt. The Iron Islands had learned of his movements and dispatched Victarion and Euron Greyjoy to command the Iron Fleet, which now blockaded Fair Isle. Trapped, Lynd could neither advance nor retreat, but his position effectively immobilized the Iron Fleet, preventing it from moving south. Upon learning of this development, Robert acted swiftly. He ordered the combined fleets of the Arbor and Old Town, supplemented by the remaining Lannister warships and armed merchant ships, to form two royal fleets. Stannis Baratheon and Paxter Redwine were appointed as the commanders. Their fleets were to sail immediately to the Fair Isle Channel and engage the Iron Fleet. Meanwhile, Robert prepared the rebel coalition, drawing forces from the Westerlands, the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Reach, and directed them toward Banefort. There, he would await the outcome of the naval battle at Fair Isle. Once Stannis defeated the Iron Fleet, the coalition would converge and strike at the Greyjoy stronghold of Pike. Chapter 118, The Rebellion Quelled. King Robert and everyone who had read Lynd's report on the battle must have concluded that Lynd, trapped in Faircastle, was in a dire situation. However, the reality was entirely different. Lynd was completely at ease, as though enjoying a holiday on the island rather than being besieged. Upon receiving news of Lynd's position, the Iron Islands swiftly dispatched the Iron Fleet to Fair Isle. As soon as the fleet was spotted, Lynd promptly ordered all the longships docked at the pier to be hauled ashore, rendering them inaccessible to the Iron Fleet and preventing their destruction. Though the Iron Fleet blockaded Fair Isle, it also sent over 1,000 Ironborn to land on the island, intending to destroy the longships in Lynd's possession and leave him utterly stranded. But Lynd, having anticipated this move, was fully prepared. In the ensuing battle, his forces annihilated every one of the invaders, leaving no survivors. The situation now was almost ironic. Rather than the Iron Fleet trapping Lynd on Fair Isle, it seemed that Lynd had effectively trapped the Iron Fleet in the straits surrounding it. The fleet dared not withdraw, fearing that Lynd would use the longships to launch a direct attack on the Iron Islands. Even if he chose not to assault their homeland, they knew he could sail back to the Westerlands and reclaim all the wealth they had stored in the Faircastle. Lynd himself was astonished to uncover the treasure trove hidden in Faircastle during his inspection of the stronghold. To his surprise, the spoils the Ironborn had amassed from their raids on the Westerlands over the years had not been sent back to Pike but instead consolidated in Faircastle. Although Lynd couldn't immediately estimate the exact value of the treasure, John's initial calculations revealed that the warehouse contained hundreds of thousands of golden dragons, in addition to an abundance of gold and silver jewelry, priceless artifacts, and other valuables. A rough tally suggested the total worth exceeded 1,000,000 golden dragons. It was no wonder, then, that the Iron Islands had responded so quickly and decisively to the loss of Fair Isle, deploying their fleet in an attempt to prevent Lynd from transporting their ill-gotten wealth elsewhere. Lynd, of course, welcomed such an unexpected windfall. Without hesitation, he sent word to Lannisport, where the ship Glory was docked. He instructed its captain to await the outcome of the naval battle in the Fair Isle Channel. If the royal fleet of the Iron Throne emerged victorious, the Glory was to immediately set sail for Faircastle to carry the treasure back to Tumbleton. Lynd had prepared for such contingencies before leaving Tumbleton. He had previously directed Lys Falwell, who was conducting trade in Old Town, to dispatch a crew to sail the Glory from Old Town and Arbor to Lannisport, ready for further instructions. This precaution now proved invaluable. Remarkably, the crew had only just set out when the Iron Fleet began its blockade of the Fair Isle waters. Faircastle itself was perched on a prominent promontory, offering an expansive view of the Fair Isle Channel from the balcony of the Lord's study. Standing there, Lynd could see the entire blockade, hundreds of longships and warships from the Ironborn fleet, their black sails adorned with kraken sigils, stretching across the sea in a truly formidable display. Among the ships, a few stood out due to their size. These were unmistakably the warships of House Greyjoy, with their massive hulls and distinctive designs. The largest of them bore a kraken-shaped prow and a battering ram resembling a guillotine. This imposing vessel could only be the flagship of the Iron Fleet, Iron Victory, commanded by Victarion Greyjoy. At the moment, Lynd wasn't wearing armor but a casual robe, sitting comfortably with a platter of freshly served food nearby. He leisurely ate as he gazed at the Iron Fleet anchored at sea, the faint sound of waves carrying the weight of an impending confrontation. Nymeria approached him, a glass of water in her hand. As she handed it to him, she asked pointedly, "Just going to sit around and do nothing?" Lynd took a sip of water, swallowed a mouthful of food, and replied calmly, "We've already done enough. If we push further, we'll become the enemy of everyone in this rebellion." His words reflected the truth of the situation. The lords and nobles aligned with the counter-rebellion were itching for their moment of glory. Lynd had already reclaimed 5 castles and decimated 20,000 rebels, a record that sparked both admiration and jealousy. Should he destroy the Iron Fleet or, worse, capture Pike, the lords and nobles would resent him even more. Even King Robert might begin to harbor doubts, his gratitude overshadowed by unease about Lynd's growing renown. Lynd knew that routing the Iron Fleet wouldn't be difficult. He could covertly infiltrate key ships under the cover of darkness, assassinate their commanders, and leave the fleet leaderless, prompting a retreat. Alternatively, he could use the vast treasures stored in Faircastle to lure the Ironborn ashore and deal with them directly. When reclaiming Banefort, Nymeria had already suggested a bold plan, striking Pike directly. The Ironborn on Pike were unaware of Banefort's liberation, and under the guise of night, Lynn's forces could masquerade as Ironborn and launch a surprise assault. Though tempted, Lind ultimately chose not to act on her suggestion, deeming it too risky. The study door opened with a knock, and John stepped in, bowing slightly before announcing, "My lord, Lord Paxter has sent word. He and Lord Stannis have already led the royal fleet to the waters near Case. They are expected to arrive in the Fair Isle Channel late tonight." "Did they specify what they want us to do?" Lind asked, setting his goblet down. "Only to manage the lighthouse," John replied, shaking his head. Lind chuckled and turned to Nymeria. "See. They're already worried we'll steal the credit." Nymeria snorted disdainfully, folding her arms. She had little fondness for Stannis, a sentiment lingering from their encounters in the courtyards of the Red Keep in King's Landing. Turning back to John, Lind said, "Even if they don't want us involved, we can't just sit idle. Ready the longships. If the battle turns against them, we'll step in to assist. If it goes well, we'll focus on salvaging prisoners." "As you command, my lord," John replied before exiting the room. Despite the preparations, they would ultimately prove unnecessary. Both Lord Stannis and Lord Paxter were highly adept at naval warfare, far surpassing the skills of the Iron Fleet under House Greyjoy. The royal fleet indeed arrived at the entrance to the Fair Isle Channel late that night. However, they refrained from entering the narrow waters, instead choosing to remain stationed at the entrance. Their caution suggested a reluctance to engage in a nighttime battle that might risk harming friendly forces. Unbeknownst to Lind, the royal fleet had split into two groups. While Stannis's forces waited at the entrance, Lord Paxter led a second fleet from Arbor, maneuvering through the outer waters of Fair Isle to position themselves at the northern end of the channel, near the waters off Case. At this time, Stannis led a fleet primarily composed of ships from the Old Town Fleet, positioning them in a formation at the southern entrance to the strait, intending to divert the Iron Fleet's attention. The tactic proved highly effective. The Iron Fleet's focus shifted entirely to Stannis's force, prompting them to abandon the waters near Faircastle and move southward to confront Stannis at the entrance of the strait. The strategy culminated in a devastating blow the following morning when a dense sea mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. The Iron Fleet was unaware that Lord Paxter's Arbor fleet was closing in from the north. The surprise was absolute. As Stannis launched a coordinated attack from the south, the Ironborn found themselves surrounded. When the fog lifted, the aftermath of the battle was revealed. The Iron Islands fleet had been utterly crushed. Two of House Greyjoy's signature black galleys had sunk, and fewer than 20% of the remaining longships had managed to escape. This decisive victory effectively ended any hopes the Iron Islands had of recovering from the naval defeat. Meanwhile, Lind, accompanied by Nymeria and others, had traveled to the southern coast of Fair Isle early that morning to observe the battle firsthand. The clash promised to be one of the greatest naval engagements in the history of Westeros, with thousands of ships engaged in combat. Lind viewed it as an invaluable opportunity to learn, particularly as he planned to build his own fleet in the future. However, the dense fog thwarted Lind's hopes of witnessing the event. For the entire duration of the battle, he and his companions saw nothing but the impenetrable mist. This led him to a question that lingered in his mind: how had the fleets coordinated so effectively within such dense fog without mistakenly attacking their allies? The answer came later from captured Ironborn prisoners. They explained that the fleets had used a system of distinct horn signals to communicate and differentiate between friend and foe, a method reminiscent of Morse code. Following the battle, the royal fleet did not stop at Fair Isle or acknowledge Lind in Faircastle. Instead, it sailed northward immediately, seemingly intent on striking directly at the Iron Islands. The abrupt departure left Lind's earlier preparations invaluable, as the royal fleet had no time to clear the battlefield. Lind deployed his longboats to comb the area, salvaging both survivors and debris. The boats moved tirelessly, retrieving allied sailors who had fallen into the sea, capturing surviving Ironborn prisoners, and recovering what remained of the wrecked ships. Of particular interest to Lind were the damaged vessels still floating on the water. While no longer seaworthy due to shredded sails or structural damage, their hulls and keels were largely intact, making them salvageable. Several of the large ships bore only minor breaches in their hulls. Using ropes, Lind had these ships hauled to shore. His subordinates, along with surrendered Ironborn and rescued prisoners, were tasked with repairing the vessels. The goal was not to restore them to perfection but merely to make them seaworthy again. The effort proved fruitful. After some patchwork repairs, Lind had acquired 4 large ships, a dozen armed merchant ships, and hundreds of longships. When added to the longships he had previously taken at Seagard, Bane Fort, the Crag, and Fair Castle, his fleet now numbered over 200 vessels. Though many required significant work before they could sail properly. With such a vast amount of resources now under his control, Lind made swift and calculated decisions. When Liss Falwell arrived in Fair Castle aboard the Glory to transport the treasure, Lind also instructed Liss to take the large ships, armed merchant vessels, and more than 100 relatively intact longships. He retained only about 70 damaged longships, sufficient to transport people across the waters surrounding Fair Isle. Lind also entrusted Nymeria to oversee the critical task of returning the treasure to Tumbleton. She was to lead the Tumbleton army, the Guards unit, the 1st and 2nd Cavalry patrols, and the majority of the Ironborn who were not originally from the Iron Islands. Nymeria understood the importance of the treasure and agreed without objection, ensuring its safe transport with the necessary protection. Although Lind remained behind with only 3 cavalry patrols and a small contingent of Ironborn, Nymeria was untroubled by his reduced numbers. She trusted in his ability to handle any situation that might arise. After Nymeria and the others departed, Lind lingered in Fair Castle for nearly half a month. During this time, he kept a watchful eye on the horizon until the Iron Throne's fleet appeared in the distance, approaching from the north. Far from being diminished, the fleet seemed to have grown even larger. As the fleet passed in front of Fair Castle, a group of slightly larger longboats from the Iron Islands broke away and made for the docks. From one of these boats, an old acquaintance of Lind stepped ashore. "Lord Joel, it's been a long time," Lind greeted the men with a smile as he approached. The visitor was none other than Joel Flowers, who had been instrumental in helping Lind escape White Holdfast. Joel had changed little over the past year, though his face bore a few additional scars, some fresh and others faded. Joel surveyed Lind, now clad in finely crafted armor, and couldn't help but marvel. "You really are something, my friend. When I heard about Chosen One, Lind, I thought it must be someone else with the same name. I never imagined it was truly you. Who would have thought that the young hunter from White Holdfast would become such a legendary figure in just over a year?" Lind smiled humbly. "You're too kind. In your presence, I'm still the same Lind from White Holdfast." Joel, grinning, reached out to clap Lind on the shoulder as he once had, but he stopped short, realizing that such familiarity might no longer be fitting. He withdrew his hand and stepped aside to introduce the men standing behind him. "This is Lord Collinder Lannister," Joel said. "He's here to take over Fair Castle." Lind turned his gaze to the young knight, who looked older than his years. Suspicion laced his voice as he asked, "I thought Fair Isle was the domain of House Farman. Lady Jane Farman is still alive, isn't she? Shouldn't she be the one to reclaim Fair Isle?" The young knight stepped forward and offered an explanation. "Lady Jane Farman and I were wed in the presence of His Grace. However, the war has just ended, and the seas remain fraught with Ironborn pirates. It is not yet safe for her to return. She has entrusted me to oversee Fair Isle on her behalf until stability is restored. When the time is right, she will resume her place and inherit House Farman's lands." Lind quickly understood the underlying motive. House Lannister was leveraging this marriage to annex Fair Isle. Whatever Lady Jane's true wishes were, they had become irrelevant. Smiling faintly, Lind patted the young knight on the shoulder before escorting him into the castle to handle the handover of its assets. The process unfolded without complication. The knight appeared unaware that Fair Castle had once served as the Ironborn's principal warehouse for looted treasures, nor did he seem particularly interested in anything of value that might still be hidden there. After a cursory inspection, the formalities of the handover were completed. Once the Lannister soldiers had disembarked and entered the castle, Lind and his men boarded their ship. They set sail for Lannisport, where King Robert would host a victory banquet to celebrate their triumph. Chapter 119, Casterly Rock and Lannisport. Lannisport, the largest city in the Westerlands and one of the 5 major cities on the continent of Westeros, sits on the southwest side of Casterly Rock, overlooking the sea. The city sprawls across the mountainside, with buildings stretching from the bustling seaside docks to the hilltops, reaching the very base of the imposing Casterly Rock itself. Although it boasts a prominent port, Lannisport's harbor pales in comparison to the sprawling ports of Old Town. The ships here are simple, mostly trading vessels carrying precious metals like gold and silver. The Westerlands are renowned throughout Westeros for their abundance of these metals. However, raw ore is seldom sold directly. Instead, most of it is crafted into exquisite jewelry and ornate utensils, while some is minted into golden dragons and silver stags. Lannisport is home to the finest goldsmiths, silversmiths, and jewelers in Westeros. Their craftsmanship attracts not only the nobility of Westeros but also buyers from the distant continent of Essos. Nearly half of the ships docked at the port belong to Essos gold merchants eager to purchase the famed goods of Lannisport. This vast concentration of wealth necessitates significant protection. House Lannister maintains a city garrison of 3,000 soldiers, each outfitted with top-tier leather armor and weaponry. Their uniformity and equipment surpass even the regular armies of most Westerosi lords. As a result, some jest that the gold cloaks of King's Landing are mere pretenders compared to Lannisport's garrison, the true gold cloaks, so named for their opulent equipment. In addition to the garrison, Lannisport has a formidable fleet dedicated to safeguarding the city and its interests. However, their reputation is far from stellar. The Lannister fleet has been destroyed twice and severely crippled on numerous occasions. Ironborn raiders have repeatedly plundered Lannisport, earning the garrison the mockery of being little more than dolls stacked with gold. Yet, underestimating House Lannister's true power is a grave mistake. While Lannisport has suffered attacks, Casterly Rock, situated right beside the city, remains impregnable. Carved directly into the massive rock, the castle has withstood every attempt to breach it, even dragons have failed. Its sheer strength inspires awe, often described as a miracle of the gods. Lynd, driven by curiosity and the influence of memories inherited from the Peacekeeper, was particularly fascinated by the fortress. As his ship approached Lannisport, Casterly Rock loomed in the distance, and he couldn't help but wonder how such a stronghold could ever be penetrated. Despite scouring his mind for methods of assault, he concluded that an attack from the outside was futile. The only possibility lay in infiltrating from within. Unwilling to abandon his pursuit, Lynd dedicated himself to studying the castle. During his time in Casterly Rock, when not enduring tedious banquets, he frequently used glory to stealthily explore the fortress. His days were spent examining its structure and searching for weaknesses. After spending the past few days exploring Casterly Rock, Lynd has gained a deeper understanding of its structure than even the Lannisters themselves. He has memorized every guard post and patrol route within the castle, and Glory can now move through its corridors without even needing to conceal its presence. This unrestricted access has allowed Lynd to uncover a vulnerability in the fortress, one not even considered a weakness. Casterly Rock, originally a mine, still rests upon a labyrinth of tunnels carved into the vast rock below. For centuries, the Lannisters have mined deeper, creating a network of shafts and passages, many of which have been abandoned and forgotten. Through Glory, Lynd discovered one such hidden mine entrance. The airflow at the entrance indicates that it connects to the outside of the mountain, though the tunnel is narrow, too small for an adult to navigate, likely carved out secretly by mine robbers in the past. Lynd suspects there are many similar tunnels scattered beneath Casterly Rock. However, exploring them is a daunting task. The maze-like structure of the mines ensures that getting lost is a near certainty, and few are willing to risk it. Glory, however, leaves behind its scent, which allows it to navigate the tunnels and return without fail. These forgotten tunnels could theoretically serve as an entry point for an assault, but any such attack would first require overcoming the soldiers and traps hidden in the mines beneath the castle. As Lynd continued to examine Casterly Rock leisurely, searching for weak points, his subordinates grew increasingly anxious. More than 10 days had passed since House Greyjoy's surrender and the return of the Rebellion Suppression Army to Lannisport. In the King's camp, details of the rewards for the lords and nobles who participated in the campaign were slowly leaking out. A formal announcement was expected at the upcoming celebration banquet. Yet, conspicuously, no news about Lynd's reward had surfaced. On the contrary, rumors about Lynd began to spread among the nobility. Accusations emerged, claiming that he had pocketed all the valuables looted by the Ironborn during their raids on the Westerlands. Others alleged that, during the Battle of Fair Isle, Lynd had failed to assist the royal fleet, and after their departure to the north, he had seized the spoils of war without royal authorization. If proven, these accusations could completely erase Lynd's merit in suppressing the rebellion, and he might even face punishment. However, lesser rumors, such as the private recruitment of Ironborn prisoners or forcing lords to send troops, were largely dismissed. The nobility focused instead on the supposed wealth Lynd had gained, with speculation suggesting his spoils could amount to millions of golden dragons. Jealousy swept through the ranks of the nobles. In the Westerlands, some went as far as to gather outside Lynd's camp, demanding the return of what they claimed was their looted property. Lynd, however, offered no response to the rumors. He attended every banquet he was invited to, maintaining an air of indifference. At these gatherings, opinions on him were divided. A few sought to befriend him, but most kept their distance. Though they slandered him behind his back, none dared show disrespect to his face. Lynd's ability to single-handedly turn the tide of battle had cemented his status as a chosen one of the 7 gods. To insult him openly would be to insult the 7 themselves, a line even powerful lords dared not cross. This deference gave rise to another rumor, that no matter how excessive Lynd's alleged actions might be, he would never face severe punishment. The Iron Throne, some said, would never risk alienating the faith of the 7 by humiliating one of its champions. The claim wasn't baseless. Observers noted that even influential figures like Tywin Lannister, Warden of the West, and Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, treated Lynd with subtle respect, appearing more interested in cultivating his favor than in ostracizing him. However, no matter the rumors, the most critical factor was King Robert's attitude. Thus far, King Robert had neither responded to the whispers about Lynd nor mentioned anything regarding Lynd's reward. What no one realized, however, was that Lynd already knew what kind of reward awaited him. Several days earlier, during a discussion between King Robert and his advisors about military honors for noble knights, the king had finalized Lynd's reward. He informed the small council and several lords of his decision. Although the process faced opposition due to the sheer generosity of the reward, King Robert forced it through. Lynd had learned about the entire discussion from Tywin Lannister, though it wasn't Lord Tywin himself who divulged the details. Instead, it was Glory, who had slipped into Casterly Rock and eavesdropped on Tywin's conversation with his brother, Kevan Lannister, on the roof of Lord Tywin's study. Having discovered the location of Tywin's study, Lynd frequently sent Glory to spy on Tywin's discussions with the advisors of the Westerlands. This strategy allowed him to uncover some of the Westerlands' future plans as well as several little-known secrets. For instance, Lynd now knew the true reason behind Lord Tywin's determination to claim Fair Isle. Contrary to what most assumed, Tywin wasn't particularly interested in the island itself. His true objective was the navigation map left behind by Alyssa Farman, which was reportedly hidden on Fair Isle. Though Lynd found the name Alyssa Farman unfamiliar, the existence of the navigation map suggested she had been a navigator of considerable renown, renowned enough to attract the Lannisters' interest. While Lynd didn't know much about sailing, he was aware of prominent navigators such as Corlys Valerian and Euron Greyjoy, the latter currently imprisoned by the Iron Throne and awaiting banishment from the Iron Islands. Alyssa Farman, however, was a name he had never encountered before. He resolved to investigate her when the opportunity arose, hoping to uncover why she was so significant to Lord Tywin. "My lord, Lord Tyrion is here. Do you wish to see him?" Jon's voice interrupted Lynd's thoughts just as he was about to resume eavesdropping on Tywin and Kevan's conversation. Lynd withdrew from the shared vision with Glory and gestured for Jon to bring Tyrion Lannister in. Tyrion was one of the rare few who had taken the initiative to befriend Lynd, rumors notwithstanding. One thing was certain, Tyrion had not learned from Lord Tywin about Lynd's reward, so his friendship wasn't motivated by ambition or power. Though Tyrion had been present in King's Landing during the tournament, Lynd suspected he had been so shocked by the events that he avoided both the competition and the banquet afterward. As a result, the two had not crossed paths at the time. This meeting, however, was purely by chance. After returning to Casterly Rock, Tyrion had been assigned by his father to oversee the sewers of both Lannisport and Casterly Rock. This role involved leading teams to clear blockages and repair the ancient tunnels, which doubled as mine shafts beneath Casterly Rock. It was 10 days ago, during one of Lynd's explorations of the underground tunnels through Glory, that he had encountered Tyrion by chance. At the time, Tyrion had been inspecting a sewer valve. The sight of Glory startled him so much that he had momentarily believed he was about to die. As a result of his initial terror, Tyrion had prepared himself for death, only to realize that Glory had walked away without harming him. Surviving the encounter, he was naturally curious and began investigating the origin of the sewer monster. After some digging, he determined that the terrifying beast he had encountered was indeed Glory. The very next day, Tyrion sought out Lynd. This marked the beginning of their friendship. Interestingly, Tyrion never informed Lord Tywin about what he had seen in the sewers of Casterly Rock. Perhaps he thought glory had wandered into the mines by chance, or perhaps he deemed it pointless to report the matter, given how little weight his words carried with his father. "Is that big guy not here again?" Tyrion asked as he entered Lynn's tent with small, deliberate steps, a faint trace of disappointment on his face. Though Tyrion was naturally intrigued by Lynn's legendary exploits and extraordinary combat prowess, his fascination with glory always seemed to take precedence. Whether it was a lingering post-traumatic response or a genuine curiosity, Tyrion had developed a keen interest in large creatures. During his visits to Lynd, their conversations often veered toward mythical and historical monsters, such as giants and dragons. "It's gone outside to play," Lynd replied with a smile, observing Tyrion's clear disappointment. "Want to talk about some new giant creature?" Tyrion made himself comfortable without ceremony, settling into a chair as though it were his own. "No, nothing like that. I just saw your cavalry captain, Dacey from House Mormont, beat Lord Royce Coldwater of Coldwater Burn of the Vale to a pulp. It was a pretty nasty scene. I heard his leg is broken." Lynd froze momentarily, the gravity of the news sinking in. He immediately summoned Jon. "Didn't I order that no one was allowed to leave the camp without my permission? How did Dacey end up in the castle?" Jon stood at attention and replied, "Someone came to tell Captain Dacey that her mother, Lady Meege, had arrived in Lannisport. She wanted to go see her." Lynn's voice sharpened. "Send Balin and Lothier to find out what caused the conflict, and bring Dacey back." "Yes, my lord," Jon replied. As Jon turned to leave the tent, Lynd added, "And take plenty of men with you." "Yes, my lord," Jon repeated before striding briskly toward the soldiers' camp. After Jon left, Tyrion casually grabbed a handful of snacks from the table, stuffing them into his mouth. Between bites, he said, "Aren't you worried about your men? When I arrived, I saw the port's garrison already rushing over." Lynd shook his head. "If this were before the Ironborn Rebellion, I might have been concerned. But after the attack, so many veterans of the Lannisport garrison were killed that the current force is mostly new recruits. Their combat effectiveness is barely better than that of farmhands. What is there for me to worry about?" Tyrion raised an eyebrow in mock indignation. Hey. I'm a Lannister, and you're insulting the Lannister garrison right in front of me. I thought we were friends." He reached for a cup, poured himself a glass of water, and downed it to wash down the snacks. Then, wrinkling his nose, he added, "I don't understand you. You've got access to fine wine, yet you insist on drinking this bland, tasteless water." Lynd looked directly at him and cut to the point. "You might as well tell me the truth. What do you want from me? You said we're friends, there's no need to beat around the bush." Tyrion shrugged, fell silent for a moment, and then said, "I hope that when you leave Casterly Rock, you'll take me with you." Chapter 120, Tyrion in Peril. For Tyrion, staying in Casterly Rock, especially in the presence of Lord Tywin, was an unending torment. The memories of Tywin's relentless cruelty loomed over him, resurfacing with painful clarity in his mind. One memory that stood out was the time Tywin had appointed him as sewer official, effectively turning him into the laughingstock of the Lannister household. The mockery wasn't limited to the castle walls. Even the Lannister branch families and their vassals openly scorned him. Their derision emboldened the small folk of Lannisport to join in, giving him the cruel nickname, Monkey Demon. Their disdain was unbearable. He felt as though the entire Westerlands had turned against him. Mocking eyes seemed to follow him everywhere, their silent ridicule cutting deeper than words. Even the very air around him felt oppressive, suffocating him like invisible hands clasped over his nose and mouth. No place offered refuge from the prejudice, none except the brothels of Lannisport. The urge to leave gnawed at him relentlessly. He feared that if he stayed any longer, the bitterness and humiliation would drive him to madness. When he finally approached Lynd Tarryn with his request, the knight paused thoughtfully before responding. "Why do you think I can take you away? Don't forget, I'm only a knight." Tyrion, desperation tinging his voice, replied quickly, "Because you are Lynd Tarryn, the chosen one ordained by the faith of the Seven." Lynd raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. "Do you think Lord Tywin cares about the title of Chosen One?" He didn't wait for a response before continuing, "You are now the first heir of House Lannister. Do you think Lord Tywin will let you out of his sight?" Tyrion's frustration spilled over. "He doesn't see me as any kind of heir. In his eyes, I'm nothing. The only heir he has in mind is Jaime. Lind tilted his head slightly, his voice calm but firm. But Jaime Lannister is a Kingsguard, and Kingsguards are forbidden to marry, have children, or inherit family titles. Tyrion retorted bitterly, he can make Jaime resign from the Kingsguard. Shaking his head, Lind interrupted, I may not know your brother Jaime well, but it's clear to anyone that he takes his position as Kingsguard very seriously. If Lord Tywin could have made Jaime resign, he would have done so long ago. Tyrion fell silent, his usual quick wit unable to summon a response. The weight of Lind's words seemed to settle heavily on him. With a note of seriousness, Lind leaned in slightly. And you've misunderstood something important. Whether or not you are Lord Tywin's chosen heir doesn't matter. What matters is that by law, you are his heir. If someone decides you must inherit, then you will. Tyrion's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? His voice trailed off, his face a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Lind's tone was measured, yet firm. According to the inheritance laws of the Seven Kingdoms, you are Lord Tywin's legal first heir. No matter how much he despises you, that fact cannot be undone. He fixed Tyrion with a steady gaze. If Lord Tywin were to die suddenly, you would become the Lord of Casterly Rock and the Warden of the West, regardless of what anyone in the Westerlands thinks of you. That is an unchangeable reality. The implications of Lind's words hung in the air. Tyrion, you're clever. You must already have an idea of what would happen in the Westerlands if you suddenly found yourself in that position of power. Tyrion's expression suddenly shifted, his face growing serious as he asked Lind, have you heard something? No, I haven't heard anything, Lind replied evenly. I've just made some inferences based on common sense. He stopped there, refraining from pushing Tyrion further into unease. After a pause, he allowed his tone to lighten. And have you considered that following me might limit you in many ways? For example, drinking is strictly forbidden in my barracks. The salary I'd give you wouldn't even cover daily trips to the brothel. And more importantly, I wouldn't pay you a salary at all. You'd have to pay me to keep you by my side. Tyrion leapt up from his chair, his voice sharp with indignation. What? You've gone too far. Aren't we friends? Yes, Lind nodded calmly, and it's precisely because we're friends that I'm treating you this way. There's a saying in my hometown, even close brothers should settle their accounts clearly. If that's the case between brothers, how much more so between friends? No fun. It's no fun staying with you. Tyrion fumed, muttering as he stormed out of the tent. As Tyrion exited, Lind called after him, if you want to improve your current treatment, I suggest you repeat what I've just told you to Lord Tywin. That might make him realize your importance and treat you accordingly, rather than continuing to see you as a sewer official and ignoring you. Tyrion paused briefly, his back to Lind, before quickening his pace and disappearing from view. After Tyrion left, Lind turned his attention away from the conversation. He didn't dwell on the moment, nor did he indulge in thoughts of power or scheming. Instead, he picked up a copy of the 9 Voyages and began reading. The book was part of a trove of rare texts he had discovered in Faircastle, along with First Men rune tablets that no one had yet deciphered. The Ironborn, more interested in gold and glittering treasures, had overlooked these literary artifacts, leaving them intact. Lind had claimed them all. He'd sent most of the collection to Tumbleton with Nymeria, keeping only this particular set for his personal amusement. The book chronicled the maritime adventures of Corlys Velaryon, the legendary sea snake. The chapter he was reading detailed Corlys' second great voyage, where he crossed the Lying, the Bleeding Sea, and eventually reached the shadow lands of Ashai. Though the writing was somewhat dry and lacked literary elegance, resembling instructions more than storytelling, the content conveyed the grandeur and danger of the sea snake's journey. Lind muttered as he turned the page, preparing to close the book after finishing the account of the second voyage. Something caught his eye, a name that piqued his interest, Elissa Farman. The reference was brief, a single sentence attributed to Corlys Velaryon, I know that must be Elissa Farman's son Chaser. I swear on the name Velaryon, I'm absolutely certain. The words revealed little, but the excitement in Corlys' tone was palpable. Lind could sense the thrill of recognition, as though Corlys were a fan meeting an idol. This piqued Lind's curiosity even further, what kind of person was Elissa Farman, to inspire such admiration from a navigator whose own name was etched in history? Intrigued, Lind leaned back in his chair and began flipping through the book again, scanning for more references to Alyssa Farman. His focus was interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside the tent. Moments later, John and several others entered, bowing as they stood beneath the lifted tent curtain. "My lord," they greeted. Lind glanced up from the book, his gaze sharpening as he took in their appearance. All of them bore injuries, some minor, others more severe. His attention lingered on Balin, whose left arm hung limp, clearly broken. Lind's brow furrowed. A broken arm would likely prevent Balin from participating in the upcoming tournament, a significant blow. Though he knew his subordinates' strengths well, the sight of them in this state surprised him. These men were not ordinary soldiers, they were among the finest fighters in the Seven Kingdoms. Balin, in particular, had proven himself time and again, honing his skills through countless battles in brutal fighting pits. Lind doubted even Nymeria could defeat Balin in single combat. "No, I just told you to go get Daisy back. Why did you get into a fight?" Lind stood up and looked at the group. John, his face full of frustration, explained, "We were on our way to get Daisy, but then the garrison in Lannisport got in our way. And if that wasn't enough, the Mountain, Gregor Clegane, showed up with his men, looking for a fight. Of course, we weren't just going to stand there and take it, so we fought back." The Mountain. Lind froze for a moment, then turned his gaze to Balin. "Your hand was broken by the Mountain." The usually silent Balin nodded, his expression showing no sign of pain despite his injured hand. Then, as though sensing that his response needed clarification, he added in a thick accent, "That guy's hand was also broken, and I bit off one of his ears." To prove his point, Balin reached into his pocket and pulled out an ear, placing it in his palm and holding it up for Lind to see, as though it were a trophy of war. "Where are the others?" Lind asked, his tone still serious. "Were there any casualties among our people?" "They all suffered minor injuries, but no one died," John replied. He paused briefly before continuing. "The garrison in Lannisport lost a few men, though, including someone named Lantel, probably a Lannister from a side branch." Lind exhaled heavily, rubbing his forehead, then turned to Daisy. "And you? What was the reason for your conflict with Lord Royce Coldwater?" Daisy, her expression innocent, answered, "I was just walking along when he stopped me for no reason and started yelling at me. He said, 'You're a liar, all your battle records are lies, and you're all a bunch of liars too.'" Hearing Daisy's account, Lind said nothing for a moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he delivered his verdict: "Daisy will be punished with 6 lashes. The others will receive 3 lashes each. Afterward, go to the military healer to treat your injuries." "Huh?" John blurted, stunned. "My lord, I understand punishing Daisy. She left the barracks without informing you and caused trouble. But why are we being punished? We were only following your orders." Lothier, Balin, and the other knights nodded in agreement, their faces showing confusion. Lind's gaze swept over them as he explained, "I'm not punishing you for clashing with the Lannisters. However, Daisy is being punished, and as her comrades, you cannot simply stand by without consequence. This is what they call sharing joys and sorrows." Hearing this, John and the others were left speechless. Reluctantly, they turned and went to find the executioner. Once they were gone, Lind returned to his tent and resumed reading. Meanwhile, Glory, the giant beast, had also returned to the outskirts of the camp. Before entering, it encountered a group of Lannisport garrison troops on the road. The leader of the group halted his men on a small hill outside Lind's camp, seemingly hesitant to approach any closer. When Glory appeared suddenly beside them, the soldiers were stricken with fear. Panicked, they abandoned their position and fled toward Lannisport Castle, scrambling over one another in their rush to escape. Each man seemed desperate to avoid being eaten by the enormous creature. Glory, left standing there, tilted its head in confusion. The clash between Lind's cavalry patrols and the Lannister garrison caused quite a stir, drawing everyone's attention as they eagerly awaited the responses of the Chosen One, Lind, and Lord Tywin. Though it was clear to all that Lord Tywin's status far outweighed Lind's, no one dared to look down on the Chosen One. Lind was backed by the faith of the Seven, enjoyed the favor of the Lord of the North, and had the unwavering support of House Tyrell in the Reach. Even King Robert had repeatedly expressed his fondness for Lind. In many ways, the two sides were considered evenly matched. What added fuel to the fire was the outcome of the skirmish. Lynn's men had injured the mountain, Gregor Clegane, the infamous mad dog loathed by all. The mountain had been seriously hurt, his arm broken and one of his ears bitten off. This unexpected result brought secret satisfaction to many, including some lords and nobles of the Westerlands, who couldn't help but smile behind closed doors. Ironically, as the focus of the realm fixated on Lynd and Tywin, the two individuals who had actually sparked the conflict, Dacey Mormont and Royce Coldwater, were utterly overlooked. Even Jon Royce, the Lord of Runestone and head of House Royce, showed no intention of intervening on Royce's behalf after hearing that his relative's actions were sparked by sheer arrogance. In an unexpected turn, both Lynd and Tywin chose to adopt a cold-shoulder approach. They ignored the chatter of the outside world and refrained from any public discussions or responses, acting as though the incident had never happened. Their approaches to handling the situation were equally pragmatic. Lynd had all the participants flogged, while Tywin took it a step further and ordered his men to be caned. With such decisive actions, the conflict that had drawn so much attention quickly lost its momentum, leaving those who had been hoping for a prolonged feud sorely disappointed. Yet, the realm's ever-curious busybodies soon found something new to discuss. A riot erupted in the cells where prisoners from the Iron Islands were held. Euron Greyjoy, brother of Balon Greyjoy, had incited a group of nobles and Ironborn to revolt. The prisoners attacked their wardens, seized weapons, and made a desperate rush to the docks of Lannisport. There, they captured a longship and escaped. The incident infuriated King Robert, but Lord Tywin was even angrier. The incompetence of the Lannisport garrison, unable to suppress a disorganized group of panicking prisoners, was an embarrassment. That the Ironborn not only escaped but also managed to steal a ship was a humiliation to the lords and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Compared to the disgrace of this incident, the earlier skirmish between Lynd's men and the Lannisters seemed insignificant. The aftermath was swift and ruthless. The guards in the cells holding the Ironborn prisoners were tripled, and over a dozen key officers of the Lannisport garrison were hanged at the docks as a stark warning. Control of the garrison was handed over to troops from Casterly Rock, who began a thorough reorganization and retraining of the entire force. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, another feared member of House Clegane, was put in charge of the operation. 2 days later, the tension in Lannisport began to ease as longships from Old Town arrived at the docks. Men from House Tyrell, House Hightower, and House Redwyne disembarked. With their arrival, the last of the great lords attending the victory feast had finally come. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Lord. You have done well to show the others the strength of the Reach. Lord Mace gathered all the advisors of the Reach at the manor Tywin had arranged for House Tyrell. The lords and knights of House Rowan, House Crane, House Fossaway of Cider Hall, House Fossaway of New Barrel, House Tarley, House Hightower, House Redwyne, and other prominent houses who had participated in the rebellion were all summoned to the manor's grand hall. Lynd was naturally among those summoned. However, unlike the other knights, who had to wait in the courtyard outside the hall for an audience with Lord Mace, Lynd entered the hall alongside the patriarchs and lords of the various houses. Apart from the attendants, he was the only knight present in the hall. During the feasts over the past few days, Lynd had already become acquainted with the lords and dignitaries of the assembled houses. While he was slightly better acquainted with members of Houses Hightower and Redwyne, his relationships with the other families remained superficial. In contrast, the knights of these families had formed a camaraderie with him, likely due to a mixture of admiration and respect for his deeds. It was no exaggeration to say that Lynd had become something of a spiritual leader for the Knights of the Reach. His combat skills and leadership had left a lasting impression, and his willingness to teach and inspire had only elevated his stature among them. Many knights now held him in high regard, almost to the point of reverence. Lynd had been seated in the middle of the hall, positioned next to Randyll Tarly. Although Randyll Tarly had been the commander of the Alliance in the Reach, his command had ended with the conclusion of the rebellion. Now, he was simply the Lord of Hornhill, and by the standards of territory size and power, he was considered to be of middling rank among the assembled lords. Thus, his position in the hall's arrangement was not particularly remarkable. After arriving in Lannisport, Lynd had sought out Randyll Tarly immediately, as Randyll was nominally his superior. Their meeting was a complex one. Randyll Tarly's initial impression of Lynd had been less than favorable. However, Lynd's subsequent actions, leading a 1,000-mile raid with 2,000 cavalry, liberating 5 castles, defeating tens of thousands of enemies, and earning countless honors, had gradually altered Randall's opinion. Moreover, reports of Lynn's disciplined management and upright character further impressed the Lord of Hornhill. When Randall finally met Lynd in person, his demeanor was businesslike, though inwardly he could not help but admire the young knight. Privately, he even sighed at the thought that if only his own son had possessed even a fraction of Lynd's abilities. When Lynd was assigned to sit beside him in the hall, Randall Tarley leaned over and whispered, with a rare touch of kindness, "Be prepared, and don't make a fool of yourself." "Ha!" Lynd froze at the remark and glanced at Randall, confused, but Randall said nothing further. Just as Lynd was pondering the cryptic warning, Lord Mace began to announce the rewards for the lords and knights who had contributed to the rebellion. The rewards for military service in the rebellion were not distributed directly by King Robert to the subordinate lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Instead, Robert rewarded the lords of each region, who then distributed the rewards to their vassals in turn, all the way down to the knights. Ordinary soldiers typically did not receive formal rewards, relying instead on loot gathered during campaigns. However, Lynd's strict prohibition of private plunder and his policy of pooling and redistributing spoils of war were uncommon practices, setting him apart from most commanders. Lord Mace, confident in the generosity of the rewards King Robert had allocated to the Reach, had no reservations about distributing his own rewards to his vassals in advance. When Mace announced that Randall Tarley's reward would be a 3-year exemption from all taxes and fees for Hornhill, along with 10,000 golden dragons, the lords and knights in the hall murmured their approval. Their attention, however, soon turned to Lynd, who was the last remaining figure in the hall yet to be rewarded. "Lynd Taryn, come forward," Lord Mace commanded solemnly. Lynd had already anticipated this moment. His heart steady, he stepped forward to stand at the head of the line. "More than a year ago, when we were in King's Landing, I said that if anyone could clear the bandits north of Bitterbridge, I would reward them with a manor and a village. Now you have done it." Lord Mace looked at Lynd with a complex expression and continued, "However, you have far exceeded my expectations. Just a manor and a village are no longer enough as your reward." His gaze swept over the crowd in the hall, eventually returning to Lynd. Then, with deliberate movements, he took a parchment scroll from his side and handed it to Lynd. "In the name of the Warden of the South, the Defender of the Marches, the Lord of Highgarden, and the High Marshal of the Reach, I hereby appoint Sir Lynd Taryn as Lord of the Red Mountains. The lands around Red Watch in the Red Mountains are bestowed upon you as your territory, and your descendants will inherit this glory for generations. I hope that you will continue to work hard for the honor of the Reach." "Thank you, my lord." Lynd, having prepared himself for this moment, maintained a calm demeanor, but as he accepted the scroll of appointment, his hand trembled slightly, betraying the unease within him. In truth, Lynd was not the only one feeling unsettled. Many of the lords present were far from composed. Whether they had known in advance about Lynd's impending ennoblement or not, the announcement elicited a chorus of surprised exclamations. To fully grasp the magnitude of the situation, one had to consider the leap Lynd had just made. With this ennoblement, he had ascended 2 entire social classes, from a knight to a landed knight, and finally to a titled lord with his own territory. For most knightly houses, this progression could take a century, or even several centuries, to achieve. Yet, Lynd had risen from a humble hunter to a lord in less than 2 years. It was no wonder that shock rippled through the hall. As news of Lynd's promotion spread from the hall to the courtyard, the gathered knights of the Reach reacted with complex expressions. Envy, admiration, shock, and jealousy all mingled on their faces. Though many had guessed Lynd would receive a significant reward when he was called into the hall, none had imagined it would be this extraordinary. Becoming a lord was far beyond their expectations. Even without knowing the specifics of Lynd's newly bestowed lands, the very title was enough to astonish them. However, some observant individuals began to notice peculiarities. Upon learning that the merit cited for Lynd's promotion to lord was not his role in the rebellion but his earlier task of clearing bandits north of Bitterbridge, confusion deepened. The promised reward for that task had originally been a manor and a village. Now, it had evolved into a full territory and a noble title. This discrepancy left many baffled, as they found it hard to believe that such merit alone could justify such a reward. Then came a revelation that changed their perspective. Some who were well-versed in geography pointed out that Lynd's new lands were not in the Reach. Instead, they lay in the Dornish Marches, on the border of Dorne and the Stormlands, separated from the Reach by the Red Mountains. The region was currently dominated by lords from the Stormlands and Dorne, making it a volatile and precarious place. Establishing control over such a land, let alone building a castle and governing it, seemed an almost impossible task. When the true nature of Lind's territory came to light, the doubts that had filled the hearts of many were dispelled. The envy and jealousy that had initially gripped the knights and lords diminished. For many, the realization dawned: a modest manor and village in a stable region might be preferable to a troublesome territory that could not easily be controlled. Among the lords in the hall who had not been informed of Lind's reward beforehand, a sense of sympathy even emerged. While Lind's combat prowess was beyond question, governing a territory required far more than skill on the battlefield. Most of them doubted that even Lind could establish a foothold in such a chaotic and contested land. At this point, Lord Mace addressed Lind once more. "This is only a reward for your task of suppressing the bandits. As for the military merit reward for this rebellion, I will not be the one to give it to you. His Grace will present it to you in person. I don't know the specifics of the reward either. I won't know until the victory celebration banquet tonight." The other lords in the hall were visibly stunned by this announcement. King Robert's direct involvement in rewarding Lind's military merit was an overstep of his authority. Even as king, he should not have bypassed Lord Mace in acknowledging the military accomplishments of his vassals. Normally, such a move would have warranted a strong objection from Lord Mace. However, Lord Mace showed no sign of anger or dissatisfaction. Instead, his expression remained composed, even indifferent. Observing this, the gathered lords began to suspect that King Robert must have offered House Tyrell significant benefits to smooth over this breach of protocol. Otherwise, even someone as pliable and self-serving as Lord Mace would not have agreed to such an affront to his authority. Lind was equally surprised by Lord Mace's revelation. He had assumed that his elevation to lordship and the granting of territory were the final recognition of his achievements. It had never occurred to him that there might be additional rewards forthcoming. The prospect of further honors from the king himself was entirely unexpected. Just then, a maidservant entered the hall through a side door. She was a personal attendant of the former Olenna Redwine, now the Lady of House Tyrell. Bowing to the gathered lords, she addressed Lord Mace directly. "My lord, Lady Olenna wishes to see Ser Lind." Lord Mace nodded slightly, clearly already aware of this summons. He turned to Lind and said, "Ser Lind, you may go now. Do not keep my mother waiting." "Yes, my lord." Lind bowed respectfully before following the maid toward the women's courtyard at the back of the manor. As Lind entered the courtyard, Garland Tyrell approached him from the entrance. More than a year had passed since Lind last saw him, and Garland had grown taller in that time. The youthful roundness of his face had faded, replaced by sharper features and a budding manly temperament. "It's been a long time, Lord Garland." Lind greeted him warmly. He was deeply grateful to Garland, the second son of Lord Mace, who had first brought him into House Tyrell's fold. Lind knew that had it not been for Garland's intervention that day, he might have ended up joining House Crane in Vortimer, as originally planned. Such a path would not have led to his current successes or the rapid growth of the power he now wielded. Garland's face lit up with a satisfied smile when he saw that Lind's attitude toward him had not changed despite his newfound title and status. He affectionately tapped Lind's breastplate and then eyed the great sword hanging at Lind's waist, the weapon of the banished knight. "You really are something. I haven't seen you for over a year, and you've managed to acquire such a fine suit of armor and a great sword. If you hadn't taken off your helmet, I might not have recognized you at all." Lind smiled in return. "If you'd like a suit of armor like this, I can give you the design." Garland chuckled and shook his head. "Forget it. That armor looks heavy enough just seeing it, let alone wearing it. Even if I had one made, it'd just sit in a hall as decoration. I'm not that extravagant." Shrugging, Garland turned to the waiting maidservant and said, "You can leave now. I'll take Ser Lind to see my grandmother." "Yes, Lord Garland." The maid bowed slightly and departed. Garland then led Lind further into the courtyard. Along the way, the noble ladies and women of the various lords and dignitaries attending the banquet, many of whom were gathered in the courtyard, glanced curiously at Lind. Garland reminded Lind in a low voice as they made their way toward the terrace, "My grandmother can be a bit harsh sometimes, so just bear with her for a while." "I know," Lind replied with a smile. He didn't need Garland's reminder to be prepared for the Queen of Thorns' famously sharp tongue. "Look who's here." Our chosen one. The moment the two stepped onto the large terrace overlooking the bay of Lannisport, a sharp, commanding voice rose from the crowd of noble ladies gathered there. The ladies, who were chatting and mingling, immediately parted, making way for the Queen of Thorns, who had been the center of their attention. Despite her advanced age and frail appearance, her presence demanded respect and deference. Lind had never met the Queen of Thorns in person before. Although he had passed through Highgarden twice when sending Willis to Dorne, it had been unthinkable for a mere knight to meet such an exalted member of House Tyrell. Now, even with his newly gained title, Lind knew that if Olenna Redwine had not summoned him specifically, he would still not have been afforded the chance to meet her. The Queen of Thorns was even more frail than Lind had anticipated. It seemed as though a strong gust of wind from the bay could carry her away. Yet her eyes, sharp and piercing, betrayed her frailty. They gleamed with a keen, almost unsettling intelligence that seemed to strip away any pretense or facade. Even Lind, despite his confidence, found himself unable to hold her gaze for long. "Good afternoon, Lady Olenna," Lind said as he approached her, bowing respectfully. The Queen of Thorns' eyes swept over him, pausing briefly on the dragon crest of his helmet before she spoke. "Good afternoon, Ser Lind Taryn." "Oh, no, that's not right. Now I suppose you must be addressed as Lord Lind Taryn." Lind smiled, his tone light yet respectful. "In your presence, it's just a title. I imagine it's all the same to you whether it's Ser or Lord." For a moment, the Queen of Thorns seemed taken aback by his reply, and then she laughed, a genuine and unexpected sound. Garland, standing nearby, looked at Lind in surprise, while the surrounding noblewomen turned their attention fully to him. It was clear that few dared to speak so openly in front of Olenna Redwine, and even fewer managed to earn her laughter. "Come here, child, let me have a proper look at you." As one grows older, one's eyesight begins to fail. "From a distance, I can't see anything clearly," the Queen of Thorns muttered, her tone more reminiscent of a doting grandmother than the sharp-witted matriarch she was known to be. "They all like to stand so far away, thinking I can't see them, but they forget something important. People who can't see well often hear even better. Just from their voices, I know who they are, none of them can hide from me." Lind listened quietly as the Queen of Thorns rambled, walking closer to her as she instructed. Once he stood before her, she tilted her head, scrutinizing him with a critical eye. "Ordinary looking," she remarked bluntly, her lips pursing as she gestured toward him with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Much worse than my grandchildren." She reached out and patted his leg with surprising firmness for someone so frail. "But at least you're strong. That's something. Strong enough to get a woman pregnant and give her plenty of children. Lord Taryn, you're not engaged to anyone yet, are you?" Chapter 122, The King's Reward. Lind froze upon hearing the Queen of Thorns' words but quickly grasped the situation and responded with a serious tone, "Although we are not engaged, I have already made a promise to Lady Nymeria of Tumbleton." "Just a promise?" The Queen of Thorns regarded Lind with a hint of interest. "Although it is only a promise, it is still a commitment from a man, and one that cannot be changed," Lind emphasized firmly. "What a pity," the Queen of Thorns remarked, seemingly reading Lind's thoughts, and chose not to continue the conversation. Some of the noble ladies nearby exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disappointment. A few even harbored a flicker of envy toward Nymeria. Realizing there was no longer any chance of a marriage alliance with Lind, the Queen of Thorns seemed to lose interest in him altogether. After a brief and polite conversation, she instructed Garland to escort Lind out. Lind left the meeting feeling puzzled. It had been a surprisingly casual encounter. He had come fully prepared to engage with the Queen of Thorns, anticipating her shrewdness, yet the meeting had felt underwhelming. He couldn't quite understand why she had requested to see him in the first place. These unanswered questions lingered as he returned to his camp. Later, while discussing the meeting with his subordinate John, who had stopped by to congratulate him on his recent promotion, the answer suddenly became clear. John's comment about House Tyrell lacking suitable women to marry Lind unraveled the mystery. As it turned out, those who could potentially be matched with him were either already engaged, married, too young, or separated from him by a significant difference in status. At that moment, Lind realized the Queen of Thorns had never intended to propose a marriage alliance with House Tyrell. Instead, her objective had been to subtly dissuade the noble families of the Reach from entertaining the idea of marrying their daughters to him. By prompting Lind to speak openly about his commitment to Lady Nymeria, she had effectively sent a message to these families through his own words. From House Tyrell's perspective, it would have been ideal for Lind to marry into their house, strengthening their influence through a marriage alliance. However, no suitable match existed within House Tyrell. Little Rose was still a child, far too young for consideration, and even if she were of age, the gap in status between her and Lind would have made such a union highly unlikely. A more realistic option might have been to find a noblewoman from a cadet branch of House Tyrell with a fitting rank, but even this solution proved unattainable. In light of this, House Tyrell's priority shifted to ensuring that Lind did not marry into any of the powerful noble families in the Reach, which could potentially challenge their position. By orchestrating this meeting, the Queen of Thorns had cleverly achieved this objective. Through Lind's own declaration, she had made it clear to the assembled noble houses that there was no possibility of a marriage alliance with him. This maneuver allowed House Tyrell to neutralize a potential threat while avoiding blame or offense from the other nobles. As for Lind's commitment to Lady Nymeria, it was clear that House Tyrell viewed it as inconsequential. Compared to the great noble houses of the Reach, House Footley of Tumbleton, small in population and situated on the region's border, barely registered on their radar. Moreover, even if Tumbleton grew in power, it was more likely to pose a threat to the Westerlands, Stormlands, or Riverlands than to House Tyrell. Reflecting on the meeting, Lind couldn't help but admire the Queen of Thorns' unmatched political skill. With one seemingly casual conversation, she had solved a major problem for House Tyrell without so much as a scratch to their reputation. The way she achieved her goals with such subtle precision was both awe-inspiring and unnerving. Every word she spoke felt calculated, crafted to serve her purpose. Lind kept his distance from such a character. Even if he had to meet the Queen of Thorns again in the future, he resolved to say and do as little as possible, minimizing the risk of being manipulated by her. Following his promotion to Lord, Lind granted his subordinates 2 days off, allowing them to visit Lannisport for sightseeing. However, he strictly required them to go in groups for safety. As a gesture of appreciation, he distributed a sum of money to reward everyone in the cavalry patrols. Even the grooms who tended to the warhorses received 5 silver stags each. Soon after, King Robert unexpectedly sent an etiquette officer to prepare Lind for a victory celebration banquet that evening. The officer's duties included teaching Lind court etiquette, much of which he already knew, and presenting more than a dozen luxurious noble outfits for him to try on. After adjusting a few pieces for a better fit, they settled on a final ensemble. Ordinarily, weapons are not permitted at such events, the etiquette officer informed him, pausing momentarily before adding, but His Grace insists that a valiant knight such as yourself is incomplete without his weapons. He said, and I quote, "It's like a woman without makeup. So, you are granted permission to wear your weapons at the banquet. Additionally, your pet may accompany you, but do ensure it causes no harm to anyone." Understood, Lind replied with a nod. While preparations for the banquet were underway, news of Lind's knighthood and his elevation to Lord, granted by Lord Mace Tyrell along with a fiefdom, spread like wildfire through Lannisport, leaving everyone astounded. Lind had only been a knight for less than 2 years, barely the start of a typical knight's career. In the Seven Kingdoms, countless individuals remained knights their entire lives without advancing further. Yet Lind had managed to leap across 2 significant social strata that most would never cross, the class of landowning knights and the class of titled nobility. Now, he was a lord, fiefdom in hand. Even if the territory was poor, it was still land, and even a minor lord was still a lord. Many speculated that Lind's rise was not solely due to his skills and accomplishments but was heavily influenced by the faith of the Seven. His impressive performance in the rebellion suppression had bolstered the status of his supporters in the Church of the Seven, particularly the most devout of the Starry September, indirectly advancing Lind's career as well. Fully aware of this, Lind made a deliberate gesture before the banquet. He went to the September of the Seven in Lannisport to pray, ensuring that his act of devotion was visible to all. Although Lind's sudden elevation to Lord stirred envy and admiration, the focus of the populace was less on him and more on House Tyrell. By raising Lind to nobility, House Tyrell cleverly used his promotion as a means to enhance their own reputation. The message was clear: with ability, one could achieve greatness under their patronage. Even though most knew that another success story like Lind's would be rare, and not only due to his talent but also because the Tyrells had no insignificant enclaves left to distribute, it didn't stop ambitious hedge knights from dreaming. For the foreseeable future, House Tyrell would be the top choice for skilled knights seeking to rise. The other great houses wished to emulate this tactic but faced significant barriers. Outside of the Starks in the north, whose vast lands were often unproductive, the territories controlled by the major lords were tightly held. The land of Westeros had been divided for thousands of years, leaving little to spare. And even rarer than available land were knights of Lynn's caliber, whose skills and influence could make such promotions worthwhile. Despite the stir caused by Lynn's elevation, attention shifted as King Robert's celebration banquet approached. The banquet wasn't merely a festive gathering, it was also an occasion where the king would announce rewards for the loyal lords and nobles who had distinguished themselves, as well as punishments for the iron-born lords involved in the rebellion. The banquet was held not in Casterly Rock but in the royal encampment on the outskirts of Lannisport. Thanks to his prayers at the September, Lynd arrived at the encampment just as the banquet was about to begin. No one stopped him for checks upon entry, the glory by his side was proof enough of his identity. Guided by a royal servant, Lynd entered the banquet venue. By then, all the nobles of Lannisport who had received invitations were already present. The moment Lynd stepped inside, every gaze turned toward him, the rising star of the Seven Kingdoms. The looks ranged from envy to jealousy, hostility to disdain. If their glances could be transformed into colorful lights, Lynd mused, the room might resemble a nightclub from his previous life. However, when their gazes shifted to Glory, standing tall beside Lynd, expressions of fear crept across their faces. For some, fear was mingled with a faint glimmer of greed. Although it was a banquet, the atmosphere was far from lively. Unlike the previous gathering in the Great Hall of the Red Keep, where attendees had mingled freely and engaged in casual conversation, the nobles had now separated into distinct groups based on their kingdoms and statuses, a silent reminder of their hierarchy. Lynd's eye swept across the venue until he located the area reserved for the nobles of the Reach. There, standing with Lord Mace Tyrell, was Garland, who noticed Lynd and waved at him. Lynd approached, guided by Garland, and found himself standing once again beside Randyll Tarly. The surrounding nobles were all prominent figures from the Reach, lords and individuals of special status, such as Garland, the second son of House Tyrell. Not a single knight stood among them. It was the same in the areas representing the other kingdoms, with one exception, the North. Their group included a member of the Night's Watch, clearly seizing the opportunity to arrange for a transfer of prisoners to the Wall. Once Lynd stood beside him, Randyll Tarly ended his conversation with the Lord of House Peak of Starpike. Turning to Lynd, he remarked in his usual forthright manner, Red Watch is not an easy place to govern. You'll have to deal with lords from the Stormlands and Dorne, and there are plenty of wildling tribes in the area. It's said they've even elected some sort of wildling king. If you're short on men, I can lend you a few. Thank you, Lord Tarly. If the need arises, I will certainly reach out to you, Lynd replied, recognizing the goodwill in Tarly's offer. Without hesitation, he asked, Lord Tarly, do you know where I might find skilled masons capable of building a castle? Randyll Tarly replied matter-of-factly, you don't need to concern yourself with that. Now that you're a lord, you can apply to the Citadel for a maester. Submit a request, and the Citadel will select a suitable maester for you. Building a castle, though, isn't a small endeavor, it's costly and time-consuming. You'll need to plan carefully. I understand. Thank you for the advice, Lynd said, expressing his gratitude. Randyll Tarly's eyes lingered on Glory, who stood proudly beside Lynd. Is it still growing? I've heard it went from a cub to this size in just a year. It took less than a year, Lynd corrected, a faint trace of pride in his tone. Their conversation was interrupted by the booming voice of the court master of ceremonies, who stepped forward before the king's seat. He announced loudly, Welcome His Grace Robert of House Baratheon, King of the Undulls and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Her Grace Queen Cersei of the House Lannister, Light of the West, Lord Stannis of the House Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, Master of Ships, and Warden of the Stormlands, and Lord Renly of the House Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End. As each title was proclaimed, King Robert entered the banquet hall, accompanied by his wife and brothers. The crowd watched as they arrived, immediately noticing the sour expressions of both Lord Stannis and Queen Cersei. Their tense demeanor hinted at some earlier quarrel. King Robert, however, remained cheerful, smiling as if completely unbothered by the tension around him. Meanwhile, Renly Baratheon, nearly the same age as Loras Tyrell, walked in with his shoulders squared, clearly attempting to project an air of maturity. Once seated, King Robert's gaze swept across the hall, pausing briefly on Lynd and Glory. His surprise was evident, especially as his eyes rested on Glory, but he quickly masked his reaction. Turning to the gathered lords and nobles, he addressed them with the same energy that defined him. Rebellion must be punished, and loyalty rewarded. We're not here just to eat and drink, though I won't deny that's a good part of it. As your king, I'll not waste your time. Grand Maester Pycelle read out the rewards. Grand Maester Pycelle, who had traveled from King's Landing the previous day, shuffled forward. With trembling hands, he unrolled a parchment and began to read. The names of the wardens of the regions were called out first, accompanied by the rewards for their service. The wardens, already aware of their rewards, displayed little emotion. After hearing their names and titles, they bowed to the king in acknowledgement. When the list of rewards for the wardens was complete, Pycelle retrieved a second scroll. This one contained the names of minor nobles who had distinguished themselves in the war. Among them were the Reeds, who had aided Lind in reclaiming Moat Cailin, and the Freys, whose hand had been forced by Lind to send troops. Each name was followed by a description of their contributions and the corresponding rewards. When Jorah Mormont's name was called, he stepped forward to request knighthood as a reward for his deeds. Having fought bravely and been the first to reach Pike Castle, where he personally beheaded Meryn Greyjoy, Jorah's request was granted. In front of the assembled nobles, King Robert performed the knighting ceremony and remarked, "The last man I knighted was Lord Lind Taryn. I hope your future accomplishments will match his, and I trust you won't disappoint me." Jorah, visibly moved by the honor, thanked the king, unaware of the path his destiny would take. The ceremony continued as Grand Maester Pycelle read the last name on the list of rewards. Only then did the crowd realize that Lind, a central figure in the rebellion, was conspicuously absent from the list. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the hall as everyone's attention turned to King Robert and Lind, their gazes filled with questions. Chapter 123, Lord of Summerhall. As the banquet hall fell silent in shock at Lind's name being absent from the list of rewards, King Robert rose with a sly smile and addressed the crowd. "Did you really think I'd forget the achievements of our chosen one, Lind? He traveled thousands of miles, reclaimed 5 castles in succession, defeated tens of thousands of enemies, and took the head of Balon's eldest son." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but sense something unusual in the air. Their curiosity deepened as King Robert pulled a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Grand Maester Pycelle. "Read it," Robert commanded. Grand Maester Pycelle accepted the scroll, unrolled it, and his expression immediately betrayed his astonishment. He glanced back at Lind, his eyes brimming with both confusion and intrigue. The attendees, equally curious, strained to guess the contents of the scroll, but no one dared press the Grand Maester to reveal it too quickly. "What are you waiting for? Read it aloud." King Robert snapped impatiently. Without delay, Grand Maester Pycelle began to read, "In the name of Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, I hereby promote Lord Lind Taryn, chosen by the gods, to the rank of Lord. I grant you the royal manor of Summerhall, along with all its lands and tax revenues, to be held and inherited by your heirs for generations to come." The hall fell into a stunned silence. Even the wardens of the realm exchanged looks of disbelief. The shock wasn't because Lind's title had been elevated, his rise to lord was expected given his achievements and King Robert's favor. The true source of their astonishment lay in the land bestowed upon him, Summerhall. Summerhall, though now in ruins after the fire set by Aegon V, carried profound significance. It had traditionally been associated with the heir to the Targaryen throne, much like Dragonstone. After Robert's ascension, the land remained unused, preserving its symbolic legacy. Many had assumed it would eventually be given to Stannis Baratheon, completing the tradition in a new era. The fact that Robert had granted this historically rich fiefdom to Lind instead was unexpected, and controversial. Stannis's expression upon entering the hall had already hinted at his displeasure. Now, understanding the cause, his simmering resentment was palpable. Queen Cersei, too, looked livid. She had hoped Summerhall would go to Joffrey when he came of age, cementing his position as Robert's heir by naming him Prince of Summerhall. With that plan shattered, her displeasure was as obvious as Stannis's. Lind, however, remained composed. He stepped forward, accepted the scroll from Grand Maester Pycelle, and returned to the crowd without a word. Internally, though, his mind raced as he considered the implications of this unexpected reward. He quickly recalled Summerhall's location and the extent of its associated lands. The fiefdom was vast, spanning north to the edge of Grassy Vale and Kingswood, south to the borders of Blackhaven, and east to the ridges of the Red Mountains. Notably, the newly acquired Summerhall territory directly connected to the enclave he had previously gained from House Tyrell, the Red Watch. With this addition, Lind now controlled the entire northeastern tip of the Red Mountains. The sheer size of his territory rivaled that of some ancient, first-tier noble houses. More significant, however, was the strategic proximity of Summerhall to Nymeria's lands. Though separated by Grassy Vale, the two territories could still connect through Kingswood. Lind's pensive expression caused those around him to mistake his demeanor for confusion over such a substantial reward. They couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After all, Lind was merely an ordinary person. Faced with such immense benefits, he was unable to maintain the composed demeanor of a true noble. They were confident that, in his position, they would not have lost their composure so easily. At the banquet, with the rewards already announced, it was naturally time to deal with those who were to be punished. At King Robert's command, the nobles of the Iron Islands, imprisoned for over 10 days, were brought into the center of the banquet hall. Leading the group was Balon Greyjoy, his face gaunt and his hair pale. He still wore the driftwood crown, the traditional symbol of authority in the Iron Islands. However, at this moment, it appeared to be a mark of humiliation rather than honor. Following him were members of House Greyjoy, including Victarion Greyjoy and Aeron Greyjoy. Behind them came the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands, such as those from Harlaw, Great Wyke, and Old Wyke. Among them was Dagon Harlaw, who had pledged allegiance to Lind. His expression was bleak, reportedly due to the death of his younger brother during the Battle of Fair Isle. Among the group were several children, including a boy and a girl who stood close to Balon Greyjoy, presumably Asha Greyjoy and Theon Greyjoy. Yet, as the defeated nobles appeared, Lind's attention wasn't drawn to the prominent figures like Balon Greyjoy. Instead, it was fixed on Aeron Greyjoy, walking behind Victarion. Aeron Greyjoy looked utterly pale, as though he had just emerged from a harrowing illness. His hair hung limp, like seaweed, and there was an unhinged quality to his demeanor. Word had it that during the naval battle of Fair Isle, Aeron Greyjoy had been struck unconscious by Stannis Baratheon's attack and fallen into the water. He had hit his head, lost consciousness, and sunk into the depths. Everyone assumed he had drowned, yet a day later, he washed ashore. Deranged, he wandered the coastline until local villagers captured him and brought him to Lannisport. While most believed that Aeron's madness was the result of the head injury inflicted by Stannis, Lind knew otherwise. He could see faint traces of magic radiating from Aeron's head. With the eyes of glory, he discerned the true source, an indistinct, octopus-like sea monster, conjured by magic, clinging to Aeron's head. Its tentacles burrowed deep into his brain as if it were siphoning nutrients. When the procession reached King Robert's throne, Balon Greyjoy stepped forward and knelt without hesitation, the rest of the nobles following suit. Balon removed the driftwood crown from his head and, with a dramatic gesture, smashed it against the ground. He then lowered his head, awaiting judgment. Though Lind already knew the outcome, he remained curious about King Robert's reasoning for sparing the Ironborn. To Lind, the verdict defied logic. In his understanding of history and rebellion, such leniency seemed incomprehensible. From the Eastern perspective, rebellions were quashed by eliminating entire families. Even in the Western tradition, it was expected that the roots of descent would at least be severed. Yet, here Balon Greyjoy was allowed to return to the Iron Islands, with the other nobles retaining their titles. The punishment, when announced, confirmed what Lind had anticipated. None of the Iron Island nobles, including Balon Greyjoy, were executed or stripped of their titles. Instead, they were deprived of all their wealth, which was to be used to compensate the Westerlands and cover the costs of the rebellion. Lind found this laughable. The Iron Islands were already impoverished, with little wealth to offer as compensation. Most of the treasures they had looted were now in Lind's possession. When the punishment was declared, some of the Iron Island nobles who knew about the events at Faircastle couldn't help but glance toward him. Furthermore, the taxes on the Iron Islands were to be tripled for the next 5 years, a decision that would surely plunge the already destitute region into deeper poverty. Forgiving a group of rebels like this is far too lenient a punishment, Lind muttered with disapproval as he processed the terms of the punishment. Randall Tarley, standing nearby, glanced at Lind and whispered, "Which is more dangerous, a group of unruly bandits or a disciplined group full of internal conflicts?" Lin's mind sharpened at Randall's pointed words. He quickly grasped the underlying implication: chaos was likely brewing in the Iron Islands. The Ironborn, now unchecked by the authority of their noble leaders, would have become even more unrestrained. Returning these great lords to power could serve as a tool to restore control over the Ironborn. The high taxes imposed would fall on the Ironborn themselves, fostering resentment toward their reinstated nobles. Simultaneously, these nobles would harbor mutual animosity. Those who had avoided rebellion would despise the ones who had supported it, while those suffering heavier burdens would resent those who bore less. All of this would breed hostility toward House Greyjoy, the very architects of the rebellion. A realization struck Lind, prompting him to step forward from the crowd. His voice was resolute as he declared, "Your Grace, I don't think these punishments alone are sufficient." The hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lind. King Robert, seated on the throne, straightened his posture and regarded him intently. "Lord Lind, do you have any suggestions?" Lind's expression was grave as he replied, "The Ironborn's proclivity for plunder stems entirely from their belief in the drowned god. The ancient ways of this faith glorify rape, plunder, and the creation of a new world with blood, flames, and songs of destruction. Unless this barbaric and cruel belief is eradicated, the Ironborn will continue to raid and wreak havoc along the coasts of the Seven Kingdoms." King Robert leaned forward, his tone contemplative. "What are you suggesting?" Lind's voice grew firmer. "Declare the faith of the drowned god an evil religion that must be extinguished. In its place, establish the faith of the Seven as the sole religion of the Iron Islands." Before the room could fully absorb Lind's proposal, Aeron Greyjoy erupted, shouting, "No!" He attempted to lunge at Lind, his rage evident, but the guards restrained him. It took several men to hold him back, his sheer strength defying expectations. Unshaken, Lind turned toward Aeron. Calmly, he walked up to the struggling Ironborn priest, crouched before him, and extended a hand to touch Aeron's head. "Be quiet," he commanded. As Lind's hand made contact, a burst of white light emanated, capturing the room's attention. Aeron Greyjoy, who had been thrashing violently moments ago, grew still. His struggles ceased entirely, and his once passionate eyes turned vacant, devoid of any spark of awareness. Gasps echoed through the hall as the gathered nobles and onlookers watched in stunned silence. A few exclaimed in awe, murmuring about witnessing a miracle. However, unbeknownst to them, Lind held a dragonglass pendant concealed within his palm, inscribed with intricate runes. As he touched Aeron's head, he released the pendant's stored power, subtly dispersing the Kraken's magic that imbued Aeron. The result left the priest in a trance-like state, and the white light was merely the visible manifestation of the pendant's energy. After briefly silencing Aeron, Lind turned away and, without drawing any attention, discreetly scattered the powdered dragonglass onto the ground. Then, with deliberate steps, he returned to the lords and faced Robert, whose expression showed a flicker of surprise. Meeting the king's gaze, Lind spoke calmly, "Your Grace, what do you think of my proposal?" "What was that just now, that light from your hands?" Robert asked, his thoughts still caught on the earlier sight of Lind's glowing hands. "That," Lind responded, his tone vague but confident. "It was merely a small gift bestowed upon me by the Seven." As far as Lind was concerned, invoking the Seven's name provided an all-encompassing explanation. With the faith of the Seven as his shield, there was no need for elaborate excuses. After all, as the chosen of the Seven, it was only natural to possess a hint of divine power. Robert gradually pushed aside his curiosity about the white light, shifting his focus back to Lind's proposal. With a serious expression, he finally said, "Your proposal is a good one. The faith of the drowned god." "Wait a moment," Eddard Stark interjected firmly. "Your Grace, when the Undulls brought the faith of the Seven to Westeros 6,000 years ago, they waged war against the old gods for a millennium. In the end, a sacred covenant was signed between the faith of the Seven and the faiths of the old gods. This covenant guarantees that everyone in Westeros has the right to choose their faith freely, and that is what brought us peace. If your Grace were to outlaw the faith of the drowned god and force the Ironborn to worship the Seven, it would violate the covenant. What, then, of the North, which worships the old gods? Or Dorne, where various other beliefs coexist? Would your Grace compel us to abandon our faiths as well?" Lind, hearing Eddard's words, acted quickly. Before Robert could respond, he stepped forward and admitted his mistake. "I hadn't considered that," he said with humility. Perhaps I am still too young and lack the wisdom to think as deeply as Lord Eddard. Please, your grace, forget this foolish proposal of mine. You are young, that much is true, Robert said, his tone less stern. But that's nothing to worry about, you still have plenty of time to learn. Perhaps you should bring a more accomplished maester from the Citadel and expand your knowledge under their guidance. Seeing that Lind himself had withdrawn the proposal, Robert dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, allowing Lind to retreat. As Lind returned to the crowd, he felt the weight of reverent gazes from those around him. The faithful of the Seven were clearly awestruck by what had just unfolded. At that moment, Garland approached him. Sir Lind, he began, his tone curious, you don't strike me as someone who enjoys taking the lead or offering advice. Why would you? You have to keep your promises to others, Lind interrupted with a cryptic answer, cutting Garland off before he could finish. His gaze shifted toward a septon of the Seven in the Westerlands whose face betrayed frustration. Chapter 124, Squire or Hostage. The conversion of the Iron Islands ultimately failed due to the intervention of the Lord of the North, and the Septon of September of the Seven in Lannisport became noticeably less friendly toward Lord Eddard Stark. As the saying goes, to deprive someone of their means of livelihood is like killing their parents. If King Robert sought to promote the conversion of the Iron Islands, it was only natural that the September of the Seven in Lannisport, being the closest to the Iron Islands, would play a central role in this effort. The Septon, seeing an opportunity for personal advancement, understood that achieving even a modest success in this matter could significantly bolster his position within the church. With some recognition for his efforts, it would not have been impossible for him to aspire to become the High Septon of King's Landing. To this end, he sought out Lind, timing his approach carefully for when Lind came to pray at the September of the Seven. In exchange for supporting Lind in church affairs, he secured Lind's proposal to convert the Iron Islands during a banquet. Initially, the Septon had considered involving Lord Tywin Lannister to make the proposal, but Tywin's shrewdness was a deterrent. He would undoubtedly recognize the difficulties of such a proposition. Even if Tywin had agreed to support the plan, the price for his cooperation would likely have been unacceptably high. Thus, Lind, being favored by King Robert and known for his divine miracle, was a far more suitable candidate for the bishop's scheme. After Lind's miraculous act, the Septon, like many others, was left astonished. It became increasingly clear to the Septon that Lind's selection by the Seven might not be merely symbolic. Furthermore, Lind's influence over King Robert became evident when Robert was moved by Lind's proposal, though this momentum was ultimately halted by Eddard Stark's objections. The Septon's resentment toward Eddard grew. How could he not despise the men whose actions had disrupted his aspirations? Eddard Stark, for his part, was oblivious to the enmity he had earned through his seemingly straightforward decisions. Yet even if he had known, it would have changed nothing. To him, the good of the realm outweighed personal alliances or enmities, no matter how much offense it might cause. When King Robert announced the punishment for the Iron Islands, the situation grew even more complicated. He decreed that the heirs of all the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands were to be sent to other nobles as adopted sons and daughters. Those who had already reached adulthood were to serve as squires to knights under various lords for 5 years. Lind, aware of the history surrounding the Ironborn Rebellion, noticed how different the current events were from what he remembered. In his recollection, King Robert and Lord Eddard had led a combined force that stormed the main hall of the castle on Pike Island, where Balon Greyjoy surrendered. Robert had passed judgment on the spot, and Theon Greyjoy had been taken as Eddard's ward. Beyond that, the rest of the Iron Islands had suffered only limited consequences. But in this altered reality, the circumstances during the attack on Pike were vastly different. For reasons unknown, Balon Greyjoy had gathered all the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands at Pike. As a result, they were all captured when the Rebel Alliance took the castle. Not only was House Greyjoy apprehended in its entirety, but the lords and nobles of all the other islands were as well. Only a handful of lesser nobles, those deemed too insignificant to attend Balon's council, remained on their islands. With so many prisoners, swift judgment was impossible. The captured lords, along with their heirs, were taken to Lannisport for more deliberated sentencing. King Robert seemed intent on addressing the root causes of the rebellion, which led to his decision to seize the heirs of all noble houses from the Iron Islands and distribute them across the 7 kingdoms as hostages. Lind waited until Grand Maester Pycelle announced Dagon Harlaw's name before rising from his seat. He bowed to Robert and said, "Your Grace, when I captured Dagon Harlaw, he personally begged me to allow him to serve under my command. As he was an important prisoner of war at the time, I declined, explaining that I would need to wait until your grace had passed sentence before I could accept his request. Now, I feel the time is right, and I humbly ask your grace to grant him permission to serve under my command. As Lind spoke, the men of the Iron Islands could not suppress their disdainful glances toward Dagon Harlaw. Even his own father, Roderick Harlaw, furrowed his brow in disapproval. Dagon Harlaw felt their scorn, but he quickly composed himself. He stepped forward, moving to stand beside Lind, and bowed to Robert. Your Grace, what Sir Lind said is true. On that day, I did indeed ask to serve under his command. For Dagon, being under Lind's command was far more favorable than serving as a lowly attendant to an unfamiliar noble. Robert considered this for a moment before turning to Grand Maester Pycelle. How many others remain? He asked. Grand Maester Pycelle glanced at the list and then at the group of children among the crowd. Your Grace, there are the 2 children of House Greyjoy and 1 boy from House Blacktide of Blacktide Island. However, the head of House Blacktide is dead, and this boy is his sole heir. Even so, he must face punishment, Robert replied. Once his sentence is served, he may return to inherit Blacktide. I trust no one will dare challenge his claim. His gaze swept over the lords of the Iron Islands, a warning clear in his tone. Then, turning back to Lind, he said, Since you have requested it, you may have both the Harlaw and Blacktide boys. Lind was taken aback. He had not expected Robert to grant him 2 wards at once. Still, he quickly composed himself, offering a respectful response before preparing to withdraw. Wait, Bear Hunter, Robert called out, stopping him. I recall that the eldest son of House Greyjoy met his end at your hands, did he not? Hearing this, Balon Greyjoy subtly raised his head, his gaze burning with hatred as it fixed on Lind's back. Yes, Lind answered, unfazed by the intensity of Balon's glare. He gave a calm nod of confirmation. Robert turned his attention to Lord Eddard Stark. And the other son? Was he not slain by the Northmen? Yes, your grace, Eddard replied, stepping forward. Ser Jorah Mormont executed Meryn Greyjoy. Robert's gaze shifted to the 2 remaining children standing by Balon Greyjoy. So, what should be done with the last of his offspring, he mused aloud. Lind stiffened at this. He recalled that Theon Greyjoy had been taken as a ward by Eddard Stark and that Asha Greyjoy had remained with her father. Now, however, the circumstances seemed poised to shift once more. Let Theon Greyjoy be my ward, Eddard quickly said. The North is no place for a girl. Then I shall take responsibility for Asha Greyjoy, Lind declared, stepping forward with resolve. I will take her as my knight's attendant and teach her the principles, spirit, and skills of knighthood. In 5 years, I hope to see her become a true knight. A female knight. Robert's eyebrows shot up, his interest clearly piqued. Around him, the noble lords exchanged astonished looks, many regarding Lind as though he had uttered something utterly absurd. I don't believe there has ever been a female knight in the history of Westeros, Robert remarked with a wry smile. There have been none in the past, Lind replied solemnly, but there may yet be in the future. In fact, I already have a female squire, Brienne of Tarth. In her, I see the light of knighthood like never before. One day, she will surely become a model for knights. Lind's words stirred a murmur among the assembled crowd. Many believed that the recent granting of a lordship in the lands of Summerhall had gone to his head. To them, his bold claim of a woman becoming a model knight was nothing short of folly. King Robert raised his hand to silence the crowd before turning to Lind with a solemn expression. Bear Hunter, although I, like everyone else, doubt that a woman can become any kind of knightly role model, I still hold hope that under my rule, the first female knight will rise on the continent of Westeros. I don't think she will let you down, Lind replied with firm confidence. After speaking, he turned and walked back to the Tyrell procession, Dagon Harlaw and Baelor Blacktide silently following behind him. Asha Greyjoy glanced up at her father before reaching out to adjust her brother Theon's clothing. Tilting her head slightly, she fought back the tears welling in her eyes. Then, without a word, she followed Lind, walking beside Baelor Blacktide. At that moment, Glory, who was nearby, cocked its head and glanced at Asha. Her attention was instantly drawn to Glory, momentarily pulling her away from her sorrow. Once the formalities with the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands were concluded, the festivities began in earnest. Dishes and wines from across the world were laid out, while traveling circuses and bards performed their most captivating acts. Apparently, King Robert found the entertainment lacking. He commanded the lords to summon their knights and have them display their combat skills in a demonstration before him, a prelude to the grand tournament scheduled for the following day. Lind, who disliked the commotion of such gatherings, chose not to leave. To do so would have been seen as discourteous, potentially fueling accusations of arrogance or pride. Instead, he quietly instructed someone to escort Asha and the others back to the camp and, on the way, to find Daisy and Lothier so they could enjoy the banquet, a rare opportunity for them. While knights showcased their combat prowess before King Robert and the gathered lords, Lind requested a servant bring him a cup of water. He retreated to a quieter spot, savoring his food in peace. "Just as last time, I find you tucked away in some quiet corner," said Jaime Lannister, approaching Lind. He was resplendent in ornate armor and a pure white cloak, one hand resting on the hilt of his long sword while the other held a cup of wine. Beside him walked his brother Tyrion, who contrasted starkly with Jaime's refined appearance. The dwarf carried a large bottle of wine in each hand, his small frame burdened. Though Tywin Lannister despised his youngest son, he had no choice but to bring him to such events. Tyrion was, after all, his only heir. Lord Jaime, Tyrion, Lind greeted them. "Bear Hunter," Jaime began with a note of irritation, "why do you call him Tyrion but address me as Lord Jaime?" "Because we're friends," Tyrion interjected, raising an eyebrow at his brother with a smug grin. Then, hefting one of the bottles in his hand, he said to Lind, "You're now the Lord of Summerhall. That's no small achievement. Won't you celebrate with a drink?" "I don't drink," Lind replied, raising the clay cup in his hand. "Water is sufficient." Tyrion shrugged and smirked. "You should have joined the church and become one of those ascetics. Knighthood doesn't suit you." "No, being an ascetic would never satisfy my ambitions," Lind said with a small smile. Jaime chuckled softly. "Ambitions? Becoming a lord isn't enough to satisfy you. How grand are your ambitions, then?" Lind's smile deepened, but he left the question unanswered. At that moment, Garland walked over from afar and, seeing Lind with the Lannister brothers, exclaimed, "Ser Lind, so you're here. I've been looking for you everywhere." "Lord Garland," Lind bowed courteously. "Lord Jaime, Lord Tyrion," Garland greeted the Lannister brothers. The second son of House Tyrell, Jaime responded with a somewhat teasing tone, then added, "I have heard of your brother. They say that before he was crippled, he was the best juicer in the Reach. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to see it for myself." Garland smiled politely. "My brother's skill with the lance has been acknowledged by none other than Prince Oberyn of Dorne. If Lord Jaime ever finds himself in Dorne, he could seek confirmation from the prince himself." Garland paused as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him, then added with mock seriousness, "Oh, but wait. I nearly forgot, Dorne is off-limits to the Lannisters. If Lord Jaime were to set foot there, he'd likely be turned into mincemeat before ever meeting Prince Oberyn. In that case, my lord, you'd never even have the chance to be crippled." Lind couldn't help but chuckle at the sharp remark, while Jaime merely raised an eyebrow, opting not to dignify the retort with a response. Tyrion, however, looked at Garland with intrigue. "Ah, now I see why they say you're the grandson of the Queen of Thorns, your words are as sharp as hers." Garland smiled graciously. "Lord Tyrion, I believe if someone were to mock your stature, you'd surely have a cutting reply of your own." Tyrion nodded. "Fair enough. My apologies for Jaime's rudeness earlier." Garland inclined his head slightly. "And I apologize for my own words, as well." Jaime tilted his head to the side as if he hadn't heard a single word of their exchange. Garland then turned to Lind, his gaze settling on the great sword strapped to the banished knight's waist. "Ser Lind, I heard from Master Vortimer that the two great swords you carry are forged from Valyrian steel. Might I take a look?" The moment Garland spoke, both Jaime and Tyrion's eyes darted to the sword at Lind's side, their expressions betraying astonishment. Valyrian steel had an undeniable allure for the Lannisters. Once, the house had owned a Valyrian steel sword called Bright Roar, but it had vanished with King Tommen II of the Rock during his ill-fated expedition to Valyria, which had been destroyed in the Doom. Over the years, two theories had emerged regarding the fate of Bright Roar. Some believed it was stolen when Tommen II's fleet stopped for supplies in Volantis, while others insisted it had sunk with the Golden Fleet into the ruined heart of Valyria. For generations, Lannister patriarchs had pursued both leads in an effort to recover the house's lost treasure. Even now, Jaime and Tyrion's uncle, Geryon Lannister, was preparing to embark on an expedition to Valyria in search of Bright Roar. Their father, Lord Tywin, had even offered extravagant sums to acquire Valyrian steel blades from other noble houses, or to have the precious steel reforged into a new Bright Roar. Yet, no one had been willing to part with their prized swords. Now, hearing Garland's claim that the swords Lind carried were forged from Valyrian steel, Jaime and Tyrion couldn't conceal their astonishment. Before either of them could voice the question clearly written on their faces, a booming voice interrupted. "Bear Hunter. Where's the Bear Hunter?" King Robert's shout echoed from a nearby field. Chapter 125, The Storm God. Hearing King Robert's shout, the few men exchanged helpless glances before walking together towards the middle of the field. "Ah. Today is really interesting, the lion is actually with the rose," someone in the crowd muttered upon seeing the group approach. Jaime's gaze swept coldly over the source of the remark, his eyes narrowing in disdain. The group quickly reached the center of the field, where space had been cleared by the earlier jousting matches. King Robert's expression shifted to one of surprise as he took in the sight of them. "Why are you all mixed up together?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Lind replied naturally, "Your Grace, everyone was just looking for a quiet place to rest, and we all happened to find the same one." "Ha ha. I knew it, I knew it. These jousting matches are so dull they can't even keep children or dwarves entertained," King Robert mocked loudly, his tone unabashed. Hearing the king's words, the knights who had fought so fiercely in the royal tournament couldn't hide their embarrassment. They had given their all in front of the king and the lords, only to be dismissed as boring. "I still remember the team competition in the tournament more than a year ago. Now that was a contest, that was a battle," King Robert exclaimed, taking a long drink from his cup. His gaze flicked to Lind, his expression tinged with disapproval. "Who would have thought that you'd throw your weapon aside and come flying at me with a kick? Such an odd move. I mean, not just me, even if you counted all the knights of the Seven Kingdoms, no one would have seen that coming." He rubbed the corner of his eye with a wince and added, "Damn it, every time I think about the corner of my eye, it stings." "Your fists pack quite the punch." Lind responded calmly, "Your Grace is exceptionally strong. At the time, I had to use my full strength to suppress you. But had I done so, I wouldn't have been able to control my dual swords. The outcome might have been that I'd kill your Grace and then be executed by the King's Guard. That's why I chose to rely on my fists to resolve the situation." The crowd fell silent for a moment, staring at Lind in astonishment. None of them had expected him to speak to the king so directly. What surprised them even more was King Robert's reaction. Instead of anger, he roared with laughter. "I knew it. I knew you were holding back on purpose back then, you sly bear hunter." He rose to his feet, pointing at Lind with a broad grin. "Over the past year, I've heard all sorts of wild stories about you, fighting 100 enemies, slaying thousands. Some even compare you to the ancient legendary gods. To be honest, I don't believe half of it. So let's settle this right now. Show me your true strength, Bear Hunter Lind." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and gasps. "Are you mad? You're the king, not some common warrior." Queen Cersei interjected sharply, her voice filled with alarm. "No, I am a warrior. The king is just something you all forced on me," Robert shot back, his words slurring slightly from drink, his tone brimming with defiance. "Your Grace, fighting is not your duty," Lord Tywin cut in, his voice cold and firm as he stepped forward. "Ruling the realm is. And let me remind you, no one handed you the Iron Throne, you had to fight for it yourself." Robert seemed to acknowledge Tywin's words, his expression briefly serious. Yet, his determination didn't waver. Instead, he turned to Barristan and ordered him to fetch his warhammer. The commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby. Lords, nobles, and their families all turned their gazes toward the center of the field. Conversations buzzed through the crowd as people whispered to their companions, trying to piece together what was happening. Before long, Barristan returned, carrying the massive warhammer. It took both of his hands to lift it, yet Robert seized it effortlessly with one hand, his grip steady and strong. Cersei opened her mouth to object, but Lord Tywin placed a hand on her arm, silently urging her to hold her tongue. Eddard Stark couldn't remain silent any longer. He stepped forward, his tone firm yet cautious as he said, "Your Grace, neither of you are wearing armor. Fighting under these circumstances is far too dangerous." King Robert waved off the concern without hesitation. "That's fine. I have confidence in my battle hammer, and I'm sure Sir Lind has confidence in his dual swords." Lind, calm and composed, did not reject the challenge. "Lord Stark, please don't worry. I can control my swordsmanship well enough to ensure that His Grace remains unharmed." "Arrogant brat," King Robert muttered with a smirk, his voice tinged with amusement. "Let's see if you can keep your word." With that, he strode confidently to the center of the field. The spectators fell silent, their murmurs ceasing as all eyes turned to the makeshift arena. Every gaze followed Lind and the king, tension building as they prepared for the duel. Lind removed his shoulder cape, which might obstruct his movements, and loosened up with a few subtle stretches. Then, with deliberate precision, he drew the broad-bladed half-sword from his back. Upon seeing Lind's weapon, King Robert frowned, his expression darkening. "Bear hunter, are you mocking me? Why are you using those two little blades on your back instead of the greatswords hanging from your waist? Are those just for decoration?" Lind met the king's gaze seriously. "Your Grace, I would never treat this duel lightly. I choose not to use the knightly greatswords at my waist because doing so would make this fight unfair to you." "Unfair?" Robert asked, his confusion evident. Jaime Lannister interjected with a sardonic edge. "Is it because they're Valyrian steel swords?" The banquet grounds were so silent that Jaime's words carried across the space with ease. His remark immediately turned every gaze toward Lind's waist, where the pair of knightly greatswords hung. Whispers rippled through the crowd, punctuated by visible surprise and curiosity. Tywin Lannister's sharp gaze lingered on the swords, his calculating expression betraying a rare flicker of interest. The significance was not lost on anyone. Valyrian steel swords were so scarce that even the most prestigious houses in the Seven Kingdoms regarded them as priceless heirlooms. House Tyrell, one of the wealthiest families in the realm, did not possess a single Valyrian steel sword. Yet Lind, a bannerman of the Tyrells, carried two Valyrian steel-forged knightly greatswords, an extravagance that made even lords accustomed to wealth feel uneasy. Mace Tyrell himself appeared uncharacteristically discomfited. King Robert, for his part, seemed unimpressed. He eyed the swords briefly before shrugging. "Valyrian steel or not, it doesn't matter to me. Sure, they're lighter and stronger than normal steel, but the material of my warhammer isn't much worse. There's no need for you to worry about weapons." Lind shook his head slowly, his calm demeanor unwavering. "Your Grace, it's not just the fact that they are Valyrian steel. These knightly greatswords are enchanted and imbued with powerful magic." The crowd froze. Silence reigned for a heartbeat before bursts of laughter erupted. The claim sounded so outlandish that most assumed Lind was making a jest. Only a few individuals, those who had spent time around Lind, remained quiet, their expressions marked by surprise rather than amusement. King Robert, however, did not laugh. He studied Lind carefully, his eyes narrowing. Of all those present, Robert understood Lind's nature best, even if their interactions had been brief. Raising a hand, he silenced the jeering crowd and addressed Lind with grave seriousness. "Bear hunter, you're not joking, are you? You truly mean what you say?" Lind offered no verbal response. Instead, he calmly unsheathed one of the greatswords at his waist, holding it by the hilt with a practiced grip. "Your Grace, these swords can only be wielded by me. If you doubt my words, I invite you to test the hilt yourself." The laughter in the air dissolved, replaced by a collective sense of astonishment. Lind's composed invitation left no room for doubt. Such confidence was impossible to fake, especially with a test so easily disproved. The shift in the crowd's demeanor was palpable as they realized Lind might not be exaggerating after all. At this moment, they couldn't help but recall the scene from not long ago, when they dealt with the prisoners from the Iron Islands. It was then that they remembered that Lind was someone who had mastered a mysterious power. King Robert's eyes moved from Lind, calm and composed as ever, to the Valyrian steel sword in his hand. His curiosity got the better of him, and he took 2 steps forward, reaching out to touch it. Before his hand could make contact, Ser Barristan stepped in and stopped him. "Your Grace, let me try first," Barristan advised, his tone heavy with duty. Robert shook his head, ignoring the caution, and grasped at the dragonbone hilt of the knight's greatsword. The moment his hand touched the hilt, it was forcefully knocked away by an unseen force. Lin's usually impassive face showed a flicker of surprise. He noticed that when King Robert touched the hilt, the third dragon rune on the banished knight's sword, the one symbolizing storm, activated. The force that repelled Robert's hand was none other than the power of storm. To everyone else, the moment appeared unremarkable. From their perspective, the king had simply touched the sword and let go. No flashes of light or extraordinary phenomena revealed the power within. But Robert, as the one directly affected, understood what he had experienced. After a brief pause, he reached out again, curiosity driving him. This time, he used all his strength to avoid being repelled. Yet, as his hand approached the hilt, it met an invisible barrier of air. No matter how much force he applied, his palm couldn't move any closer. A subtle whirlwind began to form around him. Though small in scale, it was unmistakable. The wind stirred his clothing and hair, while Baristan and Lind, standing mere steps away, remained untouched. Magic. There really is magic, gasped the onlookers. Exclamations erupted as the skeptical expressions of the crowd melted into wide-eyed astonishment. Mouths hung open, their disbelief replaced with awe as they beheld the miraculous scene. King Robert, despite feeling the sword's rejection, refused to let go. Stubbornly, he continued to force his hand closer to the hilt. His persistence only intensified the sword's magical response. The whirlwind around him grew fiercer, escalating into a full-blown tornado. The wind distorted the flesh on Robert's face, kicked up dust, and lifted bits of debris into the air. The tornado spiraled skyward, creating a spectacular display. Seeing the danger, Baristan stepped forward, intent on pulling Robert away. But even as his hand pierced the whirlwind, it was repelled as soon as it touched the king. Recognizing that things had gone far enough, Lind intervened. Before Baristan could resort to drawing his sword, Lind reached out and pried Robert's hand away from the hilt. The moment Robert's hand left the sword, the storm ceased abruptly. The silence was so sudden it felt unreal, save for the dust and debris that began falling from the air, proof that the whirlwind had been real. "By the Seven, this is a miracle," exclaimed the High Septon, seizing the moment to proclaim divine intervention. Many lords and nobles loyal to the faith of the Seven echoed his sentiment. Lind was widely regarded as the chosen of the Seven, and the magical display of the knight's greatsword seemed to confirm it. To them, the sword's power, rejecting all but Lind, could only be an artifact blessed by the Seven. For others in the crowd, the scene was beyond belief. They stood in stunned silence, their thoughts drifting to the ancient myths they had dismissed as mere fairy tales. Those stories, once thought to be the fabrications of nannies and minstrels, suddenly felt more real than ever. What Lind had shown them was undeniable proof that those legends held truth. Damn White Walkers. For a moment, I felt like I had gone back thousands of years to the age of the first men, full of all kinds of myths. King Robert muttered, his voice thick with lingering fear as he recovered from the tornado. His eyes lingered on the banished knight's greatsword in Lind's hands. Calmly, Lind reattached the sword to his waist and spoke. "Your Grace, I think you should believe me now, don't you?" Robert nodded slowly, his expression a mix of unease and curiosity. "Yes, I believe you," he admitted, though his tone betrayed how deeply shaken he was. He glanced at Lind again, his brows furrowed. "They all say you are the chosen one of the Seven gods. I thought it was just something those Septons dreamed up. But now, I never thought," he stopped himself, then added, "I never thought it was real." His eyes narrowed with fascination as he asked, "What kind of power do you have when you use those swords? Can you show us?" The question caught Lind off guard, and for a moment, he hesitated. The expectant silence of the crowd around him only deepened the weight of the king's request. Lind's gaze swept over the onlookers, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After considering it briefly, Lind decided that a demonstration could work to his advantage, solidifying his authority. He nodded firmly and motioned for King Robert and Ser Baristan to step back. "Stand back, Your Grace," he said. Not just the king and Baristan, but the entire crowd instinctively took a few steps back, even though most of them had no idea what Lind was about to do. The air seemed to grow heavier, tension mounting as Lind slowly unsheathed the two banished knight's swords from his waist. When the swords were fully drawn, the crowd finally saw their complete form. Gasps of admiration rippled through the gathering as they marveled at the intricate craftsmanship and the exquisite beauty of the weapons. The moment stretched in silence. No one moved. All eyes remained fixed on Lind. The anticipation was palpable as they waited for the miraculous to unfold. At first, nothing happened, and some began to murmur among themselves, wondering if the display had failed. Then, faint streaks of silver-blue light began to flicker around Lind's body. The light grew stronger, intensifying until the onlookers realized it wasn't light at all, it was lightning. The scattered streaks of lightning soon thickened, forming bolts that crackled and danced across Lind's frame, wrapping him in a dazzling, electric aura. The lightning's intensity increased, leaping into the air before arcing back into Lind's body. Sparks surged out of his eyes, adding to the otherworldly spectacle. In that moment, Lind appeared less like a man and more like a deity, a being who commanded the forces of nature itself. His presence was overwhelming, radiant with raw power. The crowd could only stare, stunned into silence, their breath stolen by the sight before them. Then, from somewhere in the throng, a maester, one who knew the old stories of the Ironborn, broke the silence with a shout that echoed over the murmurs of awe. "Storm God," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with both fear and reverence. Chapter 126, The Source of the Bear's Suffering. The tournament successfully concluded on the second day of the banquet, though it was no longer the main focus of attention. All discussions revolved around a single person, the chosen one, Lind. The miraculous events of the banquet spread rapidly among the attendees. Had it been only a handful of people sharing the tale, skepticism might have lingered. But with hundreds of witnesses, including the most powerful figures in the Seven Kingdoms, even the king himself, no one dared to doubt its validity. After all, it was unthinkable that the king and the wardens of the Seven Kingdoms would fabricate such a story. The Septon of the September of the Seven in Lannisport also declared Lind's performance at the banquet a miracle, an act of the seven gods. He reaffirmed that Lind was indeed chosen by the divine. Inspired by the Septon's words, followers of the seven gods flocked to Lind's camp outside the city, eager to witness the miracle maker in person. However, they were left disappointed. Lind had already departed Lannisport early that morning, leading his cavalry patrols back to Tumbleton. Despite his absence, the buzz surrounding him only grew louder, with rumors adding fuel to the fire. One particular rumor gained significant attention. It claimed that Lind had actually died during his initial foray into the forest to avenge his father and hunt the bear. According to the tale, he was only alive now because he had been blessed by the seven gods, who granted him divine powers in preparation for the looming threat of the cold, dark evil. The rumor asserted that Lind had been chosen to fight the White Walkers and save the world on behalf of the seven gods. The prophecy of Azor Ahai and the forging of Lightbringer had long been a well-known legend in both Westeros and Essos. It was one of the most widespread prophecies of salvation, held dear by many across the world. Over the ages, countless individuals in the Seven Kingdoms had devoted themselves to this prophecy, some even losing their lives in the process. Yet belief in the reincarnation of Azor Ahai persisted. The faith of the Seven, however, had never embraced a similar legend, until now. With the arrival of Lind and his miraculous display, a new narrative began to take shape, one that threatened to eclipse the legend of Azor Ahai. The Chosen of the Seven, as Lind was now called, had sparked a growing belief that he would save the world from its impending doom. Amidst the fervor surrounding Lind, the tournament continued without disruption. The results of the archery competition and team events were announced, with the victors unsurprisingly being the warriors aligned with the Great Lords. When the jousting lances competition commenced, attention momentarily shifted back to the spectacle. The final duel between Jorah Mormont of the North and Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, became an instant classic. The two knights clashed 9 times, breaking 9 lances, yet remained evenly matched. Ultimately, King Robert intervened, declaring the match a draw to prevent either from suffering severe injury, or worse, a fatal accident. The laurel wreath of victory was then awarded to Jorah Mormont, a decision some believed was influenced by Robert's personal dislike of Jaime. However, Jaime himself accepted the outcome without protest, acknowledging Jorah's worthiness. Following his victory, Jorah Mormont surprised the crowd by presenting the crown of the tournament's Queen of Love and Beauty to Lynesse Hightower of House Hightower, who had been observing the competition. But the true shock came later that evening when Jorah approached Lord Leighton Hightower, Lord of Oldtown, and formally asked for Lynnesse's hand in marriage. The nobles of Oldtown were taken aback. Jorah, with his rough demeanor, dark complexion, and bald head, seemed an unlikely match for Lady Liness, famed for her unparalleled beauty. Moreover, as a lord from the remote Bear Island, Ura was deemed an unsuitable candidate to marry into the illustrious House Hightower. After all, Lord Leighton's other son-in-law was none other than Mace Tyrell, the influential Lord of Highgarden. However, what was even more astonishing was that, in response to Ura Mormont's marriage proposal, Lord Leighton agreed without hesitation. That very night, he invited Eddard Stark, the Lord of the North, and Mace Tyrell, the Lord of the Reach, to bear witness, and conducted a wedding for the pair at the September of the Seven in Lannisport. The next morning, Ura Mormont departed with his new bride aboard a ship heading north to Bear Island. Lord Leighton's actions left everyone stunned. Anyone who had laid eyes on Liness Hightower could not deny her captivating beauty. Men from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms would have vied for her hand, with a line of suitors stretching from Old Town to the Wall. It seemed inconceivable that a woman of such unmatched allure, who would never lack for proposals, would be wed to the unremarkable Lord of Bear Island. Suspicion arose that something more was at play. Rumors about Liness spread rapidly through Lannisport, and three in particular gained significant traction. The first suggested that Liness was already pregnant, the father rumored to be a wandering bard. To avoid scandal, Lord Leighton supposedly hastened to marry her off to Ura Mormont when he proposed. The second tale came from a court servant, claiming Liness had been seen entering King Robert's chambers. According to this version, Lord Leighton feared his daughter might become one of Robert's indulgences and married her off before matters escalated. The third and most widely accepted rumor involved Tywin Lannister. It was said that at the tournament, Lord Tywin sought an alliance with House Hightower by proposing a marriage between his son, Tyrion, and Liness. Unwilling to wed his daughter to the imp but equally unwilling to offend Tywin, Lord Leighton chose to marry her to Ura Mormont instead, thus eliminating Tywin's leverage. None of the parties involved offered any comment, nor did they attempt to suppress the rumors. It was as if they had chosen to turn a deaf ear to the whispers. Back in Tumbleton, news of Ura Mormont and Liness Hightower trickled in steadily. Daisy, Ura's cousin, remarked upon hearing the news that her cousin was truly fortunate. Having met Liness Hightower herself, Daisy admitted that even she, as a woman, was drawn to Liness' beauty. Such was the magnitude of Liness' charm. Despite her admiration, Daisy couldn't help but be troubled by the rumors. She considered one of them likely to be true, as even she, a close relative, couldn't see how Ura could be a match for Liness. During a meal, she casually asked Lind which of the rumors he believed. Turned his gaze to Balon's injured arm. For example, this man's arm was injured over 10 days ago, yet it still requires bandaging. It's evident the wound hasn't healed properly. If left as it is, he won't regain full strength in that arm. It would be best to reattach it now. Lind turned toward Balon. How do you feel about your arm? Balon hesitated before nodding. There are some issues. Why didn't you tell me? Lind frowned. Balon lowered his head, avoiding Lind's gaze. His past experiences had taught him to endure injuries in silence. Before the conversation could continue, Melora entered the room abruptly, addressing Lind. I heard you're planning to inspect the territory. Why didn't you inform me? Before Lind could respond, Nymeria interjected. You were in the laboratory. We didn't want to disturb you. Melora waved off the remark. Those experiments aren't important. As Ser Lind's advisor, my priority is assisting him in managing the Lord's territory. Her sharp eyes scanned the room, stopping when they landed on Qyburn. Her expression darkened. Qyburn. What are you doing here? Lady Melora, Qyburn greeted her with a bow, his demeanor suddenly more cautious. Melora's gaze zeroed in on the gold chain around Qyburn's neck. Since when did you become a maester of economics? She asked coldly. Qyburn lowered his head. It isn't mine. Melora stepped closer, inspecting the chain. Maester Omer? If I recall correctly, you were acquainted with him. Qyburn said nothing. Is he still alive? Melora pressed. He's alive, Qyburn replied. But he'll never walk again. Melora's voice turned icy. You haven't changed a bit, have you? You're the most heartless person I've ever known. You feel nothing for anyone. If it furthers your research, you'll do anything, whether it's dissecting someone while they're still alive or betraying those close to you. Her words sent a chill through the room. The others' expressions turned to sheer disgust, their abhorrence for Cailin now unmistakable. Since this guy is so evil, why don't you just execute him? Nymeria frowned as she spoke, her tone sharp. The others in the room nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Cailin. Cailin, however, appeared unperturbed. He kept his head bowed and remained silent, making no attempt to defend himself. Melora broke the silence, her voice calm but firm. Do you think the Citadel doesn't know what this man has done? They know everything. Yet they haven't expelled or dealt with him, and that's because he's the best healer they have. More than 10 years ago, he was already unmatched in medicine at the Citadel, and he's only improved since then. She turned her sharp eyes toward Cailin. He came here voluntarily, likely drawn by the magic you possess. He's deeply obsessed with the study of magic and witchcraft. While his formal knowledge might be average, his insights are unique. I've recently encountered challenges in my own research, and he could be the ideal assistant. You want me to accept him? Lind asked, his expression serious. Melora shook her head. No. The decision to accept him is entirely yours. I'm merely offering my perspective. Lind's gaze lingered on Cailin for a moment before he spoke. I'll give you a chance. You must restore Balin's hand to its former state. If you succeed, you may stay. However, if you do stay, you will abide by my rules. First, you will cease all experiments on living beings. Second, every project you undertake will require my explicit approval. Lastly, you will share your medicine studies and train a team of healers to specialize in this field. Nymeria opened her mouth to protest. Lind. Her expression showed clear doubt, but Lind raised a hand to stop her. Lind's voice was steady and commanding as he turned to Cailin. Do you accept, Maester Cailin? A slow smile spread across Caiburn's face. I accept. Lind nodded and shifted his attention to Melora. He's your responsibility now. He then addressed Balin, go to Cailin for treatment immediately. Yes, my lord, Balin responded with a respectful nod. As the matter seemed settled, Melora, remembering her initial purpose for coming, began, by the way, I came here to discuss your inspection of the territories. Lind cut her off. You'll be occupied overseeing Cailin, so you won't have time to join us in the marches. We'll likely be gone for a month or two, and during that time, I need you to refrain from any research. Melora frowned, ready to argue, but Lind waved her off. The personnel selection is finalized and cannot be changed. Melora shot him a glare before her gaze shifted to Nymeria, who was smiling smugly beside him. With an irritated snort, Melora turned and left, her movements brisk. Cailin and Balin followed her out. As the door closed behind them, Nymeria turned to Lind, her voice filled with concern. You shouldn't bring someone like Cailin under your command. If word of his deeds spreads, it could harm your reputation. Lind was unfazed. It's not as dire as you think. Even if the news gets out, the faith of the Seven will provide the perfect narrative, something along the lines of a demon turned virtuous under the Chosen One's guidance. He smiled faintly. Besides, someone like Cailin is far too dangerous to leave unchecked. Better to keep him close, under control, and put his skills to good use. Nymeria considered his reasoning and eventually nodded. That makes sense, she admitted, dropping the subject. Lind's voice became commanding once again. John, go and select a group of bright individuals who are quick learners. Send them to Melora to study medicine under Cailin. John hesitated. Won't this draw opposition from the Citadel? Maester Eve, standing beside Nymeria, interjected, the Citadel will certainly object. While they tolerate pharmacists and herbalists teaching apprentices, they'll never allow Citadel medical knowledge to be disseminated this way. Lind's tone was resolute. I don't need the Citadel's medical knowledge. All I require is Caiburn's expertise in medicine. From a young age, Lind had envisioned a dedicated medical team for treating wounded soldiers. His studies of battle casualties revealed that most deaths weren't caused by immediate injuries on the battlefield but rather by untreated wounds that festered, leading to complications and death. A specialized team of military doctors would drastically reduce these non-combat losses. However, professional healers were scarce. Nobles relied on maesters, while common folk turned to herbalists, apothecaries, septon of the faith of the Seven, or even rural warlocks. Lind had initially sought out pharmacists and herbalists to assess their suitability, but their primitive methods made him quickly dismiss the idea. He had even approached the septon of the faith, but their reliance on bleeding and prayer proved equally disappointing. Qyburn, however, filled this critical gap. While Lind hadn't yet witnessed Qyburn's skills firsthand, Melora's endorsement was enough. Even if Qyburn's abilities fell short of modern medicine, they were undoubtedly advanced enough to form the foundation of a competent medical team. Meanwhile, John led the selected apprentices to Melora's stone tower. When he explained their purpose, Qyburn, who was in the middle of treating Balin, hesitated. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. Melora, noticing his hesitation, leaned closer and spoke in a low voice. "You should do as Lind asks and prove your value. That's the only way to achieve your goals." She pointed meaningfully at the dragon rune necklace hanging around her neck. Qyburn glanced at the necklace, and his expression shifted. His hesitation gave way to determination as he nodded and formally accepted the apprentices Lind had assigned to him. Creators. Chapter 128, Grassy Vale. Grassy Vale is located upstream of the Blueburn River, boasting a beautiful environment and a pleasant climate. When Summerhall was still intact, the Targaryen royal family often visited Grassy Vale as a stopover while escaping the summer heat, spending a few days there before continuing on to Summerhall. However, with the fire that destroyed Summerhall and its subsequent abandonment, Grassy Vale lost much of its former prominence and gradually became an ordinary border town in the Reach. The decline worsened due to frequent bandit attacks, and it wasn't until Lind cleared the bandits and restored shipping along the Mander River that Grassy Vale began to recover, though only slightly. Currently, the town is under the stewardship of Lord Elwood Meadows, a 10-year-old boy who inherited his title just a year ago. Despite his youth, Elwood had extended aid to Lind during his efforts to clear the bandits east of the Rose Road, supplying logistical support. Although the two had never met, their cooperative actions suggested a cordial relationship. Before embarking on his journey to Grassy Vale, Lind followed protocol, sending a letter to the castle explaining his purpose and seeking permission to travel through the region. Only after receiving a reply from the Raven did he set off. Since this was not a military campaign but more of a casual inspection, or, perhaps more accurately, an excuse to travel for leisure, Lind's party moved at a leisurely pace, taking over 10 days to reach the outskirts of Grassy Vale. Elwood Meadows, informed by the patrol cavalry of Lind's approach, waited nervously at the town gates on the north bank, accompanied by his maester, steward, Aunt Lisa Meadows, and her husband Olymer Tyrell. Though Elwood maintained a calm demeanor, his mind was in turmoil. The maester and steward had analyzed the situation with him, and it was clear that Lind Taryn, the chosen one, was their only hope. The future of House Meadows and the retention of their estate hinged entirely on Lind's attitude. Elwood had little confidence in this outcome, as Lind's close ties to House Tyrell were no secret. Willis Tyrell, the heir to House Tyrell, and his younger brother, Garlin, had both openly referred to Lind as a good friend. Even the formidable Queen of Thorns had spoken highly of him. With House Tyrell aiming to annex Meadows' lands, Elwood feared Lind might not side with him, given their lack of personal connection. "Here they come." Steward Harwin, whose eyesight was sharp, was the first to spot the red-bordered longsword banner at the end of the road, followed by a column of well-aligned cavalry. Among the knights, 2 massive warhorses stood out, but even more striking was the enormous, shadow-like creature with black and white stripes moving alongside them. The creature's white stripes occasionally flashed, drawing attention, though its dark form seemed to blend with the shadows, making it almost imperceptible at times. As the procession approached, Lord Elwood began to step forward with his maester and steward to greet them. However, his Aunt Lisa and her husband Olymer rushed ahead, intercepting the group. "My lady, Lord Lind Taryn, good afternoon. I am Olymer Tyrell, and this is my wife, Lisa Meadows, heir to Grassy Vale." "Welcome to our Grassy Vale," Olymer announced, bowing deeply alongside his wife. He deliberately emphasized his last name, highlighting his connection to House Tyrell. Lind, however, ignored the couple entirely. Dismounting alongside Lady Nymeria, he walked past them without acknowledgement, heading directly to Elwood Meadows, who stood waiting a few paces behind. Lind bowed slightly and addressed him directly. "Lord Elwood, I am Lind Taryn, Lord of Summerhall, and this is Lady Nymeria Footley, Lady of Tumbleton. We thank you for your hospitality and for preparing a comfortable place for us to rest tonight." Elwood, relieved and slightly emboldened by Lynn's decision to bypass his aunt and uncle, returned the bow, doing his best to appear composed. "Lord Lynd, Lady Nymeria, your presence honors Grassy Vale." At this point, the steward produced salt and bread, offering them to the guests. Lynd and Nymeria each took a piece of bread, dipped it in the salt, and ate it. Seeing this, Elwood, his maester, and the steward all let out quiet sighs of relief. They then led the group into Grassy Vale Castle. From beginning to end, neither Olymer Tyrell nor his wife received so much as a glance from Lynd. Their faces paled as the procession moved on, leaving them standing in awkward silence. That night, after gathering their belongings, the couple departed Grassy Vale by boat with their retinue. Lord Elwood arranged for Lynd and Nymeria to stay at the manor house on the south bank of Grassy Vale. Once the residence of the Targaryen royal family during their visits, the manor had long since fallen into disuse. Upon receiving Lynd's letter announcing his visit, Elwood had the estate thoroughly cleaned and prepared as a temporary residence for his distinguished guests. "Lord Elwood, you seem to be in quite a bit of trouble." In the study of the manor house, Lynd lingered briefly as he prepared to leave Lord Elwood, his maester, and his steward. He turned back, speaking plainly, "Your aunt's covetousness for the title of Lord of Grassy Vale is obvious. Today, because of me, she may retreat, but I doubt it will be long before she makes another move." Elwood shifted his gaze to his maester, then looked back at Lynd and asked, "Sir Lynd, can you help me?" "How do you want me to help you?" Sir Lynd replied. "I would like you to introduce me to Lord Willis," Elwood explained. "I've heard that Lord Willis is a man of great justice. Over the past year, he's punished lawbreakers within the house more than once, delivering fair judgments to the common people. They call him the Golden Rose of Justice." Lynd regarded Elwood with a calm expression. "You want Willis to help you stop your aunt, is that it?" "Yes," Elwood confirmed with a nod. "I believe Lord Willis won't be biased, even though my aunt is from House Tyrell." "Indeed," Lynd agreed. "Willis will not be biased just because the other party is from House Tyrell." He paused briefly before adding, "It's not an issue for me to introduce you to him, but the real question is, how do you plan to accuse your aunt before Willis?" Elwood hesitated for only a moment before blurting out, "Of course, I'll accuse my aunt of trying to seize my titles and lands." Lynd studied the 10-year-old before him with a measured gaze. "If I were Willis," he said slowly, "I would ask you, in what way has your aunt tried to seize your titles and lands?" Elwood froze, caught off guard, then stammered, She is scaring me." A faint smile played on Lynd's lips as he turned to the maester standing beside Elwood. "You are Lord Elwood's maester advisor," he said. "Tell me, can Lady Lisa scaring him with her words be considered evidence of her attempting to seize the territory and title of Grassy Vale?" The maester remained silent, offering no reply. "She still hangs around the castle and tells everyone she's the heir to Grassy Vale," Elwood added quickly. "Isn't that evidence of her trying to usurp it?" "Of course not," came a reply, not from Lynd, but from Nymeria. She spoke matter-of-factly, "You have no descendants or siblings at the moment. Lady Lisa Meadows is your closest blood relative, and she is indeed the first heir to Grassy Vale after your death. Her claim to be the heir is not false. As for her staying in the castle, that is hardly unusual. She is a daughter of House Meadows, it's natural for her to return and live with her parents. If anything, accusing Lady Lisa of such actions would only make people view you as narrow-minded, unable to accommodate the only remaining blood relative in this vast castle." Elwood stared in shock, utterly at a loss for words. He had never imagined the situation could be so complicated. He had believed that all he needed to do was meet Willis, explain his troubles, and Willis would take action against his aunt on his behalf. Instead, it now seemed likely that pursuing this course would result in him being seen as petty and intolerant, an outcome he had never anticipated. Lynd looked at Elwood, then shifted his gaze to the maester and the steward before speaking. "Lord Elwood is young and inexperienced, and does not yet grasp the intricacies of relationships. However, you two have served the former Lord of Grassy Vale for many years. In your eyes, Lady Lisa Meadows' actions are beyond reproach. So why did you advise Lord Elwood to go to Willis and accuse Lady Lisa of wrongdoing?" "Because we couldn't think of any other way," the steward replied with a helpless expression. It was no wonder they felt so cornered. Lisa Meadows and Olymer Tyrell knew exactly where the boundaries lay and never crossed them outright. Yet they constantly expanded their influence within Grassy Vale, leaving Lord Elwood powerless to act against them. The only alternative, forcefully evicting his aunt and uncle, would ruin his reputation. As it was, Elwood's youth and his assumption of the lordship had already drawn envy from others. If his reputation were to crumble, those eyeing his territory might not remain passive observers as they did now. Worse, if his aunt aligned herself with such opportunists, not only his position as lord but even his life might be at risk. "I can assure you," Lind said with certainty, "that even if you present Willis with irrefutable evidence that Lisa Meadows covets the lordship of Grassy Vale, he won't be able to act on it." He paused for emphasis. "Not because Lisa Meadows' husband is a member of House Tyrell, but because it is taboo for the heir to the Lord of Highgarden to interfere in the succession of a local lord." The steward nodded in agreement, but Elwood looked bewildered. He couldn't understand why Willis, despite being the rightful Lord Superior, would be unable to intervene. The Maester suddenly spoke. "In truth, beyond asking Lord Willis for justice, we've considered another solution we believe could work, but we've not yet discussed it with the Lord." "What is it?" Elwood asked anxiously. The Maester turned his gaze to Lind. "Our idea is for Lord Lind to become your guardian, managing Grassy Vale on your behalf until you come of age." "What?" Elwood was stunned. He hadn't expected such a suggestion. If he didn't trust the Maester's loyalty, he might have suspected collusion between the Maester and Lind. Lind, too, was taken aback. While he had discussed Grassy Vale's situation with Nymeria, he had never considered taking on the role of guardian to its young lord. His goal was only to establish a defensive alliance, ensuring safe passage for his armies and caravans through the region. The steward, however, supported the Maester's proposal. "We believe Lord Elwood could only grow up safely under Lord Lind's protection. Lord Lind could teach him how to fight and govern the territory. This solution, we think, achieves many objectives at once." Hearing this, Elwood began to feel that the idea had merit. He turned to Lind, his expression betraying a desire to ask the knight to become his guardian, or, more accurately, to adopt him. But before Elwood could voice his request, Lind cut in, sensing the precariousness of the moment. "You're overwhelmed by your anxiety over Lisa Meadows and acting impulsively," he said. "Think calmly, and you'll realize that the Olimers' actions would never receive House Tyrell's support. I can teach you a way to resolve this completely." "What solution?" the steward and Maester asked in unison. "It's quite simple," Lind replied. "Spread a rumor that House Tyrell intends to use Lisa Meadows to seize the lands of House Meadows. Once this rumor circulates, House Tyrell will have no choice but to distance themselves from Lisa Meadows to prove their innocence. They'll help you remove her without you lifting a finger." The room fell silent. Elwood, the steward, and the Maester were stunned. Until now, their plans had always revolved around relying on the protection of a more powerful lord. The idea of using rumors as a weapon had never occurred to them. The solution was deceptively simple, but its effectiveness was clear. With this strategy, the problem that had plagued them for a year could be resolved without further risk. Their relief was palpable. This newfound ease, coupled with their gratitude toward Lind, made them receptive to his subsequent proposal of a mutual defense alliance. That very night, they not only agreed but went on to draft and sign the agreement without hesitation. Chapter 129, Dread. They've already been so proactive. Why don't you agree to become the guardian of Lord Elwood? Wouldn't that make it easier to control Grassy Vale? Nymeria asked impatiently after Lord Elwood and his entourage left, clearly content with the signed alliance. "If I become the guardian of Lord Elwood, what difference will that make to my control of Grassy Vale compared to the defensive alliance we just signed?" Lind didn't answer her question directly but instead posed one of his own, laced with deliberation. Nymeria paused, considering the details of the covenant. "We don't have the right to interfere in the affairs of Grassy Vale," she began, "but we are allowed to build several military stations along the road connecting the Rose Road and Summerhall through Grassy Vale to ensure smooth traffic flow. Grassy Vale will also pay fees to maintain those stations. Additionally, when either side encounters military action, they are obligated to send troops." Her voice trailed off as a realization struck her. She looked at Lind in surprise. Apart from not formally pledging allegiance, Grassy Vale's relationship with us seems no different from that of a vassal to a feudal lord. Lind nodded. "Yes, aside from the lack of official recognition, this alliance is effectively a pact between a feudal lord and a vassal." Nymeria frowned slightly, her curiosity piqued. Did Lord Elwood and the others not grasp the full implications of this alliance? After a brief moment of thought, Lind replied, Lord Elwood probably didn't realize it, but the Maester and the Steward likely did. They were the ones who proposed changes like the military depot and fees. It seems they were intentionally using these terms to strengthen their ties with us. Nymeria interjected, her tone incredulous. I recall that Grassy Vale's immediate overlord is the Lord of Highgarden. Why would they forsake someone of such high status to align with us, Lords of the Marches, when our standing isn't much higher than theirs? Lynn's lips curved into a faint smile as he replied, It's better to be an advisor in power than a county magistrate in authority. Nymeria blinked, clearly confused. What? She asked, staring at him. It's a proverb from a faraway land, Lind explained, but in the common tongue of Westeros, it roughly means this: powerful feudal lords in lofty positions are too distant to be effective. The only ones who can truly influence them are the local feudal lords nearby. He elaborated, Your Tumbleton and my Summerhall are both growing in strength. Grassy Vale, caught between us, simply cannot compete. Anyone with even a sliver of foresight can see that it's only a matter of time before we make a move on Grassy Vale. That land is strategically vital to us. Rather than waiting for us to act, it's better for them to align with us willingly. At least as allies, they retain more autonomy and enjoy greater benefits compared to vassals. Nymeria mulled over his words before voicing a concern. Won't this provoke resentment from Highgarden? Lind shook his head. We've only signed a defensive alliance pact. Highgarden remains Grassy Vale's direct overlord, and the taxes owed to Highgarden won't decrease. On the contrary, Highgarden's burden of securing Grassy Vale will lessen, which might actually please them. They'll see it as an opportunity rather than a slight. Nymeria fell silent for a moment, processing his reasoning, before suddenly exclaiming, I never thought we'd see the day when even a great noble would come to us of their own accord. With quiet confidence, Lind stepped closer and took her hand. This is just the beginning. Soon, more great nobles will come to us willingly. Lind's group remained in Grassy Vale for 2 days. During their stay, Lind tasked Jon with negotiating with the local officials regarding the construction site for the military depot, as well as planning and maintaining future trade routes and other logistics. Once these matters were settled, they resumed their journey to Summerhall. The road from Grassy Vale to Summerhall, built during the Targaryen dynasty, was once a marvel of engineering. Carefully polished stone bricks paved a path wide enough for 2-wheeled carriages to ride side by side, with small fortresses dotting the route for maintenance and defense. Now, however, these roads were in a state of severe neglect. Much of the stone had been looted by nearby villagers for building houses, and wild weeds had overrun the remaining path, obscuring its former grandeur. As for the forts, many had become strongholds for bandits or free folk. Lind showed no mercy to the bandits, ruthlessly rooting them out. The free folk, however, were spared, for now. He intended to return for them once Summerhall was rebuilt, planning to recruit them to fill the gaps in his own population. As Lind entered the Dornish marches, the number of people secretly observing him increased steadily. Most of these observers belonged to bandit groups entrenched in the region. Lind, however, remained indifferent. These bandits would become future targets. Once he left an area, he planned to send Glory to secretly trail them, locate their hideouts, mark them on his map, and bide his time until he could deal with them properly. Although Lind ignored their presence, the spies and scouts of the bandit groups couldn't afford to ignore him. When the first bandit group spies identified his distinctive red banner emblazoned with a long sword, the news spread like wildfire throughout the marches. Panic rippled through the region, affecting all the bandit groups. The reason for this panic was simple: many of these bandits had been driven into the northeastern area of the Red Mountains by none other than Lind, who had pursued them relentlessly from the Mandar River. They knew firsthand the strength and ruthlessness he possessed, and the very mention of his name struck fear deep in their hearts. Word of Lind's new title as Lord of Summerhall had not yet reached the Seven Kingdoms, and the bandits, isolated as they were, remained ignorant of the fact that the land they occupied now belonged to him. Had they known, they would have fled long before his arrival. When the news broke that Lind had come to the Dornish marches, most bandits assumed he had expanded his anti-bandit operations into the region. This assumption was further cemented when reports surfaced of him annihilating bandit groups entrenched in roadside fortresses as he passed through. No, if that monster wanted to annihilate us, shouldn't he have brought more people, one of the bandits argued as leaders from various groups gathered outside the ruins of Summerhall to discuss their options. The sight of Lind with only a few hundred men seemed to contradict the notion that he had come to wipe them out. True, these were knights and elite cavalry, but their numbers were far from overwhelming. A few hundred people aren't enough. When he entered Tumbleton, he only had a few hundred as well, another bandit countered. And do you still think of Lind Taran as just a single man? How could any normal person slaughter hundreds of warriors like they were defenseless chickens? I heard he killed over 700 Ironborn in Old Town all by himself. Are you insane to still consider him a mere man? He's a humanoid dragon, one bandit leader bellowed. His face twisted with a mix of rage and terror as he gestured wildly, trying to release the deep-seated fear he had carried since witnessing one of Lind's massacres firsthand. No one laughed at him. Nearly all the leaders present had, in one way or another, been forced into the marches by Lind. Some had even clashed with his cavalry patrols. Though not all of them had seen Lind in action, they were well aware of the terrifying power his patrols wielded. Their fear was no less than that of the shouting bandit leader. As for the local bandits, those who had not previously encountered Lind's suppression efforts, they were still affected by the tension in the room. The sheer terror radiating from the migrating bandit leaders created an invisible but palpable pressure, and even those who had never laid eyes on Lind began to dread the men who had inspired such fear. It's not a time to argue about how terrifying Lind Taran is, but to decide what we're going to do about him, shouted one bandit leader from the marches who still retained a shred of reason. His voice silenced the crowd as he clearly asked, "Do we fight, or do we retreat?" The group fell silent, looking at one another, hesitant to speak first. For many, the thought of retreat was the first thing that came to mind. They were already aware of Lind Taran's power and knew exactly what a head-on confrontation would bring. Having already withdrawn once from the area south of the Rose Road, retreating again wouldn't seem like much of a disgrace. However, the decision was not theirs to make. It rested with the four leaders of the march's bandits sitting at the center of the assembly. These leaders had solidified their position in the marches by uniting against local bandit factions to carve out a foothold. But that unity didn't guarantee they could stand against larger and more organized groups of raiders. Even the smallest of these groups numbered around 1,000, with hundreds of skilled fighters among them. They far outmatched the scattered strength of the march's bandits. There are more than 3,000 of us warriors in total. Do we really need to fear a few hundred people? Asked one of the bandit leaders, his Dorn accent marking him as an outsider. He analyzed the situation calmly, adding, "And it doesn't even seem like they're here for us. I've seen their group myself, maids, servants, even children among them. They don't look like they're preparing for a fight." A man seated beside him, his dark complexion and bearing marking him as someone from the Summer Isles, nodded in agreement. "I also don't think Lind Taran is after us. We need to figure out his intentions instead of panicking." The other bandit leaders cast disdainful glances at the two speakers. Those familiar with them knew that, while they were nominally bandits, their ties to the Lords of Dorne ran deep. It was no exaggeration to call them spies. If things turned sour, they could retreat to Dorne and rebuild their strength with ease, unlike the other leaders, for whom fleeing would mean permanent ruin. "Indeed, we should determine why Lind Taran is here," said the oldest of the four leaders, his grizzled beard lending him an air of authority. He paused as though expecting someone to ask for his plan, but when silence persisted, he awkwardly stroked his beard and continued, "We can gather everyone here. If he is coming for us, he'll certainly show up. Then, we'll figure out how to handle him." The crowd murmured in agreement. It seemed like a sound plan to uncover Lind's intentions before deciding their next move. In the days that followed, the bandits assembled their fighters outside the ruins of Summerhall, spreading word of their gathering. Yet the results were disheartening. Lind's forces didn't avoid their gathering but instead moved directly towards Summerhall. At this revelation, the bandits were certain Lind was targeting them. They convened again to discuss their options, but this time nearly half of the leaders were absent, having already decided to flee the area rather than waste time debating. A full day of discussions yielded no resolution. By the next day, only 2 local groups remained. Every other band had packed up and departed, including the leaders with Dorne connections. Seeing this, the remaining groups followed suit, hurriedly collecting their belongings and fleeing the Summerhall area. This chaotic retreat did not escape the notice of the wildling tribes nearby. Their scouts investigated the sudden flight of the bandits and were astonished by the cause. One man. Their surprise deepened when they learned the man's name, Lind Taran. The news spread unease among the wildling leaders. Though they lived in the mountains, the tribes were not isolated from the world. They traded minerals, herbs, and other goods with merchants and free folk villages in the Red Mountains, maintaining a fair knowledge of outside events. Over the past year, the wildling tribes had noticed the steady influx of fleeing bandits. Their curiosity had led them to gather information about the source of the upheaval. The tales they heard painted Lind Taran as an unstoppable force who had eradicated bandit factions outside the mountains, sparing few and driving others into exile. His reputation had grown among the wildlings. Now, Lind Taran had come to the Red Mountains in the marches, and his very name had caused seasoned bandits to flee without a fight. The wildling leaders found themselves deeply unsettled. They recalled rumors of how Lind had dealt with tribes near Tumbleton, and a storm of thoughts began brewing in their minds. Chapter 130, The Ghost of Summerhall. What? All the bandits around Summerhall have fled. Lind looked at Lothier, who had just returned from the nearby village, bewildered, and asked, why did they suddenly flee? Lind had spent the past 2 days mulling over how he might change his approach toward these bandits. Unlike before, when he would mercilessly annihilate them or capture them alive to be thrown into the mines of the Red Mountains, he had begun to consider using them for a more practical purpose. The Red Mountains, rich in mineral deposits, had long been left undeveloped due to the lack of suitable roads, the ever-present danger of wildling tribes, and rampant banditry. Lind had thought the bandits might serve as an expendable labor force for mining these resources. But now, hearing of their sudden flight, he couldn't help but wonder if someone close to him had leaked his plans. Daisy chuckled as she observed Lind's stunned expression. They fled because you scared them, she said, her voice tinged with amusement. Lind froze for a moment before gesturing for her to elaborate. They thought we came to Summerhall specifically to wipe them out, Daisy continued, recounting what she had overheard in the village. As Daisy spoke, the expressions of those gathered around grew increasingly strange. They exchanged glances, then looked back at Lind, their eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and amusement. Clearly, in their eyes, this was a story bordering on the mythical. Even the heroes of ancient legends couldn't boast of such a feat, causing an entire bandit group, over 3,000 strong, to flee at the mere mention of their name. This tale alone seemed enough to elevate Lind's reputation above even the storied figures of old. Lind, however, felt an odd mix of emotions. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation while simultaneously acknowledging the implications. The development brought both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, he no longer had to contend with the bandits in the Red Mountains near Summerhall. As the story spread, and with him firmly established as the Lord of Summerhall, the remaining bandits in his territory would likely abandon their posts or disband entirely, making it easier for him to consolidate power. On the other hand, the loss of the bandits meant he'd have difficulty finding such a convenient and low-cost labor force for the mines again. With a wry smile, Lind consoled himself. There are still the wildling tribes. The wildling tribes aren't bad either. It would be nice to meet another gravel tribe. The gravel tribe had become an indispensable part of Tumbleton, skilled miners whose expertise in extracting silver had significantly boosted the town's finances. For the foreseeable future, Tumbleton's prosperity would depend on their labor. Still, Lind couldn't fully trust the news Daisy had brought. It was possible the bandits had used the villagers to spread false information, hoping to mislead him while they regrouped. To confirm their movements, Lind sent Glory to investigate the camps he had discovered earlier through the trails of bandit scouts. He wanted to ensure the bandits hadn't merely gone into hiding. Glory visited 4 camps that night. Each was deserted, save for a few old, weak, or sick individuals left behind. The state of the camps made it evident the bandits had fled in haste, abandoning many of their daily belongings. While the bandits had disappeared, the number of spies watching Lind's team had not diminished. These spies, however, were no longer bandits but members of nearby wildling tribes. Just as he had done with the bandits, Lind refrained from directly targeting the wildling spies. Instead, he ordered Glory to track them back to their settlements, marking them for future action. As Lind's group continued its journey, they received unexpected hospitality from the villages they passed. Whether these were free folk settlements or villages belonging to his subjects, the residents showed considerable goodwill. In some of the more affluent villages, they were even offered fresh vegetables as gifts. The population around Summerhall included a significant number of free folk. These were mostly lowborn who had fled during the Usurpers' War and settled near Summerhall after their lands were confiscated by various lords. Though their lives here were born of necessity, many considered it a stroke of fortune. Years ago, the Targaryen royal family had transformed the land around Summerhall into a haven of beauty and abundance, cultivating flowers, fruits, and vegetables and establishing wineries for the royal household. After the fire that destroyed Summerhall, however, the area was abandoned. Apart from the occasional visit by Prince Rhaegar, who would come to the ruins to play his harp, the Targaryens viewed the place as cursed and stayed away. In the absence of royal oversight, the once magnificent flower fields and orchards fell into disrepair, and the wineries shut down. The workers who had lived on the estates became farmers, adapting to their new reality. However, no matter how deserted the land may be, its foundations remain intact. With careful cultivation, the soil proves remarkably fertile, and the annual harvests of the small folk who have no choice but to remain here are sufficient to secure daily rations, even if they are far from abundant. More significantly, neither during the war nor after King Robert claimed the Iron Throne did any tax collectors venture into this land. It is as if the territory had been deliberately erased from the realm's notice. Yet, in place of tax collectors, bandits have made their presence known, frequently occupying the area and pillaging the harvests of the villages. During the harsh months of extreme cold, these bandits have plundered nearly all the food stores, leaving the villagers to face starvation and death from exposure. It is no surprise that the villagers harbor a deep hatred for these marauders. Now that Lind has appeared, driving away the bandits, they view him as a savior. However, one wonders if their sentiments will remain as favorable once they learn that Lind is the Lord of Summerhall and intends to make them his subjects, imposing taxes upon them. After a journey of 7 or 8 days, Lind and his entourage finally arrived at Summerhall, the first stop on their inspection of the territory. Built to royal standards, Summerhall was vast, rivaling even the grandeur of the Red Keep. Though much of it now lies in ruin, the surviving foundations and main structural beams hint at the splendor and magnificence the palace once boasted in its prime. The entire area lacked city walls, though a solitary watchtower stood guard. Streams flowing down from the surrounding mountains merged in front of Summerhall, forming a lake. A moat had been dug on either side of the lake to encircle the estate. However, the moat was shallow, barely reaching an adult's waist, and seemed intended more for aesthetic appeal than as a defensive feature. The bridge spanning the moat had been removed, likely by the villagers, to prevent children from wandering into the cursed ruins and provoking the wrath of the ghosts said to haunt the area. Once, Daisy and the others might have laughed off such tales of ghosts, but now they found themselves less skeptical. After all, magic, just as enigmatic, had already become a part of their world. Was it really so far-fetched to believe in the existence of spirits? Those bandits weren't entirely useless. At least they left us a campsite we can use, Asha remarked, her interest in the ruins of Summerhall limited at best. Her primary concern was setting up camp quickly and retreating to her tent for a well-earned rest. Back in the Iron Islands, Asha had spent most of her time learning to sail and rarely rode horseback. In recent weeks, however, the long hours of riding had taken a toll, and the soreness in her thighs was nearly unbearable. She had to walk with her legs awkwardly spread apart to avoid aggravating her raw skin, joking bitterly that she now resembled a heavily pregnant woman ready to give birth. That campsite is filthy, covered in horse and human filth. It's hardly suitable for my lord, Brienne countered, expertly guiding her warhorse around Asha, almost as if to flaunt her ease in the saddle. Brienne's right, Nymeria chimed in, wrinkling her nose at the stench. Let's set up our own camp elsewhere, using our own supplies. Daisy, Lothier, find a spot away from here, she instructed, before turning her attention to Lind. Standing at the edge of the castle's moat, he appeared transfixed, staring silently at the ruins of Summerhall. Nymeria approached him and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's just a pile of ruins. Since we arrived, you've been standing there, staring as if spellbound. Do you actually believe there are ghosts here?" Lind tore his gaze from the ruins, turned to Nymeria with a small smile, and nodded. "You're right, there really are ghosts." Nymeria blinked, stunned by his calm response. She studied his expression to ensure he wasn't joking and asked hesitantly, "Are you serious?" Lind didn't reply. Instead, he turned his attention back to the ruins, his focus unwavering. The crumbling remains seemed to hold an inexplicable pull over him, as if enchanted. If Nymeria had moved to face him directly, she would have noticed his eyeshadow had turned entirely gold and silver. As he had claimed, the ruins of Summerhall were indeed haunted. Lind could see the energy of resentful spirits lingering in the ruins. However, their aura was unlike anything he had encountered before. The energy of resentful spirits in other places manifested as a black mist-like energy that blanketed the area, filled with countless spectral faces that loomed and shifted within the mist. From time to time, the spirits emitted screams inaudible to ordinary ears. In contrast, the energy of the vengeful spirits in Summerhall was entirely different. Here, the energy had coalesced into a fantastical realm where Summerhall stood intact, as if untouched by its tragic past. Within this fantasy realm, the vengeful spirits relived their former lives. Lind even saw Aegon V and Duncan the Tall appear in the courtyard, their figures unmistakable amidst the illusion. Though Lind did not know Aegon V or Duncan the Tall personally, their physical characteristics made them easy to identify. One bore a crown, signifying his royal stature, while the other was unnaturally tall, almost as tall as Nymeria. Recognizing them was effortless. Previously, Lind could only observe the intricate details of the vengeful spirit's energy by using the eyes of glory. Without glory, his vision offered only a vague and indistinct impression. Now, however, the situation had changed entirely. Even without relying on the eyes of glory, he could clearly see every detail of the vengeful spirit's energy as if his senses had sharpened. What stood out most, however, was glory itself. In the past, glory had shown an insatiable hunger for the energy of vengeful spirits containing dragon souls, while it scoffed at other energies, such as those found in Harrenhal. But now, the circumstances in Summerhall seemed to trigger something unusual. Glory developed a powerful desire to consume the energy of these spirits, far stronger than its previous cravings, even stronger than the appetite it displayed at the dragon pit. This desire grew so intense that Lind had to repeatedly issue commands to curb Glory's instinct to devour. To avoid disaster, he sent Glory away to patrol at a distance, ensuring it stayed far from Summerhall. Lind sensed that Summerhall held a profound secret. He began to understand why Prince Rhaegar had been drawn back here so often. The harp playing was likely just a pretext. He believed the energy of the vengeful spirits before him could offer clues to uncover the secret. For this reason, he decided to forbid Glory from devouring or destroying the spirits until the truth of Summerhall was revealed. Elsewhere, practical matters unfolded as the camp was set up. Stakes salvaged from the bandit camp negated the need to cut down new trees for tent supports, saving valuable time. By the time the camp was ready, daylight still lingered. Servants busied themselves assembling the tents. Lothier led his men to the simple horse stalls, where they combined beans with the grass they'd gathered along the way to feed the horses. He later led another group to hunt game in the surrounding forest. Meanwhile, Dacey oversaw the lighting of campfires, and the cook directed his team in setting up cauldrons over the flames. Various prepared ingredients were added to the cauldrons, and before long, the rich aroma of cooking filled the air. As night fell, Lothier and his men returned, carrying a dozen large and small pieces of game. They began roasting the meat directly over the campfire, its sizzling juices and dripping fat filling the camp with a mouth-watering scent. Though Lind had prohibited drinking during their journey, he made an exception that evening. He permitted the distribution of sweet fruit wine, chosen because it was difficult to get drunk on, to his men. After eating, Lind turned to Nymeria. "I'll be spending some time in the ruins tonight. You should get some rest," he said, heading to his tent to change into more casual clothes. "Are you going to look for the dragon egg?" Nymeria asked curiously. "Dragon egg?" Lind paused, taken aback. "Why would you think that?" Nymeria explained, "The great fire of Summerhall destroyed everything. Even the stones used to build the palace were reduced to ash. It's said that dragon eggs were destroyed in the fire too. But as we all know, dragon eggs are immune to fire. So, there are rumors that the eggs weren't destroyed and may still be hidden in the ruins. Does anyone really believe those rumors?" Lind asked, shaking his head. Even if they were true, the Targaryens would have found the eggs when they combed through the ruins, collecting the ashes of the victims. The fact that they didn't find them suggests the eggs were destroyed. And that idea, that dragon eggs are immune to fire, has never been proven. Who knows if it's even true? Chapter 131, Shadows and Substance. After leaving the camp, Lind found a relatively narrow spot on the moat, leapt into the air, and activated the Storm Dragon rune embedded in the Banished Knight's greatsword. A powerful hurricane materialized, propelling Lind several meters forward before he landed firmly on the grassy bank on the opposite side of the moat. Lind had been experimenting with the Storm Dragon rune ever since King Robert had demonstrated its power on the Banished Knight's sword. According to the Banished Knight's memories, the full potential of the rune was astonishing. It could summon a massive storm capable of obliterating a castle or even drag a flying dragon to the ground with a binding tempest. However, like the other two dragon runes, the Storm Dragon rune could not currently reach its full potential. Creating a castle-destroying storm was out of reach. Even the tornado generated on the day the rune was first activated represented its current maximum power. Perhaps, with enough time to accumulate energy, the rune could eventually produce an even more formidable storm. In its current state, the rune's power wasn't suited for direct attacks like the destructive capabilities of the Lightning or Frost Dragon runes. Lind had instead discovered an alternative use, directing the rune's force inward, on himself. As anticipated, channeling the Storm Dragon rune's power into his own body drastically enhanced his speed. When fully unleashed, the sensation was so intense it felt as though time itself had slowed down. Additionally, the rune granted him the ability to hover briefly or traverse short distances in midair. He was confident that even if he leapt from the top of a tower, he would land unscathed, much like the feather fall or flight abilities in games from his previous life. He speculated that if he could further harness and refine the rune's power, actual sustained flight might become possible. This realization made him recall the legendary flashing ability of Castle Sol's foremost expert. Perhaps that ability was the result of pushing the Storm Dragon rune to its absolute limit. With the rune's aid, Lind felt secure venturing into the enigmatic ruins of Summerhall ahead. Even if danger arose, his enhanced speed would ensure his swift escape. After straightening his clothes, he gazed at the illusion of Summerhall shimmering before him and stepped inside. In a quiet clearing outside the camp, Asha sparred with Brienne in swordsmanship. Asha's skills had noticeably improved over the past few days of training, building upon her natural foundation, but she was still slightly outmatched by Brienne. Brienne executed a quick thrust, and Asha's wrist was struck. The impact caused her to lose her grip, and her practice sword clattered to the ground. Brienne immediately stepped back, maintaining distance. She had learned from previous mistakes not to linger too close after a successful strike. Asha glanced at Brienne as she retreated, shrugged, and picked up her practice sword with a hint of weariness. Just as she rose, she noticed movement nearby. Lind had leapt from the riverbank, soaring like a great bird across the 10-meter-wide moat, and landed gracefully on the grass beyond. "Look! Lord Lind is heading toward the ruins of Summerhall," Asha exclaimed, pointing toward him. Brienne's initial reaction was to glance at Asha skeptically, wary of being tricked. Asha had pulled similar stunts before. But as Asha's tone carried no mischief, Brienne followed her gaze. She caught sight of Lind, who was indeed heading toward the ruins. Then, before their eyes, something astonishing happened. Lind vanished into thin air. A ghost. The ghost of Summerhall. Brienne muttered anxiously, recalling the eerie legends John had shared with them during their travels. Panic flickered in her voice as her imagination raced. In stark contrast, Asha's excitement only grew. "Is Lord Lind going to get rid of the ghost of Summerhall?" she asked eagerly. Neither of them doubted what they had seen. From their vantage point on a small hill, the moonlit lawn was clearly visible. There was no cover where Lind had disappeared, he was simply gone. With the sudden and inexplicable nature of his vanishing, the legendary ghost of Summerhall seemed like the only plausible explanation. "We should immediately tell everyone that something has happened to Lord Lind," Brienne exclaimed, trying to calm herself as she prepared to run toward the camp. But Asha grabbed her arm firmly. "What's the point of you telling everyone? Who in the camp can compare to Lord Lind? If something really has happened to him, what could they possibly do?" Her voice was steady, but her words cut through the urgency of the moment. Brienne froze in place, her face clouded with worry. "We can't just do nothing, can we?" she asked, her voice trembling. Asha pouted, her tone turning serious. "Of course we have to do something. At the very least, we need to confirm that something has actually happened to him." Brienne, already familiar with her companion's tendency to act on impulse, sensed something off in Asha's demeanor. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What do you want to do?" "Obviously, we need to go check out the ruins ourselves," Asha replied. But her serious expression didn't last long, and her excitement shone through once more. Brienne immediately opposed the idea, but Asha's persuasive words were hard to resist. Before long, Asha had convinced her. The two girls found an abandoned, slightly damaged boat nearby, likely left behind by a thief. Though the boat showed signs of wear, it was still serviceable and would suffice to carry them across the river. Not long after, the two of them crossed the moat and entered the ruins of Summerhall. At the same time, Lind remained unaware that his attendants had seen his movements and boldly followed him. His focus was entirely on the visions unfolding before him. As Lind stepped into the ruins of Summerhall, the scene transformed. The ruins disappeared, and the palace reappeared in its full glory, as though untouched by time. Its architectural style was unlike anything in Westeros, heavily influenced by the Essos designs Lind recognized. He could discern the courtyards of Pentos, the intricate reliefs of Lys, and glass panes characteristic of Myr. However, the most striking feature was the Book Tower. Its design bore the unmistakable hallmarks of Valyrian architecture. Adorning the sides of the tower were numerous wyvern statues, whose placement clashed somewhat with the rest of the palace's aesthetic. Outside the palace, all the servants had been driven out, and groups of people dressed like nobles gathered in the square. They stood in clusters, quietly talking and casting worried glances at the palace. But Lind knew these were only illusions, the remnants of resentful spirits. The figures moved, but their voices were silent. Palace guards surrounded the building, barring entry to anyone. Lind walked past them as though they were mere shadows and slipped through the closed palace doors. Inside, the corridor was alive with activity. Septons of the Faith of the Seven sat in armchairs, chatting in hushed tones. Others walked solemnly, whispering prayers under their breath. Their expressions betrayed their discontent with whatever was happening within the palace hall. Lind paid them no mind, continuing straight toward the hall. At its entrance, two unfamiliar king's guards stood flanking the doorway, accompanied by a handful of guards. The hall doors were ajar, and Lind stepped through without hesitation. The grand hall was packed with people, hundreds of them. Septons from the Church of the Faith of the Seven, maesters adorned with their signature chains, and pyromancers clad in their distinctive robes crowded the space. At the center of the hall stood a makeshift altar. On the altar rested a bronze basin, inside which lay 7 dragon eggs of varying colors and patterns. Each egg's scales glinted uniquely in the light. Surrounding the altar, 7 pyromancers held small glass jars filled with a green liquid. In front of the altar stood King Aegon V, his white hair gleaming under the torchlight, and the tall figure of Ser Duncan beside him. Behind them, a heavily pregnant woman reclined in a chair. Her pale face and labored breathing made it clear she was near to giving birth. Several maids attended to her. This woman could only be Rhaegar's mother, Rhaella Targaryen. Next to her stood a middle-aged couple, their expressions anxious as they watched Aegon V near the altar. The resemblance between the men and Aegon left little doubt that he was Prince Duncan, and the striking woman beside him had to be his wife, Jane of Old Stones. Behind Prince Duncan and Jane, several maesters scribbled furiously on parchment, documenting the events unfolding before them. Lind's attention was then drawn to a peculiar figure among the crowd, a short female dwarf standing close to the couple. Though she attempted to mask her expression, Lind could tell she had noticed him. Her keen gaze seemed to pierce through the illusion, as if she could truly see him. However, Lind's attention soon shifted from the female dwarf to the altar. He noticed Aegon V, already showing signs of impatience, speaking in hushed tones to a nearby pyromancer. This pyromancer, dressed more extravagantly than the others, stood out among the group. After a brief exchange, the pyromancer retrieved an instrument that appeared to be used for measuring time. He manipulated it for a few moments, then conferred with several other pyromancers. Finally, with a nod of acknowledgement towards Aegon V, the pyromancer signaled readiness. Aegon V's stern demeanor softened into a slight smile as he issued orders to the pyromancers stationed beside the altar, each holding glass jars. The pyromancers obeyed promptly, unsealing the jars and carefully pouring their contents, a shimmering green liquid, into the copper basin at the altar center. The liquid completely submerged the 7 dragon eggs resting within. Once the jars were emptied, the pyromancers swiftly retreated to what they judged to be a safe distance. One of them stepped forward, holding a flaming wooden rod. With deliberate precision, he directed the rod toward the copper basin, touching the green liquid. In an instant, an enormous ball of fire erupted, roaring upwards to the stone roof before spreading outwards. Flames cascaded along the ceiling and ignited the surrounding draperies. Yet, the spectacle didn't end there. The unexpected horror unfolded as the entire hall, and indeed, the entirety of Summerhall Palace, was engulfed in flames. Objects far from the initial fire inexplicably ignited, as though an unseen force willed them to burn. The heat was oppressive. Even Lind, standing at a distance, felt as though the flames were scorching his very skin. Instinctively, he activated the frozen dragon rune etched into the banished knight's greatsword. A wave of cool energy coursed through his body, quelling the unbearable sensation and granting him a brief reprieve. The devastation grew worse. Not only were objects consumed by fire, but some of the people in the room spontaneously combusted. Among them were Aegon V and the short Prince Duncan. Jenny of Oldstones, desperate to save her husband, tried to smother the flames consuming him, only to catch fire herself. The couple was soon completely consumed by the inferno. Tall Duncan, witnessing the tragedy, tore off the white cloak from his back and used it to strike at the flames engulfing Aegon V. The female dwarf, too, attempted to help Jenny of Oldstones, but before she could act, a shadowy figure emerged behind her. In one swift motion, the figure seized her and vanished into the ground. Lind froze in shock. He recognized the figure. It was Spark, the child of the forest he knew so well. Chaos reigned. Those not yet overtaken by the flames fled in terror. Amidst the confusion, Rhaella Targaryen's handmaiden abandoned her mistress, overwhelmed by fear. Pregnant and unable to move, Rhaella remained seated, her expression one of utter despair. Meanwhile, something strange occurred. Whether it was due to Ser Duncan's frantic efforts or another unknown cause, the flames consuming Aegon V seemed to weaken slightly. The king, barely conscious, stirred. His flesh was charred, and his eyes had been entirely burned away, leaving behind hollow sockets. Yet, he managed to raise his scorched arm and point towards Rhaella Targaryen, who sat helplessly in her chair. The empty voids where his eyes had once been turned towards Ser Duncan. Ser Duncan, with his white hair, seemed to grasp something in that moment. After hesitating briefly, he turned away, tears glistening in his eyes, and ran toward Rhaella Targaryen. Without a second thought, he picked up the pregnant woman and rushed outside with her in his arms. Lind stood still, watching the unfolding chaos with an unusual calm. His gaze wandered over the burning Summerhall, its once majestic halls now completely consumed by flames. Aegon V lay charred and lifeless, reduced to ash. Lind's attention eventually fixed on the copper basin, still spewing flames. The thought crossed his mind, what had become of the dragon eggs? Driven by curiosity, he walked toward the altar. It was then he noticed something unsettling. Aegon V, despite being reduced to a blackened husk and stripped of his eyes, appeared to be watching him. When Lind moved, the lifeless king's head followed, his empty sockets seeming to track Lind's every step. Meanwhile, Ser Duncan, who had rushed Rhaella Targaryen to safety, returned with several cloaks in hand. It seemed he had handed her over to the care of the other king's guard or men-at-arms and come back for Aegon V. Wasting no time, Ser Duncan approached the charred king, wrapped a cloak tightly around him, and, without regard for the flames searing his own flesh through the gaps in the fabric, hoisted Aegon V and sprinted for safety. As Ser Duncan carried the blackened figure, Aegon V's burned arm lifted slightly, pointing toward the copper basin that housed the dragon eggs. This gesture was not meant for Ser Duncan, who was facing away from the basin, but for Lind. The meaning was clear. Aegon V's empty sockets had seen him. Before Lind could fully process this, a section of the roof, weakened by the inferno, collapsed. Stones and flaming debris crashed down, burying Ser Duncan and Aegon V beneath their weight. The flames surged, consuming the hall entirely as the palace began to crumble. By now, Lind had reached the copper basin. As he peered inside, he saw that only one dragon egg remained intact. The others had been destroyed by the wildfire. The surviving egg was blood red, streaked with faint blue veins. Its surface was patterned with swirling scales, and at the center of each swirl lay a delicate design, so fine that its details were impossible to discern. Despite knowing that the energy of vengeful spirits likely conjured what he saw, the egg felt undeniably real to Lind. Compelled by its presence, he reached out and cradled the egg in his hands. But the sensation in his palms, the weight and texture of the egg, made him realize this was no illusion. He had truly grasped a dragon egg. In that instant, the eerie visions dissolved, and Lind found himself standing amid the ruins of Summerhall. The flames, the spectral apparitions, the haunting illusions, all were gone. What remained was the dragon egg, nestled securely in his arms. Nearby, at the edge of a pond, Asha and Brienne stared at Lind in utter disbelief. He had materialized out of thin air, holding the egg as if he were the ghost of Summerhall himself. Chapter 132, The Choosing of the Site. Is this the dragon egg? Nymeria gazed at the egg before her in awe, her hand hovering over it as if she feared to touch it. Her fingers brushed the smooth surface every now and then, her voice tinged with disbelief as she asked, "Is it one of the 7 dragon eggs from Summerhall that year?" "MMM." Lind nodded in response. When Lind returned to the camp, he avoided the others, heading straight to his tent. Once inside, he dismissed the maidservants with a curt instruction to leave. Only then did he take out the dragon egg. There was no fixed value assigned to such an artifact. Some claimed it was priceless, while others said its worth equaled that of a large ship. But one thing was certain, many would risk everything for it. Lind wasn't particularly worried about the egg being stolen, yet he had no desire to announce its existence to the world. The saying, "the bigger the tree, the stronger the wind blows," echoed in his mind. The origin of the egg was too difficult to explain, and the less attention it attracted, the better. "You just found it in Summerhall. How is that possible?" Nymeria's reaction was swift and incredulous. "Exactly what anyone from the small folk would expect to feel upon hearing such a claim. The fire at Summerhall was a tragedy from decades past. The Targaryens and countless others had scoured the ruins many times over, eventually concluding that Aegon V's dragon eggs were no longer there. For Lind to now claim he had found one seemed absurd. How could anyone believe it? If word spread, people might whisper that he was the bastard of some Targaryen lineage, citing his helmet adorned with a crown and a flying dragon, or simply because of the egg itself. Even King Robert, who held him in high regard, might grow suspicious. And Jon Arryn, aware of Lind's secret dealings with Varys, would find the situation equally troubling. Lind knew that in such a case, even if he had 100 tongues, he couldn't explain his way out of it. Still, faced with Nymeria's skepticism, Lind decided to recount his experiences at Summerhall. Nymeria listened intently, her expression shifting as if she had been transported back to her childhood, to nights when her nanny told her frightening bedtime stories. Her wide-eyed disbelief lingered, rendering her speechless for a long while. "Are you serious? You're not joking?" she finally asked, her voice unusually deep after the prolonged silence. "It's true," Lind said with a firm nod. Nymeria fell into thought before speaking again. "In other words, the dragon egg was given to you by the ghost of Aegon V." Lind's mind flashed back to the image of Aegon V, frail and blind, gesturing toward the dragon egg as Ser Duncan carried him away. Hesitantly, he replied, "It may not have been a ghost. It could have been." He trailed off, unable to provide a definite explanation. If he had time-traveled, then the people in Summerhall at the time would have been able to see him. Yet only the blind Aegon V and the mysterious female dwarf had seemed aware of his presence. If those two possessed special powers, then surely the child of the forest, Spark, who had rescued the female dwarf, must have been far more attuned. Yet Spark had shown no sign of recognizing Lind when they later met in the Kingswood. She had regarded Lind as a complete stranger. But if time travel hadn't occurred, how could Lind explain feeling the intense heat of the flames during the Summerhall fire? He had even noticed singed corners on his clothes when he returned to the present. More baffling still was the fact that he now possessed a dragon egg that had supposedly disappeared decades ago. Everything about the situation carried an air of the uncanny. Lind was at a loss for answers. His gaze returned to the dragon egg. Even without the eyes of glory, his extraordinary vision revealed its brilliance. Magic radiated from the egg like flames encased in glass, flickering with an otherworldly intensity. There was no doubt in his mind, this dragon egg was not dead. Whether it could hatch a dragon, however, was another question entirely. And even if it did, who would have the ability to tame such a creature? In the memories of the Banished Knight, there were ceremonies for worshipping dragons, methods for slaying them, and even dragon communion rituals. But no instructions existed for riding one. "Can it hatch a dragon?" Nymeria asked, noticing that Lind also looked confused. "Maybe." Lind replied uncertainly. If he went by the explanation from the old man in his previous life, the hatching of the 3 dragons from the mother of dragons' eggs a decade later was more of an accident than a certainty. But now, in a real world with its own rules, things were different. Perhaps this dragon egg could also lead to an unexpected miracle. So how do we hatch it? Nymeria asked again, her excitement evident as she gazed at the dragon egg. It wasn't surprising that she was so excited. Growing up in Westeros, they had both heard countless tales of dragons. Every child dreamed of one day riding a dragon. But as they matured, they realized it was an impossible fantasy and eventually let go of that childhood hope. Now, with a dragon egg right before her, whether it could hatch or not, Nymeria felt a surge of hope she hadn't felt since she was young. Lind observed Nymeria's enthusiasm and said, "I might be able to give it a try." "You really think you can hatch a dragon egg?" Nymeria asked, her doubt apparent. Lind replied seriously, "We can try, but there's no guarantee." Lind wasn't speaking without reason. The Banished Knights' memories of dragon worship included more than just rituals, they also had techniques for finding abandoned dragon eggs and hatching them. Their method of incubation had a remarkably high success rate. Most viable dragon eggs hatched successfully, and even some semi-petrified ones came to life. There was, however, a drawback. Most dragons hatched this way were alien dragons. But by the standards of the Banished Knights, the dragons in this world were also considered alien dragons, so this might not be a drawback after all. Even though Lind didn't yet know what impact this dragon egg might have on his future, he already found it troublesome when it came to rest. Nymeria, unwilling to let the egg out of her sight, insisted on keeping it close, even at night, fearing it might be lost. Though beautiful, the dragon egg was far from comfortable to sleep beside. Its rough, scaly surface made it unpleasant to touch, let alone rest against. The next morning, Lind firmly told Nymeria to put the egg in a trunk or he would find another tent to sleep in. Recognizing that she might have been overzealous, Nymeria didn't resist his request. She emptied the chest she used for her armor, lined it with a soft quilt, and ensured the egg wouldn't shift or get knocked around before carefully placing it inside. But as soon as the egg was stored, Asha dragged Brienne into Lind's tent, eager to see it. Nymeria had learned from Lind the previous night that Asha and Brienne had also visited the ruins. Though they hadn't encountered the same things Lind had, they'd witnessed him acquiring the dragon egg. Nymeria didn't mind this. Lind had already asked them not to tell anyone, and they had agreed. After dismissing her maid and posting guards outside the tent, Nymeria retrieved the dragon egg to show Asha and Brienne. As the 3 admired the egg, Lind set off again for the ruins of Summerhall. His initial reason for coming wasn't to solve the mystery of the ghostly curse but to assess whether the location was suitable for building a castle. This time, he brought along the master mason who had constructed the Blackwater Rush fortress. Though not a professional architect, the mason was experienced enough to judge whether the site was fit for a castle. During the day, the ruins of Summerhall were much quieter than they had been the night before. It seemed as though the vengeful spirits here needed rest, and nothing unusual occurred. Glory, which had spent the night outside, joined Lind at the ruins. However, its spirit seemed subdued. It wasn't because of exhaustion from staying outside but because it had refrained all night from devouring the energy of the vengeful spirits, leaving it drained. Lind stroked Glory's head apologetically and told it to hold back for a few more days. Once he finished studying the illusions created by the energy of the vengeful spirits, he would let it consume the energy as it pleased. "My lord, I have explored." The master mason, leading his apprentice and Lind, walked around both the interior and exterior of Summerhall. Afterward, he produced some intricate measuring equipment and took detailed measurements of the surrounding hill terrain before returning to Lind. "From the look on your face, I can tell this is not good news," Lind remarked, noticing the mason's furrowed brow. "Yes, it is not good news," the mason confirmed with a nod, gesturing toward the surrounding hills. "The terrain here is entirely unsuitable for building a castle or fortress. The layout would render any defenses ineffective. Additionally, there are several mountain streams in this area. While each stream's flow is minor on its own, their combined water volume is substantial. If someone were to build a castle here and block the valley's exit by pooling all the upstream water sources, the entire structure would be flooded. The builder of a castle is always the one most familiar with its vulnerabilities, and Lind had no illusions. He was no match for the mason's expertise. However, the mason continued, "This area is quite suitable for a palace or a villa. The natural environment is stunning, and the terrain would ensure a pleasant summer climate. I imagine the royal architect of the Targaryen family also valued this setting when constructing the summer palace here. He added thoughtfully, I still recommend building a villa. The foundation of the original summer palace remains usable, which would significantly reduce both material needs and costs. Lind shook his head. A villa wasn't what he had in mind. In a quieter tone, he asked, if you had to pick a suitable place to build a castle in this area, where would it be? The stonemason pondered for a moment, surveying the surroundings before pointing in a specific direction. If it must be a castle, that spot would be the most suitable. Lind followed the mason's gesture and saw a rocky outcrop resembling a smaller version of Casterly Rock. While the famous rock of Casterly Rock rose hundreds of meters, this one stood no taller than 200 meters. It was steeper, too, with almost no gentle slopes leading to the summit. From afar, it looked like a massive stone pillar, lacking even the partial gentler incline Casterly Rock had. How can a castle be built there? Lind asked, doubt etched into his voice as he gestured at the pillar-like mountain. I know of a Maester Thorn in Old Town who specializes in carving castles into mountain faces. 10 years ago, Lord Tywin commissioned him to carve a new stone castle beside the old one at Casterly Rock, and he was the architect behind it, the mason explained. However, before the project was completed, he offended Lord Tywin somehow, lost his tongue, and was sent back to the citadel. Lind frowned. If I were to find him now, do you think he'd still agree to help me build a castle? For most people, it would be difficult, the mason admitted. But for you, it shouldn't be a problem. He's a devout worshipper of the 7 gods, and as the chosen one of the 7, he wouldn't refuse your request. Furthermore, the only reason Lord Tywin spared his life back then was that the Septon of the September of the 7 in Lannisport interceded for him. You have a good relationship with the Septon, so if he writes to Maester Thorn, things would proceed even more smoothly. Lind nodded, though he eyed the mason with some suspicion. How does a stonemason like you know so much? The mason answered candidly, I worked on the new stone castle at Casterly Rock in its early stages. Maester Thorn taught me much, he was like a mentor to me. With his talents, he shouldn't be idle at the citadel. He ought to be like Brandon the Builder, creating magnificent structures to be remembered by history. It was clear to Lind that the mason held Maester Thorn in great admiration, which explained why he was so eager to recommend him. Earlier, when you said this area isn't suitable for a castle, Lind asked, narrowing his eyes, did you truly mean it, or were you simply trying to draw my attention to Maester Thorn? The mason quickly replied, my lord, I would never lie about something like this. Ask any skilled stonemason, and they'd tell you the same, this land is unsuitable for a castle. Lind studied the mason's face and found no hint of deception. Finally, he nodded. I'll think about your suggestion. With that, he led his men toward the base of the columnar rock mountain the mason had pointed out and began examining the terrain. Just as the mason had described, it was an ideal location for a castle, not on the mountain's summit, but around its base. A fortress could be constructed encircling the mountain, with the main keep built atop the towering rock. Later, Lind sent Glory to scale the mountain and inspect its summit. To his surprise, Glory discovered a freshwater spring at the top, adding yet another advantage to the location for Lind's planned city. After marking the site on his map, Lind returned to the camp and immediately drafted 2 letters, one addressed to the citadel, formally requesting Maester Thorn as his advisor, and the other a personal invitation to Maester Thorn himself. He handed the letters to Jon and instructed him to deliver them to Old Town. That afternoon, Lind intended to take Nymeria on a walk around the area. However, his plans were interrupted when a group of uninvited guests arrived at the camp. Creators. Chapter 133, Voluntary Allegiance. You say you want to submit to me. Outside the camp, Nymeria and Lind, both clad in armor and prepared for a major confrontation, stood perplexed by the words of the wildlings' leaders before them. For thousands of years, the nobles of the Marches and the wildling tribes had been locked in conflict. The idea of either side surrendering without a fight was unheard of, let alone an entire tribe offering submission. And yet, here stood not one, but a dozen tribes united in their willingness to submit. When Lind first learned that his fiefdom would be the Marches, he had prepared himself for a brutal campaign, expecting to subjugate the wildling tribes through force. Now, however, before his army had even set foot on the land, and with only a small survey party accompanying him, he was faced with something wholly unexpected, a large-scale surrender. The situation felt almost surreal. "Yes, my lord," one of the tribal leaders said, stepping forward. He spoke the common tongue fluently, acting as a representative for the others. "Why?" Nymeria's tone was sharp with suspicion as her piercing gaze moved over the assembled leaders. A leader replied, his voice steady, "You and the chosen one, Ser Lind, are both exceptionally powerful. We have no chance of defeating you. If we tried, we would either be annihilated or forced to flee elsewhere. But leaving these lands would only result in us being annexed by stronger tribes or attacked by nobles beyond the mountains. So, why not submit to you?" Nymeria frowned, unconvinced. "Is it only because of my strength?" "Not entirely," the leader said carefully. "After you and Ser Lind incorporated the wildlings in Tumbleton, you did not oppress them into slavery. You didn't disband their tribes. You treated them as equals to the people from beyond the mountains. We've never seen anything like it before. At first, some of us believed it to be a lie, but I've been there myself and seen the truth. Those treated in this way sent word back to us." He gestured to the other leaders. "Some of their kin were also incorporated under your rule, and their reports confirmed the same." An older tribal leader, speaking in halting common tongue, added, "Since we cannot defeat you, and you offer fair treatment after surrender, while allowing tribes to remain intact, we are not fools. We know what choice to make." Nymeria's expression hardened. "You speak only of the benefits of submitting, but not of the responsibilities it entails. You will have to pay taxes, abide by the laws I set, and provide young warriors for my army when I call upon you to fight." The younger tribal leader responded swiftly, his tone pragmatic. "Isn't that what any leader requires? Even now, we pay taxes to the other leaders of the wildlings. These terms are no different." Lind, who had been silent throughout the exchange, observed the tribal leaders with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. The conditions that he and Nymeria had imposed on the tribes were far from lenient. Aside from the Gravel tribe, most tribes had been granted no special treatment. They had been confined to specific territories and forbidden from moving their settlements. Many of their people were relegated to menial labor, tasks far from what one might consider fair treatment. Yet, in the eyes of these wildling leaders, such terms seemed generous. Lind couldn't help but wonder just how dire the conditions imposed by other lords had been if these tribes considered this arrangement a better alternative. Even with the leaders' explanations, Lind sensed there was more to their surrender than what had been said aloud. Some deeper, unspoken reason lingered behind their words. Lind stepped forward and asked directly, "Both I and Lady Nymeria want the truth. We don't appreciate being lied to. While the reasons you've given sound reasonable, I still feel you're hiding something. I want you to share the real reason you've chosen to submit to me." Hearing Lind's words, the wildling tribe leaders exchanged hushed whispers, discussing among themselves for a moment. Finally, the oldest among them stepped forward. Bowing slightly, he said, "My lord, the extreme cold has devastated our tribe, leaving us with heavy losses and depleting our food supplies. Hammer, as the self-proclaimed wildling king, is rallying warriors to go raiding again. But we know his true intention, to use our people as pawns, sacrificing us to weaken others' forces. Even if we win, the price would be devastating for our tribe. Submitting to you, my lord, is our only way to survive." As the old man finished, Lind and Nymeria exchanged a glance, silently weighing the sincerity of his words. Then, Nymeria addressed the tribal leaders, who were visibly tense. "I accept your submission. After you swear your oaths to us, I will allocate grain to help your people through these hard times. The details of your submission will be handled later." Relief washed over the tribal leaders. They bowed deeply to both Nymeria and Lind, murmuring words in their native tongue. Though the words were unintelligible, their grateful and respectful expressions revealed their meaning, some form of blessing or praise. Nymeria and Lind then prepared a temporary altar. Lothier hunted an animal for the ritual, and they conducted the ancient sacrificial rites to honor both the seven gods and the old gods. In front of the altar, the tribal leaders swore their oaths of loyalty in the name of their respective deities. Despite the ritual's simplicity, it seemed effective. The tension that had lingered on the tribal leaders' faces dissipated completely once Lind and Nymeria made their own lord's oaths in return. The old tribal leader's weathered face broke into an awkward yet genuine smile as he said eagerly, "We'll return to our tribe, gather our belongings, and prepare to move as soon as you call for us." migrate. There's no need for that, Nymeria interjected with a shake of her head. Ah. We don't need to move to Tumbleton. The tribal leaders who understood the common tongue looked confused. No. Nymeria shook her head again, gesturing toward Lind. Lord Lind was recently granted the title of Lord of Summerhall by King Robert. The lands surrounding Summerhall are his fiefdom. Additionally, Lord Mace Tyrell has granted him the lands north of the Will and west of the Red Watch. From now on, he is your lord, the one to whom you will pledge your loyalty. The tribal leaders nodded in understanding. Their earlier confusion about why they had sworn to both Nymeria and Lind now made sense. It is our honor to become subjects of the Chosen One of them declared, bowing to Lind. The others followed suit, their faces showing not a trace of displeasure. On the contrary, they seemed genuinely delighted. For these wildling leaders, placing their faith in a legendary warrior with a reputation for strength aligned far more with their culture and expectations than swearing loyalty to a female lord, no matter how capable. Lind led the tribal chiefs to the camp, where servants brought them food and wine to celebrate their newfound allegiance. Meanwhile, outside the camp, Glory, wandering near the perimeter, caught sight of several figures moving stealthily among the trees. Their weapons and demeanor set them apart from the wildling tribes currently within the camp. It was clear that these were not allies but another group entirely, lurking with unknown intentions. How many people know that you have come here to find us? Lind asked the tribal leaders. The tribal leaders exchanged uneasy glances before the elder replied, a lot. How many is a lot? Lind pressed, his voice rising. All the tribal elders, the elder answered once more, his tone unwavering. Lind narrowed his eyes and continued, and how many people know about your plan to join us? All the elders, came the same response. Can they keep a secret? Lind asked again. This time, he didn't wait for an answer, the stunned expressions on the tribal chiefs' faces gave him everything he needed to know. With a serious expression, Lind stated, the fact that you came to see me must already be known by people from other tribes. Someone was spying outside my camp. You didn't arrange for those people, did you? The tribal leaders' faces visibly changed. They shook their heads emphatically, clearly indicating that they had not sent anyone to spy outside the camp. Lind raised a hand to silence them and directly ordered Glory to take action against the spies, instructing her to leave one alive to be brought back for questioning. It wasn't long before Glory appeared in the camp, a bloodied wildling tribesman clutched in her jaws. Glory carried him into a tent, dropped him to the ground, then turned and bounded out of the tent, casually heading outside to play. The sight of Glory sent an uneasy wave through the tribal leaders, who, despite having heard tales of its prowess, felt their panic intensify. Their fearful expressions lingered until it had left. Lind paid no attention to their unease and gestured to John. John approached the unconscious man, knelt to examine him, and reported, no fatal injuries. He just fainted from shock. Does anyone recognize which tribe he's from? Lind asked the gathered tribal leaders. One of them quickly responded, he's from the Stone Mountain tribe of the Wildling King. The tattoo on his face is the Wildling King's red flame totem. Without hesitation, Lind ordered, take my men and interrogate him. I want to know why he was stalking us and what the current situation is with the wildling tribes. John immediately complied, taking the unconscious wildling with him. The tribal leader who had spoken hurriedly followed, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Turning his attention back to the remaining leaders, Lind said, now, tell me about this wildling king. The other tribal leaders quickly obliged, recounting everything they knew about the wildling king and their own Red Watch clans. The area surrounding both sides of the Red Watch River was known as the Red Watch region. The wildling tribes there were descendants of the first men who had resisted submission to the Undulls. This area included groups with ties to Dorne, the Reach, and the Riverlands. Over time, these groups had come together to form the Red Watch clan. Because of the diverse bloodlines within the clan, the Red Watch were known to be more open than other wildling tribes. This openness had led to a tradition of venturing beyond their lands to capture men and women, a practice meant to strengthen and diversify the bloodlines of their clan. The wildling King Hammer's mother was a spearwoman from the Stone Mountain tribe. During a raid when she and others from her tribe descended the mountain to plunder, they captured a man. From that union, she gave birth to the wildling king. Later, she left the tribe along with that man and settled outside the mountains. Over a decade passed before the wildling king returned to the Stone Mountain tribe. Upon his return, he gradually built influence within the tribe, eventually amassing enough power to become its leader. Following this, Hammer employed various methods to annex or ally with other wildling tribes, transforming the Stone Mountain tribe into the largest and most powerful tribe within the Red Watch clan. A few years ago, during the Usurpers' War, Hammer officially claimed the title of Wildling King of the Red Watch clan. Interestingly, after becoming the Wildling King, Hammer attempted to rally the entire Red Watch clan to attack Storm's End and raid the Stormlands. However, his ambitions were thwarted by opposition from the leaders of other tribes, who refused to support the plan. Undeterred, Hammer led the Stone Mountain tribe alone in an attempt to attack Storm's End. Their efforts failed disastrously when they were mistaken for enemies by the House Tyrell army besieging Storm's End, leading to their defeat. Rumors circulated among the wildling tribes that Hammer's lineage was extraordinary. It was said that his father was none other than Wyland Will, the current lord of Castle Will. This rumor fueled speculation that Hammer's rise to power was supported by resources provided by his noble father. These resources included iron weapons, a rarity among wildling tribes, allowing nearly every warrior in the Stone Mountain tribe to be armed with one. Without this support, it was said, Hammer would not have been able to establish himself so generously or so powerfully. Will Castle? Lind paused for a moment. He had not anticipated that the wildling king of a barbarian tribe in his territory would have connections to Will Castle, a location not included in his itinerary for this inspection of the Stormlands. In Lind's plan, his primary focus was to address the lords of the Stormlands first, ensuring stability in the region before turning his attention to the lords of Dorne. The temperament and character of the Dornish people made it clear to Lind that a conflict with Will would likely escalate into a larger confrontation. Any attack on Will Castle would trigger a chain reaction, potentially drawing in multiple enemies. This concern arose from Lind's earlier conversations with the Red Viper, during which he learned about the alliance of the lords of the Dornish Marches. Centered around Ironwood, this alliance bound the lords to a pact of mutual defense. If one castle were attacked, the others were obligated to come to its aid. In such a scenario, Lind could face a coordinated attack from several Dornish lords. To avoid this, he knew he had to ensure stability in his rear before taking any action. Yet the revelation of the wildling King Hammer's connection to Will Castle presented Lind with a unique opportunity, an opportunity to launch an attack on Will Castle with justifiable cause. If Lind could produce conclusive evidence proving that Wyland Will was indeed Hammer's father and was secretly supplying him with resources to support attacks on the Stormlands, the other lords of Dorne would have no grounds to come to Will's aid. As Lind considered this, Jon and the tribal leader returned to the tent to deliver the results of their interrogation. The scout they had captured was indeed sent by the wildling King Hammer. However, the scout was unaware that the tribal leaders had come to Lind to pledge allegiance. Instead, he believed they were attempting to broker a deal with Lind to purchase weapons and equipment to use against the Stone Mountain tribe. After hearing this, Lind's mind began to formulate a plan. He quickly started delegating tasks to the tribal leaders to ensure they fulfilled their roles in his strategy. Then, without delay, Lind penned a letter to Lord Elwood of Grassy Vale, requesting a supply of food and weapons to be transported to Summerhall. Creators. Chapter 134, Blackhaven. In the following days, Lind took Nymeria and the others on a tour around Summerhall, as if they were on a sightseeing trip, showing no concern for anything related to the wildling king. Every night, he returned to the ruins of Summerhall and re-entered the illusion created by the energy of the vengeful spirits. During these visits, he discovered several unusual things. First, the dragon eggs. As soon as he entered the hall, he would go to the altar and see the dragon eggs in the bronze basin, engulfed in wildfire and burning to ash. Only one remained, but it had turned into an illusion, no longer a solid object. Second, the dwarf and Aegon V seemed to be looking at someone else. No matter how many times he changed his position, their gazes remained fixed, as if unaware of his movements, just as they had been when he first arrived. This led him to two possible conclusions. Either the energy of the vengeful spirits had distorted time and space upon his arrival, aligning his presence with a specific moment on the night of the Great Fire at Summerhall decades ago, making it seem as though the dwarf and Aegon V were seeing him. Or, they were not actually looking at him at all. His initial arrival had simply coincided with the position of some unknown presence, creating the illusion that their gaze was directed at him. As he continued his exploration, he and Nymeria also came across rumors circulating in the nearby villages about the ruins of Summerhall. Some claimed that those who ventured into the ruins at night were killed by the ghosts that resided there. One such victim was found burned all over, as if consumed by flames. However, what was truly strange was that, despite the severe burns on the body, only parts of the person's clothing showed signs of fire damage, most of it remained intact. This suggested that whatever had burned the victim had not been an ordinary fire. Reflecting on this, Lind realized that if not for the frozen dragon rune's resistance to fire, he too would have been burned when he entered the vision. One of the victims had managed to survive until morning, only to die shortly after being discovered by his friends. In his final moments, he had kept muttering about dragon eggs. This rumor made Lind speculate about the origin of the dragon egg in his possession. Perhaps, after the fire, the energy of the vengeful spirits had hidden the egg within the illusion, and only someone like him, capable of resisting the flames without being harmed, had been able to retrieve it. The thought also led him to consider Daenerys, the mother of dragons. She was the unburnt, perhaps this dragon egg had been meant for her. But somewhere along the way, something had gone wrong. Regardless, the illusion offered him no further valuable information. It might serve to expand the historical records of the tragedy at Summerhall, but that had nothing to do with him. With that, Lind handed over all the energy of the vengeful spirits in the ruins to Glory. The creature, having long reached the limit of its patience, rushed into the ruins without hesitation, devouring the energy with a hunger that reminded Lind of a whale feeding. The sight was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. The sheer magnitude of the energy being consumed caused such a disturbance that it even affected the real world. The noise roused many in the camp, who crawled out of their tents, turning their gaze toward the ruins. They had all heard an indescribably piercing scream. Under the night sky, the ruins of Summerhall appeared eerier than ever, amplifying the unsettling effect of the sound. Among those watching from the camp were Lind and Nymeria's subordinates, as well as leaders from various wildling tribes and their people, who had been waiting for food and weapons. While Lind's men stood in silence, the wildlings huddled together in fear, murmuring anxiously. Although their language was unfamiliar, their expressions made it clear they were speaking of ghosts, curses, and other such superstitions. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the unbearable screaming ceased. A collective sigh of relief passed through the gathered crowd. But before they could fully process what had just happened, they saw Glory emerging from the ruins. Its fur had turned completely white, emanating a faint glow as it walked toward Lind, rubbing its head affectionately against his arm. This is Ser Lind using the power of the seven gods to lift the curse from Summerhall. Some believers of the seven gods in the crowd immediately cried out in alarm. One by one, they fell to their knees before Lind, reciting the prayers of the seven. On the other side, the wildling tribes also bowed, murmuring unintelligible words with deep reverence. Only those who had seen Glory in its white-furred form remained somewhat composed, though they, too, were inexplicably shaken. After all, in the darkness, Glory's radiant white light gave it an undeniably sacred appearance. Lind took note of the commotion in the camp, but there was little he could do. He couldn't simply command Glory to revert its fur to black and white stripes. This time, Glory had consumed too much and was temporarily unable to control its abilities. Without offering an explanation, Lind led Glory back to the camp. He issued a few brief orders before taking Glory straight to his tent. For the next 2 days, Glory remained inside, digesting the energy of the resentful spirits, refraining from wandering about. Lind, too, stayed in his tent, absorbing the refined energy that Glory had channeled into him. During this time, he discovered that all the lingering side effects from his previous dragon communion ritual had vanished. Even without the dragon rune necklace, he was no longer affected by the battle memories of the banished knight. Incidentally, the side effects from the Peacekeeper's killing memories had also disappeared. This meant that his first dragon communion ritual had now fully concluded, and he could proceed with the next one. After Glory appeared, the wildling leaders looked at Lind with newfound reverence. Before, Chosen One had been just a title, but now, they truly believed it. Once Grassy Vale delivered the first batch of food and weapons, Lind distributed them among the wildling tribes, repeatedly emphasizing the need to follow his plan. He then instructed Lothier to select a few trustworthy individuals from his people to act as liaisons with the wildlings, ensuring the smooth handover of future supplies. With everything settled, Lind and Nymeria resumed their journey. Their destination, Blackhaven Castle, seat of House Dondarrion, where they would meet Beric Dondarrion, the future legendary Lightning Lord. From what Lind had gathered, Beric Dondarrion was now the Lord of Blackhaven. His father had succumbed to illness during the extreme cold disaster, forcing the young Beric to take up his lordship while still in his teens, a situation not unlike that of Lord Elwood of Grassy Vale. The extreme cold disaster had caused significant upheaval among the nobility, with many lordships changing hands. Another who had suffered a similar fate was Bryce Cailin, Lord of Nightsong. However, his circumstances were far more tragic. His entire family had perished in the outbreak, leaving him the sole survivor. According to Brienne, her father had once sought an engagement between her and Bryce Cailin, hoping to secure a match with the former Lord of Nightsong. How those negotiations had played out was uncertain, but after Bryce Cailin inherited Nightsong, the matter had been left unresolved. Lind's army traveled along the famous Boneway, an ancient road that had existed since the time of the first man. Later, when Dorne controlled the marches, the route had been repaired to accommodate carriages. However, as conflicts between Dorne, the Stormlands, and the Reach intensified over control of the marches, the Boneway became a key military route. The Dornish fortified the high mountains flanking the road with numerous castles and watchtowers, maintaining tight control over the passage. But with the rise of the Targaryens and their dragons, the Boneway's strategic value diminished. Additionally, Daeron I Targaryen had discovered during his conquest of Dorne that a hidden path allowed armies to bypass the fortifications along the Boneway, further reducing its importance. In later years, the Stormlands even managed to seize control of the Boneway north of Will. With Dorne's submission to the Targaryen dynasty, the Boneway's military significance diminished considerably, reducing it to a mere trade route. However, the presence of mountain bandits and wildling tribes entrenched there year-round made this path far more perilous than the Prince's Pass. As a result, few merchant caravans dared to take either route, leading both to fall into disuse over time. By the time Lind's group entered the Boneway, the road had likely remained untouched for several years. Weeds sprouted thickly from the cracks between the stones, some reaching knee-height, so dense that the stone path beneath was barely visible. It took Lind and his companions about 4 days to traverse the distance from Summerhall to Blackhaven. When they were roughly 2 leagues from their destination, they caught sight of Blackhaven Castle standing atop a steep ridge beside the Boneway. Its black basalt walls loomed strong and solemn, while below them, a deep, dry mountain stream carved out a natural defense. A massive city wall blocked the Boneway in front of the castle, leaving only a towering gate, over 10 meters high, for passage. The wall extended along the hillside until it merged with Blackhaven's fortifications. Houses clustered along the slopes on either side of this barrier, forming a small town. As he had done in Grassy Vale, Lind had informed Blackhaven of his visit in advance. Blackhaven, having tracked his progress from its watchtower, had sent a delegation to receive him. Before Lind arrived, a steward was already waiting on the Boneway below the castle. "Lord Lind and Lady Nymeria, welcome. Our lord has prepared a banquet in the castle to honor your arrival." The steward of Blackhaven regarded them with a composed demeanor, though his gaze lingered briefly on Glory with visible concern before he steadied himself. "Welcome, my lords." Unlike Lord Elwood of Grassy Vale, Beric Dondarrion had not come to personally greet them, but Lind paid it no mind. Dismounting alongside the others, he followed the steward up toward the castle. There was no direct path from the Boneway to Blackhaven. A narrow road ran along the castle walls, leading toward the outer defenses. Beneath the fortifications lay the stables, where Lothier left men behind to tend to the horses. The rest of the party continued with Lind, climbing the path that led to Blackhaven's gates. Blackhaven had been built purely for warfare, its location chosen with strategy in mind. Once properly defended, no army could force its way through the Boneway. However, this strategic advantage came with a drawback: Blackhaven was barren. The land was unsuitable for crops, with only fruit trees managing to take root. For generations, the stronghold had sustained itself through the production and export of fruit wine. Yet, rumors persisted that Blackhaven used its prime location for smuggling, securing vast profits to maintain a standing force of up to 1,000 men. For a long time, Blackhaven had depended entirely on external sources for food, making it vulnerable to economic pressure. This changed when a fertile valley was discovered in the mountains east of the Boneway. That land quickly became Blackhaven's most vital resource, except that it did not belong to them. Initially, House Tyrell had little interest in the remote territory of the Red Mountains. It had remained undeveloped for years, and Blackhaven had only begun to cultivate a portion of it cautiously. But when House Tyrell failed to respond, they grew bolder, eventually occupying the entire valley. They were not alone in this practice. House Swan of Stonehelm and House Morrigen of Crow's Nest had also claimed sections of Tyrell land. Yet, House Tyrell showed no sign of concern, no reprimands, no envoys, not even a word of discontent. For a time, Blackhaven believed the matter had been settled, that things would continue as they always had. But then the Tyrells did something no one had anticipated. They granted the land to the new Lord of Summerhall. The news spread swiftly through the Stormlands, catching Blackhaven completely off guard. Had it been any other noble house, Blackhaven might have maneuvered its way out of the situation, perhaps using its military strength and strategic position to coerce the claimant into yielding, or allowing the land to remain nominally under another's name while still controlling it in practice. But this was not just any noble. The new Lord of Summerhall was the most legendary figure in the Seven Kingdoms. His reputation had already eclipsed that of storied warriors like Arthur Dane, Barristan the Bold, and Duncan the Tall, placing him among the greatest heroes of the age of the First Men. No one would call such praise an exaggeration. Lord Lyn Taran of Summerhall was a legend made flesh. His status as one of the 7 gods chosen was already awe-inspiring enough, but beyond that, his power in combat was nothing short of divine. His feats at the victory celebration in Lannisport had left an indelible mark. The sight of him wielding wind and lightning had shaken the Ironborn to their core, convincing them that he was the very incarnation of the legendary storm god. In fact, in several coastal ports and fishing villages frequently raided by the Ironborn, shrines to the storm god had begun to appear. Though the statues within varied in form, they all bore the same striking features: a god adorned with 4 swords, accompanied by a giant shadow cat. In the religion of the Ironborn, the storm god was the eternal nemesis of the drowned god. These villagers, seeking protection from Ironborn raiders, had turned to worship Lynd as their storm god incarnate. Against such a mythic figure, Blackhaven had no room to resist. All they could do now was wait, powerless, for Lynd's decision. Chapter 135, The Chains of Blackhaven. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Beric Dondarrion," said Lynd, setting down the goblet in his hand and looking at the Lightning Lord, who was not much older than himself and still had a slightly immature appearance. "I think we should get down to business." At Lynd's words, Beric's hand trembled slightly, and instinctively, he glanced at the maester sitting nearby, as if seeking his advice. During the banquet, Beric Dondarrion, with his reddish-gold hair, did his best to present himself as a mature lord. He carefully chose his words when speaking with Lynd and Nymeria, trying not to offend either while also ensuring he did not appear weak. As a result, he spoke very slowly, unintentionally giving the impression that he was not particularly intelligent. The maester, speaking on Beric's behalf, said, "Lord Lynd, for hundreds of years, our Blackhaven castle has been a key point of defense against invasion from Dorne and has also maintained law and order in the borderlands. Dozens of surrounding villages are under our protection." "Maester Creighton, you're simply stating that Blackhaven Castle is important," Lynd interrupted directly. He then turned his gaze to Beric Dondarrion and said, "But that is not a justification for invading another's territory." The once lively hall fell into sudden silence. All eyes turned toward the chief's table, particularly those from Blackhaven, who understood that the decision about their future was unfolding at this very moment. Everyone waited quietly for the outcome, except for Lynd and Nymeria's subordinates, who continued eating without concern. "Sir Lynd, you misunderstand. We are not taking your land," Beric Dondarrion explained anxiously. "We began cultivating the land before you arrived, and at the time, Highgarden did not object. On the contrary, they tacitly approved. When Lord Leo Tyrell came to Blackhaven for the tournament, he visited the land we cultivated and even praised how well we had used it. Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Barristan, was also aware of it." Lynd went straight to the heart of the matter. "So, Lord Leo Tyrell has officially included this land within the territory of Blackhaven." Beric fell silent. As Lynd had pointed out, unless the land was legally part of Blackhaven, no amount of praise from the previous landowner could change the fact that House Dondarrion had encroached upon another lord's territory. And that land no longer belonged to House Tyrell, it now belonged to Lynd. With a serious expression, Lynd continued, "During the banquet, I listened to your introduction to Blackhaven and understand how important this land, cultivated over many years, is to you. But I must still say, I'm sorry. A lord's duty to maintain the integrity of his territory is absolute. I have no choice but to reclaim that land. Otherwise, I would be granting an exception to you, and then what of the other lords? Should Will, Stonehelm, and Crow's Nest also be allowed to keep the lands they've seized? How much land would that leave me? And how would I be able to hold my own in the Seven Kingdoms? Though Lynn's voice was not loud, the silence in the hall ensured that everyone heard him clearly. The nobles and knights of Blackhaven, though unwilling to part with the fertile land they had cultivated, could not deny that Lynn's stance was justified. Any lord, faced with the same situation, would make the same decision. It was not just about land, it was about survival and standing in the Seven Kingdoms. Realizing that the land was lost, the nobles and knights of Blackhaven looked visibly dejected. Some, more astute than others, had already begun contemplating the broader implications: food supplies, garrison troops, and stability. Once the land was reclaimed by Lynd, Blackhaven would inevitably face a food shortage, forcing them to rely on costly imports. At the same time, they would no longer be able to sustain a standing army of 1,000 men. A sharp reduction in troops was unavoidable, weakening their ability to protect the surrounding villages. Bandit activity in the mountains would inevitably surge, leading to a rapid decline in law and order across the territory. A worsening security situation would, in turn, lead to population decline. Blackhaven, which already struggled with a limited population, would fall into a demographic crisis with no apparent solution. Among those who grasped the full consequences, some nobles and knights, lacking deep loyalty to House Dondarrion, had already begun considering their exit. Beric Dondarrion, now fully aware that the situation was beyond saving, looked utterly dejected. He picked up his wine goblet and drained it in one gulp. But he drank too fast, choking in the process and coughing violently, spitting wine onto the table. Beric's behavior was somewhat rude. The butler beside him attempted to assist him in descending but was stopped by Lynd. Instead, Lynd reached out and patted Beric's back to help ease his coughing, then waited for him to recover. After a while, Beric's coughing gradually subsided, turning into heavy breathing. His face, reddened from the bout, looked somewhat comical. Lynd picked up the kettle nearby and poured a glass of water into the empty wine glass in front of Beric. "Lord Beric, there's no need to rush. Have a glass of water to steady yourself," he said. Beric Dondarrion, his voice still somewhat hoarse, thanked Lynd before taking the glass and sipping from it. The cool liquid soothed his throat slightly. Seeing that Beric had regained some strength, Lynd continued, "Although I fully intend to reclaim that piece of land, it's not impossible for Blackhaven to continue using it." Beric looked at him in surprise upon hearing this. It was clearly unexpected. The others in the hall also turned their attention to Lynd, their expressions tense. The previously restless atmosphere instantly quieted. "I can lease the land to Blackhaven. All you need to do is pay a portion of the rent each year," Lynd stated, revealing his proposal before adding the specific amount. Though the rent was not insignificant, it was undeniably a favorable deal considering the land's fertility and its ability to produce an abundant food supply. Beric, his maester, the steward, and the noble knights exchanged surprised smiles. The tense atmosphere in the hall began to ease, their emotions shifting with the unexpected offer. However, before they could fully relax, Lynd's next words made them all grow serious once more. "But there is one condition," Lynd said. "I will only lease the land to my allies." "Allies?" Beric looked at Lynd with a puzzled expression, then turned to his maester. The proposition clearly confused him. He wondered if Lynd, due to his background, might not fully grasp the fundamental rules governing noble relations. After all, while Blackhaven was geographically closer to the Reach, it was officially part of the Stormlands. Beric's liege lord was Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, while Lynd owed allegiance to the Lord of Highgarden in the Reach. In times of war, it was understandable for the lords of different fiefdoms to form temporary alliances. However, in a time of peace, forming an alliance with a noble from another region without the explicit approval of one's feudal lord was essentially an act of betrayal. "You seem to have misunderstood me. The allies I refer to are not the kind you're thinking of," Lynd said, gesturing for John to bring forward a prepared document. John complied, handing over a parchment. Lynd then offered it to Beric, saying, "Read this first, then we can discuss." Beric Dondarrion took the parchment and carefully examined its contents. As he read, his expression shifted from serious to surprised, then to puzzled. The terms of the agreement were unexpectedly generous, almost as if it were designed to help House Dondarrion break free from the long-standing constraints that had bound Blackhaven for years. Even disregarding the other provisions, the primary terms regarding support alone were already an immense boon to Blackhaven. Although Blackhaven Castle's primary purpose was to defend against potential incursions from Dorne, the reality was that Dorne posed little direct threat. Instead, the true danger came from the bandits and wildling tribes that roamed the surrounding mountains. Blackhaven's territory was composed almost entirely of rugged, rocky mountains, with little arable land. The few farmable areas were scattered around the outskirts, forcing villages to be built far apart from one another. As a result, Blackhaven had to maintain a large military force to protect these isolated settlements. Even with such efforts, the knights and soldiers stationed in the villages struggled to fend off the well-organized groups of bandits and raiders. Reports of villages being plundered were frequent, and this persistent instability severely hampered Blackhaven's development. If Lyn signs this defensive alliance with Blackhaven now, then just as Blackhaven would be obligated to send reinforcements when Lyn's territory comes under attack, Lyn would also need to send reinforcements when Blackhaven faces attacks or invasions, assisting in resolving any threats. These threats include not only Dorne but also bandits and wildling tribes. Once Lyn intervened in eradicating the bandits in Blackhaven and its surrounding areas, as well as clearing out the wildling tribes, the outcome was predictable, just as it had been in the surrounding areas of Tumbleton and the Rose Road. The bandits who had entrenched themselves there for decades, and the wildling tribes that had resided even longer, had all been wiped out. The incident in Summerhall some time ago was further proof of this. The mere mention of Lyn's name had sent bandits in that area fleeing, while the wildling tribes were so frightened that they had to gather together just to stabilize themselves. This alone demonstrated the formidable deterrent Lyn posed to them. Once the bandits and wildling tribes in Blackhaven were dealt with, the Boneway, the crucial route connecting to Dorne, could be reopened as a major trade passage, much like the Mander in Tumbleton. At that point, Blackhaven, positioned as a vital stronghold, would be able to sustain the castle's operations solely through taxation, without even considering additional benefits. More importantly, without the threat of bandits and wildling tribes, maintaining a large standing military force would no longer be necessary. A regular army of just 100 soldiers would suffice. As for the security of the Boneway, the Covenant stipulated that once the route was restored, Lyn would station troops in the watchtowers and fortresses on both sides of the pass to ensure its safety. This was undoubtedly a great relief for Blackhaven. Even if it could not flourish as Tumbleton had, its situation would still improve dramatically, many times over its current state. Given such favorable alliance terms, Lyn agreeing to lease the reclaimed land to Blackhaven seemed inevitable. In fact, even if Lyn did not allow Blackhaven to use the land, Beric Dondarrion would almost certainly still be willing to sign the alliance. However, what puzzled them was that in this agreement, Lyn appeared to be giving everything. Whether it was helping Blackhaven suppress bandits, clear wildling tribes, or maintain the safety of the Boneway, all of these were burdensome tasks that required a significant investment of manpower and resources. They struggled to see what benefits Lyn would gain from this covenant. As long as the Boneway is open, I will benefit. When Beric Dondarrion asked about Lyn's gains, Lyn took the covenant he had signed with Lord Elwood of Grassy Vale from Jon and handed it to Beric. With a solemn expression, he explained, "I already signed a similar agreement with Lord Elwood of Grassy Vale before this. I've explored the terrain around Summerhall and decided to build a castle near its ruins. The roads between Summerhall, Grassy Vale, and Tumbleton are now fully connected. Once the Boneway is restored, we will be able to trade directly with Dorne, and the profits from that trade will more than cover my expenses." Beric quickly took the document and examined it. Its contents were largely the same as the one he had been presented, except that instead of maintaining the Boneway, the stationed army in the Grassy Vale agreement was assigned to secure trade routes, and the military expenses were not his responsibility. In addition to trade with Dorne, I also intend to use the Boneway to establish a trade route to the other side of the narrow sea, Lyn continued. I plan to build a port city at a suitable location near the mouth of the Red Watch River. This city will engage in direct trade with the free cities across the narrow sea, allowing goods transported from there to be moved through the Boneway into the interior for trade. Lyn deliberately announced this unfinished draft plan, one he had only briefly discussed with Nymeria and the others, in front of the gathered nobles and advisors. His goal was to assure Beric Dondarrion and his council that this agreement could yield substantial benefits without harming Blackhaven's interests. At the same time, he wanted this information to reach the nobles and knights attending the banquet. He expected them to spread word of the plan, ensuring it would soon be known throughout the Stormlands, the Reach, and even Dorne. Once the news spread, Lind was eager to observe how the various lords would react, using their responses as a reference to refine his strategy. After hearing Lind's explanation, Beric Dondarrion had the strong urge to sign the covenant immediately. However, he suppressed that impulse and said, "This matter is of great importance to Blackhaven. I need to discuss it with the maesters and the steward. I also need to inform Lord Renly of Storm's End before I can decide whether to sign this covenant with you. In the meantime, please remain in Blackhaven for a few days until we have reached a final decision." Lind had no objections to this and agreed to stay for 4 days, expressing his hope that House Dondarrion would come to a decision within that time. Chapter 136, Lord of Castle Will. While Lind remained in Blackhaven, awaiting Beric Dondarrion's response to the Covenant of Defense and Offense, unusual changes began to unfold in the Dornish marches north of the Will. The Red Watch clan, which inhabited the region, showed signs of division. Within just a few days, the 20-odd large and small tribes that made up the clan split into 2 opposing factions. One faction was led by the Wildling King, centered around the Stone Mountain tribe, while the other was an alliance of 18 smaller tribes. Both sides were roughly equal in size, but the Stone Mountain tribe held the advantage in equipment, possessing not only iron weapons but also protective gear such as leather armor and shields. However, the alliance of smaller tribes had somehow acquired iron weapons of their own. Though fewer in number compared to those of the Wildling King's forces, these weapons were of significantly higher quality. Not long ago, during a skirmish between the 2 factions, many of the Wildling King's tribe's iron weapons were shattered by their enemy's superior blades, leading to their rapid collapse in that engagement. Since then, the 2 sides had remained locked in a tense standoff within their respective territories, seemingly waiting for something. Yet those who closely observed the frontier knew that regardless of how this internal struggle ended, a powerful tribal force would inevitably emerge from the conflict, an outcome that boded ill for the lords and small folk of the Dornish marches north of the Will River. South of the river's mouth, outside the castle hall in Will, a Wildling tribesman stood anxiously by the door, peering inside from time to time. His clothing was indistinguishable from that of the small folk, and with his hood pulled up, he would have blended easily into any crowd. Only by pulling down the collar of his shirt and revealing the tattoo on his neck could his identity as a Wildling be confirmed. "Follow me." After a long wait, the chief servant of Will Castle emerged from the hall and gestured for the tribesman to follow. Leading him around the hall, through a side corridor, and into a small courtyard at the rear of the castle, the servant instructed him to wait before turning away and leaving. The Wildling grew impatient as he stood there, but before long, Will entered the courtyard with his captain of men-at-arms and his maester. His expression was dark with anger. The Wildling from the Stone Mountain tribe immediately knelt, bowing respectfully before Lord Wyland Will of Will Castle, like a servant, because that was what he was. Wyland had handpicked him for a particular purpose, to watch over his bastard son, whom he loathed to acknowledge. To Wyland Will, the bastard was a lifelong disgrace, a living reminder of shameful days he wished to forget. The boy's mother had been sent to the skinners in the north more than a decade ago, and Wyland had a strip of her flayed skin fashioned into a pair of undergarments, his twisted way of erasing the memory of his humiliation. As for the child born from that woman, had it not been for his grander plans to secure control over the Dornish marches, Wyland would have strangled the infant at birth. Instead, he had endured years of feigned fatherly affection, all for the sake of his ambitions. Now, with his plan nearing completion and that cursed offspring having risen to become the king of the Wildlings, Wyland was on the verge of realizing the Will family's long-cherished dream of reclaiming the Dornish marches north of the Will River. Soon, he would no longer have to look upon that wretched child. This was the final stage of his scheme, when he could least afford any unforeseen obstacles. Yet it seemed the gods, whether the 7, the old gods, or any others that might exist, had no intention of letting him see his goal achieved without interference. A few days prior, a raven had arrived in Will, bearing a proclamation from King's Landing. The decree announced that Lyn Taran had been granted the title of Lord of Summerhall in recognition of his military achievements. Additionally, House Tyrell had awarded him the forest lands they held in the Dornish marches as a reward for his efforts against bandits. When Wyland Will received the news, he had nearly gone mad with fury. For over a decade, he had meticulously plotted his rise, only to have his ambitions cruelly thwarted just as victory was within reach. And worst of all, there was nothing he could do about it. He knew all too well how formidable Lind was. Having attended the tournament in God's grace, he had personally witnessed the moment Lind, after making a wager against all the nobles and knights of Dorne, had effortlessly defeated his challengers. In the aftermath, tales of Lind's prowess had spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, carried by bards who embellished his feats beyond recognition. The latest rumors painted him as nothing short of a god, one who wielded thunder and storm at his command. Although Will did not believe the exaggerated rumors, he did believe in Lind's military record. After all, it had been confirmed by the Iron Throne. Lind had traveled thousands of miles, annihilated thousands of enemies, and rescued several cities. Such overwhelming combat prowess was something Will simply could not withstand. After learning all of this, the only thing he could do was wait for news of Lind's arrival. Just a day ago, his spy in Blackhaven had sent word that Lind, who had been inspecting his lands, had arrived in Blackhaven. At the welcome banquet held in his honor, Lind had made it clear that he intended to reclaim the land currently occupied by Blackhaven. For him, this was undoubtedly bad news. He, too, had occupied part of the northern bank of the Will, territory that belonged to Lind. This meant he was next in line to relinquish his claim. As if dealing with Lind wasn't trouble enough, a new issue had arisen: his own bastard son. The once unified Red Watch clan had fractured into two factions, leaving Lord Will with the growing sense that everyone was turning against him. His mood was understandably sour. Seated in the courtyard, Will picked up the jug from the table and poured himself a drink. Taking a deep gulp, he turned to the spy he had planted near his bastard son and said, "You'd better have some good news for me. I've had enough bad news today." The man opened his mouth as if to speak, but after hearing Will's words, he hesitated and fell silent again. Witnessing this, Will rubbed his aching forehead, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger rising in his chest. "Go on," he said. "What did Hammer send you here for?" The man finally spoke. "Lord Hammer hopes that my lord can provide a better batch of weapons. The previous ones were too poor in quality. During the battle with the traitors, our weapons were cut down by theirs. Without good weapons, Lord Hammer will find it difficult to suppress the traitors." Lord Will's expression darkened. "Why did Hammer allow those tribes to form an alliance? Didn't I tell him to weaken them?" The man quickly explained, "Lord Hammer did as you commanded, he weakened the tribes. But later, they received support from an unknown source. Not only did they acquire large supplies of food and weapons, but when Lord Hammer was about to take action, they had already formed an alliance. Lord Will couldn't help but suspect that someone had uncovered his plans and sabotaged them in secret." "Do you know who supported the tribes?" he asked. "No," the man admitted after a moment of thought, "but I'm certain the support only arrived recently." "Only recently?" Lord Will's thoughts immediately turned to Lind. Lind had only just entered the Dornish marches to inspect his lands, and now, suddenly, the wildling tribes of the Red Watch clan had received outside support. The timing was too convenient to ignore. Still, whether or not Lind was responsible didn't change Lord Will's immediate priorities. What mattered now was preserving the results of his long-term planning, ensuring a wildling tribe that remained entirely under his control. That meant he had no choice but to supply his bastard son with weapons and food. "I'll have the weapons and food he needs ready in 10 days, Lord Will declared, making his decision. "The handover will take place at the usual location. Also, tell him to resolve the civil war within the Red Watch clan as soon as possible. Once that's done, he is to take his people and move west, beyond Red Watch and the Red Watch River, to the borderlands near Blackhaven." Will was nothing if not pragmatic. He understood that unless he could rally the nobles of the marches, such as the Ironwoods, to join him in opposing Lind Taryn, he would stand no chance against him. Lind had the backing of the Iron Throne, Highgarden, and the faith of the Seven. That was a force Will could not afford to face alone. The lords of the Dornish marches had all suffered devastating losses in the extreme cold disaster, leaving them in no position to support Will Castle anytime soon. If he clashed with Lind now, there would be no outside help, he would have to face the storm alone. With no realistic chance of victory, his only option was to salvage as much of his plan as possible. The greatest outcome of all his efforts was securing control over the Red Watch clan. That was why he had ordered his bastard son to lead them west, away from Lind's expanding influence. That mountainous region belonged to no one, it was unclaimed land. Marching west of Blackhaven. The men hesitated before speaking with unease. My lord, I'm afraid Lord Hammer won't listen to me. When I arrived, he was already gathering all his soldiers to prepare for war against the traitors. Once he has dealt with them, he intends to attack Blackhaven. Will's expression shifted to surprise. He rose from his chair and questioned, why does he want to attack Blackhaven? Didn't I make it clear that Blackhaven isn't to be dealt with for the time being? The men quickly explained, Lord Hammer believes Blackhaven is supplying the rebels with weapons and provisions. He wants to teach them a lesson. Damn it. That idiot. Will knew his disobedient kin had ignored his orders. Enraged, he cursed repeatedly, then snatched the long sword from his captain of men-at-arms and, in a fit of fury, began hacking at the surrounding shrubs and flowers. Everyone in the courtyard lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. The men from the Stone Mountain tribe buried his face against the ground, his body trembling. Just then, a servant happened to pass through the courtyard, carrying something in his hands. Upon witnessing Will's outburst, his face turned deathly pale. Before he could lower his head, Will charged at him with his long sword, beheading him before he had a chance to react. As the blood splattered onto his body, Will quickly regained his composure. He stared expressionlessly at the corpse before turning to the captain of the men-at-arms. Sheathing his sword, he issued his command in a calm tone. Throw the body into the pit with the poisonous snakes. And find out if he has any family, throw them in too. It'd be a shame for him to be alone in that pit. Let his family accompany him. Yes, my lord, the captain of the men-at-arms responded, struggling to keep his voice steady. Will then turn to the messenger. Tell Hammer to come here himself once the weapons and food are handed over. I will speak to him personally. Yes, my lord, the men replied hastily before making his exit from the courtyard as quickly as possible. Will returned to his chambers, washed the blood from his body, and headed directly to his lord's study. There, the butler and several subordinate nobles were already waiting to report on various matters. The moment Wyland entered, they bowed hurriedly. Before they could begin their reports, Will raised a hand to silence them. He dismissed the subordinate nobles, keeping only the butler behind. Then, in a cold, measured voice, he ordered, recall everyone from the northern shore. Tear down all the villages that have been built, flood all the reclaimed land with seawater, destroy every dock in the fishing villages, and burn down whatever cannot be dismantled. The head administrator was left utterly stunned. Though Will had stated it as a simple order, its impact would be immense, tens of thousands of lives would be affected. More than 20 villages and fishing settlements fell within the scope of the command, housing a combined population of 20 to 30,000. What baffled him even more was that Will had spent over a decade developing those areas, establishing farmland and building fishing communities. Now, he intended to erase all of it. Beyond the wasted effort and time, the financial loss alone would amount to tens of thousands of golden dragons. Still, despite his shock and confusion, the butler dared not question the decision. He knew well that doing so would be a death sentence. The previous steward had made that mistake. Choosing his words carefully, he said, "My lord, this will take time." Take time. Will's eyes narrowed in displeasure. The steward quickly clarified, at the start, the Lord promised those who settled there that the land they cultivated would belong to them. If we recall them now, I fear. I will station 1,000 men to assist you, Wyland will cut in without hesitation. If anyone refuses my order, do not hesitate. Treat them as rebels. The steward immediately nodded. Yes, my lord. I will have it done within 20 days. Wyland will continued, also, prepare 1,000 long swords and axes, wrapped the same way as last time. And prepare some wheat cakes, the same kind we feed the horses. Wrap them as before. Those savages deserve nothing better than what animals eat. When everything is ready, I will deliver the goods myself in 10 days. Creators. Chapter 137, The Blackhaven Pact. Lind and Nymeria had been in Blackhaven for 3 days. Much like in Summerhall, their stay was leisurely. Aside from exploring the surroundings, they spent most of their time in their room. It wasn't due to boredom but rather the abnormalities affecting both Glory and the Dragon Egg, which dampened their enthusiasm for further exploration. Back in Summerhall, Lind had attempted to preserve the dragon egg using the Banished Knights method. The process itself was fairly simple. It involved channeling transformed magic into the eggs through a special dragon rune. Under normal circumstances, the rune used for preservation would take some time to absorb ambient magic before it became usable. But recent events had proven to be an exception. Glory had consumed a vast amount of energy from vengeful spirits, and much of that transformed energy had been infused into Lind's body. The nourishing power generated by the dragon communion ritual had already fully integrated into him with the aid of the previous energy, making the new influx somewhat excessive. Though this excess energy posed no harm, its accumulation left him uncomfortable, like the persistent sensation of a foreign object shifting inside one's ear. It wasn't painful, but it was enough to be an irritant. To alleviate this, Lind attempted to channel the surplus energy into the dragon runes. After experimenting with various runes, he discovered that only two could absorb the energy, the dragon runes on the dragonglass necklace and the one maintaining the dragon egg. The rest either ignored or outright rejected the energy. Since the dragon egg required maintenance, he directed all of the excess energy into its rune. Initially, the egg remained unchanged. In Lind's specialized vision, he could see the infused energy merging seamlessly with the egg's innate magic, without any signs of rejection. That held true until the following day at noon. After returning from an outing with Nymeria in the outskirts of Blackhaven, he performed his routine infusion of rune magic into the egg, only this time, something unexpected happened. The once exquisite, blood-red, scaly shell suddenly began to show signs of petrification. It started as a few isolated spots, but as the rune's magic continued to flow into the egg, the petrified areas expanded. Lind, preoccupied with controlling the magic's flow, failed to notice the transformation at first. By the time Nymeria sensed something was wrong, the pattern of pitted stone had already spread across the entire shell. Once fully petrified, the egg was almost unrecognizable. Its once refined, intricate appearance was gone, replaced by something that resembled a crude imitation. Yet, despite its stone-like exterior, Lind could see that the magic within the egg hadn't diminished. On the contrary, it had grown even more potent. Unlike before, when its magic radiated outward like light, it had now withdrawn inward, condensing into a blood-red energy mass marked with blue patterns that mirrored the scales once covering its shell. Nymeria was worried that something had gone wrong with the egg, while Lind recalled a phrase from his previous life, "A divine object conceals itself." With her concerns lingering, the two of them remained in their room in Blackhaven for the next few days, carefully observing whether the dragon egg would undergo any further changes. However, for reasons unknown, coincidentally, at the same time the dragon egg was undergoing abnormal changes, Glory also experienced some unusual events. After consuming the energy of the vengeful spirit, Glory temporarily lost the ability to change the color of its fur, remaining white for a full day before recovering. After that, no further abnormalities occurred. Through their spirit bond, Lind became aware of Glory's condition and confirmed that aside from feeling a bit full, it had suffered no adverse effects. That was, until the day the dragon egg changed. On that day, Glory became extremely lethargic, sleeping for most of the day. As it slept, the color of its fur shifted in sync with its breathing. If it were merely sleeping after a large meal, with its fur changing color at random, it wouldn't have been cause for concern. But what Lind truly regarded as abnormal was that, along with the shifting fur colors, an additional halo of light had begun to appear around Glory's body. In fact, this aura had been present for some time. It first appeared when Glory's fur turned pure white, giving it a sacred appearance. However, it had previously only been visible at night and seemed to have no special effects. Now, however, the aura had changed. It was clearly visible even in daylight, and it was no longer just white. When Glory's fur turned black, a black aura appeared alongside it. More importantly, these halos carried distinct abilities. The white aura seemed to have healing properties. When Nymeria stroked Glory's fur while it was asleep, she noticed that the old training injuries on her palms were slowly healing within the glow. The black aura, on the other hand, appeared to drain vitality. When she placed her hand within it, a numbness spread through her palm, and the surface of her skin began to show faint signs of aging and decay. It was clear that the immense energy from the vengeful spirits had caused another mutation in Glory's body. This time, however, the mutation did not cause physical growth but instead granted it extraordinary abilities. Whether this was because the vengeful spirit energy in Summerhall was different from others, or if each instance of devouring such energy triggered a unique mutation, remained unknown. While Lind and Nymeria were tending to Glory and the Dragon Egg, the people of Blackhaven were preoccupied with their own matters. They spent their days debating the advantages and disadvantages of the defensive alliance while awaiting a response from Storm's End. Among the Blackhaven dignitaries, discussions about the alliance were brief. The Boneway Fortress and Watchtower, where Lind planned to station troops, technically belonged to Blackhaven. However, Blackhaven had long sought to relinquish control over these fortifications. Now that Lind was taking responsibility for them, they were more than willing to let him have them. Furthermore, the other support treaties in the Covenant were not one-sided obligations for Blackhaven. Lind was also bound to provide reciprocal aid, and there was no imbalance in the agreement. The only clause that caused some contention among the nobles was the exemption of Lind's caravans from all taxes and tolls when passing through the Boneway. This provision also extended to Blackhaven's caravans traveling through the section of the Boneway within Summerhall's territory. Since the majority of the Boneway lay within Blackhaven's borders, with only a small portion falling under Summerhall, Blackhaven's nobles felt this arrangement put them at a disadvantage. They wished to negotiate an amendment, but Lind refused to meet with them, leaving John to handle the discussions and make his stance clear. He believed that even if the Blackhaven nobles were displeased, they would ultimately agree to the terms. As expected, the following day, they informed Storm's End of the defensive alliance via Raven. It was evident that the moment they sent the message, they had already resolved to sign the treaty. The debates over the past 2 days had merely been an attempt to extract further benefits before finalizing the agreement. However, as time passed, their focus shifted away from the alliance itself and toward Storm's End. While there was no real conflict in Lind, a Reach noble, signing a regional defense pact that only concerned the marches, meaning it could not be considered a betrayal of the Stormlands, Beric Dondarrion and his advisors still sought reassurance from Storm's End to avoid any potential complications. Yet, despite having sent their letter several days prior, they had received no response. Suspicion began to grow. Could it be that Storm's End opposed their alliance with Lind? On the last day of their stay, a raven from Storm's End finally returned with a letter, but its contents left them all feeling a bit puzzled. The letter made no mention of Lind or the alliance. Instead, it conveyed only 2 points. First, that after the Lannisport tournament, Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, had gone to visit Highgarden and would be staying there for a while, and second, that the Stormlands and the Reach had long been friends and would continue to be so in the future. Though the letter's contents confused the people of Blackhaven, some were able to discern subtle hints. They speculated that Storm's End was implying a strong bond between the Lord of Storm's End and Highgarden, suggesting that the offensive and defensive alliance would proceed without issue. For this reason, on the final day in Lind, Beric Dondarrion led the castle's advisors to formally sign the alliance. Once the signed original copy of the pact was safely stored, Lind made his position clear. After concluding his territorial inspection, he would personally lead an army into the region to clear out all bandits and wildling tribes from the eastern side of the Red Mountains. At that time, Blackhaven would also need to send forces to cooperate. Beric welcomed the plan and stated that he would personally lead his men to join Lind's anti-bandit campaign. Meanwhile, as Lind prepared to leave, Glory's condition had not improved. A cargo wagon had to be arranged for him, as he spent the entire day sleeping. Blackhaven also sent 100 men to accompany Lind's group, ensuring additional protection. So far, Lind's tenure as a lord had gone remarkably smoothly. Many tasks that were originally planned for after the formal relocation of his territory had already been accomplished ahead of schedule. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it felt as if he were blessed by the gods. However, whether the rest of the journey would continue as smoothly remained uncertain. Stonehelm and Crow's Nest could be set aside for now, but from the information Lothier had gathered before departure, there were signs that Will might pose some trouble. Even while Lind and Nymeria were waiting in Blackhaven to sign the Alliance of Defense and Attack Pact, they had already dispatched Lothier and his men to investigate the situation in Will. Just as they were packing up and leaving Blackhaven to continue their journey, Lothier's men returned, bringing urgent news to Lind, who had just passed Blackhaven's gates. They reported the situation on the north bank of the Will River and the estuary. The day before, Will had sent a large number of men across the Will River into Lind's territory. They had recalled the citizens of Will who had settled in the occupied lands and destroyed any villages that were still intact. Additionally, they had attempted to use seawater to flood the reclaimed land. It was clear that Will intended to return the occupied territory to Lind, but not in one piece. Not only had they razed the settlements, but they had also shown no mercy to the people. Though Lind was displeased with Will's actions, he could say nothing. After all, the people belonged to Will. However, he had no intention of allowing Lord Wyland of Will to reclaim the villages and cultivated land in such a manner. Without hesitation, he ordered Lothier and Dacey to lead all the knights and cavalry to reinforce Lothier's men, preventing Will from further destruction, even if it meant going to war. However, they were not to interfere with the expulsion of the people. Instead, they could provide the displaced villagers with weapons to defend themselves against Will's soldiers if they wished to resist. With his knights dispatched, Lind and Nymeria remained under the protection of Blackhaven's soldiers. Upon hearing this news, Beric Dondarrion immediately dispatched another 20 knights and 100 men to reinforce Lind and Nymeria's escort. Though Beric did not believe Lind needed to worry about being ambushed given his strength, he still needed to demonstrate his commitment as an ally. The alliance treaty stipulated that aid must be provided if an ally's territory came under attack. Will's actions were undoubtedly an act of aggression, making it Beric's duty to send reinforcements. Furthermore, he instructed his knights to convey a message. If necessary, he would personally lead Blackhaven's garrison to support Lind. Nymeria, upon hearing the knights' report, raised an eyebrow in surprise. His maester and steward didn't try to stop him. The knight gave an awkward smile but remained silent. It was clear that Beric Dondarrion must have been advised against such action by his maester and steward, but he had chosen to act regardless. "Our allies this time aren't bad," Nymeria noted, catching the subtle implications in the knight's expression. She turned to Lind. Lind nodded in agreement. Beric Dondarrion was one of the few lords who still upheld the spirit of chivalry in what would soon become a chaotic time. Especially considering that, in the end, he had given his life for Caitlin Tully, a sacrifice that few others would have made. Of course, what had driven him to that end was not merely his sense of chivalric honor, but the torment of dying and being resurrected over and over again, which had left him on the brink of collapse. Even so, his actions remained admirable. As these thoughts crossed Lind's mind, he glanced back in the direction of Blackhaven and muttered, "I hope this alliance can change his future." Nymeria, standing nearby, caught his words but did not understand. "What future?" she asked. Lind only smiled in response, offering no explanation, and ordered. Chapter 138, Claiming the Bone Bridge. The Gale Tower stood at the end of the Boneway, on the northern side of the Will River. It was the last watchtower under Blackhaven's control. Beyond it, further south, lay the Will River, marking the boundary of the territory controlled by Will Castle. From the top of the Gale Tower, one could clearly see the Will River and the Bone Bridge spanning it. Across the river, on the opposite bank, stood the Serpent Fang Tower, a fortress used by Will Castle to keep watch over the north. By the time Lind's group arrived, evening had already fallen. Rather than pressing on, they set up camp on a relatively flat stretch of ground below the Gale Tower. While the others busied themselves with camp preparations, Lind and Nymeria led a few people toward the Will River, gazing across at the Serpent Fang Tower on the far bank. It had been 3 days since they had left Blackhaven. During that time, Lothier, Dacey, and Russell had periodically reported on the situation. Overall, events had unfolded much as Lind had anticipated. With Lothier and Dacey joining the fight, the Will soldiers attempting to destroy the village had no means of resisting the cavalry's assault. What made matters even worse for the Will forces was their decision to split into over a dozen smaller units to hasten the destruction of the village and drive out its people. This fragmentation gave Lothier the opportunity to pick them off one by one. Of the more than 1,000 soldiers defending Will Castle, only about 30 managed to escape back to the north bank of the Will River. Nearly half of the remaining force was slain by the cavalry, while the rest were taken captive. Among the hundreds of captured soldiers, only a small number, those who had not sustained serious injuries and had shown relative compliance, were set aside. At Lothier's suggestion, the rest were handed over to the villagers whose homes had been attacked and destroyed by the Will soldiers. What would ultimately become of the prisoners was not their concern, but the seething hatred in the villagers' eyes left little doubt as to their fate. Will Castle had clearly not expected Lind to act with such swiftness, nor had they anticipated the sheer ferocity of his cavalry. In less than 2 days, over 1,000 of their garrison troops had been annihilated before they could even send for reinforcements. The sudden loss had sent Lord Wyland Will of Will Castle into a panic. In desperation, he hastily conscripted a large number of farmers from his lands, mixing them with 12 knights and over 100 seasoned soldiers. This force was now stationed at the far end of the Bone Bridge. Not stopping there, Lord Wyland had also begun constructing fortifications to block the bridge, determined to prevent Lynn's cavalry from launching an ambush across the river. "The Bone Bridge should be in our hands," Nymeria said, standing by the riverbank, watching the fortifications being built on the other side. Her advice was direct and to the point. Lynd nodded in agreement. When he first considered restoring the Boneway trade route, he had already decided that securing the bridge connecting the Stormlands and Dorne was essential. This was the most critical point on the Boneway, determining whether trade between the two regions could flow smoothly. Control of it was necessary for his peace of mind. "Does this bridge have a clear owner?" Lynd turned to the knight captain sent by Blackhaven. "Normally, it belongs to Castle Will," the knight captain replied after a brief pause, "but in reality, whoever controls it is the owner." In the past, Blackhaven also held the bridge for a time. He glanced at Lynd, seemingly guessing his intent, and added, "In truth, you need not worry too much, Sir Lynd. The Marcher lords and their neighbors have been fighting for thousands of years, and territorial control shifts frequently. Beyond the fixed lands around their castles, power determines ownership elsewhere. As long as there's no major upheaval, neither the lords of the various kingdoms nor the Iron Throne tend to interfere with what happens here." Lynd nodded repeatedly, appearing to acknowledge the knight captain's words. But in reality, he dismissed them entirely. The knight captain's perspective was limited to the conflicts of the marches. If Lynd followed the simplistic logic of might makes right, as the knight suggested, he would inevitably invite the Iron Throne's censure and alienate the lords of the marches. Even Blackhaven, his ally, would likely grow wary of him. "Let's go. Time to meet our future neighbors." Lynd pulled the reins, guiding his warhorse toward the Bone Bridge. Nymeria followed without hesitation, both of them acting as if the wool soldiers stationed on the opposite side were of no concern. The knights from Blackhaven, however, were uneasy. They had heard the tales of Lynd's legendary strength, his feats likened to those of mythical heroes, but they had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, with only about 20 of them, they were riding toward a force of thousands. If those soldiers reacted unpredictably, an outright attack would be impossible to withstand. Yet, as knights, they understood their duty, to protect Lynd and Nymeria. No matter how anxious or fearful they felt, they followed. On the far side of the Bone Bridge, the soldiers of Will were momentarily stunned. To them, the sight was madness, charging forward with only a few dozen men against a force numbering in the thousands. Then, as they took a closer look at Lynd and Nymeria, their faces went pale, and their eyes filled with awe. Recognition dawned instantly, the massive warhorses beneath them and glory at Lynd's side. The stories surrounding Lynd weighed heavily on the minds of these ordinary soldiers. The officer in charge wasted no time. Realizing he was out of his depth, he immediately dispatched a messenger to the nearby Serpent Fang Tower to summon the knight in command. This was not a situation the knight captain could handle alone. Soon, the captain of the knights, sent by Wyland Will to defend Bone Bridge, hurriedly arrived at the makeshift barricade of planks and posts. After carefully surveying the people on the other side, panic flashed across his face, and he muttered, "Oh no, we're in trouble." Turning to the officer beside him, he ordered, "Ride back to Will immediately and inform the Lord of everything that has happened here." The officer did not hesitate. He mounted a swift horse and galloped toward Will Castle. "Everyone, stay alert," the knightly captain commanded those in the camp. Taking a deep breath, he led a small group beyond the crude wooden barrier, stepping forward to the fortifications to await Lynd's arrival. Although Lynd was not from Dorne, that did not prevent the Dornish from admiring strength, and the knight before them was among those who did. He was one of the few followers of Wyland Will who had accompanied him to the God's Grace tournament, where he had personally witnessed how effortlessly Lynd had dispatched challengers as if they were mere children. He had also seen how Lynd dealt with the assassins who attempted to kill Willis in the town of God's Grace. Over the past year, countless rumors about Lynd had spread through Dorne, filling him with both awe and unease. Even with more than 1,000 soldiers behind him, hastily gathered to defend the city, he felt far from secure, knowing better than anyone the true nature of these troops. Soon, Lynd and his party arrived. To prevent Lynd from assessing the true state of the peasant soldiers behind the fortifications, the knight promptly stepped forward, leaving the defensive position behind. Approaching Lynd and Nymeria, he saluted them and said, "My lords, Lord Taryn and Lady Footley, I am Anders Sand of Castle Will. May I ask why you have come?" Before he could finish, Lind raised a hand, cutting him off. His gaze shifted past the knight to the soldiers concealed behind the rudimentary defenses. Even from small details, it was obvious, they were nothing more than conscripted peasants, not trained soldiers. Their combat ability was practically non-existent. Still seated on his horse, Lind turned his gaze back to the knight, noting that his face seemed familiar. "Sir Anders, haven't I seen you somewhere before?" he asked. Anders Sand responded quickly, "I participated in the God's Grace tournament a year ago. I watched as you accepted the challenges and even received some guidance from you. I'm pleased to see you again, Sir Anders." Lind nodded before his expression turned serious. "In that case, I won't waste words. The recent invasion of my lands by Castle Will has caused irreparable damage. Though the invaders have been eliminated, the mastermind behind the attack must be held accountable. My lord, regarding this matter." Anders Sand's face paled as he hurriedly tried to defend his lord. Lind raised his hand again, silencing him. "You don't need to say anything. You're merely a knight and have no authority to decide. Your only task is to deliver my words to Lord Wyland Will. Only he can respond. Do you understand?" Under the weight of Lind's authority, Anders instinctively lowered his head. "Yes," he murmured. Lind's expression remained severe. "Tell your lord this, Bone Bridge will serve as compensation for Castle Will's invasion of my land. Within 2 days, all people in the area surrounding Serpent Fang Tower must evacuate. If not, I will consider it a declaration of war. And when I come to Castle Will, I won't be taking just Bone Bridge. Have you understood my words clearly?" "Yes, my lord," Anders whispered. Lind said nothing more. He turned his horse and rode away. Nymeria and the others were puzzled by Lind's aggressive stance, but they chose not to question him immediately, instead following silently. After watching Lind depart, Anders let out a quiet sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, he instructed his deputy to manage affairs in his absence, then mounted his horse and rode swiftly toward Will Castle. Whether due to the previous officer's lack of riding skill or some other reason, Anders soon caught up to and overtook him, taking it upon himself to deliver the message to Will. As Anders rode to Will, carrying Lind's warning, Lind and his group returned to their camp beneath Gale Tower. Upon arrival, Lind and Nymeria dismounted, handing their horses to Asha and Brienne. They entered their tent, where the twin maidservants handed them towels to wipe the dust from their faces and hands. At that moment, Nymeria could no longer hold back her question. "Do you really think Wyland will listen to your threats and give you the Bone Bridge?" "I don't know," Lind replied, shaking his head. "You don't know?" Nymeria looked at him in surprise. "When you said those words, did you not think about Wyland Will's reaction beforehand?" Lind shook his head again. "No, I didn't think about it. I just blurted those words out on impulse." Nymeria stared at him in disbelief. After a long pause, she asked, "Then why did you suddenly decide to say those threatening words?" "It's simple, just a shot in the dark," Lind admitted. "Haven't you noticed? Ever since we left Grassy Vale, everything has gone incredibly smoothly, without a single obstacle. Before we set out, we expected trouble, lords resisting us, bandits, wildling tribes, but every challenge has been resolved almost effortlessly. It's as if we've been blessed by the gods, surrounded by good fortune. So I want to see if luck can still work in our favor here in Will." Nymeria smiled. "And have you considered what you'll do if Wyland Will doesn't yield to your threats?" "What else?" "As I said, we go to war," Lind shrugged. "Wasn't that the plan all along? We were already preparing to attack Will. We just needed an excuse. Originally, we intended to use the wildling tribes colluding with Will and invading my territory as a justification, but now that's unnecessary. Who would have thought that Wyland Will would be foolish enough to send people into my lands to stir up trouble and get caught doing it? Why waste such a perfect excuse?" Nymeria opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. It seemed to her that Lind had grown a little too confident from his recent string of successes. He was becoming more casual in his decisions, no longer as cautious or deliberate as before. She wanted to advise him, to caution him against recklessness, but she hesitated, not wanting to dampen his spirits. Lind seemed to read her thoughts. He took her hand and smiled. Don't worry, I haven't let success get to my head. Though I acted a bit impulsively this time, I haven't deviated from my plan. This is also a good opportunity to test Lord Will's limits by pushing him. Hearing this, Nymeria nodded. She put the matter out of her mind, picked up her battle-axe, and stepped outside to train again with the knights from Blackhaven. Compared to the hedge knights she had recruited in Tumbleton, the knights from Blackhaven were more disciplined and adept at coordinating their troops in battle formations. They put far more pressure on her, which was precisely why she had spent the past 2 days using their formations to sharpen her own experience against organized knightly tactics. That night, Daisy and the others arrived at Gale Tower, bringing with them the prisoners from Castle Will. Lind ordered the men from Blackhaven to take the prisoners to Blackhaven for imprisonment, with instructions to transfer them back once the necessary facilities in his territory were completed. Although Lothier and Daisy had managed to eliminate over 1,000 soldiers defending Will Castle, they had suffered more than 70 casualties in the process, hardly an impressive battle record in Lind's eyes. The soldiers they had fought in Will had not been the full garrison of 1,000 men. Instead, the forces had been spread across more than 10 villages, with only 100 to 200 soldiers stationed in each at most. In contrast, Lind's forces had 400 to 500 well-trained cavalry, an overwhelming numerical and tactical advantage. And yet, despite this superiority, they had still suffered over 70 casualties. The result was far from ideal. Fortunately, only 3 had been killed in battle, while the rest had sustained varying degrees of injury. Lind had several officers go over the battle from start to finish, analyzing every decision, every maneuver, to determine where their command had faltered. He did not just want fierce warriors who could charge headlong into battle, he needed commanders capable of strategy and tactical leadership. As they reviewed the battle late into the night, a camp guard suddenly rushed in with urgent news. An envoy from the wildling tribes had arrived, requesting an audience with Lind. The moment he heard this, Lind paused, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It made him think. Chapter 139, King of the Wildlings. Your king wants to see me. Lind frowned slightly as he regarded the envoy standing before him. Even before meeting this wildling messenger, Lind had already surmised that he could not be from one of the tribes that had sworn allegiance to him. That left only one possibility, the wildling king. What surprised him, however, was the message itself. The envoy had come to tell him that the wildling king, Hammer, wanted to meet with him. The power structure of the wildling tribes was loose, entirely centered around their leaders. A strong leader could make a tribe formidable, but if something happened to that leader, even the mightiest tribe would crumble in a short time. For Hammer to have risen as the wildling king of the northeastern Red Mountains, he had to be more than just brave, he had to be intelligent. And if he was intelligent, he would surely recognize the danger of meeting Lind. Yet he had still sent an envoy to arrange the meeting. Did the wildling king have absolute confidence in his own strength, or was he simply arrogant? Yes, the chieftain will meet with you alone, Sir Lind, at Lake Handle, 3 miles from here. I believe you will not be bringing anyone with you, the wildling envoy stated with grave seriousness. Lind ignored his words and instead summoned the officer stationed at Gale Tower. Once the officer arrived, Lind inquired about the location of Sword Handle Lake. It's easy to find. It's at the end of the path outside the camp, the officer replied. It's not very big, just a slightly larger pool of water. Lind nodded and dismissed the officer before turning back to the envoy. And how does your king guarantee that he will go to Lake Handle alone? The wildling envoy replied calmly, just as you cannot guarantee that you will go alone, our chieftain cannot either. It depends on which of you is the more trustworthy. Lind studied him with interest. Your words and mannerisms do not resemble those of a wildling. The envoy straightened with pride. My teacher was Durin, a maester with profound knowledge. He lived among the wildling tribes for over 10 years to study their history, and he taught me everything I know. Maester Durin. Studying the history of the wildling tribes. Nymeria, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly sat up, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Does this Maester Durin have a birthmark the size of a seal on his face? Yes, Lady Nymeria. My lord, do you know him? The envoy looked at her, puzzled. Nymeria did not answer immediately. Instead, in a detached tone, she asked, what happened to him? The envoy sensed no warmth in her voice and felt a prickle of unease. Still, he answered truthfully, he is dead. He was killed in a sneak attack a few years ago. Already dead. That's a relief for him. Nymeria let out a cold snort. Lind frowned slightly. Did this Maester Durin have a grudge against you? Nymeria's expression was heavy as she replied, before Maester Eve, this Maester Durin was my mother's advisor. He was the one who sold her to that man, and when she needed help the most, he stole everything she owned. My mother, the Lady of Tumbleton, could not even afford treatment and eventually died of illness. All because of him. Though her face remained expressionless and her tone flat, the hatred in her words was unmistakable. The wildling envoy, too, felt the weight of that hatred. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he began to regret revealing the source of his education. What he had intended as proof of his distinction now felt like a grave mistake. At that moment, he realized he might be in trouble. You don't need to worry. I won't take out my hatred for Maester Durin on you. Nymeria looked at the visibly nervous wildling envoy. As his tense expression eased slightly, she continued, however, Lord Lind has no intention of accepting your wildling king's invitation because we do not trust him. If your king wishes to meet Lord Lind, then he should come himself, we can guarantee his safety. In that case, how can we trust you? The wildling envoy asked, his concern evident. He seemed wary of the possibility that any blame might fall upon him. You'll simply have to take a chance on whether we keep our word, Nymeria responded bluntly. And let me remind you, it is your wildling king who seeks an audience with Lord Lind, not the other way around. If anyone needs to take a gamble on trust and integrity, it is you. The wildling envoy hesitated for a moment before turning to Lind. Lord Lind, is this your decision as well? Yes, it is, Lind confirmed with a nod, then cast a glance at Nymeria. He had to admit, he was both surprised and impressed by her handling of the situation. I understand. I will relay your message to our chieftain as you wish. The envoy offered no further argument and promptly stood to leave. As the wildling envoy disappeared into the distance, the presence of glory, which had been lingering in the shadows over the past 2 days, also faded into the depths of the camp. Once the envoy was gone, Nymeria turned to Lind, curiosity flickering in her gaze. What do you think wildling King Hammer wants from you? Could it be that he was intimidated by Daisy and the others wiping out thousands of wool soldiers in just 2 days and now wishes to submit to you, like the other wildling tribes? It doesn't feel like that, Lind said, shaking his head. It must be for something else. Maybe they want permission to pass through the Boneway and move west into the desolate mountains. As I recall, that land is unclaimed, meaning they wouldn't be under any lord's authority if they settled there. Nymeria considered his words before nodding. That does sound possible. If that is the case, would you allow them to go? Lind's response was immediate and firm. No. I have my own plans for that land. Once this territory is secured, I intend to expand into the Red Mountains and claim full control. There is no reason to let anyone else take a share. A faint smile crossed his lips as he added, besides, while the wildling king's tribe may seem formidable, they are already within my grasp. If I wish to eliminate them, it wouldn't be difficult. There's no need to let them go. Nymeria frowned slightly. And if he does come to meet you in person? Lind hesitated, his fingers tapping lightly against the table. Then he is a man of courage, he mused. If he can be brought under my rule, so be it. If not, then... He trailed off abruptly. At that moment, his vision merged with Glory's, and through its eyes, he observed the wildling envoy reaching a grove beyond a mountain corner. There, over 200 wildlings had gathered. Among them stood a towering figure, nearly as tall as Lind himself, gripping a massive mace studded with iron thorns. But what stood out most was not his size or his weapon, it was the thick layer of brown hair covering his entire body, including his face, leaving only a pair of piercing eyes visible through the wild tangle. Compared to the others clad in various animal pelts, this figure appeared even more primitive, yet the surrounding wildlings displayed deep reverence toward him. There was no doubt, this was the wildling king, Hammer. Lind couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration. For this man to command such loyalty and lead Southwest many so close to their camp without making a sound was no small feat. Though he had accounted for potential ambushes when establishing the camp at Gale Tower, an attack of this scale could still cause trouble for the sentries. Even as he considered reinforcing surveillance with additional hidden scouts, he continued watching through Glory's eyes, studying every move the wildlings made. He saw the wildling envoy approach wildling King Hammer and repeat Nymeria's words. The wildling king himself did not appear annoyed, but the warriors surrounding him reacted differently. Their faces twisted with insult, and they raised their weapons, shouting to make their anger clear. Wildling King Hammer rebuked them in a language Lynn did not understand, though he caught the strong Dorn accent in the words. The uproar died down instantly at the king's command, though resentment still burned in the warriors' eyes. Their indignation had not lessened, but they did not dare to disobey. Once the group had quieted, Hammer himself fell into thought. He stood in silence for a long moment, considering the envoy's words. Then, after what seemed to be a decision forming in his mind, he spoke a few short sentences. Immediately, his closest warriors tried to dissuade him. Their words and gestures made it clear that they did not agree with whatever he had decided. From their actions alone, it was easy to tell that these 200 wildlings were not just ordinary fighters but Hammer's most trusted inner circle. Yet, despite their loyalty and persuasion, Hammer shook his head. His decision was made. He gave his warriors a series of instructions, speaking with particular emphasis to a few of his most feral-looking subordinates. His words were sharp and direct, ensuring they understood the orders given. He did not move on to other matters until he saw them nod in agreement. Only then did he step forward, leaving the rest behind as he and the envoy walked out of the forest, heading toward Gale Tower camp. Once the wildling king was gone, the more unruly of his warriors immediately began stirring the others into unrest. Frustration simmered among them, their aggression barely contained. But before they could escalate, they were stopped by others in the group. Even so, their anger did not dissipate easily. Furious, they vented their emotions by hacking at the nearby trees with their axes, splinters flying as they struck again and again. Lind, observing all of this through Glory's vision, made a quick decision. He assigned Glory to continue monitoring the wildlings and to alert him at once if they made any suspicious movements. Satisfied that surveillance was in place, he withdrew his consciousness, his vision snapping back to reality. Nymeria, who had been waiting nearby, immediately noticed the shift in his expression. "Has Glory found anything?" she asked. Lynn's response was simple. "We have guests. Prepare salt and bread." Wildling King Hammer walked toward the camp, an unshakable sense of unease nagging at him. He knew that he could not turn back now. If he did not take this step, his long-held ambition would remain forever out of reach. As he reached the entrance to the camp, his eyes fell upon one of the servants already waiting there, holding salt and bread. Realization struck him instantly. He was being watched. The thought immediately led him to the skin changers. His own tribe had once possessed an old skin changer, a man who could inhabit ravens and use them to spy on enemies. That advantage had been invaluable, until the day the old skin changer screamed in agony and died, just moments after possessing a raven. The loss had been devastating. Without him, Hammer had been unable to monitor the other tribes as he once had, leaving him in the precarious situation he now faced. Remembering this, he glanced around, searching the sky, the trees, any vantage point from which a creature might be watching. But there was no raven. Nothing unusual at all. Though the realization left him unsettled, he did not dwell on it further. There was no point in searching for a spy he could not see. Instead, following the envoy's guidance, he moved forward, took the offered bread, dipped it into salt, and ate it. The guards and servants at the gate watched in stunned silence. They had heard of the wildling king, but none of them had expected to see a man covered head to toe in thick brown hair, his entire face hidden save for a pair of piercing eyes. Shock paralyzed them even as he passed. Asha and Brienne, however, did not react in the same way. Unlike the others, they merely glanced at Hammer before turning to lead the way toward Lynn's tent. Hammer was no stranger to such reactions. He had lived his whole life under the scrutiny of others, their stares filled with curiosity, fear, or unease. The expressions of the servants and soldiers here were nothing new. But Asha and Brienne's reaction was. Their lack of surprise, that was abnormal. "Aren't you too afraid of seeing me?" the wildling king couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. "Why be afraid? You just have more hair on your body," Asha replied, her expression filled with disgust and disdain. Glory is much more terrifying than you, Brienne added without hesitation. As they spoke, the group arrived at Lin's tent. Asha lifted the curtain, motioning for the wildling king to enter on his own, while she and Brienne remained stationed at the entrance. Inside the tent, Nymeria was momentarily taken aback by the wildling king's appearance. But her surprise was fleeting, and she quickly regained her composure. Lind, in contrast, showed no reaction at all, treating Hammer as if he were no different from any other visitor. Hammer noticed this and was equally surprised by their lack of a response. He almost wondered if he had met these two before, only people familiar with him would refrain from reacting to his appearance. However, he knew this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Pushing aside his doubts, he stepped forward toward Lind and Nymeria and introduced himself. My lords, I am the leader of the Stone Mountain tribe and the wildling King Hammer, elected by the Redwatch clan. I presume you have heard of my name. Lind studied the wildling king for a moment before giving a slight nod. I have indeed heard of you. You're already something of a legend in the northeastern Red Mountains. After all, you seem to be the first wildling king to appear in this region in many years. I can hardly be considered a legend in the presence of the Chosen One, Hammer responded, his voice carrying the distinct accent of Dorne. Lind did not entertain further pleasantries. What did you come to see me for? Surely, it isn't just to exchange compliments, he said bluntly. You should be my enemy. Once I finish inspecting my territory and solidify my control here, I intend to eliminate every force that stands in my way. That includes bandits, and your wildling tribes. You should already be well aware of this. So why risk your life to meet with me? Hammer remained calm in the face of Lind's directness. Without hesitation, he answered, I have come to offer you a castle. Chapter 140, The Wildling King's Plan. Upon hearing the wildling King Hammer's exaggerated words, Lind and Nymeria remained remarkably calm, as if what he had just said were nothing more than trivial matters of daily life. Hammer was taken aback by their reaction. He had expected at least some degree of surprise or interest, but their indifference unsettled him. A hint of worry flickered across his face, though it remained well concealed beneath the thick hair covering his features. Lind, however, was still somewhat curious, even though he did not believe a single word of what Hammer had just claimed. Wildling King Hammer, how exactly do you plan to give me Will Castle? He asked. Hammer paused for a moment, considering his response. Then he said, the Lord of Will, Wyland Will, has no heir. Once he dies, the castle and lands of Will be inherited by a branch of House Will. But what if Wyland Will had a daughter? According to the inheritance laws of Dorne, a daughter can inherit the territory as well. That daughter would then become the Lady of Will. Lind frowned slightly. And what does that have to do with me? He asked. The wildling king hesitated briefly before suggesting, you can marry this. Before he could finish his sentence, Lind raised his hand, cutting him off. Without a second thought, he pointed to Nymeria, who stood beside him, and said, if I am going to marry a wife in the future, she is the only choice. Hammer froze. His gaze shifted to Nymeria, who remained expressionless, offering him no indication of her thoughts. For a moment, he did not know how to proceed. This was not the response he had expected. In his mind, once he laid out the suggestion, Lind would surely be tempted by the prospect of gaining control over a powerful castle and its surrounding lands. He had planned to use that agreement as leverage to present his true purpose. Yet his plan had collapsed before he could even reveal it. And now, with no backup strategy prepared, he found himself at a loss. Nymeria broke the silence, her voice calm and steady. Your plan is to have Lind marry Wyland Will's daughter after Wyland Will's death, then control Will indirectly by controlling that woman, she said, her eyes locked onto Hammer. But everyone knows Wyland Will has no descendants. How exactly do you intend to prove this so-called daughter's identity? Hammer hesitated. For the first time, he seemed to sense that his plan was on the verge of failure. He looked uncertain, reluctant to continue. Nymeria seemed to read his thoughts. You can keep trying to convince us, she said, her tone neutral. Who knows? Maybe we will find your plan interesting after all. Hammer considered this for a moment. She had a point, if he gave up now, he would have nothing. Taking a breath, he explained, though doubt had crept into his voice. Wyland Will had many enemies and feared that his heir would be assassinated. So when his daughter was born, he secretly sent her to a trusted friend in Ironwood to be raised as his foster daughter. At the same time, he left behind all the necessary documents proving her identity. Right now, I have both the girl and the proof. As long as someone legally marries her and waits for Wyland Will's death, they can rightfully inherit Will Castle and its title. Nymeria listened, then gave a light clap, as if in approval. But there was something off about it. Her words sounded more like mockery than genuine praise. Not a bad idea. For the leader of a wildling tribe, this is actually quite impressive, she remarked. Then her tone grew sharper. But you're treating the inheritance of a noble house far too lightly. Inheritance isn't as simple as replacing the leader of a wildling tribe. That woman's supposed status may give her the right to claim Will, but that doesn't mean she will actually inherit it. Are you absolutely certain that the proof you possess is flawless? That there are no loopholes? Because if even the slightest flaw is found, those documents will be declared forgeries, and the woman you control will be accused of being an imposter. And we all know what happens to imposters. They don't get titles. They get the guillotine. Of everyone in the tent, Nymeria was the most qualified to speak on the difficulty of inheriting a noble title. When she had inherited her mother's lands, she had faced countless challenges and opposition. Even with the support of the King's Guard, including Prince Lewin Martell, Arthur Dane, Barristan Selmy, and the White Bull, Gerald Hightower, she had barely managed to secure her inheritance. In Dorne, women had equal rights to inherit, but noble blood alone was never enough. Without the backing of the local nobility, securing a title or a castle was nearly impossible, even with an undisputed claim. And beyond all of that, even if Lind were to marry the girl, why would the powerful lords of the Dornish marches, led by the Ironwoods, ever allow a Reachman to interfere in Dornish affairs? The very idea was absurd. Hammer said nothing. He had no counterargument. Even though his thick fur obscured his face, his confusion and disappointment were unmistakable. It was no surprise. Anyone would feel the same after realizing that a carefully planned scheme, one they had thought through for so long, was, in the end, full of holes and utterly useless. Your plan wasn't bad, Lind said, unexpectedly praising the very plan he had just dismissed, while the Wildling King pondered his next move. This left the Wildling King puzzled, and Nymeria cast a surprised glance at Lind. Lind explained, it's just that your plan needs a slight modification. It won't be me marrying Wyland Will's daughter, but someone else, someone from Dorne. The Wildling King's eyes reflected his confusion, clearly struggling to grasp the significance of Lind's adjustment and how it differed from his original plan. In contrast, Nymeria wore a thoughtful expression, as if she understood what Lind meant. Lind continued, how old is this woman? What proof exists to confirm her identity? She's already 20, the Wildling King answered hurriedly, sensing an opportunity to salvage his plan. He then proceeded to list the various pieces of evidence he possessed to verify the woman's identity. Among these were an oath book from a priest, a series of letters exchanged between Wyland Will and the men who had adopted his daughter over the past decade, and an official identity document signed by a maester. Even setting aside the other evidence, the document from the maester alone was enough to authenticate her identity. Such records were typically drafted by a family's maester upon the birth of a noble child, detailing distinctive birthmarks on various parts of the infant's body. These documents were always made in duplicate, with one copy sent to the Citadel for archival purposes. In the event of a dispute over a person's identity, this record could serve as irrefutable proof. As long as the birthmarks on the woman's body matched those described in the document, her identity would be beyond question. After hearing the Wildling King's explanation, Nymeria nodded, acknowledging that the evidence was indeed thorough and convincing. Lind, however, still had doubts. Does Wyland Will not know that his daughter has fallen into your hands? No, he doesn't, the Wildling King replied solemnly. He believes his daughter is dead. Lind and Nymeria exchanged a glance at this revelation. Then Lind asked sharply, Wildling King Hammer, you sought me out and told me about this plan, giving me the opportunity to take control of Will. What's your real goal? Is it simply to kill Wyland Will? How did you know? The Wildling King stared at Lind in surprise. It's simple. The success of your plan depends entirely on Wyland Will's death, Nymeria answered in Lind's place. Then, with curiosity, she added, there's a rumor that you're Wyland Will's bastard son, that he secretly supported your rise to power as the Wildling King. If that's true, you should be grateful to him. So why do you want him dead? At this question, the wildling king fell silent for a long time. Then, hatred flaring in his eyes, he finally said, "He killed my mother. Had the skinners of the north flay her and turn her skin into a coat." Nymeria's expression darkened instantly. Even without the wildling king's vendetta, she had already sentenced the Lord of Wool to death in her heart. Lind frowned, his suspicion deepening. If you hate Wyland Wool so much, why not take revenge yourself? You command at least 2,000 wildlings. That may not be enough to besiege Castle Will, but it should be more than sufficient to ambush him. And judging by the fact that he still supports you, he clearly doesn't suspect your hatred. Why not seize an opportunity to strike him down yourself? The wildling king answered seriously, "Wyland Wool may not be aware of my hatred, but I'm not his only enemy. He's always been extremely cautious, rarely leaving his castle. And when he does, he's heavily guarded. He would never take the risk of traveling north of the Will River. Besides, my people are based in Red Watch. If I were to move south, the sentries in Blackhaven and Castle Will would immediately be alerted, making any surprise attack impossible." Lind listened carefully, his gaze sharpening as he studied the wildling king. He was lying. If he had managed to lead over 200 wildling warriors to the Will River unnoticed, he clearly knew a route that bypassed the Blackhaven watchtower. That meant transporting a larger force here should not be an issue, and even crossing the river, an even simpler task, posed little risk of detection. When someone deliberately lies, many of their actions begin to seem suspicious. The slight ease Lind had felt moments ago vanished, his wariness returning in full force. He quickly identified several inconsistencies in the wildling king's words, reinforcing his doubts about the man's true intentions. "You are seeking me out now and offering such generous terms. How exactly do you want me to help you take revenge?" Lind asked while consolidating the suspicions he had gathered about the wildling king in his mind. The wildling king answered seriously, "In a few days, a batch of supplies will be delivered to me at Will Castle. Wyland will be there in person, but I won't be able to bring many men with me, and our weapons will be confiscated once we get close to the delivery site. There's no way for me to act under those conditions. All you need to do, Lord, is to take your men and ambush them in advance, contain Wyland Wool's guards positioned on the perimeter, and create chaos." "Where is this delivery location?" Lind asked. "In a small valley near Will Castle." The wildling king avoided giving an exact location, perhaps fearing that Lind might misunderstand. To preempt any doubts, he quickly added, "The valley is very remote, making it difficult to pinpoint its precise location. I will send a guide to take you there." Nymeria, still skeptical, asked, "Didn't you just say that Wyland wouldn't take risks easily? Why would he leave Will Castle personally to meet with you this time?" The wildling king explained, "That's because of your arrival, Lord Lind. You've disrupted his plan to take control of the area north of the Will River. Now, he needs to make new arrangements with me. These matters are difficult to discuss through ravens, there's always a risk of leaving evidence behind, so he has decided to meet with me in person to instruct me on what to do next." After hearing the wildling king's explanation, Lind remained silent. He didn't ask any further questions but closed his eyes and contemplated. A flicker of nervousness appeared in the wildling king's eyes, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. After a while, Lind opened his eyes and said, "I agree to cooperate with you. Our partnership will officially begin when you hand over Wyland Will's daughter and the documents proving her identity." The wildling king frowned. "I can only give you Wyland Will's daughter and the documents afterward. What if you change your mind after I hand them over now?" Lind dismissed the concern without hesitation. "Just as you don't trust me, I don't trust you either. So far, Wyland Will's daughter and these documents are merely claims you've made, I haven't seen any proof of their existence or authenticity. Do you think, under these circumstances, anyone would risk attacking a Lord of Dorne with you?" The wildling king opened his mouth but found no argument to counter Lind's reasoning. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Then we should sign an oath." "No way," Lind interrupted, shaking his head. "How could there be any written record of plotting to attack a Lord of Dorne? Do you expect me to leave something that could be used to threaten me one day?" His tone turned grave. "I am a chosen one of the 7 gods, recognized by the faith of the 7. I will swear an oath in the name of the 7 to help you deal with Wyland Will. If you can't even trust that kind of oath, then there's no point in us cooperating. The wildling king fell silent for a moment before nodding. Fine. I believe in your oath. I will send someone to bring the woman and the documents tomorrow. When that time comes, you must swear in the name of the 7 gods to help me take my revenge. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, we're not finished yet, Lind called after him. Wyland Will's daughter alone isn't enough for me to help you, you must also pay another price. Greedy outsider, the wildling king muttered under his breath before looking at Lind with a deep gaze. What else do you want? Lind's voice lowered. After I help you take revenge, you must bring your people under my command and assist my army in eliminating the other wildling tribes. The wildling king remained silent for a moment before asking cautiously, which tribes are you referring to? The alliance of tribes that has appeared recently. Lind cut him off. You were about to ask if the alliance of tribes opposing you is under my protection, weren't you? The wildling king said nothing, simply watching Lind intently. Lind, unbothered by the scrutiny, admitted openly, yes, they are my people. Not long ago, they came to Summerhall seeking my protection. I provided them with weapons and food and instructed them to form an alliance to help me clear the wildling tribes in my territory. I expect that after our cooperation, you two should transition from being my enemy to my ally. The wildling king's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly masked his emotions. After a brief pause, he nodded. Fine. As long as you help me take my revenge, I will agree to your request and assist you in clearing all the wildling tribes in your territory. Chapter 141, The One Who Waits to Pounce. I always felt that something was off about this, Nymeria said with a serious expression after the wildling king left. Of course, there is, Lind replied with a hint of disdain. Dismissing the tribes and having them rally under my banner is a huge decision, yet he agreed to it after barely considering it, without even consulting the elders or leaders of his tribe. It's obvious he never intended to keep his promise. Nymeria reflected on the wildling king's response, nodded in agreement, and then asked, if he never planned to keep his promise from the start, could this be a trap? A scheme set up in collusion with the Lord of Will. Lind considered the possibility before responding, it's possible, but unlikely. Why? Nymeria asked, puzzled. Because his hatred for Wyland Will is real, not feigned. He truly wants to kill him, Lind said in a low voice. Do we still need to help him take revenge? Nymeria asked. Of course. If Wyland Will doesn't die, his daughter will be useless, Lind said, nodding before shifting the subject. But we won't be directly involved. The wildling king is Wyland Will's bastard son. If he kills him, it's kinslaying. And as the chosen one of the 7 gods, how can I condone such a sinful act? Nymeria frowned in confusion. If we don't intervene, how will we help the wildling king take his revenge? Lind smirked. Let the wildlings deal with the wildlings. Nymeria was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood his meaning. You want to use the other wildling tribes? Lind nodded but said nothing more. Nymeria then asked, who are you planning to marry Wyland Will's daughter to? Why would I have her marry anyone? Lind replied with a smile. Well. Nymeria had just begun to question him when she caught sight of his expression and suddenly realized something. You haven't set your sights on taking Will Castle. My current territory is already vast enough. Managing it properly takes considerable time and effort. Adding Will Castle would only bring more trouble without offering any real benefits, Lind said calmly. Instead of directly ruling it, it's better to install a suitable lord there. Do you think she would be suitable? Nymeria asked, skeptical. It doesn't matter whether she's suitable, as long as she's not completely incompetent, Lind said dismissively. And no matter how bad she might be, she can't be worse than the wildling king. Nymeria was taken aback. The wildling king. What does he have to do with this? She couldn't understand the connection between the wildling king and the Lord of Will. Though the wildling king was Wyland Will's son by blood, he was a bastard and a wildling. No kingdom would ever allow a wildling to become a noble lord. Lind smiled and turned to her. Describe the wildling king's appearance for me. Nymeria hesitated before answering. He's very tall, with blue eyes and brown hair. She trailed off after listing just a few traits, unable to recall any other distinct features. Only one of the 3 characteristics you mentioned is correct. He does have blue eyes. Lind smiled as he corrected her. His stature only appears large. In reality, his boots are padded, and his actual height is closer to Lothier's. As for his brown hair, it's dyed with a special potion. If you look closely at the roots, you'll see that it's actually red. Why would he do that? Nymeria asked, puzzled. Lind spoke slowly. Imagine this: if Wyland dies, and we take his daughter to Will Castle, demanding she inherit his title and lands, what happens if a man appears and claims to be Wyland Will's son? Nymeria was stunned, looking at Lind in surprise. Lind continued, if Wyland could secretly raise a daughter, there's nothing strange about him secretly raising a son. That man could even claim that the daughter was merely a decoy, someone Wyland deliberately use to protect his real heir. Nymeria's expression shifted as realization dawned. If he shaves his entire body and reveals his true appearance, coupled with the changes in height and hair color. If I hadn't known beforehand, I probably wouldn't recognize him even if he stood right in front of me. She paused, then added, in that case, he must also have some solid evidence to prove his identity. Yes, and it's real, Lind said in a low voice. I suspect the evidence he's prepared for the woman is either fake or flawed. No, Nymeria shook her head. I think the proof of her identity might be real as well. Why? Lind asked, frowning in suspicion. When we receive the documents, we'll definitely verify their authenticity. Forging those kinds of records is extremely difficult. If they're discovered to be fakes, not only will it ruin his plan, but we would also turn against him. Nymeria picked up a jug and poured a glass of water for Lind as she analyzed the situation. We could even take both the woman and her proof of identity straight to Will Castle. If we do that, he'll lose his greatest leverage. The Wildling King is smart, he must have thought of this. That's why the proof of identity he presents must be real and flawless. Lind took a sip of water and hesitated. If that's the case, how does he plan to claim Will's lands and title? Nymeria smiled. It's simple. As long as his proof of identity is also real, and he outranks her in the line of succession, that's all that matters. Lind realized his mistake. He had been focusing only on the authenticity of the evidence, but succession rights were the key issue. Compared to his own initial speculation, Nymeria's inference made far more sense. The unexpected appearance of the Wildling King forced Lind to adjust his plans. The following day, he moved his forces from the temporary camp beneath Gale Tower to a village near the Bone Bridge. This village had been burned down by men sent from Will Castle. The remaining villagers had been driven back into Will's territory, though a few had managed to escape by hiding in cellars or fleeing into the nearby mountains. When Lind and his men arrived, the survivors were terrified, believing the soldiers of Will had returned. Only when they saw Lind's red banner, emblazoned with a long sword, did they realize these were not Will's men. When they saw that Lind's troops were making no moves to harm them, they cautiously emerged from hiding. The villagers were young, none older than their teens. The youngest was still an infant, cradled in his sister's arms. Lind took them in for the time being, recruiting a few of the older ones to work with him. He then ordered Lothier to take them, along with a group of cavalry, along the coastline to all the villages Will had previously claimed. Their task was to announce Lind's authority as Lord of the land and summon the village chiefs or elders to Bone Bridge for a meeting. While Lind and Nymeria discussed the meeting's agenda and how to consolidate control over the villages, Daisy suddenly burst through the door, panting. "My lord, the people across the bridge have withdrawn." Lind and Nymeria were momentarily stunned before exchanging knowing smiles. Lind was genuinely surprised by Will's reaction. To be honest, when he had issued his threats on the bridge, he hadn't expected Wyland Will to yield so easily, to abandon Bone Bridge and the Serpent Fang Tower at the other end without resistance. He had fully prepared for war, summoning the village heads and elders to unify the rear and prevent being caught in a disadvantageous position during battle with Will. But never had he anticipated that Wyland Will would concede so quickly, complying with such harsh demands in less than a day. Considering the distance between Will Castle and Bone Bridge, the knight who had delivered Lind's message likely didn't even reach Will Castle until that morning. The only way Will's forces could have withdrawn so quickly was if Will Castle had sent orders using a raven, as though they were afraid of missing the opportunity, afraid that if they delayed, Lind would declare war. This only reinforced what Lind already suspected: the previous loss of over 1,000 men had crippled Will. Lind and Nymeria led their men across the bone bridge once more. Just as Dacey had reported, all of Will's garrison soldiers were gone. Even Serpent Fang Tower, which stood beside the bridge, was empty. Many household belongings remained inside, left behind in the soldiers' hasty retreat. Organize the camp and have the master mason inspect the terrain. I want a bridgehead built here, Lind said, glancing briefly at the area before turning to John and giving his orders. Immediately. John asked. Build a simple one with wood first, and once we've secured the territory, construct a proper one, Lind instructed, pointing at the area surrounding the bone bridge. Start by planning the foundation. Hire workers from the villages on the other side of the river. Remember, hire them, don't just take them. Understood, my lord, John nodded. After giving his orders, Lind and Nymeria walked around the area before returning to the village camp on the northern shore. Where is Glory? We haven't seen the big guy since last night, Nymeria asked, her sharp eyes noticing the absence. It's on a mission and won't be back for a few days, Lind replied. On a mission? Nymeria hesitated before making a guess. The Wildling King. Lind nodded with a smile. Since the previous night, Glory had been tracking the Wildling King under Lind's orders. It followed as they bypassed the watchtowers and fortresses of Blackhaven, using a narrow, dry mountain stream as a hidden path, leading them to a secluded valley. Inside the valley, hundreds of densely packed tents stood clustered together. Adults and children walked among them, and altogether, there were thousands of people. Judging by the totems erected beside the tents, these tribes belonged to the Stone Mountain tribe, led by the Wildling King, Hammer. Most believed that Hammer and his tribes were still in the mountains near Summerhall, locked in a standoff with the tribal alliance in a battle that would determine the fate of the Red Watch clan. But against all expectations, the Wildling King had already led his Stone Mountain tribe past Blacksteel's multiple layers of defenses and reached this valley, not far from Blackhaven. If he launched an attack on Blackhaven at this moment, Blackhaven Castle itself would not fall, but the town below would likely suffer heavy casualties. Glory stopped tracking just outside the valley camp, then climbed to a vantage point to determine the exact location of the Wildling King's tent within the camp. When night fell, Glory's fur darkened to black, blending into the shadows. Moving silently, it slipped past the patrolling Wildling warriors and infiltrated the camp, making its way swiftly to the Wildling King's tent. Lind, sensing the spirit message from Glory, possessed his body, using Glory's eyes and ears to observe the scene inside. Inside the tent, the Wildling King was gathered with his subordinates, assigning tasks. They spoke in their native tongue, which Lind did not understand, but from their tones and expressions, it was clear they were arguing over something. However, there were certain words in their language similar to the common tongue, and from these, Lind was able to piece together that the argument was about migration. It seemed that the Wildling King intended to relocate the entire Stone Mountain tribe to the uninhabited land west of Boneway, known as Vulture's Roost. Not all of his subordinates agreed with the move, but their objections were swiftly overruled by the Wildling King, a testament to his authority within the tribe. After finalizing his orders for the relocation, he dismissed the larger group, keeping only a few trusted followers behind. Then, lowering his voice to avoid being overheard by the rest of the tribe, he switched to the common tongue and instructed his closest subordinates to return to the other tribes near Summerhall that had pledged loyalty to him. He ordered them to bring back those who remained faithful and to abandon the rest, leaving them to continue facing the tribal alliance alone. Once all the orders were given, the Wildling King retrieved a bottle of potion from a chest and applied it to his skin and hair. Then, picking up a flask from the table, he drank deeply, while at the same time pulling several parchment scrolls from another chest and leafing through them. After traveling non-stop for a day and a night and having spent the evening explaining his plans to his subordinates, exhaustion quickly overtook him. The effects of the alcohol only hastened the process. Perhaps believing he was safe and knowing that his subordinates, the Wildlings, were illiterate, he left the parchments where they were, finished the wine, and went to sleep. Lind did not immediately command Glory to sneak into the tent. Through Glory's eyes, he could tell that both the Wildling warriors standing guard outside and the sleeping Wildling King were still in a state of light sleep. Any noise could wake them. By early morning, the only ones still awake were the patrolling Wildlings. Under the cover of darkness, Lind directed Glory to slip into the tent unnoticed and approach the parchments. He quickly confirmed that these parchments were documents proving the Wildling King's lineage as a descendant of Wyland Will. Among them, there was even an official document designating Stephen Will as the heir to the Lord of Will. How the wildling king had obtained these documents remained unknown, but from their contents, it was clear that if Wyland Will were to die, these papers, along with the witnesses he had gathered, would make his claim to Will Castle highly credible. But now that Lind had uncovered his scheme, he had no intention of allowing it to succeed. Using the dark energy shrouding glory, he carefully corroded a few key sections of the parchment. When the time came, these alterations would undoubtedly serve their purpose. With his task complete, Glory swiftly left the wildling camp, but he did not return to Lind's side. Instead, following Lind's command, he raced northward, toward the Wildling Alliance. Chapter 142, Obella's Search for Peace. Over the next few days, Lind and Nymeria received the mayors and elders of the village camps who had hurried over after receiving the summons. Although their nominal lord was Lord Wyland Will of Will, the one who now controlled the lifeline of their lands was Lind. Naturally, their loyalty to the former lord had faded into irrelevance. Faced with Lind's demand for allegiance, none dared to object. One after another, they eagerly swore their oaths of loyalty. They also accepted Lind's tax policies without hesitation. The taxes imposed by Will had been exorbitantly high, and by comparison, Lind's new rates seemed almost charitable. Within days, every village and fishing settlement along the entire coastline of the Cape Wrath, from the mouth of the Will River to the mouth of the Red Watch River, had sworn allegiance to Lord Lind. This included 43 villages and 6 fishing villages. Among them, 9 villages and 2 fishing settlements had been established after Stonehelm Castle had occupied part of the territory. These newly discovered settlements had not been part of the initial plan. Lothier, unfamiliar with the terrain, had relied on young villagers as guides, but they lost their way and unknowingly traveled too far. By the time they realized their mistake, they had reached the mouth of the Red Watch River and stood directly opposite Stonehelm Castle. Along the way, they had read Lord Lind's proclamations in every village they encountered. Some village chiefs and elders, well aware that the land they cultivated technically belonged to another lord, had been living in fear of being expelled. In their anxiety, they too had come to swear allegiance. As for the settlements near Stonehelm Castle, the matter was kept quiet for the time being, leaving it for the lords to resolve amongst themselves. Lind paid no mind to the cautious maneuvering of these lowly villagers. More importantly, their presence provided valuable information about the situation on the Red Watch River side. He instructed them to return to their villages and spread the word that the Chosen One, Lind Taryn, had become the lord of the Red Watch and Summerhall regions. Those who had not yet sworn allegiance were warned to do so soon, otherwise, by the time Lind's forces arrived at their doorstep, the matter of taxes would be handled far less favorably. That night, the wildling king arrived at the outskirts of the village camp with a dozen people in tow. Among them was a petite woman. "I didn't think you could take the bone bridge so easily," the wildling king remarked upon seeing Lind again, his tone carrying noticeably more respect than during their first meeting. It was no mystery why his attitude had changed. After learning how Lind had seized control of the bone bridge, he had gained a new understanding of Lind's strength. Although only a few days had passed, the Blackhaven knights who had accompanied Lind had already reported back to Blackhaven about the events at Bone Bridge and their aftermath. In the town's taverns, bards had composed songs recounting the battle, detailing how Lind's knights had annihilated thousands of Will's garrison troops. Perhaps due to the similarities, some had already begun drawing comparisons between Lind's actions at Bone Bridge and the infamous incident in which Lord Tywin had sent singers to pressure the Lord of Fair Isle. Whispers had started circulating that the Chosen One, Lind Taryn, now wielded the same kind of authority that Tywin Lannister once had, that he could achieve his objectives without even raising a sword, simply by speaking a few words. "How many people have you brought with you this time?" Lind asked the wildling king directly, without any preamble. The wildling king replied, 50 people, all of them the strongest warriors of the tribes." Lind frowned. "Are 50 people enough? Wyland Will should have many knights protecting him, shouldn't he?" The wildling king, exuding confidence, said, "That is enough. As long as you can distract the soldiers guarding the outside, my men will be able to deal with the knights around him." Lind nodded and pointed to Lothier Brune, who stood beside him. "In that case, I will have him lead the men to cooperate with you. You can discuss the specific implementation method with him." The wildling king's expression shifted. "Wait, you're not coming personally?" he asked hastily. "There's no need for me to get involved in something like this." He is more than enough, Lind said with certainty. If you doubt his strength, feel free to test him. I don't think anyone among you can defeat him in a one-on-one fight. As soon as Lind spoke, murmurs spread through the wildling warriors. One of them immediately stepped forward, eager to challenge Lothier. Lothier, expressionless, positioned himself opposite the challenger. As the wildling warrior reached for his weapon to attack, Lothier's long sword was already drawn, striking the challenger's cheek with the spine of the blade and sending him crashing to the ground. The watching wildlings had barely seen Lothier move. The speed with which he had drawn his sword was nothing but a blur. And he had only used the spine of the blade. Had he used the edge, the wildling warrior would have been beheaded. The gathered warriors exchanged uneasy glances. None among them could match that speed. Even the wildling king, after assessing the situation, knew that if he stepped in himself, he still might not be able to defeat Lothier. Any dissatisfaction he had felt about Lind not personally joining the attack quickly dissipated. "My lord, how many people will you send to assist us?" the wildling king asked again. 700 of my best warriors, Lind said. Hearing this number, the wildling king had nothing more to say. Lind's cavalry had already proven themselves. Hundreds of his men had defeated thousands of Will Castle's garrison troops with minimal casualties. With over 700 of them aiding the attack, even if Wyland Will was protected by thousands of soldiers, victory was assured. After entrusting the operation to Lothier, Lind turned toward the tent that had been prepared for the future Lady of Will. Inside, Nymeria's twin female attendants were washing the woman and changing her clothes, while Nymeria, John, and the maester from Blackhaven were carefully reviewing the identification documents. The maester meticulously examined each document, checking every signature from the Citadel's records and verifying the seals on the birth certificates. After finishing his review, the maester nodded to Lind. "My lord, there are no problems. These documents are in order. As long as the remaining records from the Citadel match correctly, the identity of this lady can be confirmed." John, who had been going through a pile of letters, looked up. "There is nothing wrong with these letters either. They prove that Lord Wyland Will placed her in the care of Sir Roman." He hesitated slightly before adding, "However, some letters appear to be missing from the sequence. I don't know if the missing ones are important." Lind recalled the scattered letters Glory had seen in the wildling king's camp. "The missing ones are unimportant, and their content has nothing to do with her." With that, he instructed John to carefully store the documents and then led the maester downstairs to rest. The noblewoman was good-looking and elegant, a clear indication of the fine education she had received under her foster father at Ironwood Castle. Though she appeared timid, keeping her head lowered and wearing a fearful expression, there was more to her than her delicate figure suggested. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, the well-defined muscle lines on her bare arms betrayed the physique of a warrior. Lind did not comment on her hidden strength but instead asked directly, "Do you know who you are?" "Yes, my lord," the woman said in a deep voice. "I am Obella Will, daughter of Lord Wyland Will of Castle Will, and my foster father was Harman Sand, captain of the men-at-arms at Ironwood Castle." "How were you captured by the barbarian king, Hammer?" Lind asked again. Obella Will answered without hesitation, her voice calm and steady, as though recounting someone else's misfortune. 2 years ago, my foster father and I were hiking near Ironwood Castle when we were attacked by wildlings. My adoptive father was killed, and I was unable to resist. I was taken captive and brought into the mountains." Although Obella spoke with detachment, as if the events no longer affected her, Lind could see the hatred she harbored for the wildling king, Hammer. Lind did not press her further about her time among the wildlings but instead stated plainly, "If all goes according to plan, your father will pass away within the next 2 days. I will send you back to Will to inherit his title and lands." At those words, Obella suddenly lifted her head for the first time, her wide eyes locking onto Lind in shock. "When you inherit the territory, I hope you will agree to sign a defensive alliance with me," Lind continued. "Of course, you may choose not to. I won't force you. I only ask that you do not provoke me and that you rule Will peacefully as its lady. Do you understand, Lady Obella?" "Yes, my lord," Obella said quickly, nodding. Then, after a brief pause, she looked between Lind and Nymeria before hesitantly asking, "I still don't know your identities." "I am Lord Lind Taryn of Summerhall, and this land of Red Watch is also my territory," Lind said, introducing himself before gesturing toward Nymeria. She is Lady Nymeria Footley of Tumbleton. It was clear that Obella had been completely cut off from the outside world during her 2 years of captivity and knew nothing of Lind, one of the most talked-about figures in the Seven Kingdoms. However, when she heard Nymeria's title, her expression subtly changed. Her reaction made it evident that in her education, Tumbleton had been regarded as a fallen and disgraced territory. Obella turned her gaze back to Lind, dressed in the armor of a banished knight, and suddenly made a bold decision. "My lord, I wish to form an alliance with you, so that your territory and my future lands may be joined together." Lind froze for a moment, studying Obella. It did not take long for him to discern the true reason behind her sudden proposal. The fear and insecurity caused by her 2 years of imprisonment had not faded. She was terrified of being taken captive again and sought an alliance as a layer of protection. Just as Lind was about to refuse, Nymeria, who had also perceived Obella's true motives, spoke first. "Lord Lind will not marry into your family, and you need not worry about us going back on our word. In your eyes, Will may seem powerful, but to us, it is insignificant." Obella did not give up. She had already observed the dynamic between Lind and Nymeria and had not expected to marry Lind himself. Instead, she quickly adjusted her approach and said, "Then I am willing to marry one of Ser Lind's men, forging an even closer alliance." Her desperation was evident. The terrors of her captivity had left her unwilling to trust mere words. She needed something concrete, something binding, to assure her safety. Lind frowned upon hearing this and was about to refute the proposal, but before he could speak, Nymeria nodded in approval. "This is also a good choice," she said, then gestured toward the men around them. "Everyone who stands here is considered one of Lind's closest confidants. You may choose for yourself. As long as they agree, you will be arranged to marry." Hearing Nymeria's words, Obella let out a visible sigh of relief. She then looked around at the gathered men, her eyes lingering momentarily on John. From his actions earlier, it was clear that he was one of Lind's most trusted subordinates. Choosing John would have been a strong and secure decision, ensuring her position. But for some reason, Obella did not choose John. Her gaze shifted to Russell, who stood beside him, and after a brief hesitation, she pointed at Russell. "I choose him." Russell was completely stunned. He had never expected to be chosen. Among Lind's many knights, his appearance was at best unremarkable, and his years of wandering had aged him beyond his actual years. He did not look like the kind of man a future Lady of Will would set her sights on. Caught off guard, Russell remained frozen, unable to speak for a long moment. It wasn't until Nymeria directly asked him if he was willing to marry Obella that he finally snapped out of his shock. Without any hesitation, he nodded. "Yes, of course I am willing." No normal man would refuse such an offer. For a knight of humble origins like Russell, this was an opportunity to rise beyond his station. And he had been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time, he just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Only a year of following Lind had brought him to this moment. Seeing that Russell had agreed, Lind had nothing more to say on the matter. Turning to John, he ordered, "Tell the Septons in Blackhaven to send a Septon here. They can be married in the camp within the next 2 days." "There's no need to go to all that trouble," Nymeria interjected, pointing at Lind. "You've forgotten, you are the chosen one of the 7 gods. You are also qualified to officiate the marriage." Chapter 143, The Real Schemer. This was Lind's first time officiating a marriage ceremony. The people had built a simple wedding altar in the camp, where most of the inhabitants had gathered to witness the event. Lind stood at the altar, flanked by temporary representations of the father and mother. Under the guidance of the Maester of Blackhaven, he performed the rituals of prayer, oath-taking, and song before having the couple kneel in front of him. There, they exchanged cloaks and recited their marital vows. "In the presence of gods and mortals, I, Lind Taryn, in the name of the chosen of the 7, solemnly declare Russell, Knight of House Taryn, and Obella of House Will to be husband and wife. From this day forward, you are one body, one heart, and one soul for all eternity. Let it be known that any who dare to interfere with your union shall be mercilessly cursed." As Lind recited the marriage vows, Obella, who had been visibly tense, finally relaxed, while Russell appeared overwhelmed with excitement. It wasn't just the marriage itself that thrilled him. Lind had granted him the surname Taryn, officially accepting him into the house. This gave him both status and the confidence to stand as an equal to his new wife in the years to come. After concluding the marriage negotiations, Lind did not attend the modest wedding feast set up in the camp. Instead, he made his way toward Lothier Brune, who had just finished discussing ambush plans with the wildling king. At that moment, Lothier watched his colleague, now the center of attention, surrounded by well-wishers. A flicker of envy crossed his face. The other man's status had become something entirely different. Perhaps, in the future, they would have to address him as Lord. "Are you envious?" Lind asked as he approached. "A little," Lothier admitted honestly, then added, "but even if I had been in his place and Nobella Will had chosen me, I probably wouldn't have accepted." "Why not?" Lind asked, somewhat surprised. "Because it's not what I want," Lothier said, shaking his head. "Even though Russell's status has suddenly risen, he can't go any further. And if he and Nobella have children, they'll all carry the name Will. Russell will never be able to establish his own hereditary house. It's good that you understand that. Stay clear-headed and don't let short-term gains cloud your judgment," Lind said, patting Lothier on the shoulder. "And don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future." "Understood, my lord," Lothier nodded. "How are things progressing?" Lind asked, shifting back to the matter at hand. "It's all arranged," Lothier replied. "Tomorrow morning, he will send someone to take us across the river and secure the ambush site in advance, avoiding detection by the guards at Will Castle. When night falls, the exchange will take place there. At that point, we'll strike the guards while waiting for his signal." Lind nodded, then waved to John, signaling him to bring the bag that had been prepared in the tent. Once he had it, he tossed it to Lothier. "Come with me. It's time to meet the soldiers you'll be leading." Lothier weighed the bag in his hands, immediately recognizing the familiar heft of coins, though he didn't open it. Instead, he followed after Lind, asking curiously, "Aren't I leading the cavalry patrols in the camp?" "Of course not," Lind said firmly. "Apart from you, none of us will be directly involved in the ambush against the Lord of Will." Lothier didn't press the matter further and silently followed behind. His outward demeanor remained composed, but the way he absently took out a knife and began slicing an apple suggested he was not as calm as he appeared. The two soon left the camp, passing through the Boneway and entering a dense forest on its western side. After walking for a while, they finally reached a clearing at the foot of a cliff. The open space was already crowded with people, all wearing the uniforms of Lind's soldiers. However, their garments looked slightly bulky, as though they had been layered over other clothing. Each one had their head wrapped in hoods and cloth, obscuring their faces. As soon as Lind and Lothier appeared, the group tensed, drawing their weapons warily. But when they recognized Lind, they immediately relaxed. Then, in unison, they all knelt, expressing their reverence for him in the language of the wildlings, a tongue Lothier did not understand. At that moment, Glory, who had been missing for several days, suddenly appeared beside Lind, emerging from nowhere, and rubbed its head against his arm. Lind reached out and stroked Glory's head, fulfilling its silent request for attention. Lothier, ever observant, quickly discerned that the individuals kneeling on the ground were, in fact, wildling warriors in simple disguises. A rough estimate suggested there were about 1,000 of them, and from their builds alone, it was clear they were elite warriors from the wildling tribes. The wildling warriors, still kneeling, gazed at Lind with deep reverence, but their eyes held nothing but fear when they looked at Glory. After patting Glory's head a few more times, Lind spoke. "Get up." The command was swiftly translated by the leading wildling warriors. At once, the assembled warriors rose to their feet. A few of their leaders stepped forward, bowed, and one of them spoke. "Great Chosen One, Sens has selected the most elite warriors from each tribe to serve under your command." Lind frowned slightly. Did selecting these warriors have any impact on the battle? "Please rest assured," one of the leaders, Sens, replied respectfully, speaking in fluent common tongue. "With the sacred beast aiding us, the battle will be over swiftly, with minimal losses. Moreover, we will be integrating the warriors from those tribes, so our overall strength will not diminish, in fact, it will increase significantly. The chiefs are personally leading their warriors now and are waiting at Deer Forest for your orders. They stand ready to launch an attack on the Stone Mountain tribe in the valley at your command." Lind nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward Glory. He issued a silent command. Glory, upon receiving it, Headbutt Lind with displeasure, let out a few low growls, then turned and disappeared into the shadows of the trees, vanishing from sight. Lind turned back to the assembled warriors. "He is the commander of this operation," he said, gesturing toward Lothier. "Your actions must follow his orders precisely. No mistakes." "Understood." The leaders immediately turned to Lothier, bowing deeply and swearing their absolute obedience to his command. Afterward, Lind carefully laid out his strategy to Lothier and the wildling leaders, emphasizing several critical points. Only after ensuring they fully understood did he turn and leave. Once Lind had gone, Lothier led the wildling warriors, who had taken a brief period to rest, out of the clearing and toward the agreed-upon location where they would meet the wildling king. Another day passed swiftly. Lind spent the entire time dealing with the selection of a port site, as though he had completely put aside any concern about the crucial ambush taking place on the other side of the Wool River. In stark contrast to Lind's composure, Obella, the bride, was visibly restless. She paced anxiously, unable to hide her unease. The success of the ambush would determine whether she could inherit Will Castle's title and lands. Despite the fact that the target of the ambush was her own father, Obella felt little emotion over it. She had met Wyland Will only a handful of times over the past decade, and he remained nothing more than a stranger to her. Worse still, the suffering she had endured for 2 years had been caused by that stranger's bastard son. This only deepened her indifference. There was no father-daughter bond to speak of. Unable to contain her impatience, she sought Lind out again, this time accompanied by Russell. For the third time, she entered Lind's tent. "My lord, have you received any news?" Lind did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he continued reading the authorization document drafted by John, his head bowed, scanning the contents quickly. Once finished, he handed the document to the master mason waiting nearby. "John," Lind instructed, "take a team with the master mason tomorrow and head to the fishing village. Discuss the relocation matters with the village chief." Finding a suitable location for the port was not difficult. At the mouth of the Wool River, there was a natural harbor, an ideal site for the construction of a port. Conveniently, a quarry was located nearby. If they built the port city there, they could transport stone directly from the quarry, saving both effort and cost, as there would be no need to source materials from farther away. The only issue was that the harbor was already occupied by a fishing village. Because of this, Lind had only 2 options: relocate the villagers elsewhere or, as he had done in his previous life, hire them to help construct the port city. Once the port was built, they would be integrated into the new city's population, assigned houses, and offered employment in various roles within the port. Given such favorable conditions, even a fool would know what choice to make. After wrapping up his business, Lind turned his attention to Obella and Russell, who had been standing silently for quite some time. "Lady Obella, there is no need to worry," he said. "Regardless of how things unfold, you will return to Will Castle as its sole heir. With my support, you will become the Lady of Wool without any trouble, so stay calm. If there is nothing else, I suggest you return to your tent and handle what needs to be done. It would be best if you got pregnant this year." Hearing Lind's reassurance, Obella visibly relaxed. She did not say anything further, simply turning around and leaving with Lothier. Watching the departing pair, Nymeria remarked, "It's only been a day, and Russell is already under her control. Looks like he's in for a hard time." Lind chuckled. "Under her control? Russell isn't as simple as he seems. In the end, who's controlling whom is still uncertain." Nymeria suddenly raised an eyebrow. "You just told them to go back to their tent and do what they should do. I think we should also do what we should do. I want to get pregnant this year too." Lind couldn't help but smile at that. He obliged, putting away the official documents on the table, standing up, and following Nymeria back to their tent. Meanwhile, on the southern bank of the Wool River, in a small valley about 30 leagues from Lind's camp, a brutal battle had just concluded. A group of wildlings, clad in animal skins, were pursuing the fleeing soldiers of the Wool Castle garrison. However, upon closer inspection, their method of pursuit seemed unusual. It resembled more of a deliberate effort to drive the soldiers away rather than a true chase. Compared to those who had managed to escape, the number of fallen soldiers was staggering. In the valley, over 600 or 700 corpses lay scattered across the battlefield. Near the valley's entrance, several wagons laden with goods stood parked. Beside them, the wildling king stood before the lifeless body of Wyland Will, surrounded by the corpses of knights and wildling warriors alike. The wounds on the bodies made it clear just how fierce the battle had been. Wyland Will, now a corpse, had half of his head smashed in, but the remaining half still bore an expression of shock. Even in death, his face told the story. He had never expected that his own bastard son would be the one to strike the fatal blow. The wildling king stood beside the corpse, panting heavily. His special leather armor bore several deep gashes in areas that would have been fatal, but the thin layer of iron plates hidden beneath had absorbed the blows, leaving him unharmed. Even though he had finally achieved the long-awaited revenge he had spent years seeking, there was no sense of satisfaction in him. Instead of being surrounded by the disciplined army of the Lord of Summerhall, as he had once envisioned, he found himself encircled by wildling warriors. The language they spoke left no doubt. They, too, were from the Red Watch tribe. With the flickering light of the torches illuminating the scene, he finally made out the faces of the two wildling leaders standing before him. His expression darkened. "Sens and Bardot, is that you?" Bardot, the older of the two, his hair streaked with white, let out a scoff as he shifted his gaze between the wildling king and the grisly trophy in his hands, the human skin undergarment he had just peeled from Wyland Will. His eyes carried a deep sorrow as he spoke. "Hammer, congratulations. You finally avenged your foolish mother." He exhaled sharply before adding, "She was a wildling, yet she deluded herself into believing she could become a noble beyond the mountains. And what was her reward? She was flayed, her skin used to make clothing. A pathetic woman." There was no doubt that this Bardot had once shared some connection with the wildling king's mother. But before the weight of his words could settle, Sen stepped forward and shoved his companion aside. His voice was colder, more matter-of-fact. "Now is not the time to mourn your old lover," he said, turning his attention back to the wildling king. "Hammer, you don't need to return to the Red Mountains anymore. The tribes you abandoned, they're already gone. We dealt with them. And the Stone Mountain tribe you left behind in that valley? They should have disappeared by now too. There's no place left for you in the Red Mountains." At Sen's words, the wildling king's breathing grew heavier. His grip tightened around the mace in his hands, his entire body tensing as though preparing for a final, desperate fight. Yet, none of the warriors surrounding him moved to strike. Then, from within the crowd, Lothier stepped forward and came to stand directly before the wildling king. "Does the Chosen One also renounce his oath?" the wildling king demanded, his voice edged with betrayal. Lothier, bloodied from battle, met his gaze with cold indifference. "My lord does not renounce his oath. He has kept it. He helped you take your revenge." His fingers twitched slightly, as though resisting the urge to strike the men down himself. He would have liked nothing more than to end him right then and there, but he did not dare defy Lin's orders. Instead, he reached into the bag he had been given the day before, pulled it free, and tossed it onto the ground at the wildling king's feet. "Inside are 400 golden dragons," Lothier said. "My lord's resettlement fee for you. With this money, you can live a wealthy life in any castle you choose." Then, without another word, he raised his hand and made a sharp gesture. The wildlings standing around them immediately parted, opening a path. The wildling king stood motionless for a long moment. Finally, he bent down, picked up the bag, then reached for the leather coat fashioned from his mother's flayed skin. With both items in hand, he turned without another word and walked away, vanishing into the darkness of the valley. Chapter 144, The Fool's Gambit. The death of Lord Wyland Will caused quite a stir in the marches. Within just 2 days, the news had spread to the nearby territories and even reached Sunspear, at the far end of Dorne, via Raven. Many found it unbelievable that Lord Wyland Will had fallen at the hands of wildlings. In the countless conflicts in the marches, it was rare for a noble of his stature to die in battle, let alone at the hands of wildlings. This only fueled curiosity about the origins of these fierce raiders. While many studied the movements of the wildling tribes, the funeral of Lord Wyland Will was held in Will on the 7th day after his death. Nearly all those with inheritance rights from the collateral branches of House Will gathered at the castle, as local custom dictated that the new lord would be named at the funeral. However, as Wyland Will had left no heir, the title's succession would have to be decided among them. Beyond the Will-kin, numerous lords from the Boneway attended the funeral, eager to witness the rise of a new Lord of Will. Among them, House Ironwood held the most prestige, being the dominant power in the Boneway and a house strong enough to rival the Ironwood's historic adversaries. Close behind were House Manwoody of Kingsgrave and House Fowler of Skirich, followed by a collection of lesser lords. House Ironwood was represented by Cletus Ironwood, the eldest son and heir of Lord Anders Ironwood. Skirich was led by the famed twin beauties of House Fowler, Jane and Jen Fowler. Most of the other minor lords had sent their eldest sons, a clear indication of Wyland Will's rather unremarkable ties with the neighboring nobility. The only exception was Kingsgrave, whose lord, Dagos Manwoody, had come in person. His unexpected presence caught not only the new lord of Will off guard but also drew the attention of the nobles observing the ceremony. This old vulture never moves without a reason. Why would he come all the way here for Lord Will's funeral? In the hall of Will Castle, Jane Fowler cast a disdainful glance toward the Lord of Kingsgrave and muttered to her twin sister. Maybe he and Lord Will were close. Jen Fowler shrugged, her tone indifferent. A vulture and a viper, friends. Jane scoffed, eyeing her sister. Just wait and see. There's going to be trouble. The scavenger caught the scent of a dead snake, he won't leave without picking the bones clean. As the twin sisters whispered, Cletus Ironwood, not far away, overheard their exchange. He leaned in and murmured a few words to the men-at-arms beside him. While he had no intention of interfering in the Will succession, he would certainly not allow Kingsgrave to profit from it. Checks and balances had long been the Ironwood's preferred method of managing the Boneway's lords. In the center of the hall lay Wyland Will's corpse, his shattered half-head hidden beneath an iron mask. By Will family tradition, a dozen specially treated venomous snakes had been placed beside him. A silent sister, holding a lantern filled with strong incense, walked solemnly around the body, performing the final rites. As the ceremony continued, impatience grew among the Will family branches. One by one, they began loudly declaring their claims to Will Castle, each insisting that their right to inherit was the strongest. The hall quickly descended into chaos, the nobles bickering like merchants in a crowded marketplace. Watching the disgraceful scene, Cletus Ironwood finally rose to his feet and shouted, "Silence! Silence! You stand before the coffin of Lord Wyland Will, not in the bedchamber of your estates. Squabbling like fishwives, where is your dignity as nobles?" Though young, his status commanded respect. One by one, the feuding Willkin fell silent, though many cast resentful glances toward the heir of House Ironwood. The succession to the title and lands of Lord was recorded in the Will family genealogy, leaving no room for dispute. Cletus turned to Edwin, the advisor and maester who had served 3 lords of Will, and said, "Maester Edwin, please bring out the Lord Will's genealogy." At this, the old maester bowed to Cletus and took a heavy parchment from his assistant's hands. Following the procession to the coffin of Lord Wyland Will, he placed the book on the shelf that had been prepared in advance and opened it before everyone. He quickly found the page for Wyland Will and traced the lineage to the previous generation. Fields Will, son of Moors Will in the bloodline, is the Will family member with the highest inheritance rights, the old maester announced after carefully sorting through the genealogy. At that moment, among the Will family's collateral branches, a group of people cheered. Among them was a middle-aged man with a pointed nose, thin cheeks, and a pale complexion, who waved at the crowd with a look of complacency. Though the matter was settled, objections were inevitable. However, in the face of the genealogy book, there was nothing that could be done to change the outcome. Chosen by the 7 gods, Lord of Summerhall, Red Watch, and Red Watch River, Lord Lind Taryn approaches. The ceremonial official at the door suddenly announced the arrival of a visitor in a loud voice. Though the hall was filled with noise, his proclamation was clear and carried over the crowd, immediately silencing the room. Everyone's mind was filled with the same question: what is Lind Taryn doing here? Those present knew well the enmity between Lind Taryn and Lord Wyland Will. Before his death, the Chosen One had brought Wyland Will considerable misfortune. First, he lost over 1,000 soldiers in the defense of Will Castle. Then, under Lind's command, he surrendered Bone Bridge and the Serpent Fong Tower on the other side of the river, making him a laughingstock among the lords of Dorne. Some even suspected that Wyland Will's death was orchestrated by Lind. It was suspicious that only days after Wyland Will fell in battle against the Wildling King, Lind announced that he had fully subdued all Wildling tribes in the northeastern section of the Red Mountains. The timing was too coincidental, making it difficult not to suspect that Lind had a hand in directing the Wildling tribes to attack Wyland Will. Unfortunately, suspicion alone was not enough, there was no evidence to prove it. Furthermore, those familiar with the wildling tribes knew that the wildling king who killed Wylindwil hailed from the Stone Mountain tribe, an enemy of the wildling clans Lind had subdued. Cooperation between them was unlikely. Unlike most of those present, who harbored fear toward Lind, Cletus held him in high regard. He had participated in the God's Grace tournament and once made a wager against Lind, which he lost with little effort. Later, Lind instructed him in swordsmanship, correcting his flaws with such clarity that the improvement was undeniable. As a result, Cletus had developed a certain admiration for Lind. As Lind stepped into the hall, Cletus was the first to move forward, saluting him. "Lord Lind, it's been a long time." "It's been a long time, Sir Cletus," Lind replied. Lind remembered Cletus well. He was one of the few who had not been disarmed when facing Lind in combat. Later, upon learning that Cletus was the heir to House Ironwood, he made note of him as one of the rare individuals who had left an impression. "Oh Bella. You're alive." Just as the two were exchanging greetings, someone in the Ironwood entourage suddenly exclaimed. The man who had spoken stared at the woman in black veils behind Lind, his face full of shock. One after another, similar gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Cletus turned his gaze toward the woman and, with an expression of equal surprise, said, "Sister Aberna." "Cletus, you've grown up a lot in 2 years." Aberna smiled as she looked at him. Lind was also somewhat taken aback by the Ironwood's reaction. He hadn't expected Aberna to be so well acquainted with the young nobles of House Ironwood or that their relationship would be anything beyond casual. Obella seemed to read Lind's thoughts and explained, "When I was very young, my father often took me to the castle to play. I lived there for a long time and knew everyone in the Ironwood family." "Obella, you and Lord Lind." Cletus looked at her with a mix of surprise and suspicion. "Ser Lind is my husband's liege lord," Obella clarified before introducing Russell. "This is my husband, Russell Tarrant, captain of Ser Lind's independent company." "Husband?" Cletus turned to Russell, his expression filled with disbelief. "Obella, what happened to you in the past 2 years? This isn't the time to talk about that." "I'll explain later," Obella replied, shaking her head slightly before turning her attention to the young Ironwood nobles who had gathered around. Lind, wasting no time with further conversation, strode to the center of the hall, where Wylindwil's coffin lay. In the midst of the watching crowd, he declared, "You don't have to guess why a nobleman from the Reach is here. I will make it clear, this Lady Obella Will is Wylindwil's only daughter and the rightful heir to Will Castle. My purpose here is to ensure she receives what is rightfully hers." As soon as Lind spoke, the hall fell into stunned silence. A moment later, an uproar broke out. The Will family's collateral branches erupted in protest, shouting at Lind, while the other nobles present began loudly discussing the unexpected turn of events, eagerly anticipating the spectacle that was about to unfold. "Quiet. Quiet." Lind's voice rang out over the clamor. His hand came to rest on the great sword of the banished knight, and in an instant, a surge of thunder burst from his body. The shock wave blasted outward, shattering every window in the hall. The surrounding walls bore black scorch marks as if licked by flames. The room fell deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on Lind. Some were filled with fear, others with shock, but among them were expressions of awe and even excitement. For a long time, rumors had circulated about Lind's miraculous feats in Lanny sport. Though the faith of the Seven had acknowledged them as miracles, many in Dorne had dismissed the stories as mere tricks, a charlatan's performance meant to deceive ignorant northern lords. But now, having witnessed his power firsthand, no one could deny the truth of the rumors. If anything, the stories they had heard fell far short of capturing even a fraction of what they had just seen. Among the crowd, some followers of the faith of the Seven had already fallen to their knees, reciting prayers in reverence. Others, adherents of different beliefs, murmured their own chants, as if doing so was the only way to steady their shaken hearts. Obella and Russell, witnessing this for the first time, stood speechless, overwhelmed by what they had just seen. Their awe for Lind surged to new heights. Satisfied with the silence, Lind gestured to Russell, who stepped forward and handed him a set of documents. Lind placed them atop the genealogy book and said, "These documents confirm Obella's identity. They include letters exchanged between Lord Wylindwil and Obella's foster father, an inheritance document signed by Wylindwil himself and sealed with his lord's seal, and a birth certificate penned by a maester from the Citadel. I trust that Maester Edwin here can verify their authenticity. There's no need for verification. These are all genuine, the old maester immediately confirmed before Lind had even finished speaking. Aside from the letterhead, every other document here was drafted by me personally. He then turned to Obella, his voice softer. Come here, child. Let me have a look at you. Obella hesitated. She glanced at her husband, then at Lind, before finally stepping forward. As she moved, the eyes of everyone around her followed, their expressions a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment. The old maester gazed at Obella, his expression growing emotional. You look very much like your mother, he murmured. I was the one who delivered you when you were born. I wrote your birth certificate with my own hands and personally delivered it to Harmon Sand. I thought you had died long ago, but here you stand. House Will is back in the rightful hands. At these words, the faces of those from the Will family's branch line darkened. They knew that unless they could somehow prove Obella was an imposter, their hopes of claiming Will Castle were lost. Meanwhile, in the crowd watching from the Kingsgrave Castle delegation, a young man with red hair and a pale complexion tensed. His anxiety was evident. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of parchment documents, preparing to step forward. Before he could move, several figures emerged from the crowd, closing in on him in an instant. Hands gripped him tightly, restraining him, and then, quick, precise, a series of short daggers pierced his body. The blades cut deep, severing bones, puncturing his heart and lungs. A hand clamped over his mouth, silencing any cry before it could escape. His eyes widened in horror as he looked toward the Lord of Kingsgrave Castle, Lord Dagos, standing ahead of him. But Dagos never looked back. Moments later, the young man's struggles ceased, his strength drained away. The parchment scrolls slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Without drawing attention, the assassin swiftly carried his lifeless body out of the hall, slipping away through the crowd. Only one person had noticed. Lind. Chapter 145, The Sacred Beast of the Seven. A month ago, Lord Wyland Will of Castlewell was ambushed and killed in battle by the wildlings. This was the most sensational event in the Seven Kingdoms in recent times, as it had been a long time since a Lord of the March had fallen to the wildling tribes. According to the accounts of the soldiers who escaped back to Will Castle, the wildling tribe that attacked Wyland Will was called the Stone Mountain Tribe, and its leader was the Wildling King, who had been widely rumored to be alive in recent years. Wyland Will had died at the hands of the Wildling King. As for why the Wildling King, who was in the northeast section of the Red Mountains, would appear in the area south of the Will River to ambush Wyland Will, it was entirely because of the Lord of Summerhall, the Chosen One, Lyn Taran. Rumors of the Lord of Summerhall's inspection of his territory had been circulating in the surrounding regions for some time. To many, it was nothing more than an ordinary inspection trip. After all, for Lord Lind of Summerhall, that land was unfamiliar, an abandoned territory left neglected for years. It was only natural for a lord to assess the actual state of his domain and determine the location for his main castle. As such, the news of Lind's inspection did not initially attract much attention. However, the events that followed made many realize that this was no ordinary inspection. Beyond his involvement in the dispute over the heir to Grassy Vale Castle, forcing Lisa Meadows, the current Lord Elwood's aunt and the first-in-line heir, to flee Grassy Vale overnight, his actions even drew the notice of Highgarden, which reprimanded Lisa Meadows and her husband over such a trivial matter. Even before reaching Summerhall, his mere reputation and authority were enough to send the bandits in and around the northeast side of the Red Mountains fleeing in fear. Soon after, the wildlings tribes that had long been based in the Red Mountains suddenly turned on each other, and it was said that he was involved in that as well. The movement of the Wildling King's tribe south of the Will River and its subsequent clash with the Lord of Will was also attributed to this fragmentation among the wildlings. Yet none of these events became the most legendary tale of Lind's inspection of his domain. That honor belonged to what happened in the ruins of Summerhall. According to those who were camped outside the ruins at the time, on that fateful night, Lind entered Summerhall alone. Shortly after, the eerie shriek of the ghost of Summerhall echoed through the air. Those who heard it turned their eyes toward the ruins, and as they did, the ghost's wailing abruptly ceased. Moments later, Lind emerged from the ruins, with the giant beast at his side. At that time, the beast's fur had turned completely white, radiating a sacred glow. Speculation ran rampant. Many believed that Lind, using his status and power as the chosen one of the 7 gods, had banished all the ghosts haunting Summerhall. In doing so, the beast, too, had been blessed by the 7 and transformed into a sacred creature. As this rumor spread, many dismissed it as an attempt to further elevate Lin's aura as the chosen one. But many others, particularly devout believers of the faith of the 7, held firm in their belief that the event was real. The incident even caught the attention of the faith of the 7 itself. In response, the Starry September in Old Town, the Great September in Highgarden, and the September of Baylor in King's Landing almost simultaneously dispatched groups of 10 Septons and Septas, forming a miracle verification team to visit Lin's temporary camp on the north bank of the Will and confirm the truth behind the sacred beast. To everyone's surprise, the Septons and holy brothers from all 3 septs unanimously declared that Glory was indeed the blessed sacred beast of the 7 gods. They proclaimed that Glory embodied both the mother's love and the stranger's finality, with its radiance possessing both the healing miracles of love and the lethal miracles of death. In addition to confirming Glory as the sacred beast of the 7, the church also announced plans to fund the construction of a September in Lin's main castle and another in the port city of the Sea of Dorne, once both were completed. However, some well-informed individuals claimed that the Church of the 7 Gods would also help fund and contribute to the construction of the castle and port city, aiming to accelerate the process. This incident led some envious voices to declare that Lind was practically the biological child of the 7 gods. Those jealous of him even spread rumors suggesting that Lind was merely a representative figure chosen by the faith of the 7 to gain worldly power. Among the many rumors, however, one stood out as particularly novel. It claimed that after Lind used the divine power bestowed upon him by the 7 gods to free the ghosts bound to Summerhall, the tall Ser Duncan appeared before him in the form of a holy spirit and, in gratitude for liberating the tormented spirits of those who had perished in fire, gifted him a dragon egg. Because the rumor was so vivid and complete, an unknown bard wove it into a ballad titled The Song of the Chosen, the Ghosts, and the Dragon Eggs, which soon became popular in taverns and was hailed as a classic, second only to the Song of the Bear Hunter. For Lind, the fact that multiple major septs had come together to form a miracle appraisal group, excluding over 30 people from participating, just to investigate the miracles spoken of in the rumors was entirely unexpected. He had not stopped those in his camp from spreading the story, nor had he considered it a significant event, at least not compared to the power of storm and lightning he had displayed in Lannisport. However, he had entirely overlooked the special significance of death in religion. Many faiths revere creation as sacred, but death is often considered even more awe-inspiring and worthy of worship. The ghostly rumors surrounding Summerhall had existed for a long time. How could the faith of the 7 have ignored them? In fact, over the years, they had sent more than one investigative group to the ruins. While many of these groups found nothing unusual, some had encountered the ghosts of Summerhall and been dragged into the fire. Only one Septon had ever escaped from that fire alive, and he was the one rumored to have spoken of the event. However, unlike the widely believed tale that he had died after uttering only the words "dragon egg," this Septon had actually survived for several days. In that time, he recounted much more, almost everything he had experienced. Because of this, the higher-ups in the faith of the 7 had long known that ghosts truly did exist within the ruins of Summerhall. Before seeking out Lind to verify the miracle, the church's investigators first returned to Summerhall to examine the site. Several Septons who had previously investigated the hauntings and personally witnessed the ghostly manifestations reported a stark difference in the atmosphere. The oppressive eeriness that had once filled the ruins was gone. The most obvious proof lay in the presence of small animals. Birds had begun to build nests in the ruins, and creatures that had once avoided the place entirely now roamed freely. In the past, no animal would dare approach Summerhall, let alone settle there. This alone served as undeniable evidence that the ghosts had disappeared. Following this confirmation, the church's miracle identification team arrived at Lind's temporary village camp to verify the events at Summerhall. Lind could tell that these churchmen had come well prepared, so he recounted his experience truthfully, though he made slight modifications and omissions in the process. He described the power that had shielded him from the searing heat as a blessing from the 7 gods, and the force that had consumed the energy of the vengeful spirits as a purification granted by the divine. As for the dragon egg, he chose to omit it entirely. To further reinforce the story, he even had Glory demonstrate its 2 distinct powers, black and white light, before the clerics. Without exception, the gathered holy men and senior Septons reacted with awe, exclaiming at the miraculous sight. They quickly designated the 2 manifestations as the healing miracle and the deadly miracle. Shortly after these clerics returned to their respective septs, the three major septs simultaneously issued proclamations, formally declaring that Lind had performed a miracle in the ruins of Summerhall, cleansing the place of its lingering ghosts. They also decreed that Glory was one of the 7 sacred beasts, blessed by both the mother and the stranger, and imbued with 2 divine powers. Inspired by these events, Lind decided to craft a legend surrounding the dragon eggs in his possession. To ensure the tale spread widely, he took the theme song from The Lord of the Rings from his past life as its musical foundation and composed the Song of the Chosen, Ghosts, and Dragons, a ballad intertwining the tragedy of Summerhall and the dragon eggs. It was a carefully laid plan, meant to set the stage for the eventual hatching of a dragon from one of his eggs. Compared to other regions that eagerly sang the Song of the Chosen, Ghosts, and Dragons, the people of Dorne preferred their own composition, the Thunder Song. This song was inspired by the events at the funeral of Lord Wyland Will, particularly highlighting how Lind had nearly been treacherously deprived of his claim due to disputes over Will Castle's ownership. The song portrayed the summoning of thunder to restore the castle to its rightful heir, who had been publicly declared dead. In reality, the song's content had little connection to the actual events in Will's Great Hall that day. It even depicted Lind and Wyland Will as friends who had grown close through battle. When Lind first heard it, he couldn't help but wonder whether the Chosen One mentioned in the song was actually him. After Obella Will's identity was confirmed, the matter of succession to Will Castle and its title was swiftly settled. Those who opposed the decision turned their objections toward Russell, her husband, arguing that the wife of an orphan from the Green Blood River was unfit to lead an ancient noble house of Dorne. Many lords and nobles supported this sentiment. However, when Lind publicly bestowed the Tarrant surname upon Russell and formally recognized him as a member of House Tarrant, all doubts dissipated. To continue questioning Russell's legitimacy would not only challenge an orphan's identity but also defy the will of the Chosen of the 7 gods. By then, anyone who dared voice objections risked facing Lind in an honorable duel to defend his family's honor, and no one was foolish enough to invite such a fate. Many had witnessed his miraculous, lightning power in Will's Great Hall, fully aware that dueling him was tantamount to suicide. Naturally, no one dared provoke him at such a time. Meanwhile, Obella addressed lingering doubts about her past through the accounts of childhood friends like Cletus, crafting a plausible explanation for her disappearance and eventual return. According to the fabricated narrative, she had been ambushed by unknown assailants, only to be rescued by Russell. She had spent years in hiding, following Russell until she later joined Lind's ranks. It was only recently that she discovered evidence of her lineage among the belongings left by her foster father. This revelation led her to appear at her biological father's funeral and claim her rightful inheritance. With the title already secured, few were inclined to scrutinize the validity of her claims. The explanation was primarily intended to quell unnecessary disputes. Obella's first act as the new Lady of Will was to fill in the ancient snake pit within Will Castle, eliminating the poisonous serpents that had resided there for centuries. She had the remains cleaned up and properly buried on a nearby hill. This action won her the favor of many and significantly reduced the animosity of neighboring lords. Her second decision was to place a substantial bounty on the Wildling King, an act that spurred numerous Dornish bounty hunters, free knights, and wandering warriors to venture into the deep borderlands in pursuit of their target. However, she remained unaware that the men she sought had already died in Will's Great Hall the very day she established her claim. Lind, who knew the truth, chose not to inform her. The moment he had entered the hall that day, he had spotted the Wildling King, Hammer, standing among the Kingsgrave Castle procession and immediately recognized him. Though Hammer had shaved his excess hair, changed his hair color, and disguised himself to appear like any other man, he could not alter his eyes. The hatred in his gaze, especially when directed at Lind, was impossible to ignore. Curious about why the Wildling King was mingling with the Kingsgrave delegation, Lind refrained from exposing him immediately. Instead, he observed, waiting to see what Hammer and Kingsgrave intended. When the old maester confirmed Obella's identity as the sole heir of Will Castle, Hammer prepared to stir up trouble. However, before he could act, the Kingsgrave men turned against him. Instead of aiding him, they restrained him, and then stabbed him to death, one after another. Lind had been momentarily baffled by this unexpected act. He didn't fully understand Kingsgrave's motives until they discreetly removed Hammer's body. Later, when he recounted the incident to Nymeria, her analysis clarified the situation. Initially, Kingsgrave had intended to use the Wildling King to create chaos. However, after witnessing Lind's overwhelming display of power, they had lost their nerve. Fearing that Lind would turn his attention to them, they decided not only to prevent Hammer from acting but to eliminate him entirely. At that point, Hammer had become a dangerous liability. If word got out that Kingsgrave had harbored him, they would inevitably be accused of conspiring in the murder of Will's former lord. Such an accusation could lead to open war between Kingsgrave and Will. And with Lind backing Will, Kingsgrave knew they would face a dire outcome, especially since House Ironwood would likely refuse to support them. Rather than risk such a conflict, Kingsgrave simply erased the Wildling King as a threat, leaving Will with no reason to retaliate. As for how the Wildling King had become entangled with Kingsgrave in the first place, that mystery would likely remain unsolved. Chapter 146, The Great Expansion of the Domain. Almost a month after Obella inherited the title and territory of the Will Lordship, Lind continued leading his team along the coastline, rounding the Cape Wrath and heading toward the Red Watch River. John remained behind at the port construction site, named Miracle Port, to oversee the development of the port city. A few days later, the group arrived near the mouth of the Red Watch River. From there, they could see the top of Stonehelm Castle across the water. On the fertile land near the river, more than a dozen villages, both large and small, had been established. Looking out over the landscape, they saw fields of barley and wheat, along with cornfields abundant with fruit. Lind had expected some resistance from Stonehelm Castle, but upon arriving in one of the villages, the elders handed over the prepared village registers and land deeds without hesitation. "Who told you to do this?" Lind asked, surprised as he looked at the documents in his hands. "It was Lord of Stonehelm," the village elders answered honestly. "They told us that you, my lord, would come to claim us, and that from now on, our village would be under your rule. We are your subjects." Hearing this, Lind was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed the Lord of Stonehelm had been frightened by the events at Will. It made sense. The Lord of Will had only wanted to reclaim the land he had seized and resettle the people there. Now, not only were there no people left, but the land itself had fallen into someone else's hands. No matter how greedy the Lord of Stonehelm was, he would not want to become the next Lord Will. As a result, all the reclaimed land and villages in Stonehelm were surrendered to Lind intact. Even the wooden bridge originally built to connect the east and west banks of the Red Watch River had been dismantled. And it wasn't just Stonehelm. The same thing happened in Crow's Nest. As Lind's forces advanced upstream into the Red Watch Valley, the reclaimed lands and newly built villages under Crow's Nest were also handed over to him, with their bridges similarly dismantled. Though Lind was astonished by the actions of the Lords of Stonehelm and Crow's Nest, their decisions ultimately saved him a great deal of trouble and significantly reduced the time needed to survey his new territory. Additionally, he made some unexpected discoveries in the Red Watch Valley. Besides the Stormland settlers who had migrated from Crow's Nest, there were also Aboriginal tribes in the nearby mountains, tribes that bore similarities to the Wildlings of the north. These people referred to themselves as the descendants of Drox the Corpsemaker. After their ancestors were defeated by Storm King Cleodin I of House Durandon, they were placed under house arrest in the valley. Generations later, they had settled permanently in the region. They still preferred to use the ancient name of the Red Watch River, calling it the Slain River, and referred to themselves as the Slain People. What surprised Lind the most, however, was that they also knew of a hidden mountain path, one that connected Summerhall directly to the Red Watch Valley, bypassing the long and arduous route through the Red Mountains. A journey that would typically take about a month could instead be completed in just 2 days. Eager to see this for himself, Lind had the Slain guide him along the path. It wound up a steep mountainside, passed through a narrow, gate-like mountain stream, and then led through a valley. Emerging on the other side, they found themselves already on the slopes of Summerhall. In the distance, Lind could vaguely make out a rocky mountain, its peak shaped like a towering stone pillar, marking the exit. The passage showed clear signs of human excavation. Lind suspected it had been dug by the Slain's ancestors in an attempt to escape their captivity in the Red Watch Valley. Though the path was currently narrow, only wide enough for a single person, it had potential. With some work, it could be expanded to accommodate horses, mules, and donkeys. There were also areas where vertical elevators could be built, allowing goods from the valley to be transported up the mountain and then carried across to the other side by pack animals. Such a system would drastically reduce transportation time. Additionally, the vast valley connecting both ends of the path could be developed into a small town or fortress. Defensive towers could be constructed along the mountain trails on either side, securing full control over the route and eliminating the risk of an enemy using it to launch an attack on Summerhall. After surveying the path, Lind had a fully formed construction plan in mind. He then discussed it with the master mason to finalize the details. "What do you want?" Upon returning to the camp in the river valley, Lind asked the slain elders. "We hope to obtain a piece of land that is recognized by the 7 kingdoms and can be passed down for generations," one of the elders quickly replied. It was clear that this was the result of prior discussion. Lind, of course, understood their intent. However, instead of agreeing immediately, he countered, "I can grant you such a piece of land, but who will be its master? I can't possibly give the land to all of you, can I?" The slain elder was taken aback, as were the others around him. It was evident that they had not considered this point during their discussions. "There's no rush," Lind said, sensing their dilemma. "Go back, discuss it, and give me an answer." Realizing that this was not the place for such deliberations, the slains took their leave. "Are you really going to give these slains their own territory?" Nymeria asked with concern. "Do you realize this will bring you a lot of trouble? If you grant them land, what about the wildling tribes that have pledged allegiance to you? And the knights who have followed you for so long? Will you give them land too? If not, then—" "You don't need to worry," Lind replied with a smile. "It won't be long before they come to me themselves and ask me to withdraw their request." "Why?" Nymeria asked skeptically. "Because these people have followed an egalitarian system for generations," Lind explained. "Equal distribution of output, equal status within the group, collective control of wealth, even their decisions are made through discussion and voting." He paused for a moment. The first thing that came to mind was what the slain elder had told him about their society. Isn't this the very ideal of universal harmony that so many have pursued in the past? Lind smiled and continued, "Although this system has helped them sustain their prosperity and heritage for thousands of years, it doesn't mean it's a good one. It has too many limitations, like the necessity of a relatively closed environment and the absence of strong individual desires. The moment someone develops ambitions beyond the group's consensus, it's like throwing fire into oil. Eventually, it will all burn. Right now, the issue of land ownership and governance is the spark that has been ignited." At his words, an image of people consumed by flames flashed through Nymeria's mind, and she couldn't help but frown. Lind's prediction proved accurate. A few days later, the slains erupted into a fierce internal struggle with no apparent warning. It was as if centuries of suppressed desires had suddenly burst forth. In a single night, over 100 people perished, an immense loss for a people already small in number. All the elders were killed, most at the hands of those closest to them. By morning, the survivors stood among the corpses, listening to the anguished cries of the wounded. The horror of what had transpired finally dawned on them. Some, overwhelmed by guilt and grief, took their own lives, further reducing their numbers. In the aftermath, the remaining slain sought out Lind once more. This time, they did not mention land. Instead, they only asked for relocation, wishing to settle elsewhere. However, they no longer remained as a single people. They split into 5 separate families, each taking a different path. The wounds of the night's bloodshed ran too deep, living together would only breed further resentment. Lind granted their request. Before leaving, the slains handed him a map they had meticulously drawn over the years, detailing the mountains surrounding the Red Watch Valley. It marked the locations of various ore deposits they had discovered, a final offering before they parted ways. "You've gone too far," Nymeria said to Lind with some severity as she watched the slains clean up the bodies of their own kind. Lind did not respond to Nymeria's remark, merely observing the situation before him with calm detachment. With the Red Watch Valley now under his control, his inspection of the territory was complete. Half a month later, he and Nymeria returned to Tumbleton and began preparations for the relocation. Soon after his return, the Citadel approved his application and sent Maester Thorn to serve as an advisor. However, what Lind had not anticipated was that Maester Thorn would not arrive alone. He was accompanied by a dozen assistant maesters. This was not an act of generosity on the Citadel's part, but a strategic move. Lind's territory presented a rare opportunity, a vast region with numerous castles, port cities, and towns that needed to be built. The Citadel saw this as the perfect chance to gain experience and gather architectural data. Lind had no objections. After all, any construction required his approval, and he would never sanction designs that deviated too far from his own vision. In his view, maesters skilled in architecture, even if they were only assistant maesters, were a valuable asset. He currently had 3 major projects underway: Summerhall Castle, Miracle Harbor, and Red Watch Castle in the Red Watch Valley. Originally, Lind had only intended to fund 2 simultaneous construction projects. However, since the Church of the Faith of the Seven was willing to contribute financially to the development of his territory, he saw no reason to refuse. With ample funding, he had no concerns about managing construction on 3 sites at once, or even expanding to 4 or 5 if necessary. The scale of development made one thing clear: the current population of Lind's territory was insufficient. He had no choice but to recruit refugees from places like King's Landing. Although the 7 kingdoms had suffered through the catastrophic extreme cold, there were surprisingly few refugees. Those too weak to endure had perished in the freezing conditions, leaving only a handful who managed to survive and reach major cities. Even in cities like King's Landing, many of the poor had succumbed to the cold, drastically reducing the number of displaced people available for recruitment. However, Lind's concerns about manpower were short-lived. When he announced the recruitment of laborers for the construction of Miracle Harbor and Summerhall Castle, the septs of the Faith of the Seven across the land called upon the poor to migrate to his territory and take part in the work. At the lowest levels of society, there were countless devout followers of the Faith of the Seven. Under the Septon's influence, working on the construction of Summerhall Castle and Miracle Harbor was framed as an act of redemption. As a result, a flood of impoverished people from all corners of the kingdom arrived in Lind's territory, filling the labor gap. More importantly, most of these workers required no wages, only food and shelter. Upon realizing this, Lind developed a cautious attitude toward the Church of the Seven. It was a double-edged sword, an entity that, if wielded well, could strike down enemies with ease, but if mishandled, could just as easily turn against him. Although his current collaboration with the Church was smooth, he had to account for the possibility of future conflicts. He needed to establish his own influence within the faith rather than relying solely on cooperation. Thus, before the construction of his castle and port city commenced, Lind proposed the establishment of 2 new septs, one at the ruins of Summerhall and the other at Bone Bridge near Miracle Harbor. He named them the Miracle September and the Redemption September, and he requested that the Faith of the Seven dispatch septons and holy men to oversee their affairs. The Faith of the Seven approved of Lind's initiative and held him in high regard. In recognition, they granted him the title of Most Devout Septon of the Redemption September. Of course, this was merely a ceremonial position. The actual governance of the September remained in the hands of the 2 septons. No lord had ever held the title of Most Devout before, but since Lind was the chosen one of the 7, an exception was made. Additionally, the Church saw this as a test of the Iron Throne's reaction, whether the Crown would accuse them of interfering in secular matters. As the Church had hoped, the Iron Throne remained silent. Though his title as Most Devout was nominal, it did not mean Lind was powerless. With careful maneuvering, he ensured that the 2 septons assigned to the Miracle September and the Redemption September were from the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing rather than the Starry September, which had a stronger connection to him. The reasoning was simple. The clergy of the Starry September were true devotees of their faith, whereas those of the Great September of Baelor had long been corrupted by temptation. Beneath their religious robes, they were nothing more than ordinary men, and such men were far easier for Lind to control. Within just 4 days, the newly appointed septons had fallen completely under his influence through a combination of coercion and bribery. With their cooperation, most of the clergy in the 2 septs became his loyal followers. Those from the Great September of Baelor and other septs who resisted were either sidelined into irrelevance or accused of fabricated crimes and sent back to their places of origin. Since Lind never acted directly and allowed the septons to handle everything, the entire affair was dismissed as an internal power struggle within the Faith of the Seven. A few months later, both septs were fully under Lind's control. And beneath their structures, in vast underground warehouses, he stored the dragon bones that Varys had secretly transported. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, The Chosen Son. Are these the bones of the dragons? The bones from the Red Keep. In the underground storage room of the Redemption September, Septon Hullen stared in shock at the dragon bones piled before him, illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Unable to contain his disbelief, he turned to Lind and asked. However, as his gaze shifted, he noticed Sister Melessa, the mother of the Mother House of the Redemption September, and Elder Cailin, the head of the Silent Sceptry, standing beside Lind. Their expressions were cold and unreadable. At once, Septon Hullen fell silent, stepping back to the side like a dutiful servant. The Redemption September had been built on the ruins of Summerhall. While all the surface structures of Summerhall had been lost to fire, the underground foundations remained intact, making construction significantly easier. In contrast, the Miracle September in Miracle Harbor had only just laid its foundation, whereas the main buildings of the Redemption September were already complete, with only final decorations and the statues of the 7 gods remaining. Beyond the main Redemption September, the entire complex encompassed a mother house for the Holy Sisters and a Silent September for the priests. The underground level housed storage facilities, as well as a secret meeting place located directly beneath the mother house and Silent Sceptry. This hidden chamber was where Lind trained the Chosen Ones, the holy army devoted to the September. This armed force was a crucial part of Lind's broader scheme to seize control of the faith of the 7. While the Mother House and Silent Sceptry appeared to serve as institutions for religious study and practice, they primarily functioned as a front for Lind's careful selection and training of the Chosen Ones. The decision to establish a sanctuary for the Chosen was a spontaneous one. While touring the construction site of the September, Lind had observed that the vast majority of the commoners summoned by the faith of the 7 harbored a fervent belief in him. Their devotion stemmed from the legend of the Chosen One who would save the world, and they sincerely regarded Lind as the prophesied savior destined to lead them against the forces of darkness and evil. Over time, Lind realized that this unwavering faith extended beyond the impoverished masses. Even within the senior clergy accompanying the Septon to oversee the Redemption September, there were those who shared the same conviction. Among them, the 2 most devout were Melissa, the head of the Mother House, and Elder Cailin, the leader of the Silent Sceptry. Melissa was not part of the clergy at the Great September of Baylor. She hailed from the Starry September, where she had already risen to the position of Mother of the Mother House. She was also the only female archbishop within the faith of the 7, serving as one of the 7 church judges, a rank just below that of the Septon of the Starry September. Her belief in Lind had been sparked years ago when he had slain Ironborn pirates in front of the Starry September. At the time, she had been in the nearby Mother House and had witnessed the battle firsthand. In that moment, she had been struck by the illusion that Lind was the living embodiment of the warrior. It was she who later convinced the Septon of the Starry September to ally with Lind, positioning him as the chosen warrior of the gods. Over time, Lind's role evolved from being the chosen of the warrior to the chosen of the 7 gods, and the miracles he performed far exceeded Melissa's expectations. The more she witnessed, the more convinced she became that her initial belief, that Lind was the warrior's chosen, had been a divine revelation. She later participated in the miracle appraisal group that traveled to Miracle Harbor to examine the supposed miracles manifested in glory. Among all those who came into contact with the black and white halos surrounding glory, 2 individuals exhibited the most extreme reactions, Sister Melissa and Elder Cailin. When Melissa touched the white light, her old wounds were miraculously healed. Not only that, but her once pale hair darkened, and she appeared at least 20 years younger. Elder Cailin, on the other hand, experienced the opposite effect. Upon exposure to the black light, he visibly aged by a decade. Yet, rather than despair or resentment, he reacted with elation. Following this event, Melissa applied for a transfer to the Redemption September's Mother House, while Elder Cailin, formerly of the Quiet Isle, requested reassignment to the Silent Sceptry. Unlike Melissa, whose faith in Lind had taken root only after witnessing his battles, Elder Cailin's devotion had begun the instant he was touched by the black light emanating from glory. As the light accelerated his aging, he seemed to experience a divine revelation and began to revere Lind as a savior. Thus, when Lind proposed establishing a special sect dedicated to training the Chosen Ones as a divine army, both Melissa and Cailin embraced the idea wholeheartedly, taking it upon themselves to select and train these warriors of faith. At the same time, their task also included supervising the Septon of the Redemption September to prevent Septon Hullen from suddenly losing his temper and acting irrationally. Septon Hullen held great respect for the 2 of them, and as long as they were present, he would restrain himself. Is this all the dragon bones in the Red Keep's collection? Melora had accompanied Lind to the underground warehouse. She surveyed the dragon bones filling the entire space and asked. Not yet, Lind shook his head. This is less than a third. Many of the dragon bones are temporarily stored in Tumbleton. They'll be transferred once the underground warehouse of the Miracle September is completed. Additionally, some of the larger dragon bones in the Red Keep cellars are impossible to transport, such as those of Baal Ryan the Black Dread and Vagor the Overwhelming. Unless they are broken into pieces, moving them without attracting attention is out of the question. If I need to use them, I may have to go to the Red Keep. The church also has some dragon bones in its possession. If you need them, my lord, I can arrange for their transfer, Sister Melissa said in a deep voice. Lynn did not stand on ceremony. He simply nodded and said, I'll find you when I need them. At that moment, Cailin stepped out from the shadows behind the group. He approached one of the dragon bones, reaching out to touch it, his face showing an expression of obsession. Then, he pulled out the dragon rune necklace Lynn had given him, along with another he had crafted himself, and pressed them against the dragon bone to see if they would react. However, to his disappointment, neither showed any response. Idiot. The power within Dragonbone can only be sensed by certain people. Clearly, you are not one of them, Melora said coldly, mocking him. Cailin remained unfazed by her words, as if he hadn't heard them at all. Without reacting, he turned away and retreated into the shadows behind Melora, lowering his head once more. The three clerics, however, made no attempt to hide their dislike for either Cailin or Melora. Their disgust was written plainly across their faces. What did you bring me here for? Just to show me a pile of bones? Melora asked, indifferent to the cleric's attitudes. She had grown accustomed to their contemptuous and judgmental gazes back in Old Town. Didn't you want to see something related to magical power? Lind responded with a smile, then turned to Melissa and the others. You are all people I trust. No matter what you witness here, do not speak of it to anyone. Keep it to yourselves. We will obey your command, my lord, the group replied immediately. Melora's eyes lit up at Lind's words, and her breathing grew slightly heavier with excitement. Behind her, Cailin straightened up, lifting his head from its bowed position. Lind approached a dragon skull, sat cross-legged, and placed his hands on it. Without a sound, glory emerged from the shadows, settling behind Lind and lying down so he could lean against it. As it did, its fur turned pure white, emitting waves of soft, glowing light. The moment Glory's fur changed color, Sister Melissa clasped her hands in prayer and began reciting the "May the Mother bless you." The other two clerics bowed their heads in reverence, their expressions filled with deep piety. The dragon skull in Lind's hands was not particularly large, only slightly bigger than a dog's head, and somewhat misshapen, likely belonging to a young dragon that had died in infancy. But regardless of its deformity, a dragon skull was still a dragon skull, and it contained powerful magic. Lind, having spent months preparing for this moment, did not hesitate any longer. Drawing upon the knowledge from the memories of the banished knight, he easily activated the residual power of a previous dragon communion ritual within him, forming a dragon rune specifically meant for the ritual. The moment the dragon rune took shape, Lind felt a powerful force pulling from within his body, instantly drawing out the magic contained within the dragon bone in his hands. At the same time, just as glory devoured the energy of vengeful spirits, the dragon rune siphoned power from all the surrounding dragon bones. In the eyes of Melora and the others, they saw Lind hold the dragon bone in his hands for only a moment before it crumbled into powder, as if crushed by an invisible force. Almost simultaneously, nearly half of the dragon bones filling the warehouse also disintegrated into dust. As they stood in stunned silence, marveling at the scene before them, they suddenly felt the temperature around them rise rapidly, as if a great bonfire had been ignited in the enclosed underground space. Look! Melora exclaimed, pointing at Lind. Everyone turned their eyes toward him and saw a raging fire erupt across his body. Holy Sister Melissa, in a panic, instinctively rushed forward to extinguish the flames, but Elder Cailin pulled her back. Septon Hullen quickly reassured her, "Look, the Lord is not burned." Only then did they notice that, despite the intense flames engulfing him and illuminating the entire underground warehouse, neither Lind's flammable hair nor his clothing showed any sign of burning. Even the massive form of glory, against which Lind had been leaning, remained untouched by the fire. Instead, the beast yawned contentedly and curled up on the ground, seemingly unfazed. Is this real fire or an illusion? Cailin muttered in amazement, watching the flames flicker. He hesitated, almost tempted to reach out and touch them, but reason stopped him at the last moment. Instead, he tore off a piece of cloth and tossed it into the fire surrounding Lind. Before everyone's eyes, the fabric instantly turned to ash and drifted to the ground. A collective gasp filled the warehouse. Then, the flames shifted. They began to morph into a series of indistinct, eerie images, skulls of giant dragons. The spectral dragon skulls all tilted their heads back, mouths open as if roaring toward the heavens, straining to surge outward. Yet, an unseen force within the fire held them back. Each time they tried to break free, they were dragged back into the flames, their struggle repeating over and over. Watching this, Septon Hullen, his imagination running wild, couldn't help but speculate, could it be that the Lord is using the power bestowed by the 7 gods to bind the lingering dragon souls within the dragon bone? Yes, you're right. Holy Sister Melissa agreed. Elder Cailin, standing beside them, nodded in silent approval. But while the others saw only the shifting flames and spectral illusions, Melora's unique bloodline allowed her to perceive far more. In her eyes, the fire did not originate from Lind at all. Instead, it was rising from the very ground of the underground warehouse, as though the flames had always been embedded there, lying dormant until now. And the dragon skulls, which the others believed to be roaring or struggling against Lind's restraint, were not resisting him at all. Rather, they were emerging from within him, consuming the surrounding fire with ravenous hunger. To her, Lind was no longer human. He had transformed into a monstrous dragon head, adorned with fearsome horns, devouring the flames. The vision lasted only a brief moment before fading, yet the heat did not subside. On the contrary, it intensified. Within mere breaths, those still standing in the warehouse felt as if flames were burning within their very chests. Overwhelmed by the sensation, they had no choice but to retreat. Strangely, as soon as they crossed the threshold, an invisible force seemed to seal the heat inside. Outside the warehouse, the air was cool and refreshing, and they instantly felt normal again. Feeling safe once more, Cailin wasted no time. He eagerly pulled the sack off his back and rummaged through it, retrieving an assortment of bizarre and intricate devices. Without hesitation, he moved to place them inside the warehouse, eager to see what reactions they would provoke. At this time, Elder Cailin stepped forward and grasped Caillin's hand, stopping him from proceeding. "Maester, I hope you will not disturb the Chosen One," Holy Sister Melissa said in a low voice, her gaze on Cailin filled with disapproval. "I can guarantee that Caillin's test will not alarm Lind," Melora interjected. She seemed familiar with the devices Cailin had taken out, and curiosity about their results prompted her to vouch for him. Septon Hullen, who had spent considerable time dealing with Melora, spoke in a low voice, "Sister Melissa, Elder Cailin, Lady Melora is the Lord's most important advisor. She would never do anything to harm the Lord." Elder Cailin considered Hullen's words for a moment before releasing his grip on Caillin's hand. Holy Sister Melissa, though still displeased, chose not to press the matter further. Cailin paid no attention to those around him. The moment his hand was freed, he resumed his unfinished test without hesitation. The dragon communion ritual continued for nearly 4 days and nights. Of the 5 present, they took turns leaving to rest on the surface, except for Cailin. No one trusted him enough to leave him alone outside the underground warehouse. The dragon bones within the warehouse were not only devoured at the beginning of the ritual but continued to be consumed throughout, until only a few dozen remained along the inner wall. There was no doubt that this ritual had consumed an unprecedented quantity of dragon bones, dozens, perhaps even hundreds of times more than the first. The previous communion had required only a single box, now, an entire vast warehouse had been reduced to dust. It was daunting to imagine how many dragon bones would be needed for the next ritual. Eventually, when the dragon bones ceased to disintegrate, the searing heat inside the warehouse began to subside. Elder Cailin, who had been waiting outside, and Cailin, who had monitored the situation tirelessly for 4 days and nights, immediately sensed the change and moved to enter. After confirming that all was well, they approached Lind. At that moment, he opened his eyes, scanning the thick layer of dragon bone dust covering the ground. Rising to his feet, he dusted himself off before turning to the 2 men. "How many days have passed?" he asked. "It's been 4 days," Cailin responded. Elder Cailin, standing beside him, quickly made a series of hand gestures, inquiring about Lind's condition. "Very well, I'm fine," Lind answered with a smile, stretching his limbs. Creators. Chapter 148, Willis' Request. It had been almost a month since the dragon communion ritual had taken place. Lind had returned to Tumbleton from Summerhall more than 10 days ago and had spent every day since then either fishing on the Mander River or training Brienne and Asha. He left everything else in his territory to his subordinates. John had been sent to Miracle Harbor as steward, while Scar-Eyed Mitt became the commander of the garrison there. Liss, the former financial officer, was transferred to Summerhall as steward, and Raoul, his adjutant, took on the role of commander of the garrison in Summerhall. In addition, Bryn Rivers was assigned to oversee the construction of Red Watch Castle and Red Watch Mountain Road in the Red Watch Valley. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, Lind had also borrowed Maester E from Nymeria to assist Bryn Rivers. Lind established an additional governing body similar to the small council, but it operated more like an ancient cabinet or a military affairs office from a bygone era, with Melora at its center. He recruited a significant number of capable wandering maesters and down-on-their-luck nobles to fill its ranks. While political matters involving other territories and the Iron Throne remained his responsibility, most internal affairs were entrusted to this small cabinet. Additionally, he recruited a group of maesters and assistant maesters from the Citadel who specialized in law. They formed a traveling court alongside septons of the Faith of the Seven, moving between cities and villages to adjudicate local disputes. Only serious crimes, such as murder, were escalated to Lind for judgment. Most lords spent their days seated in their castle halls, listening to the grievances of their vassals and ruling on petty disputes. In contrast, Lind's itinerant court significantly reduced the burden of such trivial matters. Moreover, it was a system difficult for other lords to replicate. Few would willingly surrender their judicial authority to the church, let alone to a maester. The right to judge was among the most fundamental powers of a lord, a key expression of their authority. However, Lind was different. He could derive prestige from other sources and wielded a divine presence that rendered the conventional symbols of lordship insignificant to him. He had no need to cling to judicial authority. Yet, his vassals' diligence was not solely out of duty. Many worked hard to create more opportunities for Lind and Nymeria to be alone together. To them, an heir was of utmost importance, despite the fact that both Lind and Nymeria were still young. Lind and Nymeria had shared a room for 2 years, and whenever they were together, they were almost always intimate. Still, nothing had come of it, which left the advisors of the territory increasingly anxious. Melora and Qyburn examined them both and concluded that Lind's body was too powerful, or more precisely, that his bloodline was too dominant, completely suppressing Nymeria and preventing her from conceiving. Melora proposed 2 possible solutions. One was to bleed Lind, weakening him to a level closer to Nymeria's. The other was to increase the frequency of intercourse, as conception would become more likely over time. When Lind established the cabinet, everyone had supported the idea, except Melora. However, after he promised to find a suitable replacement for her as soon as possible, she emerged from her laboratory and temporarily assumed the role of head of the cabinet. With his various responsibilities delegated, Lind remained in Tumbleton, living a leisurely and carefree life. "You've been living too carefree lately," Nymeria exclaimed as she arrived by boat, stepping onto Lind's vessel, which was anchored in the middle of the river. By now, his fishing on the Mander had become a well-known sight in Tumbleton. His boat always seemed to remain stationary in the middle of the river, unaffected by the upstream current. The townspeople had come to view this as yet another of Lind's miracles, with rumors spreading that after mastering storm and thunder, he had also gained dominion over the river itself. Lind smiled and replied, "Really? It may look like I'm just relaxing, but I'm actually training." And indeed, he was. What he was training was his control over the power of the dragon rune. Since the dragon communion ritual a month ago, his physical attributes had further improved, his strength and speed had increased, but the most profound change was that the dragon rune had fused with his heart, becoming a part of him. This granted him direct access to the extraordinary power of the dragon rune. Previously, he had to invoke the dragon rune on either the dragon rune necklace or the sword of the banished knight to use its supernatural abilities. Now, however, he could channel the dragon rune's power directly from his heart, enabling him to perform extraordinary feats, such as using sheer mental control to keep his boat fixed in place on the river's surface, unmoved by the current. At the same time, he could feel that the dragon rune had accumulated a great amount of scorching power within it. He sensed that once he fully mastered its control, he might be able to unleash this energy. By then, he might even be able to breathe fire like a dragon. After all, some of the forbidden prayer spells of the banished knight possessed abilities similar to dragon's breath, not just fire, but also frost, storm, and lightning. Although the dragon communion ritual had granted Lind even greater power, he was somewhat disappointed that the progress bar for his cheat had not changed as a result of the ritual. It remained exactly the same as before. Still, he was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to experiment and discover a way to accelerate its progression. "I think your days of leisure are over," Nymeria said as she took out a letter and handed it to Lind. "It's from Highgarden." Lind paused for a moment before taking the letter, opening it, and reading its contents. With a hint of suspicion, he said, "Lord Willis wants me to assist Lord Vortimer and Joel Flowers in transporting a group of criminals to the Wall as Night's Watchmen." Nymeria raised an eyebrow slightly. "It seems the incident had a significant impact if they're going as far as to involve you in escorting prisoners." Lind nodded gravely in agreement. 3 months ago, Willis had gathered a group of around 200 death row inmates to send them to the Wall as recruits for the Night's Watch. This was not the first time he had done so. Previous efforts had gone smoothly. In fact, Willis had become one of the Night's Watch's most valued allies. Lord Commander Corgyle had even personally sent a letter of gratitude to Highgarden, along with rare and remarkable gifts from beyond the Wall, items never seen in the south. Among these were a complete mammoth skeleton and the head of a giant, both of which had caused quite a stir in Highgarden. Everyone had assumed this escort would be routine. No one expected anything to go wrong. But the unexpected happened, not because of Highgarden, but because of the very Night's Watchman assigned to oversee the transport. As the procession neared Harroway, the black-clad escort suddenly turned on the Highgarden soldiers. The attack came without warning. One moment, the soldiers had been drinking and eating alongside their supposed allies; the next, they were cut down, utterly defenseless in the first wave of slaughter. After securing the prisoners, the renegade Night's Watch led them to salt pans, where they looted a vast amount of wealth and stole several ships used for transporting salt. They then set sail along the coast, passing through the Bay of Crabs and vanishing into the narrow sea. If nothing had gone wrong, they were likely already across the sea by now. The chaos caused by the incident was immense. As a direct consequence, the Riverlands, the Vale, and several other regions banned entry to black-clad men, preventing the Night's Watch from recruiting south of the Neck. With no alternative, Willis had to arrange for his own people to personally transport the condemned prisoners to the Wall. "He's making a big deal out of nothing. Isn't it enough to send Lords Vortimer and Joel to escort them?" Nymeria asked, somewhat puzzled. Lind froze for a moment, then fell into contemplation. After a while, he said, "Perhaps they aren't sending me just to escort the prisoners to the Wall, but for some other matter." "Other matter?" Nymeria took the letter from Lind's hands, scanning its contents. "It doesn't mention anything else." As soon as she finished speaking, an eagle's cry echoed in the sky. A white-feathered sea eagle with a red crown descended gracefully, landing on the edge of Lind's boat. The eagle let out 2 sharp cries at Lind before shaking the small cloth bag tied to its foot. "Lord Willis." Seeing this peculiar sea eagle, Lind immediately thought of Howland Reed using ravens to deliver messages. The sea eagle's eyes flashed with a look of surprise, as though taken aback that Lind had recognized its purpose. Then it called out twice more and nodded. Without hesitation, Lind reached out and untied the cloth bag from the eagle's foot. As soon as the bag was removed, the eagle did not linger. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared back into the sky and disappeared. "Is Lord Willis a skin changer?" Nymeria asked in surprise, having witnessed the entire scene. "Maybe," Lind replied, though he suspected that Willis's abilities were stronger than those of an ordinary skin changer, perhaps comparable to those of a green seer. Lind took out a folded piece of letter paper from the cloth bag, carefully unfolding it and reading its contents. His expression grew serious as he absorbed the message. After he finished, Nymeria took the letter from his hands and read it thoroughly. Unable to hold back, she scoffed, "He actually wants you to go north of the Wall to the land of always winter to find some kind of horn. Did he not break his leg but his brain when he fell off his horse?" As she said, Willis's letter contained a request for Lind to use the opportunity of escorting the prisoners to travel beyond the Wall, to the land of always winter, to retrieve the Horn of Winter. Willis had even drawn a simple map to indicate its location. Nymeria's tone turned sharp. "You are no longer a knight of House Tyrell. You are a Lord of the Reach. You have every right to refuse such an outrageous order." Lind shook his head. "But I also want to go to the Wall and the land of always winter to see it for myself." Nymeria frowned. "What's there to see at the Wall and the land of always winter? Apart from ice, it's just snow." "You can see the White Walkers," Lind said. Nymeria let out a short laugh. Ha ha. White Walkers. She had thought he was joking, but after a moment, she noticed the seriousness in his expression. As her laughter faded, she asked with a more solemn tone, "Are you serious?" Lind nodded, glancing back at the note in his hand. He didn't know much about the Horn of Winter, only that it was said to be buried somewhere at the Fist of the First Men, along with a cache of dragonglass arrows. The exact location was uncertain, and from what he had heard, the horn itself was damaged. "Will you be in danger if you go there?" Nymeria asked, a trace of worry slipping into her voice. The stories she had heard since childhood painted the White Walkers as terrifying, near-mythical beings. "You shouldn't ask me that," Lind said with a confident laugh. "You should ask the White Walkers." Not wanting to dwell on the topic any further, he changed the subject. "How's the old man's tavern coming along?" "It's already built," Nymeria answered, though her face showed a hint of concern. "But he told you not to go there anymore. Last time you visited, you made too much noise and caused him trouble. Also, he said to stop bragging about your connection to him." Since Tumbleton had stabilized, Lind had wanted to bring Old Bane over from White Holdfast, but the old man had refused. He had insisted that he still had many old friends in White Holdfast and was comfortable there. It wasn't until recently, after the last of Old Bane's friends had passed away, that he finally agreed to Lind's request and moved his tavern to Tumbleton. However, he had declined the new tavern Lind had built for him and instead used his own money to set up a small tavern by Tumbleton Road, just outside the town. After the tavern was completed, Lind had only visited once, and never again. Those who knew them well believed they had fallen out. That day in the tavern, Lind could feel that while Old Bane's feelings toward him had not changed, but the difference in their statuses had placed a distance between them. Even their conversation had felt strained. So when he heard that Old Bane did not want him visiting again, he wasn't surprised. He had since asked Nymeria to secretly look after the old man. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he felt a slight movement from the fishing line. Reacting instantly, he lifted the rod and reeled in the line. A 3-foot-long fish arced through the air and landed in Nymeria's boat. But when Lind checked the end of the fishing line, he realized there was no hook. Since he had decided to travel to the land of always winter, he needed to arrange matters in his domain. Lind immediately sent ravens to the managers and garrison commanders of each region, informing them that he had accepted Willis's commission to escort a group of prisoners to the wall. However, he did not mention that he planned to go beyond the wall. Because all responsibilities had already been assigned to the appropriate people, there was little else he needed to instruct. His final message stated that while he was away, Nymeria would oversee the domain. None of his advisors objected to his decision. This was not the first time Nymeria had presided over matters in his absence. In fact, many people saw no distinction between their two realms. Nymeria and Lind ruled as one. And in the future, when they had a child, that child would likely be the sole heir to both realms, legally uniting them. Chapter 149, The First Night. After attending to the affairs of the territory, Lind received a raven from Bitterbridge, informing him that Vortimer and Joel's escort had passed through Bitterbridge a day earlier. Given their pace, they were expected to arrive in Long Night Town, at the intersection of Tumbleton Road and the Rose Road, within a day or two. Lind took Glory alone, packed the dragon egg into his backpack, and set off for Long Night Town to await Vortimer and Joel's escort. He hadn't left the dragon egg in Tumbleton because he needed to use dragon runes to maintain it every few days. If too much time passed, the previous maintenance would lose its effect. Since the journey to the wall would take several months, he had no choice but to bring the egg with him. The intersection of Tumbleton Road and the Rose Road had become the most prosperous area in the region. In the early days, Nymeria had settled some of the displaced people she had recruited, along with Tumbleton's original residents, to establish a town. Initially, the settlement had served only as a rest stop for passing caravans, but as Tumbleton Road extended toward Grassy Vale and later Summerhall, the crossroads grew in importance. Over time, the small town expanded into a large one, prompting Lind to construct a fortress there. Nymeria had stationed Wenda the White Fawn as the fortress and town's administrator, which was how the town got its name. Lind didn't enter the town itself but waited at the fortress outside. When Wenda the White Fawn returned from her patrol and learned of his arrival, she came to see him, still in her armor. "Aren't you taking anyone with you on your journey?" Wenda asked, surprised to see Lind alone. "I'm not going to war, so why would I need anyone?" Lind shook his head. Besides, Highgarden will send someone. There's nothing I need to do. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he asked, has Spark been in contact with you recently? Wenda the White Fawn shook her head. We haven't spoken in over a year. The last time was when you went to Dorne. You don't need to worry about her. As long as Kingswood stands, she'll be fine. Lind frowned. I need to find her. Do you know of any way to contact her? After completing his territorial inspections, he had visited Kingswood several times, hoping to see Spark and learn about the fire in Summerhall, as well as the fate of the female dwarf she had rescued. Yet, he had found nothing. Even when he deliberately activated the power in the dragon runes to create a commotion in Kingswood, Spark had not appeared. It felt as though she was no longer there. Wenda the White Fawn shook her head again. I'm sorry, my lord, but Spark always finds me. I've never reached out to her first. When you last saw Spark, did she say anything? Lind pressed. Wenda thought for a moment. She asked me to look after her garden while she went on a long journey to visit a friend. A friend. Lind frowned but didn't pursue the matter further. Wenda likely wouldn't know more. The only beings the children of the forest might consider friends were other children of the forest or nature-aligned individuals like the Green Seers. In all of the 7 kingdoms, there were only 2 places where the children of the forest were rumored to still exist, the Isle of Faces, in the center of God's Eye Lake, and the marshes and ancient forests west of the Neck. Since his route to the wall would take him past both locations, Lind considered the possibility that if Spark was no longer in Kingswood, he might ask Glory to help him search for her when they passed through those areas. Lind did not have to wait long in Long Night Town. Half a day later, the escort arrived. The convoy consisted of around 500 people, 400 prisoners and the rest soldiers assigned to guard them. Perhaps due to the previous incident, Willis had been more cautious this time. Not only had he sent enough soldiers to secure the prisoners, but he had also placed the renowned swordmasters Vortimer and Joel from the Reach in charge of the escort. Once the prisoners were secured in the fortress cells, Vortimer and Joel were guided by a servant to Lind's room. Lord Vortimer, Lord Joel, it's been a long time. Lind greeted the 2 men as they approached, bowing slightly. My lord, it has been a while, Vortimer replied, returning the greeting. Unlike before, his demeanor was more reserved, carrying an air of respect that hadn't been there in the past. In contrast, Joel remained as carefree as ever. He simply nodded at Lind and said, Lind boy, don't even think about expecting me to call you my lord. Lind smiled and nodded in response. There's no need for formality between us. Lord Vortimer, that goes for you as well, just call me Lind like you used to. We'll be traveling together for a month or 2, and being too formal will only make things uncomfortable. Joel turned to Vortimer with a smug expression, giving him a knowing wink before extending his hand. Told you, the kid hasn't changed. Pay up. Vortimer shot Joel a glare before unfastening a small money pouch from his waist and tossing it to him. Joel caught it, then immediately threw it to his attendant. Tell the others that today, I, Master Joel, am treating, drink as much as you like. Vortimer frowned. We still have to travel tomorrow. If they drink too much. It doesn't matter, Joel said nonchalantly. If they get drunk, we can just have the prisoners carry them. It won't slow us down. He gestured toward Lind and added, besides, we've got a chosen one here who can take on 1,000 enemies single-handedly. No prisoner with a shred of intelligence would dare do anything stupid. As they spoke, the group entered the house. Lind instructed the servants to prepare wine and food, while Joel and Vortimer removed their armor with the help of their attendants. Noticing that Joel's badge had changed from the crane of House Crane to the rose of House Tyrell, Lind couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect Lord Joel to be working for Highgarden. I thought you'd spend the rest of your days as captain of the men-at-arms for House Crane in Red Lake. At Lind's words, Joel rolled his eyes. It seemed the remark had touched on a sore subject. With a shrug, he sighed, talking to you is no fun at all. You always hit people where it hurts, leaving them at a loss for words. Nearby, Vortimer chuckled and added, he was driven out because, when Lord Alistair Florent was a guest at Red Lake with his family, he climbed into Lady Melara Crane's bed. Lord Alistair caught him in the act, and he fled. House Crane expelled him, House Florent put a bounty on his head, and in the end, he had no choice but to seek refuge in Highgarden. Lind, having been preoccupied with managing his own territory, rarely concerned himself with the internal affairs of the Reach. He had not expected to hear such a scandalous story. As he processed the information, he recalled what he knew about Lord Alistair of House Florent and Lady Melara. His expression turned somewhat strange as he looked at Vortimer. "The Lord Florent you're referring to, he's the one from Brightwater Keep." Vortimer smirked. "That's the one." Joel, meanwhile, kept his head down, focusing on his drink, his face full of embarrassment. Lind directly addressed the crux of the matter. "Isn't Lord Florent's wife, Lady Melara, an old woman?" Joel groaned. "I told you, talking to you is no fun." He downed the rest of his wine in one gulp and gestured for his cup to be refilled. Then, looking at Lind with great dissatisfaction, he muttered, "She's a mature woman. A very attractive mature woman." Vortimer, ever the opportunist, interjected at just the right moment. "One that's well past her prime." Joel said nothing, merely bowing his head and drinking in silence. "I never would have guessed that Lord Joel had such a taste," Lind mused, shaking his head. Then, his expression grew more curious. "After House Florent put a bounty on you, you didn't flee the Reach or come to me for refuge. Instead, you went to Highgarden. Could it be because of Lady Olenna?" At that, Vortimer could no longer hold back his laughter, and Joel shot Lind a look of pure mortification. Judging from their reactions, Lind wasn't the only one who had drawn this conclusion. It seemed similar rumors had already spread among the nobility in Highgarden. With laughter shared among them, the tension of status differences gradually faded, and their relationship returned to what it had once been. The conversation soon turned to recent events in their respective circles, further strengthening their camaraderie. From Vortimer's words, Lind learned about the current situation in Highgarden. Relations between Highgarden and Dorne had grown tense due to the recent cancellation of the marriage alliance, leading to a deterioration in their diplomatic ties. However, despite the public strain, Highgarden and Sunspair had continued their correspondence in secret. Vortimer spoke most frequently about Willis. Since Willis had become paralyzed, Vortimer, as Highgarden's master-at-arms, had taken on the role of captain of Willis men-at-arms, ensuring his protection while he served as Highgarden's law enforcement officer. Willis had earned the nickname Fair Rose of Gold due to his ability to deliver fair and balanced judgments in disputes. His rulings often left both parties satisfied, and Lord Mace Tyrell, believing it beneficial for Willis to have responsibilities, had officially appointed him as Highgarden's chief arbiter. Over time, Willis' reputation for impartiality had not only restored the respect he had lost due to his paralysis but even surpassed it. His influence had grown to the point that he was able to command the lords of the River and Bay lands to gather death row prisoners and send them to the Wall as recruits for the Night's Watch. The Reach lords raised no objections, likely because this arrangement suited them well. It provided a convenient way to rid themselves of troublesome individuals they could neither execute nor tolerate in their lands. As a result, not all the men sent to the Wall were criminals, some were simply unfortunate souls whom their lords had deemed nuisances. For Willis, the legitimacy of these individuals did not matter, his only concern was reinforcing the Wall's defenses. From everything Vortimer shared, Lind could sense that Willis' concern about the White Walkers ran deep. His every action seemed geared toward strengthening the defenses against whatever might come from the land of always winter. Fortunately, Willis remained rational. He had not taken any drastic measures beyond his means, nor had he overstepped his limits. After a night's rest, the Highgarden escort resumed its journey north along the Rose Road. This time, however, the group included one more traveler, Lind, and one more beast, Glory. Curiously, among the prisoners, many were followers of the Seven. During their breaks, some would kneel before Lind, confessing their past sins as if he were a septon of the faith. Lind, however, did not offer them absolution like a septon would. Instead, he simply listened, his gaze calm and unyielding. More often than not, these hardened men, guilty of all manner of crimes, would break down under his silent scrutiny, weeping like children. When their emotions subsided, they would lean forward, kiss the back of his feet, and quietly leave. Joel, watching one such interaction, shook his head in disdain. "You're turning into more and more of a charlatan. You should put a wooden box in front of you and have them drop in a halfpenny every time they confess. Who knows? Maybe you'll gather enough to build a castle before long." Lind smirked. "I'm sorry, Lord Joel, but your idea is worthless. My castles in Summerhall and Miracle Harbor haven't cost me a single coin, the church is covering all the construction expenses. Besides, I have so much gold that I don't even know what to do with it. Only you, my lord, would care about halfpennies. Vortimer, who had been listening, grinned. So the rumors are true, all the treasure the Ironborn looted from the Westerlands ended up in your hands. He shook his head, looking at Lind with envy. You lucky bastard. Well then, you're paying for everything on the way. As they traveled, the three of them passed the time with their usual sharp-tongued banter, exchanging sarcastic remarks and jabs. The convoy moved quickly, passing through Kingswood and arriving in King's Landing. Upon reaching the capital, the escort halted outside the city for several days. As soon as King Robert heard of Lind's arrival, he summoned him at once, only to drag him back into Kingswood for a hunting trip. At the same time, Robert instructed Lord John Arryn to select additional prisoners from the dungeons and hand them over to Vortimer to be sent to the wall along with the others. Though only a year had passed since the rebellion, Robert's appearance had already changed dramatically. Layers of fat now sagged from his chin, nearly obscuring the once handsome face he had been known for. His body had thickened, and his old armor barely fit anymore. But his changed appearance did not mean that his strength had waned. He could still swing his massive warhammer with the same devastating force. During the hunt, Robert once again challenged Lind to a duel. However, this time, he did not insist that Lind use the greatsword of the banished knight. Instead, he allowed him to wield a broad-bladed hand halberd. The outcome was inevitable. Lind did not hold back in the slightest. The moment Robert lunged, Lind evaded the strike with swift footwork and pressed the halberd's blade against Robert's chest in a single decisive move, ending the duel before it had even begun in earnest. Unwilling to accept the result so easily, Robert ordered the King's Guard, Baristan Selmy included, to fight Lind together. The result remained unchanged. Only Baristan the Bold and Robert himself managed to last more than a single exchange. Working together, they forced Lind to fight for 2 full rounds. But the rest of the King's Guard, including Jaime Lannister, fell to him in a single move each. Afterward, Robert marveled at Lind's strength, pleased that he had fought without holding back despite Robert's royal status. When they returned to King's Landing, Robert summoned his court and, before all his gathered nobles, once again honored Lind with a new title. This time, he was named the First Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 150, Barrow of the First Men. I hate the North, and I never want to set foot in this damned place again in my life. Just as they were passing through the Moat Cailin bog, Joel, who had dismounted to relieve himself, was suddenly attacked by a lizard lion lurking in the swamp. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise, he might never have been able to use his manhood again. The attack, combined with the countless discomforts he had endured while traveling through the swamp, finally pushed him over the edge. His frustration erupted, and he cursed furiously, showing not the slightest concern for the northern guide sent from Moat Cailin. Lind watched as Joel Flowers vented his rage and chuckled. "Sir." "Joel, don't be so sure," he said. "With your current temper and attitude, it might not be long before some lord sends you to the wall in chains. By then, these people will all be your brothers." At that moment, the prisoners seized the opportunity to make a scene, and several of them even called out to Joel, "Brother Joel. Shut up. Even if I die, I will never wear the black." Joel glared at Lind in anger, then turned his fury on the prisoners who had joined in. "Your spirit is dangerous," he sneered. "Tonight, all rations are cancelled. I think hunger will teach you that not everyone is to be mocked." "That's not fair." "We weren't mocking you," someone protested. Joel Flowers swung himself back onto his horse and shouted, "No. You laughed in your hearts, and I heard you." Vortimer didn't allow the commotion to escalate further. With a sharp order, he silenced the rabble, and the halted procession resumed its march northward. The last time Lind had traveled from King's Landing to Moat Cailin, it had taken him just over a dozen days. This time, however, they had been on the road for more than a month. The original group of 400 prisoners had swelled to over 700, with more than 100 from King's Landing and nearly 200 from Harrenhal, Riverrun, the Twins, and Seagard. The lords of these castles, knowing that Lind's procession would pass along the King's Road near their territories, had prepared prisoners in advance. As the escorting party approached, these additional convicts were brought to the roadside and merged into the ranks of those destined for the wall. Naturally, this only slowed their pace further. The slow progress had long worn down the patience of the escorting party, and even Joel Flowers, who was usually carefree and quick to laugh, had grown irritable from the grueling journey. After finally leaving the swamp, the road became marginally easier to traverse, but only just. The once well-constructed King's Road had fallen into disrepair, littered with loose gravel, overgrown weeds, and rotting wood. Sinkholes had turned into hidden pitfalls, their openings concealed beneath thick vegetation, making them deadly traps. Several men stepped into them unwittingly, some breaking their necks on impact. Others were luckier, escaping with shattered limbs that left them unable to walk. Vortimer initially intended to deal with these injured men on the spot, but Lind intervened. He saw an opportunity to test the extent of Glory's healing white light on external injuries. Before the watchful eyes of the escort and prisoners alike, the broken leg bones, once set into place, began to mend beneath the glow of Glory's radiance. Though not completely healed, the visible improvement was undeniable, leaving onlookers in awe. "Is this the legendary miracle of healing?" Vortimer exclaimed in awe as he took in the sight before him. Soldiers, prisoners, and even devout followers of the Seven knelt down in silent prayer, overwhelmed by what they had witnessed. Once the external wounds had fully healed, Lind ceased Glory's light and examined the bones. Though the fractures had mended, the joints remained weak and required time to regain their strength. With this in mind, the injured prisoners were placed on the supply carts and continued the journey with the rest of the group. After this brief delay, they marched on for another half a day. As dusk settled, they climbed over a small hill and entered an open expanse. "Damn the 7 levels of hell. Have we walked into a graveyard?" Joel cursed loudly as he surveyed his surroundings. On both sides of the King's Road, apart from barren land, there were countless grave mounds stretching into the distance, densely packed until they vanished at the horizon. "This is the Barrowlands. These barrows belong to the first men of the North," Vortimer said solemnly, his gaze lingering on the ancient burial grounds. "They date back to the time of the Barrow King. Before the North was unified under House Stark, powerful First Men clans, the Red King, the Ward King, the Marsh King, ruled over these lands. It took the King in winter 1,000 years to conquer them all, and now, these heroes of ancient legend rest in these desolate barrows. Vortimer, is this really the time for sentiment? Should I fetch you a harp so you can sing like a bard?" Joel said impatiently. "We should be finding a decent place to camp. I have no intention of spending the night among tombs." With that, he turned to the guide from Moat Cailin and asked, "Is there anywhere around here suitable for camping?" The guide remained silent for a moment before pointing to a clearing at the foot of the hill, encircled by grave mounds. The way the grass had been trampled and worn suggested that many travelers had camped there before. "By the 7, is this really the only damn place to camp?" Joel grumbled, then asked, "The nearest inn, outpost, or even a ruined fortress, anything with walls?" The guide gave him a blank look, then gestured westward. "Cross the Great Barrow and walk for 8 days, you'll reach Barrowton. That would be suitable for rest." Then he pointed north. "Follow the King's Road for 9 days, and you'll reach Winterfell. That, too, is a place fit for living. Beyond that, there are few sights better than this one. Further on, we may have to camp directly on the King's Road." "You forgot to mention that if we head east, we could reach White Harbor," Lind interjected, pointing in that direction. "We might as well travel to White Harbor, take a ship, and sail up the White Knife River. From there, we'd be closer to Winterfell and could continue on land." Joel was visibly tempted. White Harbor, one of the 5 great cities of Westeros, was as prosperous as King's Landing or Old Town. Compared to trekking through the wilderness, resting in White Harbor sounded far more appealing. "Enough of that. We camp here." "Don't make this more difficult," Vortimer declared, shutting down the discussion. Without room for further argument, he gave the order to set up camp in the clearing. Joel, dejected, didn't argue further and simply went to set up his tent with the help of his attendant. Lind, on the other hand, had no need to pitch his own tent. Several prisoners had taken it upon themselves to do it for him. Along the way, many had grown devoted to him, treating him with reverence much like the Septons and worshippers at the Redemption September. After surveying the camp, he noticed a waterhole in the distance beyond the barren tombs. He borrowed a brush from a soldier, took Eben by the leash, and led Glory to the pool to clean their mud-caked fur. Night fell swiftly. A bonfire crackled in the camp, and Joel's curses could be heard again, this time, likely due to the discovery that Vortimer had found and finished off all the wine he had hidden. Though the waterhole wasn't far from camp, the grave mounds between them obscured both sight and sound. From the camp, the waterhole was nearly invisible, and only faint echoes of movement could be heard. A thin layer of white mist drifted over the water's surface, the temperature dropped between day and night, thickening it into a ghostly veil. Moonlight cast an eerie glow upon it, causing the mist to shift like a living thing. Lind finished washing Glory and Eben, but just as he was about to leave, he noticed something strange. The mist above the waterhole was gathering unnaturally, twisting rapidly into the vague outline of a human figure. He narrowed his eyes, stepping closer to observe, but in the blink of an eye, the shape dissipated, melting back into the fog. Though the apparition had only lasted a moment, he was certain his eyes hadn't deceived him. Cautiously, he activated his shared vision with Glory, scanning the surroundings for any traces of unusual magic. Yet, despite his efforts, he found nothing. Still unsettled, he returned to camp, exchanged a few words with the others, then entered his tent. He instructed Glory to keep watch at the entrance, then, as part of his routine, took the dragon egg in his hands and used dragon runes to preserve it. After preserving the dragon egg for a while, Lind didn't put it back in his backpack. Instead, he held it in his arms and drifted off to sleep. This time, he slept deeply. As soon as he lay down on the straw-covered bed, he slipped into a profound slumber. Then, he realized he was dreaming. Yes, even within the dream, his mind was remarkably clear. He was fully aware that he was dreaming and could think as normally as if he were awake. This puzzled him. Ever since he had come to this world, he had never experienced a dream before. Yet now, without reason, he was dreaming, and that was certainly not normal. As he pondered this strange occurrence, he observed the dream's unfolding scene. He seemed to have taken the form of an eagle, soaring higher and higher into the sky. The earth beneath him grew smaller and smaller until it completely vanished into nothingness. For a brief moment, he had the eerie sensation that he was being drawn into a vision by the three-eyed crow, much like what had happened to Willis. But he quickly dismissed that thought. This was different. As the world below disappeared from sight, massive figures emerged in the void beneath him. Some of them were familiar. He recognized the many-faced god with its countless faces, the same deity Willis had seen in Winterfell. He also saw Garth Greenhand, whom he had glimpsed in Highgarden. One by one, deities, some lost to history, others still worshipped, manifested in the void below him. And at the very bottom, where the earth should have been, there lay a dragon egg. Unlike any dragon egg he had seen before, this one was completely transparent, its shell seemingly formed from pure light. Inside, a sleeping dragon curled within, its breath causing radiant light to pulse from the egg, illuminating the gathered deities. Then, in the distant void, a blood-red comet appeared. However, instead of a meteorite at its core, there was a colossal clock, its hands trembling as if about to strike. With each movement, the hammer struck the walls of the clock, emitting a sound powerful enough to wake even the deepest sleeper. Yet, the red comet was too far from the dragon egg to let its sound reach. At that moment, the vague human figure that Lind had seen by the waterhole appeared once more. It extended a hand and pointed in a direction. Even though there was no true sense of direction in the void, Lind instinctively understood, the figure was pointing east. The figure then began shouting something at him, but no sound reached his ears. Still, strangely enough, he seemed to comprehend its meaning. Just as he was trying to make sense of it, rain began to fall in the void. The droplets hit his face with a cool, tangible sensation. Then, in an instant, everything shattered. Lind awoke, jolted back to reality. He was still inside his tent. The dream, or rather the vision, had been nothing more than an illusion caused by Glory's presence. But the rain was real. Outside, a downpour raged, with water seeping through the tent's cracks and dripping onto his face. Beyond the tent, loud noises echoed through the camp. Someone's tent had collapsed. The bonfire had been extinguished by the rain, and only a few torches flickered in the darkness, held by those trying to keep the camp illuminated. Despite the chaos, none of the prisoners attempted to flee. There was no point. In this desolate land, no one would survive alone for more than 2 days. Those who tried to escape would likely fall prey to the beasts lurking in the shadows. It was safer to stay and rely on each other. Lind set the dragon egg aside and stepped out of his tent, surveying the camp. As he let Glory's fur turn white, its radiant light cut through the darkness, casting an ethereal glow over the camp. The chaotic scene quickly settled. Soldiers efficiently went about restoring the fallen tents, while the prisoners huddled together for warmth against the cold rain. Lind ordered the prisoners to bring him several pieces of tent cloth used to cover the supply wagons. He had them hold the edges aloft, creating makeshift canopies to shield themselves from the rain. Then, he supervised the transfer of supplies and the wounded from the wagons into tents for better shelter. After ensuring the camp was stabilized, he went to stay with Joel and Vortimer. Once things were in order, he returned to his tent and sat down. Joel and Vortimer shook off the excess rain from their clothes, took a couple of sips of heated wine, and soon went back to sleep. Lind, however, had other matters on his mind. He activated the Storm Dragon rune, summoning a controlled hurricane around his body. The swirling air instantly dried his damp clothes and shook off all remaining water. Afterward, he let Glory lie down behind him, using its soft belly as a pillow. Leaning against it, he closed his eyes, his thoughts returning to the dream. East. Go east. Go east. That was the meaning behind the human figure's silent shouts. Yet, the words made no sense to him. After mulling over the vision repeatedly without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to set the matter aside for now. Instead, he turned his focus to his nightly routine, checking for any lingering effects from the dragon communion ritual and ensuring there were no unusual changes in his body. Then, as he habitually glanced at his cheat progress bar, he suddenly noticed something shocking. Previously, the progress bar had been creeping forward at a sluggish pace, barely 1/10 complete. But now, inexplicably, it had surged past the halfway mark. His mind immediately jumped back to the dream, to the cryptic message about the East. Could it be a sign? A revelation that something in the East could help him complete the cheat progress bar.